Sorry about that. I had the wrong thing pulled up, so I thought it said I stopped streaming. So I ended it, and then I realized, wait, I just ended it. I'm dumb. I'm back. Alright, so every 2 hours, I can pull off a quote-unquote bank heist. Pick a path. Office vault, bank vault, decent loot, good loot, insane loot. Okay. Alright, so 6. So let's see, 6. Um, 6. Alright, so we got 6 so far. Okay. So 6. Okay. Is that it though? Like, wait, 6, 6. 2, 6, 6. Ah! No! God damn it. Alright, so I got 2, 6, 6. What? Gotta be over. Oh. Yay. Oh, now I gotta play fucking Frogger. Okay. We did it, Reddit. This it? area? Like, is this it? I guess this is how you do it here. I'm not sure. I'm just confused. Like, is this it? And this is it. I don't mind. I'm just confused. Wow, somebody in Canada got a fucking Rainbow Titanic. Who fucking fuck them? Um, awesome. That was so much fun, man. Thoroughly enjoyable experience for everyone involved. Oh, whoops. Ah! Where is this prison key guy? Check something. Or still can't join private server. Epic style. Yeah. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Not. Shut up, man. Play with these nuts, man. Shut up. Fuck is this guy? Oh wait, is that him? Oh, prisoner. Definitely gonna be opening the motherfucker later. I just want to test something. Wait, that doesn't matter. God damn it. Why do I got two of them? Fuck those stupid dogs. Give me the pussy. Let me do this. Dog. The police pussy. Down. Give me the cat. Yeah. Give me the fucking pussy. Not only do I want the pussy, Make it shiny and rainbow too, bitch. I'm calling it right now, by the way. I'm gonna drop a huge before the newest pet, the new cat. Wait, I just realized something. Do this. Alright, hold on. Not you! Oh, hold on. We do this. Position in line. I'm in Quay. Let me try this. Might be dumb, but okay, this account will join. My alt will join it. Kill yourself, game. What the fuck? God damn it. I would even play on the private server right now. I was gonna say, the bigger pets, basically they do more damage and shit. Don't want to be in a private server. Fuck is this game's problem, man? If it does it again, I'm gonna be pissed. Like, I'm gonna be dead ass. I will kill myself, game. Like, are my settings off over here? Settings. Health and safety. No. Settings. Privacy. Custom. Friends that follow. Everyone. Make members subscriber. Join me. Everyone can join me. Everyone. Oh, whatever, I don't care. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna hurt somebody. Actually, wait. What? Oh shit, never mind. Like, friends, let's see if it works this time, guys. Yay! By the way, if anybody was using my private, sorry, I had to take it off. That shit was gonna end my life. That shit was pissing me the fuck off. Oh, could these other guys just leave? Matter of fact, I'ma just do this. My account's gonna have to win a server, bitch. Or my alt's gonna have to. I mean, like, is there not a way to purposely be in a lobby with only high levels? What the fuck is this? There we go. Dog, I was about to end my fucking life.
Why?
Dog, I spent the past 10 minutes trying to get in a lobby. Like a public one. And it kept putting me in my private server, so I'm like, fuck it. This bitch is just gonna go. Whatever, it's gonna go away. Speaking of which, it's time to get my alt. Lagging.
I'm not even talking.
Yeah. Robot. Did you already go and try that new minigame?
No, I'm on my phone.
Will it work?
Yeah.
Yo, he's stealing!
The only time that I call is when I'm over here in like that little room by myself.
See my character?
Yes. I saw it the other day. Or you got a new one today, the fly.
Oh. Not what I am.
The fuck were you? You were the cat, the fly.
Yeah, you see it now?
Oh, okay, yes. Oh wait, yeah, I did see this.
I looked
Oh
it
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the smallest character you can have. Bucks. Probably so. I just motherfucker. Like, I fucking tried to go buy a chest breaker. There's none.
Oh, chest breaker. I have to do anything.
You have what?
I have a few.
I have one for. I'll pay you. Or I'll give it back later.
You can just overpay. It's fine. On these bad boys, how many you need?
Just two. How many do you have?
Well, I had three, so I needed to keep one anyways, but...
Yeah, it only stacks one. Oh, by the way, I need to, post that in
Okay.
general.
Oh, the new...
No. Or, like, which ones stack or whatever. That type of thing.
I thought that someone had a corrupt book.
Oh yeah, corruption's. I ain't got one. Grade 6. Get it?
Or were you on the update like fucking right away?
Yeah. Yeah, they posted a patch note like 5 minutes for the update.
I got on like at 9:40
I bet.
or 40 minutes after.
I already got the.
Wait, were the lobbies fucked? Like nobody could join lobbies, or you couldn't join lobbies?
So what happened was I realized I should probably try to get my what is it? I should probably get my lobby into, or I should get both my accounts into one lobby.
Yeah.
I kept trying to find it, or I kept trying to do it, so I'd like join a server and then I would yeah, I would like invite myself and try to join, and that bitch wouldn't work. Still haven't gotten one of the cats.
I got one. The police cat? The new
Yeah.
one? I got one.
Is it regular?
Yeah.
What's the damage?
What do you mean, what's the damage? What?
Yeah, what's
Oh. No, my bad. I got the huge I thought you meant regular, like if it
How the
was.
fuck you get the huge already? Man, fuck you.
There's 400 already exist.
I guess that is true because it is like increased.
I don't know. That regular one, I don't know. I'm not paying attention to my stream, but I did see it right away when I got the huge.
But you did get the or you haven't done the mini game, right?
Nah, what? How is it? What?
Well, there's like 3 areas you can go rob a bank. I went to the best one. Basically, the first part of the area is you gotta find a code and enter the code. But there's like a bunch of laser beams around. But it's funny because my character is so small I can just walk under them. So it doesn't even
Oh
matter.
my god.
I don't know if that's like, I'm pretty sure that's like, that I shouldn't be able to do that. And I guarantee they gonna make an update where you gotta use like the base bacon head to do the minigame. And so, basically, I went to the left. That's where the insane loot, quote unquote, is. I went over there, found the code, and then the next section is basically Frogger. And then at the very end, it's just like a breakable pile. And I assume you can get the huge out of that pile.
Yeah.
So, that's all I know.
Yeah, it's hella hard to do it on my phone. Like, it make it awkward. Yep, still don't see a huge.
What was that?
Another one, I mean. Still don't see another huge. I'm gonna be getting one like every 5 minutes.
Dog, I ain't get one and I was on for like the 6th time and the 12th time. I left my shit on overnight and I didn't get shit. That shit's just not real.
I got a golden huge cyber agony yesterday.
Where do you get that?
The tech chest.
Oh, shit.
I had 900 keys, and within 300, I dropped it.
I dropped 3 huges the other day. I dropped a random, like, golden kangaroo while rolling on my alt. Then, I got a, what is it? I got the, I got a rainbow agony.
Rainbow agony?
Yeah. Didn't mean to shit on you there, but I just remembered it was a cyber agony. Or rainbow cyber agony.
You might have like my team off, but a majority of my team is cyber agonies. I'm trying to build a cyber agony team now.
Yeah. You need to take yours back. It's fucking disgusting.
How much is that cyber agony?
Or I sold it already, but it was like 220.
What the fuck? That's nothing.
Speaking of nothing, I sold one of my Chessbreaker books and I made a really good investment. I think everybody in my stream was so happy when I did it.
Chandler.
You ready to? Fuck are you?
What can I not say?
Who joined?
I'm streaming. You better not say fucking shit.
Oh.
Banga.
Okay. Alright. I'm not banga, bro.
Ciao, banga.
Okay.
Dog, he almost banned me from SBZ for saying that.
What? Banga?
Yeah, because I used to join the calls and I'd be like, yo, what up, chow, banga? And then I joined one day, he's like, dude, really need to stop that. That's not cool at all. I'm like, oh, my bad.
Banga wouldn't care. Maybe it was someone else.
No, it was
Swap his profile picture.
no, it was him. I've already gotten a rainbow of the dog, Dell, but
The dog? No.
no, I'm saying I have. I haven't gotten anything else though.
Anybody in your chat popping off?
Popping off.
Like getting fucking huges back to back or
My chat sucks.
fucking dumbass chat.
Hey, y'all hear what he said? So his full name is.
This guy was the same guy that said fuck Tupac and Biggie's fat.
What?
Yo, the leader said fuck King Von. He gonna piss on any Oblock's grave. He said he want
His
beef with
name
everybody.
His
Chandler.
name is he lived.
Yo, he's Mexican. Everybody say.
Everybody say Cinco de Mayo.
Yo, that mayo be in the sink. But it's too spicy.
I'm choking this. Oh, I got the dog.
Like the regular pet?
Yeah. Hold on, let me see.
Pussy. Sorry.
But shut up. It's 3. I got 3 of them. Okay, that's not bad. That means they're gonna be a good start.
That's
when they're
it?
golden. The 306.
Dog, I've gotten 2 rainbows.
Right? Oh wait, what's the set of the rainbows?
They're better than the rainbow cord. It's 3.89T. I'll trade you one since you let me have those books. This server's laggy as fuck.
I'm playing Minecraft.
I also have 5 of the goldens too. These are gonna be hella easy to get. Parkway Gardens. Any place.
Okay.
Anybody, any place that has gardens in the name, that's a bad neighborhood. You need to get your white ass out.
My name is. I am from Roblox, also known as.
Also, if you go to any city and there's a street named Martin Luther King Avenue, don't go there. That's gonna be the most dangerous spot in the city.
It is. It really is though.
Dog, you know, speaking of O Block, you know how much they charging for rent over there right now?
Popular, bro.
1900 a month.
It's because they know people are selling.
Yeah, them crackers gonna love this one.
You did say just you.
I can say that on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube? Yeah.
Yeah. Cracker, 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 cracker.
So he can say shit. You can.
Yeah. Yeah, you're black. You can't say it. It's our word.
This is our word.
What is it? Stupid ass Lil Durk said he holding the biggest prayer ever in Chicago. He wants everybody to come together and settle their differences. Like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, go ahead, go to that stupid ass event.
We need to celebrate our differences. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Say that shit.
Yo, leave me the fuck alone, man. No, I'm kidding. Welcome to the lobby, classic.
I need to work this.
Dog, I was about to ban classics from joining my private server because whenever I kept relogging to like trying to get into the same lobby as my alt, I kept joining him in one of my private servers.
Are you playing? Wait, what are you playing?
Hypixel.
Oh.
Them Chestbreaker books are about to go hella up in price. This was why I was trying to get in the same lobby as my alt, is because yeah, that's what happened to me too, Classics. That's why I just disabled my private. No point in being in a private right now.
You have to Sir, you can't be on your phone.
I'm not even on my phone.
Then you've been recording, bro. You cannot be on your phone in here.
I'm not on my phone.
They're watching 24/7. Everything. Every move. You don't want this to be. Who's this guy?
Get hella items.
Did you do the 720 question on the triggers?
You here?
I'll show you what you're supposed to. Go.
I didn't do it.
I did that. But sir, you can't be on your phone. You're being recorded for it. You're being recorded in here at all times. When you're watching
I
our
don't know what's your information.
for more than 10 minutes, you can't be on. You can check your phone. A brief check. If you want to, if you need to use your phone, please let me know when you're ready on. Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna step out, check my phone, and step back in. It's not funny. I'm just
Yes, you're on track.
I want to smoke a blunt.
I mean, you're
text me.
Drug
They
te-
text me. Who's that?
You're going to pay me. Well, I don't know.
And you need to put your last name. How you spell your last name?
Yeah, tell us.
He's like,
Yo, everybody be quiet. Hold on.
I did not hear you. Heard it. You're not here, but we want. Can you give me that?
What's your social security?
What's up? Yeah, I'm actually right now.
What are you doing?
But the 30 pencil in. You don't need it in the gatehouse too. They should have said something about that.
And why are looking at column? Go back.
Okay. What I call it. You know, and it's like easy plug up charge. So this is what be on the charger as well at all times.
Oh, the charger.
You respect it. So maybe you could try to count your ABCs backwards to get off your phone. Write them down.
Backwards
Down
80s.
now.
Victory.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
You know what I mean?
Sorry about it. Public server meta. I mean, hold on. Yeah. I mean, you gotta realize, like, the last area is is literally this big ass chest, right? This is the final area. This is what's in the final area. It's better to be in a public server, anyway. But not only that, I would do it anyway because, or that's what I'm gonna start doing anyway. Just because of the fact I want to start getting my alt account into the same server as mine. You know what I mean? That's 1 in 600, not 1 in 10. Alright, I only got one chance to do. Hold on. Quick, I'm gonna go do the mini game. Only got one shot to do what I'm about to try to do. Here we go. Oh, yes. Okay. We gonna make it. Yeah. Okay. If it's the same code, that's gonna be funny. Aw. 4. One 8. 1 8 4. Or 1 8 4. So freaking scary, man. Oh, damn it. also as well, the big thing is, since you're gonna be trying to get keys or destroy the big chest as well, it's better to just, you know, get the big shit out the way or whatever. Know what I mean? Or it's better to be in a public lobby, is what I mean. Because if you're breaking the chest, I mean, first off, doing it solo, it could be possible, but at the moment, it is not. Can I get a free huge scrap? I should have tried one of the other paths. Well, to be honest. Update, cool. It lets you combine keys and golden keys. I mean, it's a nice little update, I will say. So basically, there's a big chest, gives you a shit ton of items and keys. I'll go show you, whatever the guy's name is. This child predator. Child prison pedophile. You want to combine 10 prisons. So the thing is that when you combine, it says that there's a chance he could take shit from you, which it hasn't happened yet, but now I have like, you know, fucking 200 plus keys or whatever. Increased chances. Oh, also I should show you. There's also a mini game, or there's a mini game with a vault. Basically, you just go in there. Leave me the fuck alone, mob. God damn. Oh, but you see right here, this is what's at the end of the mini game, and there's a chance to get a huge of the new pet. Guys, that Naiba, that'd be too much effort. Boom, sorry. Oh, by the way, Naibo. Or not Naibo, mobbed. By the way. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, there we go, I guess. By the way, because of, what is it? So, whenever you go into the minigame, there's lasers and shit, right? Because of how small my model is, you can't, I run under the lasers. It's so fucking funny. Leave your account on with the auto clicking this. I've gotten 2 of these rainbow police dogs. I gave 1. Or no, I've gotten 3 of them actually. I got 2 on this account and 1 my alt. My boy Deleter he got in trouble at work, y'all, I think. That's the entire day. L. Haha, you got real life responsibilities. I'm a jobless bum. Haha. Yeah, this is a pet simulator stream. cat not exist, man. Cat's gonna be worse to get than the fucking. Oh yeah. Apparently, there's been 400 of the huge new pets that have been something. Burn. Glad there wasn't a fucking By the way, Chessbreaker is right now, as well as apparently corruption is good, but there is no way to get it right. God. Can I not do the oh. Can I not do the thing where it's that I don't know. I'm not attacking anything. Yeah, I'll put it. Actually, I have this. I'll put a huge hunter on. Oh, whoops. Other way. Why can't I do it where it's like at the top? Top to bottom. care about getting the heat right now. I just like the cat officer, whatever the fuck it is. That's all I want. God, I gotta eat. Max. Eat Max. 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 Sorry, I'm just making sure I have like every boot on. Let's me first. I give him those, and those, those. What we sending myself? Yeah, these. These. Oh, these. Send a couple of these over. Oh. Also. Okay, that's that one. Alright, team, go. Uh, 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 uh. Fendled and fendled, dendled, and again. Ain't getting nothing, idiot. Sorry, I just had to remind myself. I eventually will get something. I don't care. Shit, how many fucking whatevers have I done anyway? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Ugh. Um, Alright, what I'm gonna do is while my main account is rolling for eggs, on my alt, I'm gonna go open up all these fucking golden. Actually, I just realized. I will get a huge, whether it be from keys, doing that mini game, or from just regular chest grind. I will get a huge. I refuse to not get one today. Wait, I'm out. I just need to check something. Because if what I think was happening actually happening, that's gonna be awesome. My God, it is. Oh, that's awesome. That's cool that you can leave them in there while you're out here trying to get keys or open chest. Did I not go up top? Whoops. They just eventually close, or am I tripping? Okay, they do. Good. Did they change the chances to get this, or is it? Because if this is legit the same, I guarantee that the prices of these huges specifically are gonna go hella down. Obviously, it's good. Oh, look at me. Oh, that's literally incredible. Oh. Uh. Damn. What?
car and slits her throat, killing her. When his mother and grandmother would take this
City News, they
the turned out to tell the degenerate is a young and has them on. The Perfect World Discord killer. This Discord degenerate is a young military serviceman accused of leaking confidential government documents to a Discord server called Thug Shaker Central. Meet Jack Teixeira. 21 years old at the time of this story taking place, Jack was very much online and spent a good deal of time gaming, playing Halo and Call of Duty with friends that he had met on Discord. Online, Jack went under the username Jack the Dripper. Jack's interest in Call of Duty in particular isn't surprising, as the young man comes from a family with a military background. Jack would also take the military career path, as he joined the Massachusetts National Guard immediately upon graduating high school. He served in the 102nd Intelligence Wing at Otis Air National Guard Base, and he was somewhat successful at this venture, even getting promoted to the rank of Airman First Class, and was on the fast track to even higher positions. But in the case of Jack Teixeira, despite this promising military career he had going on, he couldn't seem to get away from his edgier online activity. Teixeira has been described as right-leaning and conservative in his beliefs. And online, he would often associate with many right-leaning, edgy gamer types, if you know what I'm saying. Which brings us to a Discord server created by Jack and his associates to discuss their interests. In October of 2022, Jack and several of his online friends would create a now infamous Discord server known as Thug Shaker Central. This server gets its name from a dance move that's performed in homosexual pornography. However, despite the name of the server, it wasn't chock full of gay porn. Rather, it was filled with the cantankerous online antics engaged in by Jack and his buddies. Thug Shaker Central has been described by the media as a place where Jack and his friends, quote, shared their love for guns, racist memes, and video games. More specifically though, Thug Shaker Central was a place where Jack would allegedly share confidential government documents. See, Jack was reportedly using Thug Shaker as a repository to post military documents that he had allegedly stolen using his clearance at the military base. Doing this for what seems like no other reason than to just impress his friends. These documents were said to have contained information regarding the ongoing Ukraine war, with specifics regarding the Ukrainian troops and military vulnerabilities. It's stuff that the US military wanted to keep confidential, as, you know, they didn't want the Russians to get this information. From what's known, Thug Shaker Central had about 24 active members during the time of these leaks, and surprisingly, over the 4-month period of Jack allegedly leaking documents, none escaped the server. But eventually, one of these Thug Shaker members would leak. This occurred when one of the confidential government documents was leaked to a Minecraft Discord server called Minecraft Earthmap. From here, they were spread around various facets of the internet, and some documents even made it onto Russian Telegram channels. By this point, the leak was somewhat public knowledge online, and even the mainstream media had heard about it. The New York Post would report on the story, and at this point, the United States government had taken notice of the leaks and began a formal investigation.
Mr. President, could you give an update on that leak investigation, the leaked documents from DOD?
I can't right now. There's a full-blown investigation going on, as you know, with the intelligence community and the Justice Department, and they're getting close.
After about a week, the feds claimed that they had tracked the origins of the leak to Jack Teixeira. More specifically, his online handles, Jack the Dripper and Excalibur Effect. The young man would be tracked down and promptly arrested by the FBI on April 13th of 2023. Upon being taken into custody, he was charged with violating the Espionage Act, as well as removal and retention of classified documents without authorization. He was facing a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison for the first charge and an additional 5 for the second. On June 15th, Jack was formally indicted and he was being held without bail. And the reason he wasn't given bond is because the courts felt like, well, I mean, this guy might have access to confidential government documents, so they deemed him a flight risk, thinking that if he got out of jail, he could potentially leak more out of spite. This young man is facing a mountain of evidence, and if found guilty, I could see a situation where Jack is possibly spending 10 years or more in prison for posting these things to Discord.
Alright, I guess I'll just kill myself. What I was saying is, it was a different charge, but the Espionage Act, if you get, what is it? If you get if you get the charge espionage in America, the charge of espionage, one of the punishments could be death. Which is crazy. That's the only non-murder act, essentially. Man, why you hit my hamster? Fuck you.
But for now, we'll just have to see what happens to the Thug Shaker Central Kingpin. Dalton Barnhart, teen arrested for Minecraft threats. When using the internet, services like...
See, I said this last night, I'll say it again. Especially you, Naibo, because you say this a lot. You saying stupid shit, but then in Minecraft, you can get arrested for that still.
Like Discord or even in-game chat logs, a lot of the time folks get a little lax when it comes to their self-regulatory functions. You know, when you're online chatting anonymously, folks seem to think that there's never going to be any repercussions for the things that they say. Well, the individual in this story learned the hard way that that's not the case after very threatening messages that he issued online found their way on Discord.
You say that.
Inadvertently got the cops called on him. This is the story of Discord user and Minecraft player Falcon Warrior 920. Falcon Warrior, who also went by the online alias Dalton Barnhart, was 15 years old at the time of this story taking place. An avid gamer with somewhat of an edgy online streak, the teen was no stranger to posting incendiary messages to chat rooms online. In August of 2019, Falcon Warrior was playing Minecraft with a handful of anonymous players when some interesting dialogue started filling up the in-game chat. Unfortunately, no video recording of this interaction exists, but a now infamous screenshot does. This image shows a snippet of the in-game conversation between Falcon and other players in the server. So naturally, we're missing the entire conversation. It's impossible to say what was said before, but reading into this, you can kind of get a grasp on what the context was here. It appears the context is that Falcon had made some sort of disturbing joke or threat regarding gun violence prior to what we're seeing on screen here, and the anonymous players are expressing their distaste for his comments. Falcon says, "LOL, why do you care so much?" And then several anonymous players leave their remarks. "Open up, what's the joke? Playing around with that isn't a good idea, LOL. We got him, boys." SWAT crashes through your window. Probs could get you in some serious shit. It ain't a joke when it's a serious problem that people have to fear every day. He's right though, not a ha-ha kind of thing. Now, seeing the concern expressed by his fellow Minecraft server players, you might think that Falcon would capitulate and apologize for what he allegedly said, right? But no, in fact, he takes his alleged threats to the next level. Following the concerned comments left by these anonymous players, Falcon Warrior posted, "I, Dalton Barnhart, vow to bring my father's M15 to school and kill 7 people at minimum." Quite the ominous message, to say the least. I mean, where's the joke here? This just looks like a straight-up threat. This disturbing chat...
I love the internet. You wouldn't be able to get, know there are retards like this out in the world back in the day. The internet has helped us find so many dumbass people. I love it. Regular police dog, sure. Got 2 of those now. Cool, whatever.
Chat log was screenshotted by the players and reposted to a Discord server surrounding this community, where other Minecraft players who were a part of it got to witness the thread as well. Given the tendency of genuinely violent offenders often masquerading behind a veil of irony, folks on this Discord weren't taking Dalton Barnhart's threat lightly, and some members reported the screenshot to the FBI. The feds soon tracked down Falcon Warrior using their cyber sleuthing tactics, and that's when they discovered the individual behind the Falcon Warrior and Dalton Barnhart persona was a 15-year-old living in Volusia County, Florida. Being a minor, the individual's name has been sealed and the media isn't reporting on it, so I'll just refer to him as Falcon for the remainder of the story. Soon after being identified by the feds, local Florida deputies were dispatched to the young man's parents' home to make an arrest. This visit resulted in a confrontation between 2 officers, Falcon and his mother. The bulk of this interaction has been fortunately captured by police body camera and is available online to view. Upon being arrested for his Minecraft messages, Falcon claimed that his threats were nothing more than a joke, and this was a sentiment expressed by his mother as well.
He made a statement, a written threat to plan or to carry out a mass shooting.
But he's just a little kid playing a video game.
And all these kids keep getting arrested.
Dog. If he was playing Call of Duty, you could probably get some people to believe you, but you were playing fucking Minecraft. There's no guns. You have no excuse.
And that's why the FBI and the local law enforcement is spending so much time, because how do we know he's not going to be the kid from Parkland? He's not going to be the next kid, the kid that shot up Sandy Hook. We don't know that.
Regardless of his intention, issuing a message like this is a serious crime on its own because it's directly threatening the lives of others. The fact that he phrased it so specifically certainly didn't help him in the idea of this being a sort of edgy online joke. The police even asked the mother if there were guns in the house that he could hypothetically execute this plan with, and she said that, yeah, there's guns in the house.
Do you own a gun?
I have a gun, yes.
Okay, so he has hands and feet. He can grab your gun and go do something.
He would never do anything like that anyway.
We don't know. We don't know if...
No, but I know.
Falcon Warrior was charged with issuing threats of violence, which in the state of Florida is a second-degree felony. He was then detained and taken to a local juvenile detention facility to await court proceedings. Body cam footage of this interaction was uploaded to YouTube on August 19th of 2019, where it has since gone viral, garnering hundreds of thousands of views, and is another addition to the growing collection of people who have been arrested for issuing threats in Minecraft. Due to Falcon Warrior being a minor, information regarding further developments of his case have been sealed. Whatever the case, in the modern era with all of these smootings that have been going on, I really can't blame the police for being extra careful here, especially when you have a guy issuing such direct threats. Yeah, guys, don't issue threats in Minecraft literally or, metaphorically, because it's not going to end well. Wanted man asks police to change his mugshot.
Oh my god, I remember this. Oh, this is good.
Next social media posting self-incriminator had the audacity to private message police after they posted a non-flattering mugshot of himself. In November of 2015, 45-year-old Donald Chip Pugh had been arrested and had received...
That is the most Donald-looking black man I've ever seen. Like, if his name wasn't Donald, that'd be weird. He looks like I don't know how to describe it, but...
received a DUI in the northwestern Ohio city of Lima, but the man didn't appear in court. The man was also allegedly a person of interest in other criminal cases involving vandalism and arson, and had previous run-ins with the Lima police for instances of disorderly conduct, domestic violence, and breaking and entering. We're dealing with a guy that has a pretty lengthy rap sheet and he's well known by authorities in the area. The Lima police had actively been searching for Donald and put his mugshot on their Facebook page in January of 2016. Apparently, though, Donald, who was a very active Facebook user himself, well, this man wasn't a big fan of the photo that the police department used to, put in their little wanted poster, I guess. So Donald had the audacity to send a private message to the police department Facebook account, providing them a new swagged out picture of himself, apparently feeling as if the old mugshot did him dirty. His message read, "Here's a better photo, that one is terrible." Mr. Donnie looking quite dapper in the pic. After receipt of this at-large criminal's photo, the Lima Police Department happily obliged and updated the man's photo in the wanted poster with the more dapper offering. This photo was sent to us by Mr. Pugh himself. We thank him for being helpful, but now we would appreciate it if he would come speak to us at the LPD about his charges. Due to the comical nature of this interaction, the photo would receive over 2,000 likes, 1,500 shares, and close to 400 comments, making Donald rather notorious online and spreading his face everywhere on social media. Which is not the best thing if you're trying to remain in hiding and not arrested. He's just operating on a different wavelength than you and I. In fact, while Donald was on the run from the law, after this photo had gone viral online, the man decided to call into a local radio station that was talking about the story and candidly bantered with the radio host, discussing how awful he thought the photo was.
Awful picture, awful picture. Man, they just did me wrong, man.
That's Donald Chip Pugh, all right, calling the local radio station, whining about his unflattering mugshot.
The radio host did their best to get Donald to spill out further incriminating information, even trying to ask the man for his location. But Donald brushed off any inquiries into his whereabouts with jokes.
Where are you at again, Chip? Right now? Yeah. Actually, I'm sitting in a bunker right next to Chapo Guzman. We're trying to dig a tunnel and get to McDonald's.
And while Donald likely thought he was somewhat of a viral micro-celebrity at this point, his stardom wouldn't last long, because with his face now everywhere, it was only a matter of time before someone figured out where he was and reported him. Turns out this is exactly what would happen, as someone discovered that Donald had moved from Ohio and was currently residing in Florida. An individual that knew of his residence would report him to police, and on January 12th of 2016, Donald Pugh was arrested in the state of Florida. The braggadocious man had finally been arrested, and after being apprehended, it was discovered that he had active warrants in Georgia as well. So before he was extradited to Ohio, they actually sent him up to Georgia to face those charges before bringing him back to Ohio. This guy's rap sheet is just constantly churning out new charges. But yeah, that's the story of Donald the Dapper Mugshot Degenerate. 4chan user arrested for domestic terror plot. 4chan is no stranger to extremists. After all, much of the site's notorious reputation developed over the last decade has come from lone wolf radicals taking to its boards to announce their plans of violence. Though few of these would-be terrorists were as vocal as the Mole Man, an individual that plotted to blow up a fucking power plant. This bizarre 4chan tale begins with 26-year-old Alberta, Canada man Kelvin Gregory Maurer. Not much is known about Kelvin's early life. He's one of 3 sons and was raised in Stony Plain, Alberta. What we do know is that Kelvin dropped out of school in the 9th grade, and around the time of him leaving formal education was when his near-decade-long downward spiral into extremism began. This spiral beginning with an unhealthy addiction to the 4chan message boards. As a teenager and young adult, Kelvin frequented 4chan, acting as an edgy troll of sorts under a self-created pseudonym, calling himself the Mole Man. Mole Man was a firearms enthusiast and regularly showed off his arsenal to other board members. He also had an obsession with off-the-grid living, and very much on brand with his 4chan alias, he had a fascination with subterranean bunkers, even going as far as digging some bug-out bunkers of his own, sharing photos of his work with others on 4chan who were convinced of a near-future doomsday scenario. Kelvin, as Mole Man, made many friends while browsing 4chan and even met some of these individuals IRL, with this motley crew of Anons going out into the wilderness together for camping trips and to shoot guns. Over time, the young 4chaners' activity went from peculiar to possibly even illegal, with Kelvin allegedly acquiring several prohibited weapons, including a fully automatic AK-47 and explosive devices. His posts would grow more radical around this time as well, with the Mole Man sharing radical right-wing and anti-government political views, these posts being somewhat concerning given the context of his firearms obsession. And eventually the Mole Man's 4chan activity would catch the attention of the feds, and let's face it guys, the feds are all over 4chan and they were keeping an eye on old Kelvin. So just keep that in the back of your mind, okay? While under FBI surveillance, Kelvin would make many posts of concern to 4chan. In 2018, Mole Man reportedly claimed that he knew how to manufacture a chemical that was used in explosives known as TATP. Bombs of this sort were used to perpetrate the deadly 2005 London bombings coordinated by jihadi terrorists. And while I'm not exactly sure how he came to this conclusion, in late 2020, the Mole Man began to suspect, rightly so, that he was being surveilled by the federal government, and he stopped making posts to 4chan under this alias and just continued posting there under different anonymous accounts. And needless to say, his bizarre antics and posts would continue. On January 7th of 2021, Kelvin would post to 4chan about wanting to attack a power generating station. This power plant in particular being a TransAlta Keep Hills gas power station. And while Kelvin would go on to do this, even sharing photos of himself performing reconnaissance on the power station while equipped with an AK rifle. The poster alleged to be Kelvin says, quote, "This is too easy. Someone asked me if I work here. I just said yep, and they were like, all right." Kelvin's AK imagery was accompanied by a diagram showcasing where he planned to place timed thermite charges with the goal of bringing down the plant's transmission tower. So you got a guy that's armed, taking photos of himself, allegedly infiltrating power stations, critical parts of, societal infrastructure here. Highly illegal, okay? And Kelvin wasn't just blowing hot air and just posting these photos for clout. The guy actually would attempt to raid a power plant and cause damage. In February of 2021, Kelvin would drive to the Obsidian Energy power plant near Spruce Grove. And while there, he allegedly vandalized a large propane tank and a storage shed on the property, reportedly causing $5,000 in damage. Fortunately, Kelvin caused no serious harm or injury to anyone at the site, but it was clear at this point that Kelvin's radical online dialogue was now manifesting into real-world action, and he needed to be stopped. The feds were moving in. Not long after his alleged power plant invasion, around midnight of February 13th of 2021, Kelvin Mole Man Maurer was arrested at his father's Parkland County residence by a cavalry of heavily armed police, these officers being accompanied by an explosives removal team. As Kelvin the Mole Man was being arrested and cops prepared for a meticulous search of the property, he teased the search crew with the following comment: "What tipped you off? You guys are gonna love this. You'll see." Him sort of teasing them that they were about to find some.
Oh, by the way, I feel like you would like to know this, Nibo. You're sped. But the Burger King hat guy, there's another video out of him now. Like, he's doing the same shit again now.
Crazy shit in his dad's house. The search of Kelvin's residence would take multiple days, and the police would turn up an arsenal of various forms of weapons, including fully automatic AK-47s, tons.
Who's what? Don't act like you don't know about the guy with the Burger King hat in the airplane saying the N-word.
Of magazines, TATP explosive chemicals, as well as a variety of fuses that could be used to make bombs. And they also found a tan-colored shirt with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police patch, which seemed to indicate that Kelvin had been possibly trying to impersonate police in his spare time. Quote,
"Is that you?" There's another video of him out there. Where are you? that you? That is not a black woman. Her chin is crazy. Rest your nuts on it while she's sucking your dick. God damn, that chin. How the hair in my chin ass.
Just because someone looks like a police officer doesn't mean they are one. And it wasn't just weapons that they found on the property, they also found the bug-out bunker. While searching the land, officers discovered a bunker that Kelvin had dug up on his father's property. And they needed to search it, and initially they were all like, nah, fuck no, we're not going down there, it's probably booby-trapped, but thankfully it wasn't, and eventually it was searched, and I don't think anything of real interest was found. So naturally, Kelvin was arrested, and he was facing a litany of charges ranging from illegal firearm possession to vandalism, attacking a fucking power plant. In January of 2023, Kelvin was found guilty to 8 of the 34 charges that had been filed against him. These charges most notably relating to possessing restricted firearms, such as the fully automatic AK-47 and AK-74 assault rifles in his possession. He was ultimately sentenced to serve 6 years in prison and is behind bars currently. As a part of his sentencing, he'll be banned from possessing any sort of weapon or explosives for the rest of his life. A psychology report performed by Kelvin's defense team during his trial revealed that the man was in an insecure position at the time that he adopted the Mole Man persona and was plagued by thoughts of worthlessness, hopelessness, and felt that he was a failure. It seemed like his Mole Man activity was a cry for help or a way to find purpose. An extremely self-destructive way to do so, to say the least. In the time since committing his crime, Kelvin would become a father and has been outspokenly remorseful regarding his actions. Quote, I wish it never came to this for me to change. The hardest thing about all of this is losing my daughter. I'm ready to accept all the consequences of my actions. Hopefully Kelvin can truly reform himself and live a normal life once he finishes his time behind bars. A disgusting YouTuber, Lee Felton.
No, can't. That's why he got arrested for making them.
Many of you may be aware of a sort of long-standing loophole in the YouTube rules that allows nudity to be shown on the site. For example, if the nudity is used in an educational purpose, it's permitted.
Hey guys, so this is what my butthole looks like right now?
Such as like a woman showing other women how to perform a breast exam on themselves. Another example of this could be a video where a woman is showing other women how to breastfeed. But one woman takes this loophole way too far and gets criminal charges from it. This is Lee Felton. She was once a piano teacher based out of Tallahassee, Florida. The woman taught under the business name Miss Lee's Piano Studio, where she would instruct kids and young adults in the area, teaching them how to play. Despite having her own business, Lee was financially struggling. After being left by her 1-year-old child's father, Miss Lee found herself a single mother. This abandonment, compounded with the financial struggles she experienced, caused the woman to sink into a deep depression, her self-esteem essentially hitting rock bottom. So, in a completely unhealthy and disgusting way of addressing both the issues of financial problems and self-esteem, she starts creating breastfeeding videos on YouTube. Initially styled as how-to instructional content, the videos featured Lee breastfeeding her 1-year-old child. But what we find is things quickly get depraved and meander away from instructional to suggestive and sexually charged. Lee quickly recognized that her core audience wasn't actually women trying to learn how to breastfeed, it was perverted men commenting on her appearance, talking about how much they enjoyed the videos. And after seeing this, instead of stop uploading the videos or ban these users from viewing her YouTube channel, what she does is essentially play into these nasty, disgusting perverts. Lee allegedly sold unlisted videos to inquiring viewers and very purposefully dialed up the sexual nature of the breastfeeding content. Lee reportedly made breastfeeding videos where she rubbed herself and her child down in oil and
What the fuck? That bitch can go to hell.
shoved her breasts in the baby's face. Lee would give her videos titles akin to something you might find on an adult website. Titles such as Slip and Slide and Mommy's a Whore. Jesus fucking Christ. This vomit-inducing situation would continue unchecked for some time, but eventually somebody would report Lee. According to reports, a Wisconsin man was apparently busted purchasing Lee's content by his wife. And after discovering the repulsive videos, the wife reported Lee Felton to authorities. In October of 2016, Lee Felton would be arrested and charged with promoting sexual performance by a child, lewd and lascivious behavior, cruelty towards a child, and molestation. During her trial, she would describe her videos as a, quote, silly little playful thing, and that she doesn't believe it's criminal. She explained that the motivation behind making the videos was mental health struggles. Quote, finally, I was getting attention and felt like I had some worth.
I'm so mentally drained. Guess I gotta fucking sexually exploit my child.
Adding, I'm not a monster. Lee Felton's defense attempted to argue that her breastfeeding videos fell under free speech protection, but nobody was buying this defense. A Tallahassee sheriff's lieutenant puts it best. Quote, the video was clearly not done for the purpose of education or artistic display. Based on the content and the fact that it's being sold by Felton, it is clear this video is for sexual purposes. Lee would eventually be found guilty on one count of lewd and lascivious exhibition. She was sentenced to serve 10 years in federal prison along with a 5-year probation, and she was added to the sex offender registry. She would later address the judge over the case, claiming that her time in jail was, quote, humbling, and that she had, quote, a moral compass now. Agar Hassan in the Reddit confession. After a young woman is found dead in her apartment, her then ex-boyfriend, Agar Hassan, finds himself on the run from police. While in the process of fleeing the country, a bizarre Reddit post is submitted to the site. The author of said post claiming to be Agar himself, and the poster allegedly confessing to being the killer. This is the bizarre story of Agar Hassan in the Reddit killer confession. On April 28th of 2017, Melinda Vasilier, a 22-year-old woman from Ontario, Canada, was discovered dead by her roommates in her kitchen or apartment. The woman's body was littered with stab wounds and she was covered in blood. The last person believed to be with Melinda was her then ex-boyfriend, Agar Hassan, who, according to reports, had visited Melinda at her apartment hours before the woman's death. Melinda's roommates came home in the early hours of the morning and discovered her body. After reporting what they had seen, police would arrive to the apartment, and after a brief investigation of the crime scene, they would name Agar Hassan as a suspect in the murder of the young woman. Meanwhile, using a black Honda, Agar was in the process of fleeing the country and would actually manage to make it to the United States. This suspect, now considered a wanted man that police were saying was armed and dangerous. The story had become quite the public spectacle, with both the media and true crime enthusiasts on social media trying to dig into the case and find the whereabouts of Hassan. But while everybody's in the process of tracking this alleged killer down, something appears on Reddit that shocks the world. A post is submitted to the Canada News subreddit under the name Red is Blue 101. This post was titled, Wanted for Kitchener Murder, My Side. To the surprise of everyone, the poster claimed to be none other than Agar himself. In this thread, the Red is Blue account would provide a narrative of events, and even provided authentic-looking text message screenshots in which the poster purported were between himself and Melinda. The entire post serving as a confession, allegedly written by Agar himself. It's quite a long write-up, but I'll give you some of the highlights. I understand the early judgments made by society. Distancing myself makes it seem like I'm trying to escape a crime. I'm not. I'm only trying to give myself some space and fully take in what happened before I turn myself in. The fact is, no one is more destroyed than I am. She was more than a girlfriend, a soon-to-be fiancé. She was my everything. What happened that night was nothing but tragic. As I'm getting ready to leave, she asked me if I had done anything with other girls while we were on break, or any time we were on break. I told her we needed to be honest and said yes, and told her about it. She started freaking out, wouldn't say a word, and just kept slapping me with tears in her eyes. Slap turns into hits. I told her I was sorry, but if she didn't stop, I would do something back. She didn't stop. I then stupidly pushed her, harder than I expected. She fell against the sink. This was the first time I ever did something physically violent towards her. I told her I was sorry. She said, leave now. I began saying sorry even more and asked if I could get a hug. She was still crying. I go up to try and give her a hug. Almost out of nowhere, she grabs a knife by the sink. Initially, I thought she was just going to hold it to try to get me to leave. She doesn't. She comes at me in full force, aiming towards my face. I tell her to stop. She doesn't. I tried grabbing the knife but ended up cutting my hands. After a few cuts, I lost it. I freaked out. I was scared and in a state of shock. Never in 100 years did I think she would use a knife against me. Out of shock and fear, I grabbed one and hit her with it, almost blindly, a few times. I didn't know what happened. I was confused, shocked, and scared. I had no intentions of that happening. When I left, I honestly thought she just passed out. Then I looked at the blood and started freaking out and just ran. I didn't for sure know that she had died until the next day. I honestly had no intentions of ever doing that to her. I was protecting myself. She was with me the most. We were each other's best friends. She would tell me everything, her deepest secrets that not even her friends or family knows. The amount of regret and sadness is beyond words. Everyone else is just reading or talking about it. I lived it. I was there. I did it. Every waking second I relive that moment. At this stage, life is really not worth it for me. Although it was out of shock and protection, I should just accept getting hit. Maybe I would have lived, maybe not. Anything is better than living with this. I always have a passport in the car and decided to just get away for a few days before turning myself in or killing myself. If any of it was planned, I would have taken my stuff. I would have took cash. I'm in the United States with $200, no clean clothes, nothing. I didn't intend on any of it. It was out of fear and protecting myself alongside shock. I'm sorry to everyone, especially Melinda's family. I know it will not be accepted, but I know I didn't mean anything bad to happen that night. Rest in peace, my beautiful. I hope you forgive me in the afterlife. Pictures of our last text convo, pictures of us as a couple. Some people think I was a complete stranger and just killed her. So yeah, the poster is essentially saying that this was some sort of self-defense situation, and that they were on the run in the United States. It was a complete accident, and they can't live with the pressure of what they had done, and they were basically like on the verge of killing themselves or something, right? I have to state outright that it's totally unconfirmed if this post was actually authored by Agar Hassan. That being said though, certain details purported in this post and the alleged text conversations attached to it certainly make for a compelling case of it actually being authored by Agar. But again, it is not confirmed that Agar posted this. There is a chance that it could literally just be a troll. Whatever the case, in July of 2017, after spending months on the run in the United States, Agar Hassan was arrested in the state of Texas. Interestingly, the police stop that nailed Hassan was actually linked to a Secret Service agent who is a part of a counterfeit currency investigation. On November 8th, Agar Hassan was ordered to be extradited back to Canada. As of the date of me recording this video, Agar Hassan has yet to face trial for the alleged killing of Melinda, the trial being postponed on numerous occasions. However, according to reports, the trial is scheduled to begin officially in January of 2023.
Hassan's trial was first scheduled for late 2019. It was adjourned to May last year. It's been further delayed due to the pandemic.
When the trial begins, not only will we have more insight as to what actually happened on that day, we may very well learn if this Reddit post was actually authored by Agar himself, as something like that will definitely be investigated throughout the trial. But that, my friends, is the story of the Reddit alleged murder confession. The MMORPG murderer. Our next story involves two Chinese gamers getting into a dispute over a rare in-game item. When one player betrays the trust of another, things quickly get criminal. This story begins with an old online game, Legend of Mir 3. Legend of Mir was a top-down isometric MMORPG released in 2004. Developed by South Korean studio We Made Games, the title was immensely popular in Asia and once maintained an active player base of over 750,000 users. While the game itself is now defunct and serves as a forgotten relic of the MMO era, a criminal case stemming from the game is still talked about today. This infamous tale begins all the way back in 2004 with two Legend of Mir players, 41-year-old Chu Chongwei and 26-year-old Zhu Taoyuan. Chu and Zhu both lived in the Chinese city of Shanghai, and while they knew where each other lived, they didn't really hang out in person. Most of their friendship existed on the internet. through The Legend of Mir. The two would occasionally team up in the game to clear dungeons and hunt for loot in the Legend of Mir world. And speaking of loot, any of you watching that are familiar with MMORPGs know just how much drama rare loot drops can cause.
Yeah, I want that ring. I do.
Alright. Who else wants it other than rogues? Because all the rogues can't roll on it. Kron, what are you doing?
What the fuck? Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I mean, a dispute over a rare item can cause year-long friendships to disintegrate and even the tightest of guilds to implode from within. Which of course brings us to the topic of the Dragon Saber. A sought-after, high-leveled, and graphically impressive melee weapon, the Red Dragon Saber was one of the rarest drops in the Legend of Mir. An item coveted by all and wielded only by the luckiest and wealthiest of in-game players. And that being said, one day, Chu was playing with another in-game friend named Lee, and they just so happened to get the item as a drop. Upon the discovery of the drop, the two would make a pact, agreeing to basically share the Dragon Saber and lend it amongst themselves when a person needed it. Now this is where Zhu comes back into the equation. Eventually he would learn of Chu's Dragon Saber drop, and he also learned that Chu was cool with lending it out to people. So one day he asked Chu if it would be okay for him to borrow the item as well. Chu, feeling as if he could trust Zhu, at some point lends out the blade to the 26-year-old. And for a short time things go well with Zhu hanging onto the blade, not doing anything shady with it. But like many other legendary blades in fiction, sometime after wielding it, he starts getting devious thoughts flood his mind. The man gets greedy. While in possession of the sword, Zhu finds himself browsing eBay and notes that people were selling Legend of Mir items on the site. And to be specific, he noted that some Legend of Mir Dragon Sabers had been selling on eBay for close to 8,000 yuan, an amount that comes close to $1,000 adjusted for today's inflation. For a virtual sword, that's a pretty hefty price tag. After learning of the sword's real-world value, that's when Zhu makes the decision to betray the trust of his online associate and sell the blade. The Dragon Saber would eventually sell to an anonymous individual for the price of 7,200 yuan, which comes out to approximately $900 adjusted for inflation. Naturally, time would come for Chu to ask for the blade back from Zhu. And whenever Zhu informed him about the sale, that's when Chu became enraged. Chu would ask for some sort of monetary split from the blade thief regarding the sale. The idea was entertained by Zhu for some time, but no money was ever doled out and the guy ghosted him. Furious, Chu would go to the police over the matter, explaining that someone had stolen his online item. But to his surprise, police informed him that there was nothing they could do about it because digital property wasn't considered real property under the law. So technically, no crime actually occurred.
What? Wait. Dog, they said they just fixed this. Why is it fucked up? They did not fix this. What the fuck?
Seeing that no justice would be served, that's when Chu takes matters into his own hands and hatches a sinister plot. In October of 2004, reports say that Chu would travel to Zhu's apartment complex on Kipu Road in the city of Shanghai. And in the early hours of the morning, the incensed man would break into Zhu's residence. Zhu is awoken by the intruder, but before he has time to process what's happening, he's attacked by a knife-wielding Chu Chongwei. Chu would go into a blind rage, brutally stabbing Zhu in the chest. The man would pass away sometime later. Likely feeling that he got revenge from the situation, Chu would then turn himself into police. Chu would eventually be convicted of murder and was initially sentenced to death.
So it's still not working. That's awesome. Oh, that's cool. Fuck it, man. I didn't want to combine shit anyway. That would be stupid. Stupid of me to want to do that, honestly.
Death for his disproportionate response to having his item stolen in a game. However, the sentence would be reduced to life in prison. The family of the murdered young Zhu is quoted as saying this: "We want Chu to die, and immediately." While no such capital punishment was ever executed, Chu will have to live the remainder of his days knowing that he threw his life away over an item in a game that doesn't even exist anymore. Was it worth it? The 4chan bomb threat. Our next story is a case when 4chan shitposting goes too far and someone gets arrested over it. In the early days of the internet, the web was the wild, wild west, and 4chan was the saloon of degeneracy. One way that people fucked with each other in the early days of 4chan was through copypastas. I'm sure most of you watching know what a copypasta is, but if you don't know, it's essentially a fake made-up story intended to outrage people who stumble across it. They often appear as large walls of text that purport some ridiculous circumstance or serve to describe some disturbed individual in an effort to rile people up. That being said, one 4chan user would eventually make a copypasta that was so potent that it would lead to police showing up at his door. This is at the time 20-year-old grocery store employee Jake Brom. And on September 18th of 2006, Jake would create an alarming thread on 4chan claiming that several dirty bombs would explode around the United States and the resulting chaos would lead to the death of over 100,000 people. On Sunday, October 22nd, 2006, there will be 7 dirty explosive devices detonated in 7 different U.S. cities. The death toll will approach 100,000 from the initial blast, and countless other fatalities will later occur as a result of the radioactive fallout. The bombs themselves will be delivered via trucks. These trucks will pull up to stadiums hosting NFL games in each respective city. All stadiums to be targeted are open-air arenas, excluding Atlanta's Georgia Dome. Due to the open air, the radiological fallout will destroy those not killed in the initial explosion. The explosions will be near simultaneous, with the cities specifically chosen in different time zones to allow for multiple attacks at the same time. The 22nd of October will mark the final day of Ramadan, as it would fall in Mecca.
Hold on.
Al-Qaeda will automatically be blamed for the attacks. Later, through Al Jazeera, Osama bin Laden will issue a video message claiming responsibility for what he dubs as, quote, America's Hiroshima. In the aftermath, civil wars will erupt around the world, both in the Middle East and within the United States. Global economies will screech to a halt. General chaos will rule. Now, if you have any sort of familiarity with internet culture, it's pretty clear that this is like just a fucked up hoax post, right? It was a blatant effort to capitalize on people's fear in the years following 9/11. In order to get the most out of his magnum opus, Jake, the individual that posted this thread, continued to copy and paste the message over 40 times throughout the following days, much to the annoyance of fellow 4chan users. But unfortunately for Jake, the post proved to be more successful than he ever had planned for. Screenshots of the post began to reach spaces outside of 4chan, and general internet users who were unfamiliar with 4chan's edgy style of shock humor took it completely at face value, becoming concerned that an actual terrorist threat was on the horizon. The viral nature of this post resulted in the FBI getting involved. Eventually, Jake Brom would be identified as the poster, and he turned himself in to authorities in October of 2006. When questioned by the FBI, Brom would admit to being the one who crafted the copypasta, stating that he had been in competition with another forum poster to see who could create the most incendiary message. Needless to say, the FBI wasn't entertained by his excuse. Jake Brom would eventually be sentenced to serve 6 months in federal prison for the hoax, followed by 6 more months of house arrest. In addition to his conviction, Jake was also ordered to pay $18,000 in restitution to the Cleveland Browns football team and $8,750 to the New Jersey Sports and Exposition Authority. This was due to the costs that stadium owners incurred while preparing for a legitimate bomb threat, including sniffer dogs that had to be deployed and beefier security detail. The incident made Jake Brom a sort of cautionary tale of 4chan, and he was memed on by the community members for what happened to him. Needless to say, a post as short-sighted as this qualifies you for a 4chan's Dumbest Criminal Award. The 4chan Bank Robber. There are few crimes out there more romanticized in media than bank robberies. From TV shows to movies to books, the crime has been featured as the main source of conflict in many a fictional work. This of course leads to morons thinking that the real world works like a movie and, they get ballsy enough to feel like they can pull off a bank robbery themselves without facing any consequence. And some are even dumb enough to live blog their robbery attempt on 4chan. On August 20th of 2015, an anonymous 4chan user creates a thread where they claim they would be giving updates about a bank robbery that they were about to commit. The thread begins with the individual describing what they would be wearing while the robbery occurred. a hat, sunglasses, and a sweater. To further back up his robbery claims, he stated that he'd be using a realistic-looking BB gun to pull off the heist, and that he would make his grand escape on a bicycle that he had purchased for the sole reason of robbing the bank. Okay, today is the day. I'm going to walk into the bank at 3 p.m. with sunglasses, a hat, a sweater, a BB gun, and this note. I'll get out, dump the sweater and BB gun, and ride out on my bike back to the hotel. The robber then adds that he's getting a bit of a buzz on before his robbery attempt. I'm drinking a little bit of liquid courage before the heist. Fuck me, I'll probably be a nervous wreck when I get there. It's bad enough I have anxiety. Now, of course, the man
And why
was
the fuck would you
initially
do
mocked
this?
by his peers, thinking him to be nothing more than an attention-seeking shit poster. Board members were able to discover that this individual was a resident of Jacksonville, Florida, due to him announcing his plan in a previous post days earlier. But not much else was known about this individual at the time. This individual's thread announcing his bank robbery plans would fall silent and the OP stopped responding, and most people sort of assumed that it indeed was a shitpost and this guy had pussied out. But sure enough, later in the day, the poster begins updating the thread, further fleshing out his robbery plans. In this post, he would reveal that the bicycle that he had planned to use as his getaway had been stolen. So apparently he was either about to go rob the bank and the bike was gone, or he had just finished robbing the bank and the bike was gone. I'm not exactly sure here, but one thing is for certain, that being that he actually successfully pulled off the robbery. Because check out this next post. The anonymous poster says, "Easy as fuck," and attached were dozens of $100 bills. He adds, "Here's another picture in a neat little pile for you." He says, "Dude, I walked up to the teller with my sunglasses and hat, I gave her the note, she said no problem. Typed some shit on the computer, gave me the money, and I walked out the door. Then the exit wouldn't open, so I slammed it, then it opened, I got rid of my sweater, and walked to the hotel." Aside from his bicycle getting stolen, the bank robbery was a complete success and the man had profited presumably thousands of dollars off of this. But this man wouldn't be on a dumbest criminals of 4chan list if he didn't get caught, because law enforcement was hot on his heels. And a main reason they were able to track him down was simply due to the incriminating evidence that he was posting to 4chan on his own accord. Our perpetrator would start feeling the heat when he noticed that CCTV footage of himself robbing the bank was being discussed on local news. This would prompt the individual to freak out and make an additional post in the 4chan thread, trying to come up with potential solutions as to not get caught. One of these solutions included buying a motorcycle off of Craigslist using his stolen money and making a quick escape out of town. He would also go on to add that he had completely lost the bag that had his cell phone inside, meaning that he was without any form of mobile device. But his plans of escape wouldn't come to fruition, as eventually this bank robber would be tracked down in a neighboring county. It turns out that this dim-witted degenerate was a 26-year-old man named Pedro Francisco Smith. After being identified, Smith was subsequently arrested for the crime and was jailed for armed robbery charges, according to Florida state records. The crime carries a minimum sentence requirement of 10 years in the state. You gotta ask yourself, is being the cool guy on 4chan for a day worth potentially 10 years in prison? I don't think so, dude. Pedro Smith was a real dumbass through and through. Hell, it's a miracle he was able to pull off the heist considering his incompetence with getting his bike stolen and just like the fact that he's live posting this to 4chan. Really not a bright guy here. But regardless, easily one of the most mind-bogglingly stupid perps on the list, that was the 4chan bank robbery. The Dota police killing. Our next story involves a group of Filipino Dota players who traveled to a Dota tournament, with some of them not returning alive. The story begins with three young men, 17-year-old Joshua Laksamana, 15-year-old Julius Sebastian, and a third unnamed friend who isn't identified in reports regarding this story. All three of these young men were competitive Dota players, and on August 14th of 2018, they would make it their mission to attend a Dota 2 tournament that was taking place in Baguio City. These three individuals were from Tarlac City. As you can see on this map, it's not the most walkable distance. With none of these boys being in possession of a vehicle, what they decide to do is essentially hitchhike to the tournament. And according to a report from one of the boys, they made it to the tournament safely. Participate, don't win, but enjoyed their time nonetheless. After the tournament had concluded, the three friends reconvene and start hitchhiking back to their home city. On the way back home, the unnamed friend mentioned earlier in the story separates from Joshua and Sebastian after deciding to rest. And for whatever reason, Joshua and Sebastian would decide to separate and go forward without their unnamed friend. And little did any of these young men know, this would be the last time any of them would see each other alive. Curiously, the third unnamed friend who had waited back behind Sebastian and Joshua, he had arrived back to Tarlac City before Joshua and Julius Sebastian, despite taking a long break and obviously would be trailing behind. Naturally, this friend started to get concerned that something had happened to Sebastian and Joshua after they had separated. Joshua's mother, Christine Pascal, wasn't initially concerned, as she noted that sometimes her son would leave home for multiple days at a time when attending these tournaments. But 5 days would pass, and Joshua nor Sebastian had returned home, and it's at this point where she really starts to get concerned. It's at this point she alerted authorities that her son Joshua was missing. And well, to the mother's surprise, not only did authorities already know what happened to Joshua, they had a full story alleging her son of being a criminal. Police would detail a narrative of events, proclaiming that on August 17th of 2018, her son stole a motorcycle only to be caught in a police checkpoint. They claimed that at this checkpoint, Joshua pulled out a pistol and shot at officers, resulting in policemen shooting back at him, killing him in the process. Filipino police also claimed that they found a satchel filled with illegal drugs on the young man's body. In addition to this almost Hollywood action movie style story described by police, they claimed that Joshua wasn't an innocuous Dota gamer, but instead was a notorious wanted burglar. They even claimed that they identified him as this wanted burglar by a tattoo that was on his hand. That tattoo in question being the Queen of Pain from Dota 2, the game that Joshua played professionally. Not the kind of ink you would expect from a career criminal. And as far as Joshua's friend Julius Sebastian, he never returned home either and is still missing to this very day. Joshua's mother was then given funeral instructions and was allowed to see the body of her deceased son. Her son's body was riddled with bullets. Needless to say, the mother had a lot of questions and felt the story described by police to simply be impossible. The mother claimed that Joshua didn't know how to drive or operate a motorcycle, and stating that her son would never steal or deal with drugs. She became suspicious and believed that perhaps police malpractice may have been the cause of her son's death, thinking that police had misidentified him for an actual wanted criminal and killed him by mistake, then planting drugs on his body to sort of corroborate some bogus story. It's important to note that the authorities in the Philippines are allegedly some of the most corrupt institutions in the world. There are many reports of national police officers engaging in criminal activities such as extortion, corruption, and involvement in local rackets. Policing in the Philippines has become so poor that many businesses can't even rely on them for protection and have to hire private security. Another contentious issue surrounding Filipino policing is their war against drugs. Human rights groups have found that police officers routinely plant evidence on the bodies of gunned-down alleged drug users and dealers to help justify their use of deadly force. It's been suspected that perhaps Josh was mistaken for a wanted criminal and was killed due to police negligence, and in a wrong place at the wrong time situation got gunned down by police. Knowing the history of corruption coming from these authorities, Joshua's mother wouldn't give up in the quest to prove her son's innocence and taking on the police force that allegedly murdered her son. Thanks to rigorous scrutiny from Joshua's mother and several legal advocates, in February of 2019, 6 police officers allegedly involved in the shooting of Joshua Laksamana were hit with murder charges. This investigation also targeted a police supervisor for allegedly obstructing justice. This case had legs and apparently went from a local task force responsible for police corruption and traveled all the way up to the Supreme Court. But unfortunately for Joshua's mother and the advocates of this case, the charges were dismissed with no room for appeal. Naturally, Josh's mother was devastated and felt that police had murdered her son and gotten away with it. The woman's only remaining hope in seeking justice in regards to this matter lies with the International Criminal Court. There's an ongoing probe into the Filipino police's conduct that involves Joshua's case. She hopes that the ICC will prevail. And to this day, the truth of what really happened to Joshua Laksamana and Julius Sebastian remains a mystery, with police sticking to their original story and international investigations attempting to debunk it. The Happy Scientist, a YouTube monster. YouTube is home to many channels who create content dedicated to the education of children. Our next story involves one of YouTube's earliest creators, who unfortunately was outed as a predator of those in the very age group that he targeted with his content. This is the story of Robert Krampf, the Happy Scientist. Born in 1956, John Robert Krampf developed a fascination with science at a young age. Like many children, Robert was first enthralled with dinosaurs and paleontology, his interest in the extinct creatures being piqued after his parents took him to see the 1960s cult classic, Dinosaurs. Robert's love for science blossomed as he grew, involving the young man becoming knowledgeable about chemistry, biology, and meteorology early in his life. Supported by his family in his pursuit of scientific ventures, Robert was eventually enrolled in college and studied at the University of Tennessee, where he would pursue a degree in geology. After graduating, Robert hit the road and became a sort of traveling educator. During this time, the man developed showmanship skills and an act that became popular. The act essentially involving him showcasing various scientific theories and phenomena in a spectacular and performative way not all too different from that of a magician. The only difference being that Robert didn't deal in the arcane, he was actually performing interesting scientific phenomena and showing theories in action to people. He was a master of edutainment, if you will.
But for an experiment, I become involved in the process. I control things. In this case, I can control the time span. So I can give that rock a little nudge. And wait at the bottom to see all the chips and scratches to learn how its fall down that slope had changed the rock.
Robert's performances proved successful with crowds and eventually resulted in him getting a tour, with the man becoming a pop science icon in the process. Robert would appear frequently on television throughout the 1990s and was considered a star amongst science educators. Robert would tour the country with his whimsical science act for close to 7 years, eventually stopping in 1994 with the man getting a job at the Museum of Science and History in Jacksonville, Florida. In 1997, Robert switched to a more hands-on teaching job and went back to work as an educator, visiting around 180 schools a year performing for children and other teachers. With the turn of the century and the rise of online video, Robert Krampf saw an opportunity to get his lectures out to an even more vast audience. In 2006, Robert would begin making and uploading science-related videos to a YouTube channel under the name The Happy Scientist.
I'm Robert Krampf. Welcome to the Experiment of the Week. This time we're going to talk about the science of remote controls. You probably have a remote control for your television or other things around the house. How does this thing work? How does it communicate with that electronic device? You might think that it uses radio waves or something like that, but actually it uses light. Put it nice and tight, because now we're going to shake this jar. No, we're not going to shake it all over the place. What we want is nice, slow. Two things that have opposite charges will attract. They stick together.
Through these videos, Robert garnered close to 8,000 subscribers in the early days of YouTube, and boasted an even more impressive video view count, with one of his lectures garnering close to 1 million views. The man also developed a website that helped catalog his videos, and he posted these YouTube clips across various sites to expand his brand. The Happy Scientist brand would become well known in the online community. When a school or parent needed a fun science video to show to children, his channel was often one of the first places they would go. It really seemed like Robert, the Happy Scientist, could do no wrong. He was like the cheerful, jovial Bob Ross of science content. He had a decades-long legacy of educating others and helping the youth develop a passion for science. However, what we'll find is that Robert wasn't a man free of sin, he was simply really good at hiding it. Now let's fast forward about 15 years into the future. As the COVID-19 pandemic began to hit its peak in the summer of 2020, Robert's world as a science educator would begin to unravel as dark secrets kept hidden by the man would be brought to the surface for all of his scientific peers and the rest of the world to see. According to authorities, in September of 2020, Robert shared digital files containing explicit images of prepubescent children with an IP address that was part of an undercover investigation helmed by the FBI. As a result of this, authorities obtained a warrant and searched Robert's home in Utah. In their investigation, authorities found thousands of images and lewd videos of children in more than 20 hard drives, including a 4-terabyte hard drive, while searching Cramp's home in Kane County. According to reports, some of these images featured children as young as 4 years old. Quote, "We opened 2 or 3 of the folders out of thousands and were quickly overwhelmed. It was so egregious. Immediately, you know it needs to be analyzed by the FBI Computer Forensic Lab, so we packaged all the evidence to send to Salt Lake City," one detective said. It was also found that Robert had been engaging in this disgusting CP content for years, with none being the wiser that the happy scientist child educator was actually a depraved child predator. This sting operation led to Robert, who was 64 at the time, being arrested and charged with knowing and receiving and possessing pornographic images of a minor who had not attained 12 years of age. Shortly after his arrest, Robert's YouTube channel was permanently suspended. In March of 2021, Robert pled guilty to 1 count of receipt of CP. After striking a plea agreement, prosecutors agreed to dismiss 1 count of possession of CP in exchange for this guilty plea. In the end, Robert Cramp was sentenced to serve 4 years in prison. His story is yet another disturbing example of a YouTube content creator who appears wholesome on a surface level, only to later be revealed as a disgusting predator. That was the story of the happy scientist. The botched PS4 robbery. Daniel Zietz, also known by his gamer tag Phobos, had been playing Gears of War competitively since 2006, well before the explosion of esports into the mainstream. Daniel was one of the first professional Gears of War players, and was a member of a gaming team known as the Amazing Squad. He would often attend MLG competition and had been described by his friends and competitors as one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet. Aside from his Phobos gamertag, Daniel was often called Mr. Buddy Buddy, which was a nickname that his friends and competitors gave him simply because he was such a kind person. In addition to frequenting tournaments, Daniel also streamed live on Twitch, playing games like Destiny and Titanfall. And unfortunately for Daniel, it would be a gaming-related interaction that would ultimately put him in the situation that leads to his death. In Atlanta, Georgia, on the night of September 12th of 2014, Daniel was playing games with some of his friends when he told them that he'd be right back. He then steps outside to meet a couple that he had gotten in contact with over Craigslist. Apparently, Daniel had made plans to meet with this couple and sell them his PlayStation 4. The console was relatively new on the market and was difficult to find. Daniel would meet up with this couple in the parking lot of his Sandy Springs apartment at approximately 9:30 p.m. At this rendezvous point, he would meet the individuals he had been communicating with on Craigslist. Those individuals being 20-year-old Nathaniel Vivian and 16-year-old Kayla Dixon. The girl's 16-month-old baby was brought along as well. However, what you might have put together by this point is that the couple that wanted to do this PlayStation transaction at 9:30 at night, they didn't have the best intentions. As a matter of fact, Nathaniel had been meticulously planning a robbery with Kayla for over a week by this point. Apparently, Nathaniel, low on money, had actually recently sold his own PlayStation 4 to pay rent and wanted to get another console to replace it. He thought the best way to do so was to sucker somebody in on Craigslist and steal it from them. In the planning of the robbery, Nathaniel even searched up terms like how to rob someone on YouTube. His intention for organizing this Craigslist meet was very clear. After the group meets up and exchanges pleasantries, the conversation then switches to the PlayStation in Daniel's hands. And it's at this point where Nathaniel lunges towards Daniel and grabs it, trying to pull it out of his hand. So Nathaniel quickly grabs the console and tries to rip it away, but Daniel resists and actually puts up a fight, not having any of this robbery. And seeing that Nathaniel was getting overpowered by Daniel, that's when Kayla comes into play. Seeing the ongoing struggle, it's at this point where Kayla reaches into Nathaniel's glove box and pulls out a .25 caliber pistol. She aims the firearm at Daniel and pulls the trigger. The bullet pierces Nathaniel's hand and then hits Daniel in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground breathless. Nathaniel quickly scoops up the PlayStation, hops into the vehicle, and this would-be Bonnie and Clyde flee the scene, leaving Daniel for dead. Nearby residents heard the gunshot and notified police. Officers would arrive to find Daniel's dead body. Meanwhile, Nathaniel and Kayla were on the way to the hospital themselves to get Nathaniel's shot hand looked at. After arriving and showing doctors the injury, they made up a fake story explaining what had happened, stating that they were in fact victims of a robbery and that Nathaniel had been shot in the process. Since Daniel told medical staff that he had been shot as a result of a crime, police were notified in this matter, and they were able to put two and two together here and realize that the guy was full of shit and he actually got the injury from, Kayla shooting at Daniel, the guy that they just actually robbed. This resulted in Nathaniel and Kayla confessing and admitting that they were responsible for the death of Daniel. Both were arrested at Northside Hospital and were booked in Fulton County Jail. The district attorney's office would later announce that despite Kayla being a teenager, she would be tried as an adult. And before you knew it, these botched robbers were facing murder charges. With Daniel being somewhat of a popular figure in the esports community, news of his death spread quickly. KL Arctic Smith, Daniel's friend, teammate, and the last man to ever speak with him, set up a GoFundMe account to help with funeral costs. This GoFundMe eventually raised close to $23,684. KL Smith also made a tribute video expressing his sorrow for losing his friend as well.
One of our teammates was basically robbed, and he resisted the robbery and was shot and killed. And that teammate is Phobos, or Danny. He was so friendly to everyone that we had ever met. And, when any of us were having a rough day, you talk to Danny, he'd cheer you up. It's a tragic loss. I feel really bad for his families. My condolences go out to them. And I can only hope that you guys, if you were touched by him at all, either through Gears of War or just one of his videos, you happen to run into him, play a game with him, please try to help. That's all I can ask. I don't ask a whole lot from any of you guys. It's so tragic. I don't really have too many words for what has happened, but it really sucks.
In June of 2016, during what was supposed to be Kayla's first day of trial, she announced that she had taken a plea deal and would serve 40 years in prison. While addressing the court, she apologized in tears. Quote, "I would trade anything, almost anything, to bring Daniel back, but I know I can't. I want Daniel's family to know that I regret that day. I'm so sorry. I ask that God heals the hearts of Daniel's loved ones. I know I'm facing a long time away, and I hope one day my apology will matter." In August of 2016, during Nathaniel Vivian's trial, his defense attorney placed the blame on Kayla. Quote, "Everyone's testimony today never had Nate touching the gun, only that Kayla had the gun, took it out of the glove compartment, and shot. However, the prosecutors argued that Nathaniel held responsibility as he was the one that planned the robbery and was the one that first attempted to take the game console from Daniel. Quote, "They methodically planned to steal a $280 PlayStation, and that's what they did. And the death of Daniel Zietz was a direct result of that."
Yay.
On August 17th of 2016, Nathaniel Vivian was found not guilty of malice murder, but was found guilty of felony murder, armed robbery, and several other charges. He was sentenced to serve life in prison. Daniel's parents spoke out to say that they were relieved to find out both culprits were being held accountable for the murder. "It came out the way I think was fair. It was a real tragedy 2 years ago. It's a tragedy today. Forgiveness would be a long, long time away, a long road away, because we've lost our son and he's lost his entire future. Nathan Larson, Discord's worst predator. When you think of a Discord criminal, the first thing that comes to mind for most people is a guy grooming minors on the app. Well, this next story involves that, but the perpetrator is a guy that was running for political office. This is the bizarre story of Nathan Larson. Nathan Larson is a man who had become infamous in 2020 after it was being reported that he had groomed and kidnapped a 12-year-old girl that he met on Discord. But this headline really only scratches the surface regarding the depraved insanity of this would-be politician. Before making headlines for grooming a minor, Nathan Larson was a somewhat well-known fringe political figure, running for office on numerous occasions in the state of Virginia. Nathan first ran for office in 2008 and almost immediately became infamous thanks to his radical beliefs and plans that he would enact if elected. Mr. Larson said that if he was elected, his intention was to dissolve the government as a whole, believing that the private sector would perform every role that the government did more efficiently. His plans included auctioning off infrastructure such as roads and bridges to private companies. He wanted to get rid of the military entirely in favor of private defense agencies, and of course he wanted to eliminate all taxes. Nathan Larson considered himself a libertarian, but he was mocked and ridiculed by people in his own party, them feeling like he was just a complete schizo nutjob. Larson's bizarre political stances were also accompanied with rash and psychotic behavior. Shortly before President Barack Obama was sworn into office, Nathan Larson sent an email to the Secret Service threatening to kill the president. This threat would earn Nathan Larson a felony charge and 16 months in prison. And this was pretty devastating for Nathan Larson because felons can't run for governmental office. However, this wasn't the end of the road for the man, because 7 years after getting this felony, the laws surrounding the rights of felons were amended in the state of Virginia, which restored his ability to run for office. After the law was amended, he would re-enter the political sphere and prove to be even more radical than he was before. Nathan Larson was now advocating for the legalization of child pornography, and he wanted to remove the 19th Amendment, which allowed women to vote. The man also openly identified as a white supremacist. He's really just checking off all the boxes here. Eventually, Larson would prove to be so crazy that he was formally kicked out of the Libertarian Party, which admittedly is like kind of difficult to do. They seem to be more of the chill, anything goes type of folks, you know what I'm saying? And after being banned from the party, this is where he starts taking his beliefs online and things start to get really nasty. In the mid to late 2010s, Larson would begin hosting a multitude of chat room websites such as soupy.org and incelapocalypse.today. These chat rooms served as a popular hub for radical right-wing individuals and self-described incels, which Nathan himself apparently identified as. Online, Nathan often referred to himself as a quote, hemophiliac rapist, and spoke of his sexual attraction to children. At some point, he even bragged about allegedly raping his ex-wife. Due to the man's history as a political candidate, some of his postings were spotlighted by mainstream media. The Huffington Post would discover his bizarre online activity and actually conducted an interview with the man, in which he directly admits that he was attracted to children. And when asked about a previous comment where he said that he wanted to sexually abuse his wife and daughter, he responds that these statements, quote, had a grain of truth to them. And this guy isn't all talk either. What you're about to find is that the words that he's saying, he's willing to back it up with actions. In mid-November of 2020, at the age of 40, Nathan Larson would begin speaking to a 12-year-old girl on Discord. The two chatted on this platform as well as Kick for a period of several weeks. During these exchanges, Larson claimed to be 25 years old. While grooming the child, he would pressure her to send sexually charged images to him. This was said to have occurred on several occasions. This horrifying situation would culminate in Nathan Larson convincing the girl to come with him to Virginia. On the night of December 13th, Nathan would travel to the girl's house and picked her up at about 2:30 in the morning. The following morning, the girl's parents discovered that their daughter was missing. Her laptop and bag were gone as well. The panicked family called police and reported their child missing. They also checked their Ring camera devices and noticed that a red pickup truck had stopped by the house at night. They would report the presence of the truck to police. This tip would eventually lead police to tracking Nathan and the girl down at an airport near Washington, D.C. And it was here that the man was arrested and the girl returned to her family. While she was returned physically unharmed, sadly, some damage may have been done, as investigators found signs that the girl was inappropriately touched at the airport. Upon being arrested, Nathan Larson's electronic devices were confiscated, and it was discovered that he possessed a vast amount of CP as well as photos of the victim. Some of them were even shared on his websites. Larson was indicted on 5 federal charges, which included kidnapping, child abduction, soliciting CP from a minor, and meeting a child with the intention of having sex. Nathan would plead not guilty and actually planned on representing himself in court. However, on September 18th of 2022, while still in jail awaiting trial, Nathan Larson died unexpectedly. The cause of death was eventually deemed to be suicide by self-starvation. Yes, unfortunately, this monster was never made to face trial. And I gotta be honest with you guys, if there's ever a person that needed life in prison, this guy needed life in prison. It goes without saying, it's extremely disturbing, sad, heart-wrenching, and devastating to know that people will abuse minors in this way. I can only hope that this 12-year-old victim receives the help that they need to process what was done to them, and that they can live as normal as a life as possible moving forward. You've now made it to the end of the internet.
Hey, time for another one. Woo! Yeah, it's the chicken. New prison, Titanic, and Pet Sim? 99? Let's find out.
The first post for this entry was made about 8 months ago in r/legal advice. It's titled, "My husband is missing. I think his parents are involved." My husband was away for work last week and was supposed to come home Saturday. He was not responsive until I texted his mother to ask if she'd heard from him. He then answered his phone immediately after 3 p.m. to tell me, "I love you, I'm not coming back. I need to do some soul searching. I'll talk to you later this week." He was on the speakerphone and sounded very strange, like I imagine a hostage would sound. We have no problems in our marriage. I was completely blindsided. My husband has depression, paranoia, and undiagnosed autism. His father is a silver-tongued narcissist who has always manipulated and abused him. His parents have always hated me and tried to get rid of me, going so far as bribe a therapist to tell him to leave me. They tried to verbally force him to leave me and even went so far as to convince my husband that the police were going to kill him if he stayed in our state. His father is a powerful figure in their home state, let's say state B, while we live in state A. I went to my husband's work Monday after a coworker told me he was there, but then I received cryptic text messages from his phone telling me to leave and he'll contact me later. I am beginning to suspect he is not in possession of his cell phone at all and am terrified his parents had him committed without his consent, or pressed a false legal charge against him. I haven't heard anything since. I'm filing a missing persons report here in state A today. I've called both his phone and his mother's, who has been refusing all contact with me, that I will be doing so, but aside from that, I have no idea what to do. OP would go ahead and update their post 3 times. Edit number 1 said, "Went to the police. They called his parents who were evasive and said he's fine and they're in contact with him but were behaving very strangely. They also continue to ignore any attempt of mine to contact them. The police said there's nothing they can do. Edit number 2 said, the sheriff called me and met me at the house to hand me signed divorce papers. I have no idea what happened. He never contacted me. Thanks for the help, Reddit, but I guess that's that. Edit number 3 said, an affair. He was having an affair, and being the trusting little autist that I am, I never suspected a thing. I'm sure his parents were aware as well. OP later would take to the r/divorce subreddit saying, I thought my marriage was fantastic. I'd never been happier in my life. We just bought a house and we're picking out paint colors. And then the day he was supposed to come back from a work trip, he just said, I'm not coming back. 2 days later, he filed for divorce after refusing all contact with me, except when I went to his office to try and talk to him, and he told me more or less to piss off. He hasn't contacted me since. I've come to realize that all the signs of an affair were present and I just didn't see them. I loved him more than anything, and I would have done anything to save our marriage, but he didn't even bother. I found out that he had filed from an officer who came to the house. 7 years together since I was 19. We had just celebrated our second wedding anniversary and he just threw me away like trash. My family and friends are amazing and are doing everything they can, but none of them can really understand the hell I'm going through. I can see all the problems we had now that I had been blind to, but knowing why it failed doesn't help the agonizing gaping hole in my chest. I didn't know it was possible to hurt this badly. I just want to be loved, but I feel like that's never going to happen again. I'm scared to go on. I'm afraid no one is going to want to be with me as a transgender man and one that's been divorced. All the while, the loneliness is crushing me. I miss my husband. I miss my best friend. I miss the man that loved me. This entry is a now deleted Reddit post titled, What Could Have Been the Reason Why Someone Operated on My Dog? And it was posted to Reddit Bureau of Investigation. It said this, I originally posted this to another sub which is now deleted and was insisted that I repost this here instead. I live alone in a suburban area and when I go out, whether it's for work, social gatherings, shopping or whatever, I leave my Labrador dog to play in my backyard with plenty of food and water. He is a pretty healthy dog and had nothing wrong with him. I would say I live in a pretty safe neighborhood and never had anything bad happen to my dog while I was away. Yesterday, I came back home from work in shock to see that my dog had been stitched up. In shock, I immediately rushed to him, called, and took him to his regular vet. Strangely, the doctor who was inspecting him said that whoever was operating on him actually did a pretty good job, and for whatever reason, took out part of his fat. The wounds are on both his lower and upper belly area. Luckily, he isn't in any danger, but the doctor said he would be in some pain for a week, which is normal for these kinds of wounds. I was given painkillers and antibiotics for my dog. I was also given a cone for him to wear so he wouldn't lick his wounds. Naturally, I asked him if a Labrador came into the vet today, as in yesterday, and he and the receptionist said no, and they said to their memory it's the first time they saw my dog that day. So this got me and the doctor thinking. Either someone operated on him or someone took him to another vet and got him operated for whatever reason. In the meantime, I have reported this to the police and have called other vets around my town and no luck as of yet. Due to this, I am still unsure what could have caused this. Who and why would someone take out parts of fat out of my dog? I don't have any enemies, nor do any past relationship partners come to mind who may do this.
That he earned some of your neighbors. He deserved some of the fat from your dog.
Anything strange around the neighborhood or near my house. I also don't have any cameras. So the dog is all good, but just who was responsible for caring for the dog, and just how exactly did they get to it? OP did say that they kept the dog in the backyard when they went out, but then why was someone in their backyard in the first place? I personally find that extremely creepy, just having someone invade your property like that when you're away. A number of users came forward and proposed some possible explanations, but to be completely honest, none of them really make sense or seem viable. Additionally, this surgery just seemed essentially meaningless.
What
No
the
major
fuck?
organs were removed, just a bit of fat. But it seems like the most likely explanation takes place within the backyard. There were a number of people who suspected that the dog may have gotten out, but again, none of the neighbors reported seeing the dog on the road. One neighbor even had cameras that watched over the entire road, and after investigators took a look at the footage, they found no sign of the dog. Another popular theory was that the dog got into a fight with another dog or animal, but this doesn't seem likely as there were no signs of any other injuries with the dog. There was only the wound from the operation, so this does not seem likely either. This post refers to a creepy looking glitched Amazon Prime screen that one user experienced on their PS4. According to OP, the glitch occurred during a loading screen which jumbled up the majority of the text, leaving only a few lines legible. And the combination that does remain is kind of eerie. We can see phrases like "she can't breathe," "won't let you do whatever," "anything in your life," and as you can see there are a number of colored blocks which I assume are part of images. One user thinks that they see faces within the blocks, which I think I can see as well, but barely. According to OP, they were watching House and they believed the words to be subtitles. Now, this is probably a pointless post to include, but there are some people that suggest that this was something more than just a random glitch, possibly an ARG, government experiment, or something along those lines. But personally, I don't think it's any of that.
I think it is.
This post was made on the Ask Me Anything subreddit by user Incredibly Shiny Shart. The title said, "Hi all, I am a man who ate a portion of his own amputated leg. Ask me anything. About 2 years ago, I was hit on my motorcycle. They salvaged my foot, but I would never be able to walk on it. I elected to have it amputated. I asked the doctors to keep it. I signed some papers. I got it back and with the help of some friends, cooked a portion of the tibialis anterior. Edit, I taste like buffalo but chewier, super beefy and little fat. OP did attach a couple of photos of the meal that he cooked up, but it just looks like beef. On the off chance that this is real, I'm not going to show it, but it's easily accessible online. One of the other photos is
read
of
it.
his stump, which at first didn't look quite right to me. I thought that the top of this picture was actually his knee and that his leg was bent in such a way to hide everything under the knee, but on the right side, you can see what appears to be his kneecap, so maybe the guy is legitimately missing a foot/leg, but the rest of the story could very well just be made up. Let me know what you think in the comments. This post was made on r/offmychest over a decade ago. It's titled, "My Mother Has Poisoned Me." This is a throwaway account. Ever since I became an adult about a decade ago, my mother has been against me moving out of the house. I finally got a job as a line cook 3 years ago. My mother and the rest of my family, which includes my sister and father, has been against it, mainly saying that such a job cannot sustain me, which was true. They also said that I would hate working, which turned out to be false. About a year and a half later, I quit due to health reasons. The following spring, I got a new job as a computer programmer. While they seemed supportive at first, my mother and sister, who I lived with, gradually became hostile. Eventually, I moved out of the house. About a month later, I lost my job, and about 3 months later, moved back home. Everything was cool at first, but as I was getting calls from recruiters and going to job interviews, they gradually became more hostile again, accusing me of being distant and not caring for them. However, they seemed to be very controlling and hateful of the fact that I wanted to move out and wanted a decent job. So last month, I finally got that job as a programmer again, but it was out of town. I had just enough money to relocate to the new city. They became very hostile starting a few days before I left, accusing me of not loving them, of hating them. On the day before I was scheduled to leave, my mother gave me 2 of the styrofoam ramen noodles cups, but that cardboard covering that normally comes with it was torn off and thrown away. I was suspicious that they would try to sabotage my life, so I was careful in not trying to anger them. She gave a few more food items, which I didn't use, to take on the trip with me. When I arrived at my new city and entered my hotel room, I chilled out. I was to go to work the next day. So after the first day at work, I ate a cup of ramen noodles and fell ill. I knew that feeling because my sister fed me something that made me feel the same way in late 2011, which I then assumed was because of my recent illness. I felt weak, lightheaded, and short of breath. I drank water to make me feel better because that's what I did last time that happened to me. Over the week, my mother kept calling me, making sure to remind me to eat my ramen noodles. I was short on cash then, waiting for my first paycheck. I never told her that I ate it. I suspected then that I had been poisoned, and after doing some Googling, believed it was cyanide. Now, that is something that you should never have to think that your own mother would do to you. So I resisted that thought because I simply could not bear to think that. So I went to cyanidetest.com and ordered a kit, and I tried it. Now look at the graphics and the video on this page. Now here are my results of my test. I guess I am going to have to call the cops, and I'll never speak to my family again. Edit. Thank you for being my support group. You will get updates on this story. Update, 8:45 a.m. I am currently in Topeka, Kansas. I work downtown in a government office building, which has a police department. I visited the Capitol Police Station here and spoke to an officer. I showed him the evidence, and he said that he could do nothing about it since the package was opened and might have been contaminated. So, does anyone have any ideas? This post is about a man who suffered a head injury, then seemed to have had a decade of his future flash right in front of his eyes in a matter of seconds. When he awakes, he notices something odd with a particular lamp. My last semester at a certain college, I was assaulted by a football player for walking where he was trying to drive. He was 325 pounds while I was 120. While unconscious on the ground, I lived a different life. I met a wonderful young lady. She made my heart skip and my face red. I pursued her for months and dispatched a few jerk boyfriends before I finally won her over. After 2 years, we got married, and almost immediately she bore me a daughter. I had a great job, and my wife didn't have to work outside of the house. When my daughter was 2, my wife bore me a son. My son was the joy of my life. I would walk into his room every morning before I left for work and doted on him and my daughter. One day, while sitting on the couch, I noticed that the perspective of the lamp was odd, like inverted. It was still in 3D, but just wrong. It was a square lamp base, red with gold trim on 4 legs, and a white square shade. I was transfixed. I couldn't look away from it. I stayed up all night staring at it. The next morning, I didn't go to work. Something was just not right about that lamp. I stopped eating. I left the couch only to use the bathroom at first. Soon, I stopped that too, as I wasn't eating or drinking. I stared at the effing lamp for 3 days before my wife got really worried. She had someone come and try to talk to me. By this time, my cognizance was breaking up and my wife was freaking out. She took the kids to her mother's house just before I had my epiphany. The lamp is not real. The house is not real. My wife, my kids, none of that is real. The last 10 years of my life are not effing real. That lamp started to grow wider and deeper, and it was still inverted dimensions. It took up my entire perspective, and all I could see was red. I heard voices, screams, all kinds of weird noises, and I became aware of pain. A effing ton of pain. The first words I said were, "I'm missing teeth," and opened my eyes. I was laying on my back on the sidewalk, surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots were freaking out. I was completely confused. At some point, a cop scooped me up, moved me across the sidewalk in grass, and threw me face down in the back of a cop car. I was still confused. I was taken to the hospital and given CT scans and stuff. I went through about 3 years of horrid depression. I was grieving the loss of my wife and children and dealing with the knowledge that they never existed. I was scared that I was going insane, as I would cry myself to sleep, hoping I would see her in my dreams. I never have, but sometimes I see my son, usually just a glimpse out of peripheral vision. He is perpetually 5 years old, and I can never hear what he says.
Okay, so he's just schizo.
r/discontinence is a strange subreddit to say the least. The description reads, "For higher knowledge and unheard subject, worlds found." This is a place where one can share their world or worlds as subjects unheard of elsewhere where they aren't related in topic. It is recommended to switch to new posts on viewing popularity is misleading as top discovery. The community was created by user Sam of Eclia, and the vast majority of the posts made in the subreddits are by the same person. His account was later banned. One of his posts said, "Before I smoked my stuff mixed with salt, bong water, and sugar, I tried just heating it with a torch. My stuff, in disapproval, decided to break my thick glass cup on its own as it burnt up. But after I explained it to them, they understood and did not break my pipe, because they knew I did love them. I told them that they had to find a way to get back into my body from there because life is really hard and it can get you like that, so you better be ready to survive it. Plus, I damn well bet when the remains of the stuff get back into my body, the other stuff will hopefully start to get suspicious enough to prepare just in case. If not, they might not even make it. Cause what if I did it that day? They have to get back in or they're screwed, aren't they? So this teaches my stuff that life is hard and to adapt to survive it starting then, so they'll be ready for the years after now that are even more risky and dangerous than today." So yeah, the guy is a bit unhinged. Most of his posts are like this, which eventually attracted an audience who wanted to see what the guy was up to. Some users were even more concerned for the guy and asked if he was okay. Sam made the following response: "Nah, I'm fine. I just feel like they're starving the poor cause they didn't have the free meal palace open for them today in my city. So now the government is risking its own demise at the fate of what it did to itself, for not respecting the way that lets it live. It's cause they're just not letting people eat anymore. It's cause they're not doing their job anymore. They're trying to steal it from others, and so they're gonna be left to not owning any of it anymore. If they just keep trying to starve the poor to have more money for themselves, because there's a limit to how much you can manage to take from people before they snap." The subreddit is now banned, but there is an archived version of the subreddit. If you scroll through it, you would see Sam responds to seemingly simple questions with extremely sophisticated answers that are completely irrelevant to the question. This entry was made on the r/confession subreddit by user throwawaybaloney8000. It's titled, "I lured a homeless woman to my house hoping to F her. I, male, 43 years old, did this almost 10 years ago, and it's something I've never told anyone before. It was hugely reckless, manipulative, and occurred during a time of rampant self-destruction and reckless behavior for me following a nasty divorce. I was living alone and very lonely, not finding any luck in regular dating or even one-night stands. I started using Craigslist and Backpages to find hookups. I connected with a woman, Michelle, who was in a nearby city and claimed to be homeless and looking for help. I'd seen tons of scams like this and fallen for a few where a personals ad was really just step one of a larger scheme to get some fast cash. I decided to play along a little and we chatted for a day or so. We were connecting and I began to think she was telling the truth, or at the very least, a very consistent storyteller. We exchanged pics and she was reasonably okay looking, older than me by about 7 years, but not some bag lady type person. Honestly, not someone I would have otherwise pursued, but for the fact that I thought if I gave her a place to sleep, she'd be grateful. So we made arrangements for me to come meet her downtown one evening and we had coffee in a diner. She was actually sort of kind of cute in person. She was really short, but very loud, intelligent. She was crafty and showed me pictures of a bunch of stuff she'd made by hand, like knitting and dollhouse furniture. She loved sending physical letters and cards in the mail. She loved handwriting and calligraphy and said letters felt more personal than texting or emails. But she was also definitely a bit weird. I remember she had some really strong opinions about mundane food choices and went off on some bizarre conspiracy theory tangents with next to no prompting. I chalked it up to her living on the streets and thought I could probably manage a little weird if it meant I could get what I wanted. I decided to roll the dice because above all other things, I was incredibly desperate. I invited her back to my apartment, saying that she could stay with me a few days if she wanted. She didn't hesitate even a second. She only had 2 small bags with her, so we grabbed those and took off back to my apartment. To be absolutely clear again, I was not doing this to be a good guy or because I cared about her. At no point did I ever genuinely want to help this woman or improve her life. This was 100% in the hopes of getting her comfortable enough at my place that we'd hook up. Every dollar I spent in gas or coffee was mentally calculated as a cost of getting to that point. Every kindness and word I said that first night was part of a larger design. At the time, I think I was even trying to fool myself into thinking I was being a nice guy, but now, years later, I can see how manipulative it all was. I never intended to physically force her to do anything she didn't want to, but I was most definitely trying to build a path towards us having sex, and I was definitely abusing a power dynamic by trying to create a situation where she was 1, at my place with no convenient means to leave on her own, and 2, felt obligated to repay my generosity. So we get back to my apartment and I let her shower, get cleaned up, have a late night snack. We watch some TV and cuddle up on the couch, and she's just incredibly grateful and also very clingy. She would sit really close and at one point asked if we could hold hands. Later, she broke down a little and cried because she said she'd not felt safe in probably 8 months or so. She had been either staying on the streets, in shelters, cars, or with someone who was dangerous because she had no other options. She thanked me repeatedly for being kind and giving her a chance. Each time I told her it was no problem, I was happy to do it, I was so glad I could help, etc. But none of that was true. I was still just waiting for the right time to see if I could pivot into something physical. She asked how long she could stay. We'd already discussed this before I agreed to let her come over, and I told her just 3 days. I had partial custody of my kids at this time and could not let her be there while the kids were with me. She seemed to swing wildly back and forth between sadness, gratitude, and not knowing what to do next. I couldn't be sure I would succeed if I made a move, so I left it alone. As the night wore on, I told her I needed to get to bed because I had to work tomorrow, and she said okay, but just sort of sat and waited for me to do or say something else. I walked her back to my kids' room and told her she could sleep in there. There was a bunk bed and lots of clean linens and stuff in there, and I said I would be right down the hall if she needed anything in the night. I could tell she was really surprised. I started to realize that I was not being smooth or clever, and that she 100% expected and anticipated me wanting her to come to my bed. And I know now I am not the first or last guy to abuse her in this way, and I think vulnerable people just sort of get used to being taken advantage of. I wanted it to be her choice and didn't want to tell her or even suggest to her to come to my room. In my messed up head, I thought that still made me somewhat honorable, so I left her there and she slept in my kid's bedroom all night and I slept in mine. I waited up about 45 minutes, hoping she'd come down the hall. At one point, I heard her get up and use the hall toilet and I got excited, thinking this is it. But then she went back to the other room. We woke up the next morning and she was so happy. She said it was the best night's sleep she'd had in a very long time. We had a quick breakfast and coffee that morning before I left for work, and she asked if I could give her some cash for the day. Alarm bells were ringing in my head. She claimed she wanted to walk to the nearest store and get some cleaning supplies and clean my apartment as a thank you for letting her stay. I told her she didn't need to do that or repay me at all, but she really wanted to. So I gave her $50 and left her there in the apartment for the day. In hindsight, it was an insanely stupid thing to do. I could have been completely cleaned out and robbed by the time I came home. She could have invited other people over, gotten high, or trashed the place. We texted a little during the day, but I never knew for sure what I was going to come back to, so I was getting increasingly anxious. And up to the point that I actually walked in, I was still half expecting her to be gone, along with my TV and anything else of value. But no, she was there and had done exactly what she'd said. She'd walked into Walmart and gotten a bunch of stuff, cleaners and a new mop, and had cleaned my whole kitchen and both bathrooms, vacuumed and everything. When I got home, she ran up to me and hugged me, and it was like we'd been living together for a long time. She showed me everything she cleaned and playfully reprimanded me for not having better supplies. She asked about my day and how I was doing, and we just had a great rhythm and a lovely evening. I remember she asked the cook and I said sure, but because I was an idiot single guy at the time, I didn't have much. She made some kind of chicken something dish from what she could find, and it was honestly pretty terrible. But I smiled and thanked her and told her it was great because it was a sweet gesture and also because everything seemed to be coming together. We cuddled again that night watching a movie, and this time she started to get pretty bold. She would hug me and run her hands under my shirt, put her fingers through my hair, lay her head on my shoulder, and touch my legs a lot. I just let her do whatever she wanted. I gave her very little back. I wanted to do more, but as soon as my plan started to obviously work, I began to feel incredibly guilty and like a complete piece of crap for everything I'd done up to that point. The night went on and it was getting late. I told her again I needed to get to bed because of work in the morning. As we walked down the hall, I started to tell her good night at the other room and she just asked, "Can I sleep in your bed instead?" And I said, "I don't want you to feel like you have to do that." Absolute lie. I orchestrated this moment to make her feel that way and definitely wanted her in there. She said, "No, I want to. This bed is nice, but I want to be next to you if that's okay." So we both went to my room. Now, I don't know if she had decided to come in during the day besides to clean the adjoining bathroom or if she would have respected my privacy, but she at least acted surprised because my bed's way nicer than the kids' bunk beds, obviously. She kind of hopped and bounced a little, laughing like a kid, and she looked so happy to be there. I stripped down too and really enjoyed just getting to see her whole body at last. As soon as the lights went down, she got really aggressive right away. I do remember though, she was a terrible kisser. She did this thing where she would kind of open and close her mouth while she kissed like she was chomping. But this was what I'd been planning for, and so we went for it. The next day, it was like something had completely lifted for me. Call it clarity, I guess, but I had gotten what I wanted out of this exchange, so I was ready to move on. And I started to think more and more about how dangerous and reckless I'd been in this whole scenario. That next morning, she was sort of idly talking about the weekend coming up. I reminded her that I had told her she could only be here for 3 days. I could tell she was hoping that the previous night might have changed things, but I held firm. I began to immediately pull away emotionally because I didn't want to be manipulated into changing my mind. I got a bit colder to her and left for work again that morning. The whole way there, I was cursing my stupidity at being so cold. Not because I'd obviously hurt her feelings, but because now she might want to punish me, and I just left her alone again at my place. I got back home that evening and everything was fine. She had gone back to the store and gotten some more food and had a nicer dinner waiting for me. I tried to be so nice but was in such a crappy mood on the inside. I think because she was doing everything she could think of to show me how nice it was for her to be there to be grateful, and all I could do was to see it through the same lens I'd use on her, that she was now manipulating me and trying to get me to fall for her so that I'd let her stay. I tried not to let it show, but I think she could definitely pick up on the change in the atmosphere. I said a few times that night about how I'd need to drop her off at some point the next day before my kids came over, either before work or right after I got back, making it clear the plan wasn't going to change. By the end of the evening, she'd made arrangements for a friend to come and pick her up. I told her, "You can't let them in here, you know that, right?" And I could tell it really hurt her feelings. She said she understood. When it was time for bed, the mood lifted a little, and we both got playful with each other again. We both slept in my room again that night, and despite how I'd acted, she was still all over me once the lights went off. I remember thinking in the dark while her head was on my chest and I was playing with her hair. I imagined what my life might be like if I decided to treat this woman like an actual person and not just use and discard her. But then I tried to imagine how I'd explain her to other people or what my friends would think of her. Someday, it might come out what I've done, and someone else would see through my BS and realize I had manipulated her. So I started to focus on everything she'd done that I didn't like the bad food and the terrible kissing, the weird conspiracy stuff, and I just closed my mind to anything else. I'd done something reckless but made it out with my kidneys intact and shouldn't try to push my luck any further. The next morning, I was feeling terrible but wouldn't budge on her having to leave. I never even asked her where she would actually go or who the friend was that was picking her up. All that mattered was that she was gone by the time I came back from work. She asked to keep in touch and for a way to send me a letter, so I gave her my P.O. box. She texted me during the day to tell me she got off safely, and sure enough, she was gone by the time I got home. She left the place in great condition and even made the beds. I remember because my kids were like, "Dad, why did you do that?" Because I have never once made theirs for them. We chatted via text for a little while longer. I want to say maybe a few weeks at most. Just very superficial, "Hey, how are you? Hope things are good" type texts. She had gone back to the city where there were more resources for her and had hopes for a job lead. I just gradually stopped replying much, and then at some point she never texted again. I'm telling the story now in all its detail because I was and am a complete piece of crap. I took advantage of this vulnerable woman for my gain. I didn't actually care about her or her situation or what happened to her when I was done. I didn't rape her by the technical definition, but I definitely coerced her and manipulated her. I tried to justify it in my head by saying that these were her own choices, but I told her lies that I thought she'd want to hear, and I intentionally created a situation where she would have those choices to make. So now I can say unequivocally I did something truly awful to this poor woman. It's something I will hide for the rest of my life out of shame and guilt because I know it was terrible, and it makes me question the kind of person I truly am at my core for having done it. The account is named as a throwaway, but it seems that the user is still active on it, with the last comment being made about a week before this recording. If you take a look through OP's account history, you'll find comments revolving around manipulation as well as relationships in general. And the comments to OP's post are a bit worrisome to say the least, but then again, it's Reddit. I'm not sure what I was expecting in the first place. For example, one comment says, "I found this story strangely moving. I don't think you should be hard on yourself. Everyone at some point has conspired to do something nefarious in their lives at some point. I think you actually showed the lady that not everyone, especially men, maybe are not all bad." There are surprisingly a lot of comments similar to this. And to that other comment, it's not like he was intentionally trying to show that men were not as bad. If she knew his true intentions, she would likely also become one of those people that just constantly rant, all men are the same. But anyway, this topic is pretty sensitive, so let me know what you think in the comments.
Riz.
This post was made back on June 3rd, 2020 and involves a pretty disturbing looking image. What exactly is happening in the photo is a mystery. Any idea what's happening in this photo? Someone in a mom's group I am in on Facebook said someone she knows found this in a book bought at Goodwill. She claims to have given it to police. My first thought was it's prob from a movie, but can't find anything on TinEye. Thoughts? Looks like a guy face down in water on the left with his feet bound, and on the right, a guy with knees up tied to his body. Also, shadows look like a guy holding a gun. Various Reddit users have tried to enhance the image to get a better look, and I'm gonna be honest, I had a very tough time discerning details in this image at first. There's the obvious person on the right in a red shirt with his hands tied behind him, and then in front of him is a person who seems to be lying on their stomach. You can see their hands tied behind their back as well as their feet. There's also a shadow on the land that looks like it belongs to a person. It seems that the shadow is making its way to what seems to be a car door, which can be seen by the shadow in front of it. Most wanted to believe that the photo was a hoax or part of some movie, but later it was suggested that the person shown in the photo was a missing person, specifically Teddy Franks, who has now been missing for over 3 decades. Teddy disappeared on Labor Day weekend 1986. According to his sister Michelle, Teddy and his wife engaged in a heated argument which led to Teddy taking off. From there, he went to his other sister's home, Renee, who then drove Teddy to a business on Jackson Lane in Middletown, Ohio. But right as the two were nearing the business, Teddy began to panic at the sight of another person. He jumped out of the vehicle and ran to the back of the Citgo gas station. This would mark the final time he was seen. Most of his friends and family are of the belief that he is no longer alive, and they received little updates in regards to Teddy until that photo we just went over made its rounds across the internet. When Teddy's sisters were shown the image, they weren't certain whether the man was Teddy or not. Another theory suggests that the man pictured is Christopher Lorette, who is another missing person who disappeared in August of 1977. Due to the poor quality of the original image, it's extremely difficult to identify the man in it. One Reddit user proposed the idea that the image was from the movie Deliverance. However, the film does not have a scene with this photo, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't related to the film, as the scene in the photo may have been cut in the final rendition. Another user attempted to find out what kind of book the image was found in, and it was later revealed that it was housed in a scrapbook, and it was the only image remaining inside. Many people wanted the photo to be scanned in order to find developer marks to possibly locate where it was printed and by whom, but it seems that this was never done. Furthermore, there was a comment made by OP where it seemed that the origin of the book was from Washington State, making it very likely that the photo was also taken in the same place. However, the original comment seems to have been deleted, but if true, Washington does have one of, if not the highest rate of serial killings, which makes the image all the more eerie.
Ain't nothing else to do up there. Gotta kill people.
Okay, so this entry was straight up disgusting, and after reading it, I was thinking about not including.
Excuse me? What does that say? What's that doing? Why did it stop? Fine. Probably. Wait. That. Wait. Oh my god. Found a way. Dead. Not do it, but I know I treasure hunt. That I have.
It, but hey, I'm sure some of you guys will get some form of entertainment out of this. And at first I thought that perhaps this was fake, but the story is so absurd it's probably real. The post was created by user MK_Martian. It's titled, "I used to search the garbage in my friend's house for tampons to smell. This is kind of embarrassing. I don't know how I got the idea to do it. It all started when I was 16. I was at my aunt's house.
Go to hell.
Dump, and when I wiped and opened the garbage to throw the paper, I saw the tampon sitting there inside waiting for me. I couldn't help myself but to grab it and smell."
Waiting for me? Please pass away.
This became a habit over time. Every time I would go to someone's house, the first thing I would do is search the garbage.
I see why it has 0 likes.
Though I'm 18 now and this addiction is long gone, and hopefully something no one else does. LMAO. Yeah, a wild story. Bojo here took the words right out of my mouth. It's okay to not post some things. Another user said, "It would have cost you $0 not to post this. You have dishonored your ancestors on this day." There probably is a high likelihood that this story is fake, but again, it's just so wild, like why would anyone even lie about this in the first place? This entry was made in r/RBI by user ProlapseThis. It was titled, "Police didn't investigate and it's bothering me." At around 8:30 p.m, I arrived home from a quick trip to town to grab a beer. As I got out of my car, I could hear something. I thought for a moment that I had left the TV on and was hearing it from the outside. But as I walked to the front of my car and pressed the lock button on my remote, I realized that what I was hearing was screaming. I listened for a second, thinking it was somebody screwing around, but then the woman's voice screamed, "No, stop, you're hurting me, you're killing me," and an adult male voice yelling something I couldn't make out. There was a dog barking from the same direction as well as repeated thudding noises. I immediately dialed 911 and told the police. They could even hear the screaming in the background. They said they'd send an officer to drive by, but an hour passed and none came. I watched for them on my security cameras. The camera on my back door only records when it detects a humanoid shape, so it caught me making the phone call and a little of the screaming in the background. The backyard camera caught it all, but it is unintelligible due to outdoor AC unit noise. I cleaned up the audio as best I could, but I need advice on how to proceed. I am attaching a Dropbox link to the video. I also included the original in the second half of the video. If you watch it, the screaming coming from directly where the camera is pointed, but more than 50 feet away across a narrow field. There is a small shack that has a couple of cars usually parked at the road, just on the other side of the field. It is bothering me a lot since I'm 41 years old and have never heard anything so disturbing in real life. Update: I guess they finally had a reason to go out and check the property I was trying to tell them to look at. There are sheriff's cars all over the place and cops in gloves walking in and out of this garage, and one cop throwing up in the front yard. I have a picture, but I can't add it to an update. So after listening to the camera audio, it is nearly impossible to discern any words that are being said, as OP stated, but it's clear that someone is in distress. The original post was made in late July of 2021, so it took about 2 months before police actually investigated the matter. And based on OP's description, it definitely seems like someone lost their life that night. Who knows, if police took her seriously and investigated the property that same night it was reported, a life may have been saved. But then again, we aren't entirely sure if someone even died. At least that was the case until OP gave an update saying, "Welp, murder it is." I posted last year about coming home and hearing a female voice screaming for her life. I posted a video with the audio of the screen and got plenty of comments. About 2 months later, the house that it was coming from had the sheriff's cars all around it. I found out that an elderly man had committed suicide via gunshot, and that his son was the only person home and the person who reported that his father had shot himself. Fast forward to last week, I was sitting at home watching YouTube when I heard gunshots. I live in the country and that's common, so I didn't think anything of it. Turns out it was the sound of that son murdering his mother. He is trying to claim self-defense, but he is being charged with murder. I lived next door and my security cameras caught the audio of the murder. It also captures the vehicle the son made his getaway in. I've had detectives in and out gathering video footage for the past week. This is a family annihilator. They are now looking at him for the murder of his father as well. The case has been reopened and they have now recognized that my calls and reports were actually real. 2 lives could have been saved. I'm going to link the story. Also, wouldn't Tim Johnson, the second Tim, be Tim Johnson Jr.? In the linked article, it was shared that the woman/mother who died was named Stephanie Cheney. Her son, Tim Johnson II, was 40 years old at the time and admitted to taking his mother's life. The incident took place in Highland County, Ohio.
Damn.
This next post was created in r/RBI and was made by user Pagan Princess 22. It was titled, "A woman posing as a nurse stole my blood from Indiana, USA emergency room in 1996 to 1997, when I was 5 or 6 years old." Hello everyone, I'm not sure if this is the correct place, so feel free to direct me to a better subreddit if there is one. I flared it as a cold case because it happened 23 years ago, but there were never charges filed to my recollection, and I don't remember a case being made from it. This is a strange story, and I was 5, maybe 6 when it happened, so I don't have a lot of details. I had recently told my younger sister about this story, and she encouraged me to look into the incident more and see if I can find out either who this person was or if there was a larger pattern of behavior during the time frame. I'm interested in any information you all have to offer / can find on the matter, as I truly just want to satisfy some curiosity. I'm 99% sure any statute of limitations is up, and I'm not interested in reporting something so weird and from so long ago to the police, for them to tell me that there's nothing that can be done. Now on to the story. When I was around 5 to 6, I got a pretty bad nosebleed that wouldn't stop. I eventually started throwing up big clots of blood as well, and my mother took me to the ER. This would be in / around the Sunman or Indianapolis area of Indiana in USA, but I do not know the name of the hospital. At the time, beds were separated only by curtains on ceiling tracks and not individual walled rooms. My mother had left my quote-unquote room to speak to a doctor. I know she left, and a woman I did not know came in shortly after she left. She was white, had medium brown hair, and looked to be in her 20s to 30s. She was wearing a blue scrub shirt with puppy dogs on it and unmatched pants. I want to say she was not wearing scrub pants, but rather jeans or maybe sweatpants. I know they did not match her shirt, which stood out to me. The other nurses and doctors I saw only wore solid colored scrubs and were all matched. She said she needed to take some blood and pulled the tools to do so from her scrub's pocket, not a phlebotomy cart. She stuck me and started drawing blood, somewhere around 5 to 7 vials of it, but potentially more. On the last vial, we heard my mom and a doctor coming back towards the room. She hurriedly ripped the tube from my arm before the last vial was full. It spilled some blood. She did not give me a band-aid or gauze, she just left me bleeding, and shoved everything back into her pocket, then ran from the room. She ran to the left and my mom and doctor entered from the right. The doctor said a nurse would be with me soon to draw some blood and run some tests. I told him a lady had already taken my blood and he asked what she looked like and where she went. I described her. He turned wide-eyed to my mother and said, "She doesn't work here," and ran out of the room to the left. I heard some voices. There was a lot of commotion, but I don't remember anything past that point other than just feeling dizzy and now scared that some strange woman had my blood. I've never been able to find out what the hell happened, who this woman was, and if she was ever caught. If this type of thing was happening across the country at time, I have no idea. Let me know if there's any other information I could provide that might make it easier to find out what happened to my blood. Edited a typo, and to add, my mother is not a great source of information when it comes to my early life, or her life, or anything really, as she has some of her own issues. Several years ago when I was a teenager, she confirmed the details I remembered, then refused to talk further about it and asked me not to bring it up. She claims she does not remember the name of the hospital, the name of the doctor, or other details I was asking for at that time. This story is definitely pretty creepy as it's kinda grounded in reality. Whenever I'm put in a situation where I have to confide and trust in a professional or person of authority, I typically do it blindly. The thought that someone is masquerading as a health professional just so they can exploit me makes me wildly uncomfortable. Various Reddit users attempted to strum up theories to try and explain the story. One user suggested the possibility that OP was adopted and this fake nurse was actually OP's biological parent, stealing blood to prove that they were related. However, this was quickly shot down after OP stated that her birth certificate lists her two parents as her birth parents. Additionally, her physical appearance resembles both her mom and sister. So this entry was made on r/popping over a decade ago, where OP sent a photo of what I can only describe as flesh. This thing apparently came out of her reproductive organs, and I definitely cannot show you guys the actual photo, but good old Justin Wang talked about this 6 years ago on his channel, and this madman actually posted the photo, so if you want to bless your eyes with some good old flesh, check that video out. According to one user, this thing is an endometrium, which is just essentially tissue. Then another user said that it looks similar to bacon. This prompted OP to fry it in a pan, and she claimed that it smelled amazing, but they refrained from eating it. Just a strange post in general.
What the fuck? Go for some
This entry
bacon.
was posted in r/askreddit under a post that was asking people for the creepiest thing that has happened to them. One user by the name bingbong1234 said, "I've been waiting a long time to tell Reddit the full story of the Whistler. The story requires many details, but it is unexplainable." And 100% true. I also have video evidence. When I was about 8 years old, I was taking my dog for a walk through the neighborhood with my mom. It was maybe 11 p.m. We live next to a swamp/woody area on the edge of our neighborhood in Lansing, Michigan. I remember it being very silent and slightly windy. From down in the swamp, we heard somebody whistling at us. It sounded sort of like a bird, but each whistle was different enough where the lack of consistency made it human-like. The whistle sounded higher than lower. I can't really describe it. My mom had a concerned, slightly terrified look on her face and grabbed my hand and said that we should go inside quickly. I didn't understand because I was too young, but seeing my mom freak out made me freak out too. After a while though, I kind of forgot about it. 2 years later, I was taking my dog out again late at night. There is a large bush that could easily obscure a person behind it just next to the front door. As I was finishing the walk, the whistling noise started again. Same pitches, same inconsistent human-like tones. As soon as I heard it, a chill went down my spine as I remembered exactly the feeling of seeing my mom, terrified, looking down into the swamp at something I couldn't see. Maybe she couldn't either. I ran inside as fast as possible. Years went by and I thought about it less and less. I told only a handful of people, and eventually it slipped from my mind completely. Fast forward to last summer. I'm 24, started dating my girl Sarah. We moved out to South Dakota for work. For Independence Day, we decided to go to Pierre, SD, and watch the fireworks along the bank of the Missouri River. There was a free camping spot behind a hospital where you could pitch your tent, hang out, and see the fireworks up the river. We were near the end of the campground and there were very few people around us. As it was getting dark, the fireworks began. They were pretty far away, so the illumination they brought was very little. Thus, we had to sit right at the edge of the river to be able to see them. A huge thunderhead was moving in and a storm was imminent. So the air seemed electric and the wind was picking up. The atmosphere was eerie to say the least. The police boats herded all the other boats off of the river and had left our area to do that elsewhere. Most of the other campers walked up the river to have a better view of the fireworks, but Sarah and I stayed back and were drinking PBR tall boys and kicking it. Suddenly, we heard the sound of a paddle methodically dipping into the water. We saw a figure steering a canoe about 20 meters offshore. Sarah decided to go get more beers from the car, leaving me alone to stare at this mystery person. And then, of course, they whistled at me. My entire body was frozen and covered in goosebumps. It was the exact same whistler from my childhood, more than a decade earlier. I looked at the figure, but it was much too dark to discern who it could be. They were wearing a hat. When they were perpendicular to the shore from me, they stopped paddling, turned the canoe to face directly at me, and whistled right at me. I was so frightened I stood up and shouted at them, "Who are you?" They didn't say anything, just whistled a couple more times, turned the canoe 180 degrees, and paddled out of sight. I'm a videographer, so I already had my camera by my side and was taking videos of the fireworks. As the canoe was almost out of sight, I grabbed my camera and got a shot of them whistling as they went away. When Sarah came back from getting beers, she was very confused as to why I was so freaked out. When I explained, she was freaked out a bit too. I was convinced we would both be murdered that night. How did this whistling person follow me after 14 years all the way to South Dakota? Was it a coincidence? Why was it the same whistling noise? Who was that person and where did they go? So many questions still unanswered. To this day, I'm more afraid of being outside in the dark where I might hear that whistling again. I'm open to any explanations. If there is interest, I will find a plug and edit a little video of the fireworks and the whistling noise and the canoe disappearing. I'm in Uganda currently and the internet is spotty where I am, so I'll do my best. Edit. Video is coming, I promise. Where I'm at in Uganda, the power goes out sometimes, so if you don't hear from me, either that happened or the whistler finally got me. Edit 2. Okay, finally. I've spent all afternoon uploading this video. Here is the link to the video.
You whistling? Is it you? Stop it.
Make me lose fucking mind. Why would he stay there?
When I was still getting shots of the fireworks, I heard the whistling starting. I was too afraid at that moment to point the camera directly at the canoe, so I just turned my microphone towards it and kept a low-key shot facing downriver towards the fireworks. If you wear headphones, you can hear it better. It's the 2-note whistle, high then low. You can hear me ask
This
my
dude
GF,
just keeps
"Are you
hearing this
whistling?
whistling.
Is that you?" She
That's
said
all it
no,
is.
but I wasn't sure, so
And
I
so
told
he doesn't
her,
know what the
"Stop
fuck it is."
because I was getting scared. The last shot, I boosted the brightness as much as I could and still make out the person in the canoe. It looks like they're wearing a red sweater or something. Edit, it's been a while and I apologize for that. I'm back in the US now and I asked my mom about it. I sat her down and played the video for her. She honestly doesn't remember anything like that happening. I wish I had something more exciting to say. Alas, it must remain a mystery. A lot of people believe that something supernatural is occurring here with OP. One user compared the Whistler to a Venezuelan legend referred to as El Sabon, which is said to be a translation of the Whistler. This user translated a bit of an article and asked OP if it was in any way similar to what they experienced. And again, this is translated, so some of the stuff might not make very much sense. The article said, the legend is that of a young man who killed his father as a revenge because he had killed his wife. After this event, his grandfather had him tied to a pole in the middle of a field and whipped him, had his wounds cleaned with drinking alcohol, and released him with 2 rabid and hungry dogs, but before release, he cursed him to carry his father's bones for the rest of eternity. He has a particular whistling similar to music notes C, D, E, F, G, A, B in that order, going up to F and then going low to B. It's said that when whistling is heard closely, there is no danger because he is really far, but when the whistling sounds far, he is really close. It's also said that the whistling announces the death of those who hear it. He can be anywhere at any time. It seems that the only thing that can save the person that hears it from afar is the bark of a dog, because he is afraid of it, also of chili peppers and whips. The soul takes revenge on womanizing men. Many inhabitants of Los Llanos speak of seeing him, particularly during summer, season in which the Venezuelan savanna sears under the strength of drought, and El Sabon sits in the stumps of trees and gathers dust with his hands, but he is primarily encountered in times of humidity and rain, when the specter roams hungry for death and avid to punish the drunk, the mongers, and from time to time, an innocent victim. It's said that he sucks on the navel of drunk men when he finds them alone to drink the alcohol that they drink, and he rips apart the mongers, he takes off the bones, and puts them inside the bag in which he carries his dad's remains. Some versions say that he looks like a long giant, 6 meters tall, who walks from treetop to treetop while he emits his terrifying whistling and rattles inside the dusty old bag. The pale bones of his misfortuned father, or as some claim, his multiple victims. Other versions state that he presents as the shade of a tall and slender man with a hat, especially to drunk people. It is said that El Sabon may appear near a house on some nights, leaving the bag on the floor and counting the bones one by one. If one or more people hear him, nothing will happen, but if no one hears, by dawn, a family member will die in his sleep. The Colombian Eastern Llanos, where he is called El Salvador, they believe is the wandering soul of a party-loving womanizer who died in solitude, and people claim that he seeks the company of someone who dares ride horseback late at night. Also in Colombia, some others say he chases pregnant women, that his whistling penetrates the ear, chills, and that if someone hears a high
Dude,
pitch
he's
tone,
just
it
doing the
omens the death
4chan
of a
chan
woman,
technique.
while a low pitch tone omens
You
the
run
death of a
after
man.
women at
In any
night
case, that
to help
one-more
them
man
get
is
exercise
generally
and so they can
someone
get
known
home
by the one
faster.
that heard the
Because
whistling.
running
Of
towards
course,
them
whenever
gives
it
them
comes to the
motivation.
topic of the supernatural, many people are skeptical, but let me know what you think in the comments. This post was created in r/confessions on January 19th, 2017 by user throwaway181718. It was titled, "I was in a cult." Firstly, apologies for my anonymity. I don't want this to get back to me, but I haven't told anyone about this. I need to get it off my chest. 3 years ago when I was in college, I was suffering with severe depression. I took medication and attended therapy and group therapy. One day in my group therapy, our therapist told us that there's a man here to talk to us. For reasons,
Yeah, it's like
let's
4
call him
hours of
Bob.
videos.
Bob was really energetic, really friendly and understanding. He spoke to us on our level.
Literally, right now,
He told us about
for the game, I'm literally just having to AFK to try to get shit. So there's nothing else I could really do, so I'm gonna just watch videos.
Free because the college would pay for us to go, and it lasts 5 weeks. Not many people were interested, but I decided to ask him a few questions after the session. He told me that it was all about adventure, making friends, and having fun, whilst continuing our therapy. I asked for some details off him, but he didn't have a card, so he asked for mine. Stupidly, I gave him my phone number, email address, and home address. Later that night, I was telling my parents about it. They seemed a little suspicious, but I was trying to convince them. Whilst we were talking, there was a knock at the door. It was Bob. My dad welcomed him in, and he spoke to both of them, explaining that it is good for my mental health, and it's also a lot of experiences, as well as completely free. After talking for a while, my parents agreed that I could go. They filled out some paperwork, and the next time I saw Bob was when I got on the coach, with lots of other people around my age. Bob was really enthusiastic, and everyone looked excited, albeit we were all having mental health issues. Bob explained that on our first day, we would be doing an adventure course and building a raft to help with teamwork with our fellow campers. We drove north to a walled-off campsite. It was huge. As we got off the bus, everyone had to go for a physical checkup. It was uncomfortable, but I assumed it was to make sure we could take part in the events. The doctor was very thorough. When we left, we couldn't find our suitcases, so we guessed they were brought to our rooms. But when we got to our rooms, they weren't there either. I asked Bob, and he said we weren't allowed them, and we weren't allowed phones either. He asked for all our phones. Me and the other boys in my room refused, but then he said that it was in the contract we signed. Reluctantly, we all gave up all our possessions, and he gave us these ugly tracksuits to wear because we didn't want our nice clothes to get dirty. We did some activities and they were fun, but then we all went for dinner. Before anyone started eating, one of the group leaders said that we should all pray. I'm not religious, and there wasn't any indication that this was a religious group, so I was a bit confused. The group leader said we should be thankful towards the gods for bringing us all together. I thought that this was weird, but thought that he was just being inclusive of everyone's religions. Later that night, we all went to bed. That same night, another group leader named Todd came in and forced us all to stand up. He told us off for sleeping in our boxers and said that we should sleep in our tracksuits. So we put them on, but then took them back off after he left. It was summer after all. It was really hot. The next few days were pretty much all the same. There were some fun group activities, but they all ended with the group leaders acting very strange and rather strict. The boys and girls were not allowed to talk to each other. When we went swimming, we went in our tracksuits and were only really allowed to talk to each other during these activities. Every meal, we had to pray, and the leader would say something like, "The gods will show us the way to the end." We did exciting activities and some boring ones that included meditation. We were told that we could stay after the 5 weeks, and if we wanted, we could even invite our families. One evening, I asked Bob if I could call my family because I wanted to talk to them, but he said that he already told my family that I had arrived safely. I insisted, but we got in an argument, and Bob said that I could not call my family until the 5 weeks were up. They took my suitcase, so I had no way to find my stuff. That evening, there was a campfire event. It was integrated with the group therapy session. I asked to use the bathroom and went off
What the fuck is
in search
going
of my
on in this
stuff.
story?
I snuck into an office where there was a phone that I used to call home. I told my mom what was happening, and she said that they'd be there right away to pick me up. In the back room was a bunch of suitcases and a plastic box filled with phones. It took a while to find my phone, but I found it and snuck it in my pocket. Then I tried looking for my suitcase, but Todd walked into the office and found me. He practically dragged me out and sat me down in the hallway. He yelled at me for disobeying the rules. He took me back to the group and told me to stay put. He then told the other group leaders what had happened, and they were all angry, so they went over all of the rules. We were then all sent back to our rooms without dinner. In bed, I was texting my dad, who said they were arriving now. I made sure the other boys didn't see my phone. At some point, my dad texted me saying that they were outside, so I pretty much jumped out of bed and ran towards the entrance. The group leaders tried to stop me, but luckily I was able to get past them. Down the dirt road at the edge of the campsite, I could see the car. During this time, all of the group leaders were chasing me. My dad got out of the car, and when I got in, my mom locked us in. The group leaders were saying that we signed a contract and that I was not allowed to leave until the 5 weeks were over. My dad refused, and they tried to open the doors. Somehow, my dad got back in without letting any of the group leaders in. At home, I told my parents everything. The next morning, Todd and everyone else were at my front door. My dad told them to go away as they tried to get me to come back. My dad said no and called the police, who escorted them away. I pretty much never left the house all summer, but when I started college and went to my bus, I could hear Todd and his group chasing after me. They surrounded me on the street, but neighbors heard all of the commotion and some people came out and a fight broke. I was able to get back to my house and lock myself in. The group leaders were arrested when police arrived, but the next week, a new group of people under Todd came to our neighborhood. I stopped going to college and my family and I had to move to a new area. We started a whole new life. We weren't in a witness protection program, but we used fake names and identities to prevent them from finding us. My mom called the college and the police, and we learned that Todd had taken his own life. I don't know much else than that, but I hope everyone else in the group—
What the fuck is this story, man? What the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck? And the thing is, I know they're dead ass too. I don't think somebody would just make this story up like that. Alright, time for my dwarf self. So, this is funny, Naibo. So see, right here, there are lasers, right? My character model is so small that I can literally just run under them. I don't think they meant for this. 4-8, okay, cool. 4148. Because there's a chance to get a huge over here. Basically, huges, damn it!
is okay. So this original post is now deleted, but quite a few large YouTubers have touched upon this topic, and it seems there's a split amongst people who think it's real or fake. OP would later make an update to the post saying, "I never intended for this to be a potential way of exposing the group, and I didn't expect it to have such a huge and supportive reaction. As some of you have some questions, I'd love to answer them, but still, I wish to remain anonymous and not give away too much information. In response to all the questions about my phone, I didn't think it was worth mentioning that I turned it off before I handed it over. I haven't heard from any of the teenagers in the group since I left, and I haven't heard from the leaders since we moved houses. There was an investigation a few years ago, and I don't know what has happened to the group. Some of you have guessed my country, but still, I don't want to give away too much information about where I live.
I'm going to kill myself. I will kill myself.
Because it would be interfering with the police investigation, if it's still ongoing, and it would bring more attention to myself. When I said we changed identities, I mean we unofficially have started using a new surname. Only our closest relatives know this. We didn't take out a restraining order because it would only lead to court cases and a potential threat to our family. As explained above, a group of the leaders were arrested and charged with harassment. However, more people turned up soon after. I am scared of even...
This shit's pissing me the fuck off. I gotta pause this video real quick. I need to lock in. This hasn't happened before, that's the issue. Is there a pattern or something? Two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1. Ah! Yes! Alright, there we go.
Googling the group name, as I know that if they tracked me down, it wouldn't end well. I hope you all understand the position I'm in and know that for my family and my own protection, I can't give
And you
more
are
than that.
trash
I also
at
wanted
spelling.
To say thanks for all the supportive messages. You guys really are the greatest community. Maybe one day there will be a complete resolution to this and I'll be able to tell the full story to you all. So it's clear that OP dislikes the group, but at some point down the line, he would make this comment. This is not true. I was part of a therapy group that specializes in helping teenagers with mental health problems. It was not a cult. Since then, I have decided to rejoin the group. I will answer no further questions on this matter. Very interesting. Some users suspected that the group somehow got their hands on OP and his account and made this post themselves. And OP would disappear for about 5 years before making a post in r/doll photography saying, "Hello, I am fine. Thank you for your concern," which is the strangest place to leave this update. This update was made on January 1st, 2023. Fast forward 1 month, on February 1st, OP made this post. "Hi, I think it's time for things to finally come to light. For the people that are still following this story, this will be my last post. Strap in because it's a long one. Back in 2011, I was studying at college in the UK. Like a lot of teens, I was struggling with my mental health, and I'm lucky that my college had a good support network in place for people like me. My college offered me private therapy and got in contact with my doctor to arrange medication. They really helped me. One day, during a private therapy session, I was told about a group that works with college students with mental health problems and was invited to attend a meeting to see what they do. There were about 20 students listening to these two men talking about an exciting opportunity for us, where they would take us to a camp where we could do adventurous things such as rock climbing and archery. But the main goal was to help us learn more about our mental health and through group sessions eventually work through our problems. I signed up. I gave them my contact details, but they said they would need parental permission before I go. I didn't realize that they would show up at my house that evening. I hadn't even had a chance to tell my parents about it. The two men were very persuasive and made the trip sound very enticing to me, but my parents had their doubts. My mom was very suspicious about them showing up to our house unannounced and the long contract that they brought with them. My parents refused to let me go, saying it sounds like a cult, and escorted the men out. And that was it. I had nothing more to do with them. I have no idea what happened at that group, but I doubt it was a cult. In fact, it was probably a charity-funded group that had genuine and selfless intentions, but I understand my parents' skepticism. I don't know anyone who went to the camp, and I can't remember the name of the organization, and I continued with my private therapy. Fast forward a few years and I'm sitting at my desk at my very first office job, bored, mindless, and listening to a podcast series about creepy stuff that's happened around the world. One of the episodes was about Heaven's Gate, a famously tragic cult where the founders sought out people who were marginalized, lost, and had mental health issues to join their group. The story triggered some creativity inside me and led me to r/confessions. The story didn't take me long, I was just letting the creative juices flow as my coworkers looked on, probably thinking I was working on something really important. But yes, the truth is that it was just a spooky story with far too many inconsistencies. This wasn't the first fictional story I posted on Reddit. I found a lot of enjoyment writing weird posts and watching the commenters try to decipher it. One of my personal favorites was a story from the perspective of an American lady convinced that her vegan neighbors were witches. None of these posts gained a lot of attention and I didn't mind, I just enjoyed the writing. About a week after the original post, I was watching a YouTube video about Reddit mysteries. This obviously inspired me to ignore my work and try to flesh out this cult story. The intention behind the creepy update was that the cult leaders had somehow gained access to my account and were desperately trying to get rid of the evidence. I wasn't expecting this update to bring as much attention to my story as it did. Reading through all of these theories was really enjoyable for me, even if half of the commenters knew it was fake. There were a few people that seemed to really enjoy digging into the story, and it made me feel happy that I provided them with something they could try to figure out. A few more years later, one night I got into bed and opened up YouTube on my phone. I can't explain the feeling of seeing my stupid story being the focus of one of my favorite YouTubers, Nightmare Expo. I was overwhelmed with joy that he had decided to use my story for one of his videos. The feeling was remarkable. With this video came a lot more attention and a lot more theories. My biggest regret is that I didn't make up a name for this cult because I feel bad that negative attention was being put on random organizations because of this. I tried to be vague to avoid people pointing fingers of who could be behind the cult, and that was pretty much the height of the story. A silly fictional story that I wrote at my desk instead of doing work. Throughout the years since I've logged into this account and read through the direct messages and checked the new comments under Nexpo's video, I had a lot of fun reading all of your theories and have a lot of love for those who reached out in an effort to help this supposed troubled person. I understand a lot of people were annoyed because they could tell the story was fake, but I still hope that people who took time to work together and investigate the story had some fun too. I've been part of online communities investigating some internet mysteries, and it's where I've met some close friends. So that leads us up to now and why I've decided to close this story. The initial intention was to let it fade into nothingness like most other Reddit mysteries, but something changed. About a year ago, I got some bad news from my doctor. 2 months ago, I was told that the treatment wasn't working. I haven't got long left. Since I was a teenager, I've always had a fascination with all things spooky. This fascination has got me through some tough times, especially recently when I've needed distractions from the real world. I've spent countless hours in hospitals and clinics investigating online mysteries and feeding my obsession of the weird and wonderful. I've also spent a lot of time reading through theories about my story, and I'm happy that some of you found it interesting. But I couldn't take this with me to the grave. Along with letters for my family and friends, I had to leave one for you guys too. To the people at r/confessions and r/RBI, to Nightmare Expo and his fans, and to everyone who spent some time exploring this story, thank you. I hope you guys can keep internet mysteries alive, keep investigating, and keep making these online communities going. Please remember to do what you enjoy doing, like I did, while you have the time. Love, Throwaway 181718.
Or learn.
This entry involves a Reddit user that goes by the name Forlearn, whose real name was Will. We'll begin with a post that Will posted in 2018. He showed off a picture of severely frostbitten feet on r/medical gore. YouTube will definitely not like it if I posted the pictures in their entirety, but they are available online. About half of both feet were completely black as a result of the frostbite. In the comments he said the following: 24 hours in freezing temperatures with wet socks. This happened 3 weeks ago. I will have a double below the knee amputation in 2 days. I don't so much see it as losing my legs as I see it as gaining a lack of legs. I also have a ton of pictures of its progression if anybody is interested. This happened because I thought it would be smart to sleep in my car and save money by not getting a motel. My boss was coming back from being out of town the next day, at which we were going to go to Wisconsin and work there for a few weeks where we had lodging set up. My shoes were wet from walking around in the fresh snow a bit, so I took them off. I had the heat on and figured my socks would dry out pretty quickly. Sometime while I was asleep, I ran out of gas. I figured I could just tough it out and figure something out in the morning. Feet hurt really bad for a while. Then they just stopped hurting altogether. I went back to sleep. A few hours later, I tried to put my shoes back on and found that my feet were frozen solid. My hands were very painful now and were beginning to lose most of their mobility and sensation to touch. I contacted an ambulance and went to the hospital. Once the feet began to thaw, all of the pain came back. It has been the most painful thing I have ever experienced. Doctors had hoped some of the flesh in my feet would receive adequate circulation and some of the foot could be saved. This has not been the case and both will be removed on the morning of Friday, January 26th. I'm looking forward to cutting these damn things off as massive nerve damage is a shitty thing to be stuck with. I am also excited to start working with prosthetics. Once I get comfortable with prosthetics, there will be very little I won't be able to do that I could have done with real legs. I was a pretty lazy, unhappy, and unmotivated person before all of this happened. I am looking at this as a second chance. Every day I will appreciate that with a bit of work, I can go out and be active and do things that make me happy. So please do not feel sorry for me. Soon I will be running and jumping and possibly skipping again. Unless skipping requires a specialized type of prosthetic. I ain't paying for some fancy prosthetic
Get
just
on.
to skip around.
You're late to the
So,
update.
all things considered, OP has a very positive mindset towards his situation. I know personally if I was in a similar predicament, I wouldn't be nearly as optimistic. And this holds true for probably 90% of people, which led some Reddit users to question whether or not this optimism was genuine. What people specifically had in mind were the painkillers. Will even shared in his comment that he was rather unhappy and unmotivated before this incident. He added to his earlier comment and said, "I have a lot of moments where I find myself depressed or just plain terrified, but I found it's possible to not dwell on those thoughts and that there are reasonable and logical ways to look at this that don't make me want to jump out of a window or curl up into a ball and die. I think it would be a lot easier to just mourn for my loss and obsess over the negative side of the situation. It takes a concerted effort to keep positive, and one way of doing that is by joking around about it with my friends, and now folks on Reddit. The only fear I can't really shake is what it will be like the first time I look down and instead of feet, there's just nothing. I have no idea how I'll react to that, but in any case, I can guarantee that it won't break me. The day eventually came for Will's procedure and he would send pictures as well as updates regarding his situation. One of the photos that Will shared was taken well after the procedure and showed him sitting in a wheelchair preparing to get fitted for his prosthetics, and here we can see the state of his legs. At some point, Will took a bit of a break from Reddit as he was beginning to become a bit annoyed that his entire being was being defined by his injury. Will sort of became a small online celebrity with his posts going viral. This hiatus went on for about 4 months. When he returned, he would update Reddit saying the following: "Howdy y'all.
Have you read about the update, or have you even played it, or just wake up?" Good talk.
I'm still kicking just a shorter distance. Issues with stump swell are making fitting prosthetics and walking difficult, but I am currently in therapy for gait training and get up when I can. Thank you all for thinking of me. It feels very nice." So it's good to see
It's,
that Will is still cracking jokes and seems to be in good spirits. Although it's tough
Hold
not
on.
to think of the possibility that
So, there's a guy now that you can, exchange keys to make them golden. The rate is crazy enough. It's 10 keys for a golden key. The area I'm in, this is where you can get the new huge and the other huges. And then, as you saw me keep failing, there's a mini game where you go through the shit, then you're able to just sit in an area, farm breakables, and possibly get the huge cat or whatever. I've already dropped one of the huge Zazus. So
perhaps his situation is starting to wear down on him. Every single time he logs onto Reddit, he's bombarded with questions and comments about his legs, constantly being reminded about his loss. Fast forward to September 2021, a tragic post was made on Reddit regarding Will. It was titled, "Incredibly Sad News. User Forlearn has passed away," from a Facebook post made by his mother. It is with our deepest sadness that we share with you the passing of our son William on August 17th, 2021. Will was 33, and we find comfort and peace in the memories we have of him. Say not in grief that they are gone, but give thanks that they were yours. I don't want to dox his family or him, so I redacted his last name and am not posting the obituary that I found on Google. I can message these to user PoopDog if needed. I'm not aware of any other details surrounding his passing, unfortunately. If I hear about anything else, I'll post about it. I'll just add that Will was a genuinely special dude with a true intelligence, a sharp and weird sense of humor, and a thoughtfulness that made you want to talk with him. While we fell out of touch after high school about 15 years ago, I'll always have great memories of spending time with him back then. He'll be missed. Rest in power, bud. One of Will's online friends began to do a bit of digging and contacted Will's family, specifically his mother, to find out a bit more as to what had happened. According to Will's mom, he had passed away as a result of alcohol poisoning. In stark contrast to what was seen online, Will was actually at the lowest point in his life. While Will painted this image of an optimistic man online, in reality, he was coping with his situation with alcohol. Will's close online friend, PoopDog, later made a post on r/morbid reality providing more details. It said, "I was involved with a guy who became a double below the knee amputee. His name was Will. He was 30 when he fell asleep in a freezing car in December 2017 and woke up with frostbite. He was a semi-transient character who was traveling for construction jobs. He usually stayed in cheap motels, but in an effort to save money, one night he decided to sleep in his freezing car in a town outside of Chicago called Midlothian. He woke up to his feet being rock solid, and within a short time, they were amputated. He almost lost his hands too, but they were able to be saved, albeit with some nerve damage. The first few months where he was grateful to be alive after his accident, while he was all pumped full of stuff, were full of hope and laughs and family and friends and kind doctors. He went viral on Reddit, he was in the news, he got money and gifts from strangers, he got fitted for some cool prosthetics, he took physical therapy to help him learn to walk, he became close again with his estranged family. Besides losing his feet, it was actually one of the best times of his life. I can't say exactly when things changed, maybe around 6 months later. Reality hit him hard. He didn't have insurance, so he had to live in a nursing home in an unfamiliar place where he was surrounded by burnt out CNAs and people several decades older than him, and he wasn't even allowed to go outside without permission. He had to share a room with an incontinent dementia patient. When he was fully quote-unquote recovered, they took his pain and anxiety meds away. His family forgot about him again. He couldn't find work because he was not computer literate. He didn't have any friends who lived near him. He could never secure a physical therapy appointment. He developed phantom pain. Suddenly, he was in debt and had no income. He couldn't really pursue many hobbies from where he was because he had almost none of his belongings. He quickly became horribly depressed, which doctors did not medicate him for. He stopped trying to learn to walk again, and his prosthetics said unused next to his bed. He once had someone sneak a little alcohol in for him, but he got caught and the medical staff treated it like a suicide attempt, so he was 5150'd. All he really had was his phone and a laptop to keep him busy / entertained. He was stuck like that in the nursing home for over 2 years. Finally, he was able to move to an assisted living facility in Chicago that allowed him some freedom. Basically, an apartment complex with some medical staff and accommodations for disabled folk. The first thing he did was start drinking. Hard, and that was all he did, all day, every day, until he died of acute alcohol poisoning around 6 months later on August 17th, 2021 at age 33. The facility he lived in was in the same city where his sister lived, and she never once came to see him. His family did not hold a memorial service or a funeral for him. They did not even print an obituary. They cremated him immediately. All he got was a 2-sentence Facebook post from his mom. I tried to take some responsibility in keeping his memory alive post-mortem, but his mom fought to keep me out of it, and unfortunately she won. The accident that took his legs did not directly or immediately kill him, but it was ultimately responsible for his death. The subreddit he created to document his journey after he went viral is r/ChiliChompAdventures. Obviously, it's not really active anymore, but it's up. I miss him. Thank you for reading. For our first entry, we'll be observing a Redditor's spiral into madness, so to speak. The user is basically having an existential crisis. It seems that his madness started around February 2017 with this post. The theory of quantum immortality has driven me to a really dark place. I'm living in a state of pure terror. Is there reason not to believe it is true? Can it be debunked? User AFH43 posted this same concern on several different subreddits, but it never really caught on and they never received a satisfying answer. One of the other posts said, "The theory of quantum immortality has driven me to a state of pure anxiety and terror over the last week. Is it true? Has it been debunked? I can't do this anymore." A user named John Hassler replied with the following: "Quantum immortality just means that you will never wake up dead. Think about it. The only state you will ever observe yourself to be in is alive. That's only one of the problems with it. Another is that death is not an instantaneous quantum transition. It's a slow, messy process by which the collection of atoms that you are currently pleased to call me becomes so disorganized as to be unable to call themselves anything and then begin to stink. You will likely be there for much of the process and know what is happening. Don't worry, you are in no danger of being forced to live forever against your own will." OP would go on to ask John if his statement would make the theory illegitimate, which prompted the following comment: "What do you think you are? Why do you think that death, which is just another macroscopic physical process like spraining your ankle, will create some sort of continuity between you and one, but only one, of the myriad states of the universe in which you do not die? And what about the past states in which you did die? Did they all somehow coalesce into you? The line of reasoning that leads you to believe that you will live forever, quantum immortality, must also lead to the conclusion that you will die forever." If you're asking yourself what quantum immortality even is right now, it gets very convoluted, and like with most thought experiments, I just get really effing confused. So I'm gonna read this example word for word as it's probably the easiest way to understand it. So there's this device that goes off every few seconds, and when it does, the universe will either cease to exist, which would mean you're dead, or nothing happens, meaning you're alive. So each time the device triggers, the universe splits, and there is one version of you that is dead and another where you're still alive. But in the version that you are dead, you won't know that you're dead. Only the version of you that survived knows that you lived, so you're considered immortal. And maybe I'm just too smooth-brained for this, but it just seems like a pointless thought to me. Anyway, OP is terrified at the thought that he possibly can never die. And from that initial post onwards, OP's account has nothing but conversations revolving around quantum immortality. Over the span of about half a week, OP made about a dozen posts about the same topic. Then on February 6th of the same year, they make this post. Quantum immortality. I'm taking my own life soon. It's too much. I can't do it anymore. Afterwards, there would be no activity on his account, so it seemed like the guy really went through with it. Either that, or this entire rabbit hole was a hoax. But fast forward to 2019, it seems like AFH is still alive. In r/relationship advice, AFH resurfaced and made the following post. While recovering from a psychotic breakdown / attempt, I met the only girl I have ever fallen in love with. Due to my state, it didn't work out. I am considering asking her out again. I am AFH43, a regular feature on those dark/creepy Reddit history threads. I am still alive. It's been a long time since I have logged into this account. I thought it had been long forgotten by everyone. However, after logging in a few days ago, I saw that my inbox was full of hundreds of messages from people asking how I am, or whether I am even alive. I also saw that my username had been mentioned in a lot of dark, creepy Reddit history Ask Reddit posts. These were extremely hard for me to read because I try not to think about that time in my life. Nearly 3 years ago, I woke up one morning and my mind simply broke. I believed that because of quantum immortality, I would never be able to die and therefore would experience all of the greatest sufferings possible over and over again for all eternity. I felt there was no escape. It was like a panic attack of the highest intensity that did not end for weeks. For the first time, I understood what Emil Turan meant when he said, "We dread the future only when we are not sure we can end it when we want to." Surviving a attempt only worsened my delusions. It was only once I started on medication during my stay in a psych ward that I began to put the pieces of my life back together and return to normality. It was during the process of getting back on my feet that I met a girl whom I completely fell for. We went on a few dates, we even kissed, but because of what I was going through, I was so nervous around her that it made things a bit awkward and I was very much emotionally closed up. I think I just tried too hard to make something happen. I just wasn't ready. I was still recovering from a truly traumatic and horrific experience that had completely shattered my mind. I only really started to become myself, to come out of my shell, after we stopped seeing each other and I began my first relationship with another girl. My girlfriend was a pretty incredible person, and over the last year with her, I learned to enjoy life, to become free and uninhibited by anxieties. I became open. I became comfortable with myself and who I was and with the constraints on my existence. I made peace with my experience with my delusions. Today, I am happy and in control of my life, truly. So all in all, OP seems to be in a pretty good mental state right now. He even says that he is happy. However, this wouldn't last long, as in 2022, AFH made another post updating followers about his life. I'm still here. For a few years, my life has been pretty good, but at the moment I'm having an unrelated breakdown and I'm in the hospital for other mental reasons. I wish I could end it, but I'm still too scared. Maybe it's worth facing it though. I'll have to face death eventually. I'm stuck in hell and my life is effed. I might turn to other things to have some relief from this relentless pain. I just need to sleep and never wake up. Maybe that could be my reality. I just can't do this. I feel alone. I'm terrified and numb at the same time. The default state of my life is suffering. If anyone can dissuade me from quantum immortality, please tell me, but please don't make it worse for me. I'm in agony. Nothingness is a beautiful thing. I just want out. I know it will transfer the pain to other people, and that makes me feel horrible. I wish I didn't have these beliefs. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here right now. Since my last post, I've been diagnosed with OCD, and that explains a lot. I've been given Seroquel today to help me start thinking rationally. This may sound stupid, but this situation has to do with heartbreak and very specific and absurd triggering factors related to it. Maybe that sounds stupid, but I found love, real love, and now it might be over. Life is suffering. I am suffering. I don't want to be here anymore. I wish this was physical pain instead. I really envy Emil Chiron. It was a wonderful fantasy to him at times, because at any moment he knew he could escape, and that gave him immense comfort. My mind is broken, and I don't think I'll ever be able to fix it. This next entry was created in January of 2019 by user tbug411. They stated that when staying at a hotel, a woman had made her way into their room through a hole that was hidden behind a mirror. The post itself was titled, "Florida woman crawled out of my hotel mirror to rob me." This past Monday, my coworkers and I returned to our hotel from a day of work out in the field. Rebecca and I walked to our rooms, and as we stood outside of our rooms, I opened mine and I saw someone in the bathroom. I said, "Hello." Nobody answered. My first instinct was that it was a cleaning lady in there for some reason, and then I saw my bag with my clothes in her hands. I said to my coworker, "There's a woman in my room." Then I asked the woman, "What are you doing with my stuff?" It gets a little fuzzy here because I can't remember everything I said and what she said, but she kept mumbling about how her key still worked, how it still worked, and that's how she got in. I was in shock, and she was obviously very flustered, having been caught mid-robbery. She dropped my bags and fumbled around with her purse and a white plastic bag. By this time, my coworker was behind me watching all the insanity unfold. This woman was scrambling and walking towards the door, and I said, "What's in the bag?" thinking it is probably my stuff, and so she said, no, it's just my things. It's just my things. I'll show you. And so she did. I looked and I didn't see anything of mine, and so I'm obviously in shock at this time. I let her leave. I went into my room and it's been ransacked. I did a quick look around to see if anything had been taken. All of my electronics were still there. Then I went into the bathroom and I saw my underwear, my bikini, and my clothes shoved into my own bags randomly. Even my passport was shoved in there. Then I looked on the counter and I saw that she got into my medication. I'm not sure what was going through my head at the moment other than I wanted it back. So I ran out the door to go find her. I ran to the laundry room downstairs and out to the sides of the hotel, and I didn't see her. I realized I was never going to find her, so my coworker and I went down to the lobby to tell them what happened, and then we called the police. We went back up to my room to wait, and I noticed that there is a metal bat on my bed, a little larger than one of those novelty wooden bats you can get at a baseball game, but there's also a flashlight on the end. She must have left it behind in her hurry. She also left behind a necklace that must have fallen out of her bag when she was scrambling with mine. I was mostly freaking out at this point because I thought that she'd gotten away with my medication that I need. The police got there and took our statements and looked around the room as well. One thing that I noticed was that there were bits of drywall in the sink, and I pointed that out to the cops, but none of us really knew where it came from. We started looking at the door and the windows to see if she pried her way in somehow, but there was nothing. So we kind of just went with the idea that she had a spare key or something, even though the hotel front desk was adamant that there's no way that could be. The officer that came brought 2 more officers as backup because they thought that the woman might still be in the vicinity. But after our statements were taken, there was nothing else they could really do, so they left. I sat down to finally make some calls to tell people, and as I'm on the phone, I'm thinking about the drywall in the sink, and it still didn't make sense to me. So I'm on the phone and looking at the drywall and the mirror on the wall right above it. And then it hit me. I got my coworker and asked her to help me pull at this mirror on the wall. And we took the mirror down, and there's a hole there just big enough for a desperate junkie to squeeze through. I asked Brian and Rebecca if I should call the cops again to let them know that I found this, and my boss said there's still 2 cop cars in the parking lot. So I went down to tell them, and the female cop kinda rolled her eyes, but the young guy said, I'll come check it out. They both came back up, looked in the hole, and found a pillow, blankets, cigarettes, clothes, toothbrushes. This woman had been living in the wall behind my mirror for God knows how long. She had access to me in my room at all times.
What does corruption do, Leah?
Hard to picture. There was a crawl space
Also,
about
you
2
should
feet
look up the
wide
price of
between the 2 rows
Chessbreaker.
of rooms. One of the officers called the original officer to come back and take pictures of this. She explained to him what's going on, and all I hear over the radio is, no effing way. He comes back, takes pictures, and is just as mind blown as the rest of us. Obviously, we packed up and left immediately. What's even crazier is she has probably been there a long time. The last time we stayed at this hotel, I would randomly smell cigarette smoke, and I assumed someone was smoking in their bathroom and it was traveling through the vents. But nope, a junkie was smoking just on the other side of my mirror. She had access to other rooms too. The holes in the walls were from a renovation, and the hotel hadn't properly patched and just covered up with mirrors. She could have been hanging out in people's rooms when they were gone. Anyway, this was insane, and I'm taking a little time off. Posting from mobile, so sorry if the formatting is off. This entry focuses on a Reddit user named Cash22, an account which has been banned. The person behind this account took to Reddit to share his desire to be with someone. This attraction gets out of hand, and well, it's probably easier to explain if I just read his posts. Cash22 initially drew concern when this post was made in r/confessions. I spy on my soulmate. As long as they have their phone on them, they go to
Why
the
the
store,
fuck would
I
I
can
wanna
see.
buy that?
They're at home, I can see. I check very often, seeing where they are. I just like to feel close to them, even when we are not physically close, and I like to think about what they're doing. The only downside is I can't see them. Sometimes I think I want to make them a plushie and hide cameras in their eyes
For sure,
so that
man.
in their bedroom I can see them sleep. But I'm worried that they may get changed there. If they do and then find out I put cameras there, they'd feel like I spied on something too personal, even though it isn't my intent. And I want to lock them up in a cage in the basement, also lined with cameras, so I can watch them when I'm busy. They're so cute. Another post titled, I want to keep my partner locked up in my basement, said, I began cataloging my partner's interests and aesthetic choices
Look at that,
more
Leah.
than usual because we started making plans to move out together because I want to make a safe haven for them in the basement. I'm not going to lock them up against their will, and of course, we are going to share a normal bed together like any couple. I know which carpet they have in their current room, their favorite brands of consumables, the media they're a fan of, and their favorite plushies, just to keep them safe from the outdoor world if I have to go away to work and can't bring them. I would love to hire them eventually so we don't have to be apart, but I kinda have my business on the back burner right now. It's not very big/active. Let them
Ready?
stay in there, locked safely with cameras so I can be sure
Hey,
they're
where the
okay
fuck to
and
go?
they can have fun while being safe. They can text me too, keep their phone and everything. I'm not interested in controlling their entire life. I know it's probably weird, but I just want to keep them safe to the point where I think about this almost constantly. So OP is definitely unwell, and it gets even darker when he shares that he plans to actually kidnap his so-called partner. I have a strong desire to kidnap my partner. I can't sleep sometimes because it bothers me that they're not with me. Whenever they do anything when I'm not there, I don't stop them because I respect their autonomy. I have the urge to just lock them away from the world in a containment room/chamber/cage so that I can always have them to myself. When they tell me about things they want or enjoy having, my brain
Isn't that
sometimes
awesome,
drifts
Leah?
away to thoughts of how to implement these things in my own space so that I could hold them captive here in a way that would be least painful for them. I'm not saying I'm going
They were 9 mil before this. Isn't that awesome?
world in a containment room/chamber/cage so that I can always have them to myself. When they tell me about things they want or enjoy having, my brain sometimes drifts away to thoughts of how to implement these things in my own space so that I could hold them captive here in a way that would be least painful for them. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but I am obsessed with the idea. It's constantly on my mind and hard to ignore, but I don't want to do this to hurt them, just to keep and protect them. I'm extremely obsessed with my partner. I think about them all the time, to the extent where it's hard for me to sleep or work when they're not there, because I think about them and the things I'd like to do with them so much. I've had a crush on this person for over a decade, and I'm happy that we've finally started dating, but I feel like it's making me go insane. I constantly think about locking them up. I feel ill when they're not talking to me, especially when they're awake. I feel an intense need to protect them. I hate their friends. I hate anything that keeps them from me at any point on either end. I want to marry.
Should I? Why would you not? Not see all the free shit, basically? Get? You not see all the items you get when you open? Also, what does corruption do?
Them so badly, but we haven't even been on our first proper date yet, despite being an item for months now. They told me they weren't really into the idea of marriage, but another time I accidentally referred to myself as their husband instead of boyfriend, and they ignored it, so maybe they're more open to it. I don't know, but either way, it's something I think about constantly. There are many people who stumble upon this account and believe OP to be some sort of troll. However, if this was true, the person behind the account is extremely dedicated, as the post that we just went over is a small fraction of what he shared. OP talked about this unhealthy fondness towards their partner several times a day on Reddit, and he did this for weeks on end.
Mother killed my daughter.
This post was created back in early 2018 by user F Your Coconut. It was made on r/JustKnowMIL, which is a subreddit with about 2 million members dedicated to discussing issues people are having with their mother or mother-in-law. The sub itself says it's a place to post about your MIL or mother who is just the worst. Come for support, come for advice, or just to vent and get it all out. That's what we're here for. This post states that OP's mother had inadvertently killed one of their kids via the use of coconut oil. Hello, I am a first-time poster, but I discovered this subreddit a few months ago. I was talking about this subreddit with my therapist, and she gave me the homework of speaking out more about my story to see if it lessened my pain. I've written and deleted this post maybe 7 times now, but I think it's time to get it out. I've spoken English for 30 years, but it's not my first language, and occasionally I use the wrong word because that's what the direct translation is, so I apologize in advance if I confuse anyone. This is going to be a long post as I'm a rambler and there is a lot of background involved. Trigger warning, a mother-in-law who doesn't believe in allergies and the price I paid for it, child death. This happened 12 years, 2 months, and 13 days ago on Wednesday, November 2nd, 2005. My DH got married in 2002 and had our son 10 months later in the same year. In May 2004, we welcomed our twin girls. My family was beautiful. Every time I took a picture of us, we looked like the families in the stock photos you can Google for. My DH is an engineer and I'm a college professor. We had a nice house in the city. Our children were healthy and happy. We even had a golden retriever named Argo, as if we weren't the picture of familial happiness as is. I can no longer look at the pictures of us because it makes me too angry to. When my twin girls were born, we had no issues in the hospital. They were born right on their due date, latched perfectly, and passed all their postnatal tests with stellar stats. When we brought them home, however, we noticed that one of the girls was developing a rash. Let's call her OD.
Yeah, but the newer area, opening this egg, there's a chance for the new huge plus the other ones in rotation. So.
Since she was a whole 4.5 minutes older than her sister. I hadn't really dealt with allergies in kids since my son didn't have them, and neither did any child or adult in my entire family. I wasn't sure what it was. I thought that maybe she just had sensitive skin like me. I can't tolerate certain fabrics because I have very dry skin, and I'll often break out in rashes if my skin decides that it doesn't like something. So I stopped using fabric.
Don't tell me you're poor, Leah. Don't tell me you're that poor. You don't have one. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, say it ain't so. Yeah, you don't use it because you suck at the game. Get it? Up already, damn. Okay. The corruption, damn. Good.
Softener on all the clothes. I bought the nicest, most comfortable bedding and clothing. At one point, I even made her clothes myself in the fear that maybe something in the manufacturing process was upsetting my OD. We went to the doctor several times and they knew that she was having an allergic reaction to something, but every test came back negative and we couldn't figure out what it was. It took 3 more months to figure it out. During that time, her allergic reactions got more and more severe. At one point, she was the only baby in the history of the hospital who had to be kept in a clean room because she seemed to have a reaction the minute she left. When that happened, we began an elimination therapy that would rival the lifestyle of Buddhist monks. My husband and I moved our son and YD in with his parents because we needed to eliminate everything from our routine to figure out what was causing the reaction in our OD. We stopped using our soap, our shampoo, our deodorants, our laundry detergents, and that was before we even got to our diet. It took us 3 more months, but we figured it out. Our OD was allergic to coconut. The doctors told us that it was a particularly rare allergen, and so it wasn't on any of the skin test panels they ran. When we found out what she was allergic to, we were relieved. So relieved. But in addition to feeling relieved, I delved into hysterical laughter. I laughed so hard I cried, and to this day, my DH tells me that he didn't know if I was crying from relief or pure happiness. You see, I come from a culture that uses coconut almost religiously. It's in our cooking. We break a coconut open at religious events. It's used in almost all sweets. It's in everything. The reason I was laughing was because of how much I hated one particular use for coconuts. When I was a kid, pretty much up until I was in the 8th class, my mother would put coconut oil in my hair all the time. It looked greasy as hell. I hated it. And once I was old enough to start doing my own hair, I never put that stuff in my hair again. I was laughing so hard because, of course, I had a daughter with a severe allergy to the one thing I hated my entire life. We had a lot of fun telling people about her allergy, and everyone laughed because they all knew about my hatred towards coconut oil. We told my mother, and she laughed as well. She made jokes about how my baby must have heard me talking about my hatred for coconut oil while she was still cooking inside me and decided that she needed to hate it too. We all had a good laugh and left it at that. Or so I thought. My mother and I have always had a contentious relationship at best. We got along well enough, but we disagreed on certain topics. She wanted a traditional daughter who would be religious, get her MRS degree, marry a man that she and my father picked out, common where I'm from, have 2 kids, a house in the suburbs near her, and be a stay-at-home mom like her. I'm not religious in the slightest. I got 2 undergraduate degrees, went on to get a master's and a PhD, didn't get married until 27, late in my culture. And I married a man who was the polar opposite of what my parents wanted. As if this wasn't enough, I was a working mom who didn't need her to babysit since my husband and I made more than enough for a part-time nanny. Essentially, the best way I could summarize our relationship is by saying that she was very proud of me and loved to talk about my accomplishments, but I could always tell that she wished I was something else. We have a fair amount of safe topics that we can talk about, but I could never discuss anything too serious with her, such as politics or my career. Not because she'd get mad at me, but more so because she just wasn't interested, and I hate getting into conversations where I'm passionate about something, but the other person could care less. As far as raising my kids, my mother was a just yes 99.9% of the time. She was hands off and respected all of my decisions, even if she didn't like them sometimes. The only thing she continually got on my case about was the coconut oil thing. You see, my girls have very textured and curly hair. We don't really know where they got it from, considering my husband and I have pinned straight hair that won't even hold a paperclip in it without slipping. I loved it. It was a little on the rough side, and my mother always insisted that a little bit of oil would make the curls soft and more defined. I always said no. Sure, we could have used a different type of oil, but my girls were still so young and the allergy process had made me terrified of incorporating new things into their routine. I made sure I explained why to my mom too. She remembered what we had gone through with OD and her allergy. She brought me food and clothes at the hospital more than a few times. She helped me move all of my furniture and clothes out of my house when I was eliminating every possible source of allergen. She taught me how to cook from scratch when I was eliminating certain foods from the kids' diet. She knew everything about OD's struggle. To this day, I cannot understand how she did what happened next. November 2nd, 2005. I was giving a midterm that day to my students and I had to be at my research lab late that night. My DH was away at some
99.
conference and our nanny was down with the flu, so she couldn't watch the kids that day. So I had my mom come take them for the day. My son was almost 3 years old and the girls were a year and a half old. Overnight visits with my parents weren't exactly common, but they weren't unusual either. They had always come back from these visits very happy and well taken care of, so I had no second thoughts about leaving them with my parents. They spoke to me on the phone.
I already told you the best way to get breakable Xpedia.
We video chatted. The kids were also happy and healthy. I got home around 10:30 p.m. that night and called my mom to see if the kids were up by any chance, and I could say goodnight. I missed the kids by about 20 minutes. They had already gone to bed. So I talked to my mom for a little bit, but she's a pretty early sleeper too, so we hung up and went to bed. I woke up around 5 a.m. the next morning to go pick up my husband from the airport at 6. We were going to get breakfast together and then go pick up the kids. I picked up DH and neither one of us was very hungry yet.
Yeah,
So
but it's
we
gonna
thought
take
it would
you
be
3
a nice
weeks.
treat to pick up the kids first and go to breakfast with my parents. We got to my parents'
You
house
get
at
15,000
7:45
XP an
a.m.
hour.
My parents weren't there. My son was at the neighbor's house and ran outside with the neighbor as soon as he saw his daddy and I pull up. He was hysterical and crying and I couldn't calm him down. My blood pressure was rising because now I'm thinking that something horrible had happened to my parents. The neighbor tells me that she isn't sure what's happening, but there was an ambulance at my parents' house at 6 a.m. and my dad had run over and woken them up to see if they could watch my son for a few hours until he got back. Of course, they said yes. I'm calling my parents non-stop at this point and I'm getting frantic because I don't know what's happened. My son was still crying, but he was calmer. He still couldn't really explain to me what had happened though. I honestly don't remember the details of what happened next, but somehow we figured out that the ambulance was from X hospital nearby, and we broke several driving laws trying to get there. We got to the hospital, pulled into the emergency entrance that was for ambulances only, left the car, and bolted inside. A few nurses took notice of us immediately and were asking us what was wrong. I was calmer than my DH at this point,
literally
so
that's
explained
what
that
I used,
didn't
Leah.
know, but my twin girls and my parents were here somewhere.
Like 15 to 20K an hour.
Nurse's face. She knew exactly who I was in that moment, and she was about to cry. Another nurse took me and my DH to an empty room and asked us to calm down and listen to the doctor before we went to find my family. My mother had put coconut oil in both my daughter's hair when they were playing the previous day before bed. The girls loved it when my mom did their hair, and so they had asked for braids and my mom was doing their hair. She put coconut oil in both their hair because it would make for smoother braids. According to my son, OD started to get a little dizzy and itchy when my mom was doing her hair, so my mom gave her some kids Benadryl, which made her sleepy. Since it was close to bedtime anyways, the kids then went to bed. Giving her Benadryl was something we did whenever she had a mild reaction, since it usually meant she accidentally came across some coconut from a secondary source. We also showered her from head to toe immediately to erase any lingering traces of it. My mother simply gave her some Benadryl and kept the coconut oil in her
been
hair
at it for
and
like a
put her
week.
to effing sleep. The Benadryl made her sleepy and unable to wake up or be conscious enough to wake up her brother or cry. She vomited in her sleep and the rash spread all over. Her little body was swollen to twice the size. She had asphyxiated in her sleep. She died painfully and slowly in the early hours of the morning. My mother had found her when she went to check on the kids in the morning around 7 a.m. She was already dead by then. My mother screamed, called for my dad, and that's when they had gone to the hospital. My dad hadn't known about the coconut oil until my mom explained it, and to this day, I've never seen my father so angry. He was still unable to look at my mother out of fury or me out of shame when I saw him at the hospital. They had rushed to the hospital hoping that there was some way to save my OD and to get my YD checked out immediately since he thought she might have a mild allergy as well. I can't even explain to you the emotions my DH and I felt. I remember seeing my little girl and just being in denial. There was no way that she was gone. This had to be a horrible, horrible nightmare. The following days, the funeral, and explaining to my other kids what had happened are events I still can't talk about because it just breaks a part of me. My mother was investigated, as was my entire family. I almost lost my kids to my country's version of CPS once because they thought my kids were in danger. My DH and I had to fight tooth and nail to show that uprooting them during this time would be the worst thing for them at the moment. My mother was never arrested. My father did leave her, though they're not officially divorced. The majority of my mother's family refused to speak to her, and the few that do speak to her only do so on a limited basis. She currently lives on her own in a small town, and every couple months I'll get a call from her telling me how sorry she is and how she just wasn't thinking and can I please find a way to forgive her. She wants to come see me. The only thing I can find to ever say to her is, you can come see me when you bring my daughter with you. It's been 13 years. Our son just got his license this year and YD is going to start high school soon. Both of them are healthy and they're turning into amazing adults, but neither one has been the same since OD passed. Our son is extremely protective of YD. YD used to be so bubbly and such a talkative little child, but she's quiet now. When she does speak, it takes some effort to hear her because she's so quiet. She told me a few years ago that she knows she was only a baby when it happened, but she feels incomplete all the time, like a part of her is missing. If it weren't for my DH, I don't think I could have ever recovered from the loss of my daughter. We have helped each other through the loss. It's taken over a decade of therapy to even get to this point. I don't know what I expect to get out of typing all of this out, but I've seen how much comfort this subreddit brings other posters, so hopefully I find some of the same peace. Thank you for reading.
Damn. Man,
This post was created back in 2019 by user PSFI678 on r/let's-not-meet. It's titled The Man on My Patio. Warning, long post, but I recommend you read it all. Okay, so this happened when I was around 9 years old, 25 now, and it's something I will never forget. It gives me goosebumps to this day. I lived in a terraced house, meaning 4 houses combined, and my neighbors and I each have our own little patio. There's a small road 10 meters from my yard where people do their Sunday walks.
My favorite
and
thing
so
about the
on.
update
Only a small fence separates my small yard
is
and
them
patio
saying,
from
"Oh
that
yeah,
road."
we're
I live
gonna
in a pretty
we
crowded area
fixed
with
the
several of those
supercomputer."
terraced houses
Nope.
spread around
They'll
my
show
neighborhood.
potions.
So seeing people walking on that road is pretty normal for me. Seeing random people standing on my patio is not. When I was 9, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom got home from work. I live maybe 50 meters away from my school, so my mom figured I was mature enough to be home alone for around an hour before she got home. This one day, I got home from school. I did the usual thing, which was to make sure I locked the front door and double check that the back door leading to the patio was also locked. I was 9. Being alone was a little scary, even though it was in the middle of the day and only for 1 hour. I then rushed to my room upstairs to play as much PlayStation as possible before my mom came home and made me do homework. While playing, I heard this noise coming from outside my window. My room was located 1 floor over the patio, with a view to the road I told you about before. It was kinda like the sound of a cat, but my cat had been missing for over 3 months. Hope sparked and I thought, OMG, did he finally come back? I ran downstairs to check if it was my cat, but the sight that met me gives me goosebumps just writing this. There was a guy standing on my patio, a tall guy with black hair covering half of his eyes, making him look like a male version of the Ring Woman or something. I could hear him making high-pitched sounds, almost like a cat meowing. A brown liquid was running down from his mouth, and I could see him spitting out my dad's stomped cigarettes. He was actually eating from the ashtray. I was frozen observing this, eventually snapped out of it and screamed so loud that the man must have heard it. He didn't react. He kept on eating from the ashtray. I ran upstairs to my room, locked the door, and called my mom, who then called the cops. I've never been more terrified in my life. Laying in bed under my sheets, shivering with fear as I hear these creepy high-pitched noises from the guy eating cigarette stomps from the ashtray on my patio. I kinda blacked out for a moment because the next thing I remember is the police arriving on the road by my yard. I hear them talking to the guy,
You're a
saying
grown
stuff
man.
like, "What are you doing? Get over here or we will come down and arrest you," and so on. He didn't respond, but the high-pitched sounds was more frequent and louder. I decided to look through the window, feeling safe now that the cops were there. I could see 2 police officers standing by my fence, 1 man and a woman. I did not see the creepy man, however, because he was standing directly 1 story under me and out of my field of view. The police jumped the fence, and I remember hearing the creepy guy screaming louder than anything I've ever heard before. He charged a female officer with full force, and he effing knocked her out cold. The male officer then immediately tased the guy, leaving him shaking on the ground, screaming still. The policeman struggled to keep him on the ground while putting handcuffs on him, but eventually made it. After a while, he managed to wake up the female police officer, who seemed to be badly hurt. He called for backup and an ambulance, and then he sees me standing in the window above him. The expression on my face must have been something else because he just looked at me and said, "I sure as hell hope you didn't see all that." I started to cry. By this time, neighbors started to arrive, wondering what the hell was going on. One of my neighbors, an elderly woman, made me come down and she took care of me until my mom came back home. The police took the guy with them in the car and left. Before they left, they promised to come back and talk to us about what had happened. This is where the story takes an unexpected turn. The male police officer came back later that night and sat down with me and my mom to talk. He explained that the guy on my patio was actually diagnosed with severe autism. He had escaped a facility where mentally challenged people lived, located around 5 kilometers from where I live. He explained that the guy had actually been living in my house 5 years ago, but he had been forced to move when his mom, his only caretaker, died. The poor guy probably thought he would find his mom in my house. He missed the routines and he missed living there with his mom. The police had to move him from the house that time 5 years ago because he was extremely strong.
I
From
mean,
what I heard,
if
he
not,
had extreme
these
tensions
people are
in the
fucking
body
loose
because of the
with too much
autism,
time on
making
their
his
hands.
muscles grow stronger and stronger throughout the years. This
Until
was the
proven
reason he reacted
otherwise,
the way
I
he
am
did
a
when
believer.
The police came this day.
'Cause
Still frightened,
why
I
not?
told the police officer that he needed to make sure this would never happen again. He promised it wouldn't. After a few sleepless nights, my life got back to normal. The years went by and the guy didn't come back, until 1 year ago. At this time, my mom and dad had moved out. I bought the house from them and I'm still living there today. I was enjoying my morning coffee on the patio when I see this random guy stopping on the road by my fence. He just stands there looking at me. I look at him and give him a nod, and then I hear the high-pitched noises. Holy crap, it's him. His hair had turned gray, but the high-pitched sounds made me realize. My heart started racing and I instantly remembered the reason why he was back. I realized that he must have managed to escape again. I started to realize how sorry I felt for the guy. 16 years later, and he was back to look for his mom. I decided to carefully ask him if he wanted to come down to the patio. He instantly jumped the fence. I started to think he would knock me out like he did to that police officer. He didn't. He smiled. He looked at me and smiled. I offered him to sit down. He didn't respond. I offered him to come inside. He started laughing. We went inside. His face lit up with pure joy. He was home. It reminded him of the life he had with his mom. It almost made me tear up. All of a sudden, he sat down on my couch, turned on my TV, and switched directly to the cartoons. I observed him for a while. He was just completely focused on the cartoons. I just wanted him to enjoy the moment, so I didn't say anything to him. I realized I had to call the facility to let them know. The caretakers arrived 10 minutes later. After a lot of convincing, he got back up, crying, and they went back to the facility. I called the facility 2 days later. We made a deal. His name is Tom, and I now consider Tom my friend. Every Sunday from the day he returned, Tom and his caretakers visit me to watch cartoons. They say it's the highlight of his week. It makes my heart warm.
Fuck.
This final entry isn't exactly disturbing, but it's more so just straight up disgusting. It was created back in August of 2012. The story originated as a comment made on an Ask Reddit post, asking professionals what their most gory, disgusting, or worst medical experience was. The thread itself is pretty effed up, and we might take a look at that alone some other day. But the post that went on to be known as the Swamps of Dagobah went like this. OR nurse here. This is kind of a long one. I was taking call one night and woke up at 2 in the morning for a general surgery call. Pretty vague, but at the time, I lived in a town that had large populations of young military guys and avid meth users, so late night emergencies were common. Got to the hospital where a few more details awaited me. Pararectal abscess. For the uninitiated, this means that somewhere in the immediate vicinity of the asshole, there was a pocket of pus that needed draining. Needless to say, our entire crew was less than thrilled. I went down to the emergency room to transport the patient, and the only thing the ER nurse said as she handed me the chart was, "Have fun with this one." Amongst healthcare professionals, vague statements like that are a bad sign. My patient was a 314-pound Native American woman who barely fit on the stretcher I was transporting her on. She was rolling frantically side to side and moaning in pain. pulling at her clothes and muttering Hail Marys. I could barely get her name out of her after a few minutes of questioning, so after I confirmed her identity and what we were working on, I figured it was best just to get her to the anesthesiologist so we could knock her out and get this circus started. She continued her theatrics the entire 10-minute ride to the OR, nearly falling off the surgical table as we were trying to put her under anesthetic. We see patients like this a lot though. Chronic users who don't handle pain well and who have used so many substances that even increased levels of pain medication don't touch simply because of high tolerance levels. It should be noted, tonight's surgical team was not exactly wet behind the ears. I'd been working in healthcare for several years already, mostly psych and medical settings. I've watched an 88-year-old man tear a 1-inch diameter catheter balloon out of his penis while screaming, "You'll never make me talk."
No.
I've been attacked by an HIV-positive neo-Nazi. I've seen some stuff. The other nurse had been in the OR as a trauma specialist for over 10 years. The anesthesiologist had done residency at the Level 1 Trauma Center, or as we call them, knife and gun clubs. The surgeon was ex-army and averaged about 8 words and 2 facial expressions a week. None of us expected what was about to happen next. We got the lady off to sleep, put her into the
Shut the fuck up, Ibo.
stirrups, and I began washing off the rectal area. It was red and inflamed. A little bit of pus was seeping through, but it was all pretty standard. Her chart noted that she had been injecting substances in that area. So this was obviously an infection from dirty needles or bad substances, but overall it didn't seem to warrant her repeated cries of, "Oh Jesus, kill me now." The surgeon steps up with a scalpel, sinks just the tip in, and at that exact moment, the patient had a muscle twitch in her diaphragm, and just like that, all hell broke loose. Unbeknownst to us, the infection had actually tunneled nearly a foot into her abdomen, creating a vast cavern full of pus, rotten tissue, and fecal matter that has seeped outside of her colon. This godforsaken mixture came rocketing out of that little incision like we were recreating the funeral scene from Jane Austen's Mafia. We all wear waterproof gowns, face masks, gloves, hats, the works, all of which were as helpful as rain boots against a fire hose. The bed was in the middle of the room, an easy 7 feet from the nearest wall, but by the time we were done, I was still finding bits of rotten flesh pasted against the back wall. As the surgeon continued to advance his blade, the torrent just continued. The patient kept seizing against the ventilator, not uncommon in surgery, and with every muscle contraction, she shot more of this gray-brown fluid out onto the floor until within minutes it was seeping into other nurses' shoes. I was nearly 12 feet away, jaw dropped open within my surgical mask, watching the second nurse dry heaving and the surgeon standing on tiptoes to keep this stuff from soaking his socks any further. The smell hit them first. Oh god, I just threw up in my mask. The other nurse was out. She tore off her mask and sprinted out of the room, shoulders still heaving. Then it hit me, mouth still wide open, not able to believe the volume of fluid this woman's body contained. It was like getting a great big bite of the despair and apathy that permeated this woman's life. I couldn't effing breathe. My lungs simply refused to pull any more of that stuff in. The anesthesiologist went down next, an ex-NCAA D1 tailback, his 6'2" frame shaking as he threw open the door to the OR suite in an attempt to get more air in, letting me glimpse the second nurse still throwing up in the sinks outside the door. Another geyser of pus splashed across the front of the surgeon. The YouTube clip of David at the dentist keeps playing in my head. Is this real life? In all operating rooms everywhere in the world, regardless of socialized or privatized, secular or religious, big or small, there is one thing the same. Somewhere there is a bottle of peppermint concentrate. Everyone in the department knows where it is. Everyone knows what it is for. And everyone prays to their gods they never have to use it. In times like this, we rub it on the inside of our masks to keep the outside smells at bay long enough to finish the procedure and shower off. I sprinted to our central supply, ripping open the drawer where this vial of ambrosia was kept, and was greeted by an empty effing box. The bottle had been emptied and not replaced. Somewhere out there was a godless individual who had used the last of the peppermint oil and not replaced a single drop of it. To this day, if I figure out who it was, I'll kill them with my bare hands, but not before cramming their head up the colon of every last user I can find, just so we're even. I darted back into the room with the next best thing I can find, a vial of Mastasol, which is an adhesive rub we use sometimes for bandaging. It's not as good as peppermint, but considering that over 1/3 of the floor was now thoroughly coated in what could easily be mistaken for a combination of bovine afterbirth and maple syrup, we were out of options. I started rubbing as much of this as I could get on the inside of my mask, just glad to be smelling anything except whatever slimy demon spawn we had just cut out of this woman. The anesthesiologist grabbed the vial next, dousing the front of his mask in it so he could stand next to his machines long enough to make sure this woman didn't die on the table. It wasn't until later that we realized that Mastasol can give you a mild high from huffing it like this, but in retrospect, that's probably what got us through. By this time, the smell had permeated out of our OR suite, and down the 40-foot hallway to the front desk where the other nurse still sat, eyes bloodshot and watery, clenching her stomach desperately. Our suite looked like the underground river of ooze from Ghostbusters 2, except dirty. Oh, so dirty. I stepped back into the OR
Leo, why'd
suite,
you do
not
this
wanting
to these
leave
people?
the surgeon by himself in case he genuinely needed help. It was like one of those overly artistic representations of a zombie apocalypse you see on fan forums. Here's this one guy in blue surgical garb, standing nearly ankle deep in lumps of dead tissue, fecal matter, and several liters of syrupy infection. He was performing surgery in the swamps of Dagobah, except the swamps had just come out of this woman's butt and there was no Yoda. He and I didn't say a word for the next 10 minutes as he scraped the insides of the abscess until all the dead tissue was out. The front of his gown was a gruesome mixture of brown and red. His eyes squinted against the stinging vapors originating directly in front of him. I finished my required paperwork as quickly as I could, helped him stuff the recently vacated opening full of gauze, taped this woman's rear end closed to hold the dressing for as long as possible, woke her up, and immediately shipped off to the recovery ward. Until then, I'd only heard of alcohol showers. Turns out 70% isopropyl alcohol is about the only thing that can even touch a scent like that once it's soaked into your skin. It takes 4 or 5 bottles to get really clean, but it's worth it. It's probably the only scenario I can honestly endorse drinking a little of it too. As we left the locker room, the surgeon and I looked at each other, and he said the only negative sentence I heard him utter in 2.5 years of working together. That was bad. The next morning, the entire department, a fairly large floor within the hospital, still smelled. The housekeepers told me later that it took them nearly an hour to suction up all of the fluid and debris left behind. The OR suite itself was closed off and quarantined for 2 more days just to let the smell finally clear out. I laugh now when I hear new recruits talk about the worst thing they've seen. You ain't seen anything, kid. This entry was created in r/ghosts back in January of 2014. It's titled Experience Using Sleep as Android App. I used an app called Sleep as Android to improve my sleep. One of the features is that it records your
Be that
nighttime
fat-ass
noises,
woman
snoring, sleep talk,
puss up
cover
your
ruffles,
butthole.
coughing, etc.
Squirted all over him.
etc. I've been using the app since October 1st of 2013. I've never caught anything other than sounds created by me changing positions or coughing or something like that, although I've been told several times I talk in my sleep by other people. On December 30th at 2:04 a.m. I caught something very weird. To set up, this night I was sleeping in my bed. My 3-year-old was with me that night as he is scared of the dark. It was just the 2 of us in the whole house. The next night I decided to go through and delete my recordings and saw this particular record. In it, you can hear some clicks that start to get louder over the course of the recording. Eventually, you can hear me say, "What are you doing?" And immediately after, there is a deep voice that says, "Nothing." The clicks become very loud at that point, and at the very end of the recording, you hear the same voice say, "That's them, I think." I am pretty creeped out by this. I don't remember being awake that night. The only plausible explanation is that I answered my own sleep talking, but the voice doesn't even sound like me or something I could emulate. It definitely doesn't sound like a voice my preschooler could emulate either. I have no idea what the clicks could be. I keep a fan going at night for white noise, but the clicks sound like they're coming from right near my phone, which is placed right by me on my bedside table. I want to say that I've picked up the clicks a few times on recordings before, but deleted them thinking it was nothing. This is the first time I've ever heard anything though.
What are you doing?
OP went to add additional audio recordings from other sleep sessions for people to compare. Then in the fourth edit, they said the following: "This post was linked to r/creepy. Thanks. And just so there's an update for people wondering how this turned out, I have caught no more voice recordings since then. Also, as suggested by several people, I've beefed up my home security, changed locks, that kind of thing. This happened 4 months ago. Since then, I have had no more weird voice recordings, but there were 1 or 2 more instances of the clicking noise waking me up at night. During one of the times that it woke me up, I sat up and tried to hear where the sound was coming from, even though I was pretty scared. The sound seemed to be coming from the area of my fan, about 12 feet away from my bed, but the closer I got, it started to fade away. When I got to my fan, it wasn't coming from my fan at all that I could tell, and it just stopped. Very weird. Also, I took someone else's advice and walked through my house shortly after the final clicking and asked that whatever it was to please leave my house and that my son and I were scared. I felt like a complete ding-dong doing that though, but I was up for trying about anything. I'd say nothing weird has happened for about 3 months now. I am completely fine with that. This experience really messed with me for a while. Of course, there were many people in the comments that believed that this was just OP mumbling to herself in her sleep, but as time went on and Redditors were given more time to investigate, it seemed that people were in agreement that this was just not the case. One user named Tipper the Clown said the following: "I am convinced you are a victim of a home invasion. The ambient noises in the recording are very sinister sounding, and by that I mean it sounds like somebody is rummaging through your belongings or perhaps looking for things to steal. They sound quite loud, and I'm going to assume that they were more prominent than the clicks you normally hear. This is going to sound somewhat outlandish, surely this is more believable than ghosts however, but I believe this is what might have happened. The intruder entered your room looking for things to steal, and in the process was opening up whatever satchel/bag they brought with them to pack the things they would steal. This is the clicking noise we hear throughout the video. This is actually very important to my theory, as I'll note later. The noises they made were enough to startle you awake, but not to full consciousness. Since you said that "what are you doing" is a normal question you would ask when you were with your ex, I believe that you said it out of habit, having not been awake enough to realize what you were doing. This startled the robber, but after seeing that you clearly weren't jumping out of bed to attack them or anything, they must have correctly guessed that you were still asleep, or mostly asleep anyway, and answered with nothing in an attempt to convince you that you were just dreaming, if you happen to be awake enough to hear it. Now, here is where the clicking noise is important. I know I am probably sounding crazy here, but I believe this is very important. Note that the clicking noise momentarily pauses immediately after you ask "what are you doing" is heard once more, then stops again briefly before starting again. That can't be a coincidence, can it? Surely if I was a robber and I was looking around for things to steal, I'd be startled enough by the sound of someone asking "what are you doing" to stop what I was doing at that moment. I believe if it was a thief, they were getting ready to take things, and when you asked "what are you doing," they were understandably startled and stopped what they were doing to focus on you. That was the first pause. The second one we hear is them remaining
That
silent
this isn't
to
real.
see if you do anything, to see if you are
This ain't
actually
real.
awake or still sleeping.
This cat right here,
Once
that's
they
not
determined
real.
that you were just sleeping, they continued with what they were doing, which is why the noises picked up again. The second set of clicking noises sounds like clasps being closed, perhaps on some sort of briefcase or satchel. Maybe they decided it wasn't worth the risk, closed their bag up and left? I have a briefcase with clasps, and when I close them, they sound exactly like that noise. I mean, I could be wrong, it could be the water bottle, which is a noise that the clicking also resembles a lot, but I'm going based on what you said about it in a response to user Penny Royal. As for the last line, I'm not sure. It could be that's them, but I'm not sure what context a thief would be saying that in. Maybe there was more than one and he said that's them as a way of identifying who the occupants of the home were. Couldn't tell you, to be honest. Only thing I could tell you is that in my opinion, it couldn't be I'm Jenny or Danny because it sounds like that one flat
Give me a
syllable
second,
at
be
the
right
end.
back.
I know that probably sounds a bit crazy, but I am someone who is more inclined to believe a theory like that than ghosts. Though that might just be because I don't believe in them. Listening to the enhanced audio a few more times, it sounds like after the word nothing, the voice begins to say go b before stopping. Perhaps the intended full sentence might have been something like nothing, go back to bed. Pure speculation on my part. OP made a final edit in April of 2015 that said, no longer living at the house where this took place, so no more updates from here on out. Thank God. OP is still active on Reddit and occasionally comes back to this thread to make comments, but it doesn't seem like they ever figure out just what had happened that night. Was this truly a home invasion? If so, it's definitely scary to think what would have happened if OP was fully conscious. This entry was posted on the r/confessions subreddit under the account name MESC997 on June 6th, 2019. It's titled, I am responsible for the deaths of several people. Around 4 years ago, I was a vendor on the dark net. It was a relatively short-lived thing. I was just doing it because I was too lazy to get a job and at the time didn't want to settle for the 9-to-5 thing. I wanted to start my own business and use the money as a startup. I had been using myself for years. Along with that, I met lots of people into the scene and eventually started myself. I have a lot of anxiety though, so I hated meeting up with people in parking lots and I definitely didn't want anyone to know where I lived. That's when I read about the Silk Road. I got obsessed with learning, all with the goal of eventually using my connections to start up my store. Well, after a couple of months, I did. I started my store with 3 items. All was going good for a few months, had a couple thousand get stolen in an exit scam, but I had about $25,000 saved at that point, so it didn't ruin my life like a few vendors I knew of. Eventually, I met a local connect that came into my town only once a week, but he had anything I wanted. I put all my addresses into an Excel spreadsheet along with their name, zip code, order, along with the amount. At the time, I was selling a super white powdered item. The F was also a white powder. Very similar consistency. Long story short, my Excel effed up, or I effed up, and about 7 people's orders were filled with F orders. They all went out. I didn't notice and kept doing my thing for a few days. After about 5 days, someone contacted me and told me their friend died from one of my orders. I immediately called BS and went to check my order log. Now, it turned out I still had the item that this particular person ordered. I still don't know how the F it could have happened. I went to check my order log on the market to see if anyone had finalized on their purchase, and a couple of them were, but none from a specific day. No one that had purchased that item that day had finalized their orders. The market I was on also had a feature to see the
What the
user's
fuck
last
you say,
activity,
Leah?
and none of them had logged in at least 3 days, most 2 days. I immediately deactivated my vendor account. I didn't even need confirmation. I knew what happened. I knew I just killed several people. I sold the rest of my items, converted my Bitcoin to cash, and moved the F away. Didn't speak to anyone for weeks. I found a job in a restaurant, living in a city I always wanted to. I haven't touched that niche since that day. I haven't had anything to do with that life since then. I still think about them every night. I saved their names and Googled them a few days later. I was able to find info on 4 customers that definitely died. One customer shared it with a friend. They both died. I don't know why I'm even posting this, mainly because I have no one to tell, and even if I did, I don't think I could. I spend my days sober, clocking into work, clocking out of work, coming home, playing video games. I'm a complete recluse. People I used to know have distanced themselves immensely, and I know it's because I'm a shell of my former self. I can't help it. Could I even tell a therapist about this? I don't feel like I deserve to be alive. Am I really living anyway? I don't even know anymore. Maybe this will help me feel better. For this entry, a Redditor stumbles upon a hidden area within a bridge that is pretty unsettling. The post was made all the way back in May of 2012 and is simply titled The Bridge. This was going to be short, but the memory sprung into my mind a couple days back and I thought it would be worth sharing. I live in North Wales, UK. For anyone who has had the pleasure of visiting, it truly is a beautiful place to live. Though for an adolescent boy, it is certainly lacking in things to do. As a result, my friends and I would often find ourselves mindlessly exploring areas of countryside and coastline. Despite it being quite sparsely populated in comparison to the closest cities, there is a dual carriageway running right along the coast from Wales into England. Also, train tracks run alongside this road for most of its course, occasionally passing overhead via a small cement bridge. Anyway, there was one night a few years ago when about 4 of us randomly decided to try and explore the inside of one of these bridges, as one of the group had observed a manhole cover nearby which we believed to be the entrance. On closer inspection, we discovered that several tools would be required in order to gain entry. We returned with the necessary equipment and proceeded to unbolt the cover. This had to be done stealthily as the train track was right beside us. Not close enough to be of any danger, but definitely a sufficiently small distance to cause panic for any train driver. And panic usually means police. It wasn't long before we had removed the heavy steel disc and had started descending the ladder down into the structure. Once we had all safely reached the bottom, we decided to progress to the other side. At this point, we are totally confined into the narrow space that leads into the main area. If you are confused as to what the hell this bridge is supposed to be, you probably should be, because it was rather peculiar. I mean, I would have never known there was even an inside had we not found it. So as we squeeze and crouch and at one point scrape along our bellies to the other side of the structure, there is a growing sense of claustrophobia between us. The distance from one end to the other is surprisingly long, but by the halfway point, you can look down through narrow gaps onto the motorway below. This was actually pretty cool, which helped keep us calm in a strange way. At this point, apart from the mild discomfort and confinement, we were still just a group of guys on an adventure. This was about to change dramatically. No more than a few meters beyond halfway, which we could tell due to the symmetry of the passageways through the bridge, one of us claimed that they could see some object in the distance at the far end. Slightly hesitantly, we agreed to investigate. Bad move. I reached the end first, and let me tell you, I have never felt the same sense of dread before or since. In front of me was a single fold-away chair positioned facing a wall. On the wall was a partially torn page from a newspaper or a magazine, showing a fully naked lady in an erotic position. The reason I don't just refer to this as is because something was different about it. I can't put my finger on it, but it seemed more sinister than anything else, if that even makes any sense. More disturbingly, the eyes of the woman on display had been cut from the page, removed with precision, not just hastily ripped off. The scene that lay before us had rendered us completely speechless, and an overpowering sense of panic could be felt collectively. That was when we found the horrendous,
dang, Leah, they found you nudes under the bridge.
Needless to say, we got the
After
F out
you
of there
sucking
as
dick.
fast as humanly possible, smashing our knees and shins against the sharp cement edges that lined the path to the ladder by which we had entered. Of course, we were all praying to God that the manhole hadn't been resealed, as it was impossible
go
to
for
tell until
manhole
you
right
reached the
now.
ladder itself. Thankfully, the exit route was clear and we promptly dashed as far away as our legs could carry us. I'm sure this ending comes as a disappointment to some of you reading this, as we luckily never bumped into the twisted individual who sits in that chair. But I must stress how radically out of the norm this was given where I live. The reason I mentioned the population earlier was with purpose. There is easily enough people here to escape the realms of crazy country folk, yet nowhere near enough people to have someone clearly lose grip on society without somebody taking notice. For example, there was literally only one homeless man who everyone in the area knew and grew fond of, eventually resulting in a mass gathering at his funeral when he passed away. I sometimes think, though not recently as I had more or less forgotten about that night entirely, about the person who climbs down into that bridge and navigates through the darkness to sit facing a wall and do God knows what that ends up with a full of blood. You honestly couldn't envision a more surreal situation. It has just come to my realization that what we unearthed that night has not once been uttered to another soul. As a naive teenager, it was the type of thing you just wanted to forget, but thinking about it, we probably should have let the police or at least someone know about what was down there, because it wasn't the doings of a healthy-minded individual. So there you have it. Apologies for the length. I got a little carried away as it is my first L&M post and I wanted to make the reading experience as similar to reality as I could. Now that I'm a few years older and hopefully a bit braver, I'm considering going down there again, accompanied of
Shut up,
course,
Leah.
to see what exactly might be waiting there. This could well happen in the next couple days, and rest assured I will 100% post an update as I currently have no job, so time is plentiful. Thanks for reading. Edits, as promised, here are the photos from the return visit. We went early evening, so there was still plenty of light, and as a result, I have decided to use a simple filter on most of the outdoor shots simply to reduce the light and give it the eeriness it deserves. Unfortunately, I hadn't adequately conveyed my plans to those accompanying me, and they had presumed I just wanted to check out the small area before the entrance to the passageways, as they had been there before. When I expressed my wishes to navigate through the bridge, they instantly noped out of there. As you can imagine, I was massively disappointed. I hope to go back soon with a different bunch of guys, but I can't promise when. Perhaps if everyone who would like to see the return visit just leaves a single comment saying update, I could reply to you individually so you don't have to keep checking back. Just wait for a message, just a thought. Either way, the pictures are definitely worth your time. Thanks again, guys. Edit 2, the bridge revisited. Here are the pictures taken from last night's return to the bridge. This will be the last time I venture down there. Thanks for reading. I hope you enjoy. The additional post with the photos from OP said, early yesterday evening, a friend and I decided to embark on the revisit to this awful place in hope of finding some remnants of the twisted scene that had been stumbled upon several years ago. We were not disappointed. If anything, it was even worse than I had imagined. Aside from what you will see in the photos, the general environment within the bridge structure is practically uninhabitable, as it bloody well should be, and stomach-turning to say the least. The amount of dust in the passageways is actually quite unbearable, but that is nothing compared to the constant stench that must be endured. Also, the heat didn't help this situation either. I won't ramble on, but I must express how vulnerable you feel when navigating through the tunnels. Even with two of us both carrying appropriate weaponry, the sense of evil was overpowering. The tension is amplified tenfold by the fact that had we encountered someone or something,
Toby
the layout
Turner's
of the structure
retarded.
and the multiple tight squeezes mean a
A
safe
boy
speedy
posted on
exit
Twitter
is
saying
nigh
the
on
Mayo
impossible.
Clinic
It
rejected
truly
mom's
is a
lung
hellhole.
transplant
Without further ado,
due to
here
lack
is
of a
what
full
lies in the
COVID
bridge.
vaccine.
Enjoy.
Mayo with the side of murder? Dog, is he retarded? Why would you not? Why would you
This
trust a
entry
doctor
focuses
to
on
replace a
Reddit
lung,
user
but
named
not to
R.
when they
Bradbury
tell you to
1920
get a
and
shot?
was posted in r/legal advice back in May of 2015. It was titled "Post-it Notes Left in Apartment."
Oh, I
On
love
the
this
15th
one.
of April, I found
I've read
a
this
yellow
one.
post-it note in a handwriting that wasn't mine on my desk, reminding me of some errands I had to do, but told literally nobody about. While odd, I chalked it up to something I did in my sleep, thinking maybe in my half-awake state I scrawled it so it didn't appear to be my handwriting. I threw it out and thought little of it. On the 19th, I found another post-it note on the back of my desk chair in the same handwriting as the previous note, telling me to make sure I saved my documents. I was freaked out, but there were no other signs of a break-in, so I set up a webcam in my house, aimed at my desk, and used a security cam app for it to record after detecting movement. On the 28th, I woke up to find another post-it note, this one saying, "Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you, but it's important we do." I immediately checked the webcam's folder on my computer and found nothing from the night before, but my computer's recycling bin had been emptied, which I am certain I did not do recently, indicating someone had noticed the webcam and deleted the files. They were just saved straight to a folder on my desktop called webcam. Today, on the 1st of May, I found another post-it note, this time on the outside of my door with nothing written on it. And there also appeared to be post-its on many other doors in my apartment complex, all blank in varying colors. Do I have any legal recourse here? I have no proof except for the post-its, but those are written by my pen and on my post-it notes, so conceivably I could have faked them. Would contacting the police get me into any trouble if they can't determine an outside source for this? I just want to make sure I'm not wasting anyone's time. Should I consult my landlord, those also living in the complex? Edit: I pulled up a letter I received from my landlord back when I moved in and the handwriting is identical. Could this count as evidence? As we can see in the comments, a lot of people thought that OP's post was complete BS, but others that took Bradbury a bit more seriously suggested things like adding an additional lock that could only be unlocked from the inside. Another Redditor suggested the possibility that OP was having some health issues. Seeing a doctor should be your priority for two reasons. You could be having a serious mental or neurological problem, and even if you're not, that will probably be the police's first thought. If you have a general practitioner, make an appointment ASAP. They'll be able to get the ball rolling and make appropriate referrals. Bring in the notes and the sample of your landlord's handwriting so your doctor can look at them. Another user would make a similar comment, also picking at the idea that perhaps OP is simply losing some memories. User Kakerlak commented, "You seem sincere and this doesn't appear to be the plot of a Ray Bradbury short story. It's possible that your landlord is leaving notes inside your apartment, but they don't make any sense in the context you're describing them. It's likely that you are writing the notes yourself, but you are forgetting. Do you use post-it notes as reminders in any other parts of your life or job? Yes, this might be a mental health issue. You might be experiencing some sort of dissociative disorder, or it might be a physical problem. You mentioned that you have a very unusual narrow bedroom with no windows. Is there a chance that you are not getting enough ventilation when you sleep, or that there is a carbon monoxide leak in the building? A cheap CO detector, which you should have anyway, is a fast way to find out. You'll also have really bad headaches. You know your own medical and mental history and your other experiences. If you think these incidents might be you writing notes to yourself, there's no shame in getting somebody qualified to give you
I'm
an
definitely
opinion.
not
User
doing
Kakarot
regular
did
servers
some
anymore,
digging
or
on
I'm
our
not doing
Bradbury's
private
account and noticed
at
that
the
they
moment.
made a comment mentioning a compact apartment with no windows. Bradbury was wanting to know how they could fit in both a desk
You
and
got
bed
mobbed
inside
here
this
too.
room. This got Kakerlak thinking that perhaps Bradbury was indeed suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. Luckily, Bradbury saw Kakerlak's comments and said the following: "I have had really bad headaches, and I actually already do have a CO detector. Guess I should probably take that out of its box and plug it in." And it turned out that OP was indeed suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. This random Reddit user just saved OP's life. This post was created back in July of 2019 by...
Oh, a lot of these posts I remember reading because they're fucking insane. Like, I remember this one.
user Crazy Sun throw off in the r/confession subreddits. Okay, fair warning,
my mommy
this
lets
one
me
is
curse.
long as hell. Apologies for that, but this is very hard for me and I have been carrying it for a lot of years. On the advice of my therapist, I've written it all out to try to work out my feelings on it. He didn't advise me to submit it to Reddit, of course, but I have struggled with this for a long time and I need to hear other people's opinion on it. I still really have no idea how I feel about it, even after all of these years, but I will submit for judgment by the masses. I know I did wrong on some things, probably a lot of things. I tried to do the best that I could. My son was very troubled. Very troubled. If you have seen the movie We Need to Talk About Kevin, it will really help to understand what I'm talking about. Because I swear to God, when I watched that film, I thought I was watching a documentary on my life. I felt like the writer must have had cameras hidden in my house. That's how accurate it was. The only difference is that in the movie, the boy appears normal to his father and only reveals his true nature to his mother. With my son, he didn't have that mask. His insane behavior was the same with everyone. From the day he was born, my son just came out wrong. He was planned. My wife and I tried to get pregnant and were ecstatic when he was born. He was wanted and loved. We showered affection on him and really tried to give him a happy childhood. But from the day we brought him home from the hospital, he was miserable. He cried for 13 months straight. I'm not exaggerating, 13 months without a break. He cried until he had no voice left and kept crying. You could see his little face scrunched up and no sound coming out, totally hoarse. There were times he would literally be crying in his sleep. I've never seen or heard of any other kid able to do that. We brought him to doctors, specialists, tried changing his diet, held him, rocked him, toys, swaddling, music, mobiles, everything we could think of. Nothing worked. 13 months of grating, grinding, no sleep hell. Once he got over the crying stage, we thought we were out of the woods, but it quickly became clear that for some unknown reason, he was just angry at being alive. I never saw that kid have a genuine joyous smile once in the time I knew him.
Oh my God.
I saw him grin.
It actually is real. It's not a good one, but at least the police cat's real. I was starting to lose hope. I'm gonna be real. No. I found out you don't have to do that.
A vicious, horrible grin many times, taking a perverse pleasure from causing pain or suffering or breaking a rule. But a smile from real pleasure at something nice? No. Never. Not once. He had no interest in anything positive. He was fueled by hate, and everything he did was bent toward that. As soon as he could walk, his mission in life was to destroy things. He would break or try to break anything that came in his range. Smash it, chew it, throw it in the toilet, whatever he could. After a while, he figured out how to get his diaper off and took great pleasure in and peeing anywhere he could. After a while, he figured out he could hide it and started doing the same thing in places we couldn't find right away, grinding it into carpets, making it even more of a problem to clean, and making the house stink. When he got older, aged around 9 to 15, he would do the same thing in our bed, until we got a lock on our door and he wasn't able to get in anymore. Then he'd just take a dump in the hallway in front of our room. That biological warfare started at around 2.5 years old, and he never grew out of it. I'll try to speed it up as I could literally go on for days about this stuff, but as he grew older, he became more and more unmanageable. He would bite, kick, scream, scratch, and spit at anyone trying to do anything with him. He was kicked out of school twice before he was 9. Then they let him back in and then kicked him out for good. He had to change schools. The next one put him in a special class that kept him away from the other students. We had to install a door and lock on the kitchen because he would steal knives and chase people with them. When he was 10, he got me in my hip and butt. I still have the scars. As he grew older, he grew darker. He moved into setting things on fire and hurting local animals. There was a stray dog that hung out around the park near our house. My son blinded it in one eye with a barbecue fork. He became a violent, stinking, vicious beast that lived in our house. We couldn't do anything with him. I will take this opportunity to preempt the tsunami of messages. Yes, we had the kid in therapy. He saw a psychiatrist twice a week and had God knows how many different medications prescribed to him over the years. Nothing worked. Therapy didn't work. Meds didn't work. Nothing effing worked. He was like a poison cloud of hate and fury lashing out at anything in his reach. When my son was 16, my wife got pregnant again. I can't tell you how different our reaction was. Instead of joy, we felt horror. This pregnancy had not been planned and we really were at a loss over what to do. My son had been such an unending nightmare for 16 years. We couldn't take the idea of starting again from the beginning. We talked a lot about our options, but in the end, we decided that my wife would have the baby, and if it turned out evil, we would put it up for adoption. We knew we just couldn't do it again with another child like our son. We had a daughter. She was normal. Suddenly, we saw what our lives should have been like the whole time. How things would have been had our son not been himself. She laughed at things. She breastfed without biting. She didn't have teeth yet anyway, but you could tell she was just trying to eat. After 4 months, she was sleeping through the night. She was happy. She was normal. I can't describe the relief and happiness that we both felt. I don't have words for it. This is where I believe I may have started really pulling back from my son. Up until that time, whatever mistakes I made, I had always tried to do the best for my son. I am convinced of that. I tried to help him and love him and care for him. I really tried. But when my daughter was born, my wife and I both instinctively just turned toward her. She became our focus, not from malice, but just because she was so much easier. She was so happy and sweet. Every moment we were with her was like magic. I understand this was wrong, but we honestly couldn't help it. I don't have a better explanation than that. My son hadn't given a crap about my wife being pregnant. I honestly don't know if he really understood it, but when we brought our daughter home, he started acting out even more. I didn't think it was possible, but he took it up another notch. At this point, he was 17 and we were having full-blown screaming matches daily. Usually after we fought, he would storm out of the house and disappear for hours at a time or come back the next morning. It was a relief. I started to actually look forward to our fights because it would get him away from us for a while. After the birth of our daughter, my relationship with my son was almost entirely gone. Our only real interactions were screaming at each other. My wife was even worse with him. She just had nothing left.
Add my alt. My alt's name is Lean Cuisine Meal.
She would just stop
or hold
whatever
on.
she was doing and start screaming, "Get the F away from me. Get away. Get the F out," until he left. He started spending more and more time out of the house, which was a blessing for us. I have no idea what he got up to out in the world, but we were just happy it wasn't being inflicted on us. As a consequence of our son's behavior, we had invested heavily in locks around our house. All of the cheap, thin interior doors in our home had been replaced with thick, dense wooden doors that couldn't be kicked through, equipped with keyed locks that my wife and I carried keys to. I know it sounds extreme, but locks and heavy doors were the best way we had found to create safe spaces from him. And again, before I am inundated with messages, I was not locking my son in rooms like a prisoner. He had free reign of the house and could come and go as he pleased. My wife and I would lock ourselves in rooms to protect ourselves from him. If anything, we were the prisoners in our own home. On the day in question, I had fought with my son in the morning and he had left the house in a rage. My wife and I were enjoying some peace and quiet in the kitchen while our daughter napped in our bedroom. And then my daughter began crying. Any parent who has young children can tell you get used to your child's cries and you can tell after a while what they need. They cry differently if they are hungry or need changing or are just restless and want to be held. Babies can communicate pretty well before they can speak. This cry was none of those things. This cry was terror. The second we heard it, my wife and I were both up out of our chairs and running to the room. The door was locked, of course, and it took a few seconds to get the right key and get it open. My son was in the room. We lived in a bungalow and the guy had climbed in the window to get her. He was standing over her crib with a steak knife in his hand. I have no idea where he got it. It wasn't one of ours. We controlled our knives very carefully and always kept them in locked drawers.
Yeah, it's in the
I
setting.
think he may have stolen it from one of our neighbors' houses. He had broken her skin twice already. I could see blood running down. When I entered the room, he was teasing her with it while she screamed. He looked up at us and smiled. Before I knew what I was doing, I was already moving, running to put myself between them. I didn't think about it, I just moved instinctively. Even with that, my wife got there faster. It was like a movie on fast forward. She got to our son and bashed his hand away, knocking the knife across the room and then shoved him with her whole body weight, so hard that he flew away from the crib and bounced off the wall. I picked up my daughter and held her while my wife screened us. I could see her shaking, almost convulsing. I could remember the smell of the room, the sound of my daughter screaming and wailing, the look on my son's face as he stood there. Just nothing. Blank. Dead. There was nothing in his eyes. No emotion. He looked like an alien.
Because the thing is, I have corruption. I have 3 stacks of corruption on that thing anyway. How fast we're killing it, I hope you know this has not been like this the whole day. Like I said, look how much shit you get. Hey.
To me. I watched my wife take a step toward him. I could have reached out and stopped her, but I didn't. She stepped forward again, getting very close to him. I could have stopped her again, but I didn't. She waited, looking at him for maybe 3 to 5 seconds without moving. And then she punched him in the face. Now, until this point, you may have been picturing my wife as a typical woman, small frame, dainty, delicate. This is not the case. My wife does have a small frame, but dainty and delicate she is not. Never has been since I've known her. Since her early teens, my wife has been a boxer. MMA didn't exist back then, but karate and boxing were big in those days, and my wife was a very talented amateur. She was about 130 pounds. She carried a lot of muscle and she knew how to punch. I had 70 pounds on her back then, and I have no doubt that in a real fight between me and her, she could have and would have pounded me flat. Neither of us had ever laid a hand on our son in anger before, but something broke in her that day, and all the years of anger and pain and sorrow and frustration just came pouring out. When she hit him, blood started coming out of his nose. He hardly reacted. He just looked at her with this shocked expression like he didn't know how to process what had just happened. She waited another second and hit him again. I could have reached out and stopped her. I could have dragged her out of the room, taken her away, calmed her. I didn't. I just stood there and watched while she systematically started to pound him to a pulp. Every time he brought his hands up to cover one part, she would blast him somewhere else. He started screaming, crying out, yelling for her to stop. It's the most genuine reaction I'd ever seen him have to anything in his whole life, but she wasn't stopping. He tried to swing at her and she slipped him easily. She was on autopilot, sinking down into her training. I stood there watching for a minute, then I turned my back on them and took my daughter out of the room. I brought my daughter to the kitchen and gave her a bath in the sink. I found that she had cut her a 3rd time on the sole of her foot. All the cuts were superficial. I cleaned her up and held her until she calmed. In our bedroom, I could hear my son screaming, calling my wife horrible names, telling her he would kill her and F her corpse. After a while, I didn't hear him saying anything anymore, didn't even hear him crying out. I assumed that he must have been knocked out, but I could still hear her beating him. That went on for a long time. Long enough for my daughter to drift off to sleep in my arms. I just sat at the kitchen table waiting for her to finish. Finally, she came out and sat down across from me. Her hands were swollen and red. Her face and arms were splattered with blood. Her chest was heaving. We just stared at each other without saying anything. After a while, I asked her, "Is he dead?" She looked back at me and answered, "I effing hope so." I nodded. That was all there was to say about that. I understood how she felt perfectly. I felt the same. I didn't know what to do, so we just sat there waiting silently. Eventually, my wife started crying and went to go take a shower. I just stayed where I was holding our daughter. After a long while, I heard moaning and sobbing coming from our room. It turned out my son was still alive. I went in to see how bad it was, and it was pretty bad. He was lying on the floor in his own blood and vomit, and his face just had immense damage all over it. I could see that a couple of his fingers were bent at weird angles, and he had pissed his pants. When my wife came out of the shower, I still didn't know what to do about our son. I didn't know whether to call the police or an ambulance, take him to the hospital myself. I honestly didn't have any idea what to do. After a while, I realized that I simply didn't care what happened to him anymore, and we decided to just let him live on his own. There was an in-law suite in the basement that we had never really used, and my wife, my daughter, and I just moved down there. We simply ceded the top floor of the house to my son and locked everything down, separated our lives entirely. There was plenty of food in the upstairs cabinets, enough for a couple weeks or more. He had a washroom and bedrooms to use. We had a washroom in the basement, a small kitchenette, and a separate entrance, so we just stopped going upstairs. We just decided we were done with him. I figured we let his food run out and see what happened. Over the next week, we could hear him moving around upstairs sometimes. I think he just spent most of the time lying in bed recovering. I went to work watching on high alert in case he attacked me in the driveway, but he never did. My wife stayed home with our daughter. She was never out of our sight. One night, we heard him going ballistic, smashing things and banging. We didn't respond. He never tried to get downstairs or get near us though. I think he was afraid that if he got near us again, my wife might finish the job on him. After 3 weeks in the basement, we hadn't heard anything from up above for a few days, and I ventured upstairs to the main floor of the house. The place was demolished and there was no sign of my son. He was gone. It took months to repair the damage he had done and get the main floor back to normal again. There was food and crap smeared all over the walls and broken glass on the floor, big holes in the drywall. He had ripped the place apart. He tore up the linoleum in a corner of the kitchen and emptied an entire foam fire extinguisher into the living room. I feel thankful that he didn't burn the house down with us in it. I'm honestly not sure why he didn't. The kid wasn't shy about lighting things on fire. After that, I lived in fear every day that he would come back, that he would ambush us out of the blue and try to kill us. We've moved houses about 3 years later, and I finally stopped being afraid that he would show up again, as now he had no idea where we were. I finally felt safe from him. All this happened a long time ago. My son was born in the spring of 1971. My daughter was born in 1988. I'm an old man now. I'll be 70 this year, and my wife passed from cancer in 2016. My daughter is 31 now. I moved in with her and her husband after my wife passed. I've got 2 granddaughters, and they are the joy of my life. I see a therapist a couple of times a month to talk about all this. I don't know where my son is. The last time I saw him was when he was lying on the floor of our bedroom, bleeding and smashed. I haven't heard from him since he left, more than 30 years now. I don't want to. I carry a lot of guilt from that time and a lot of conflicted emotions. I didn't hurt him myself, but I was happy it happened. I didn't try to kill him, but I would have been happy if he died. I will say that I do hope he was able to overcome his demons and go live a normal life somewhere. If he wasn't able to do that, if he stayed the way he was, then I truly do hope someone out there ended him. When I knew him, he was a rabid dog, and whichever way it went, I just hope he isn't still out there hurting anyone else. So for this final entry, think of it as more of a heartwarming post. I think from here on out, after listening to so many messed up entries, I'll include one at the very end that isn't actually part of the official iceberg as a sort of palate cleanser. This one was created by user Otter the Great back in 2018 and is titled, "I used to pay my middle school bully not to bully me, then I found out he actually needed the money. He made my life a living hell. He would turn all the boys in class against me and bully me me about my eyebrows. One time, he begged me to buy him pizza and said he promises not to bully me all week if I do. So I bought him a box of pizza and he fulfilled his promise. I loved the idea. I began to do it on a regular basis. I started asking him every Friday what he wants next week so that the bullying doesn't happen again. He asked for 2 bags of hot fries, which is a potato chip flavor here in the US, and another time he wanted some milk from the cafeteria, and once he asked for colored pencils for art class. My school had a uniform dress code. It was $25 per shirt and the pants were $15, if I remember correctly. He showed up the first day of 8th grade in regular clothes, a tee and jeans, so he got sent to the main office to wait for his parents. My aunt was there because she used to drop off my lunch and hand me money to buy food after school. She saw him upset and asked what's wrong, and he starts crying lightly. His parents wouldn't come because they couldn't afford the uniform and decided it would be best to avoid the situation entirely. After my aunt hands me my lunch, she buys him a uniform hoodie, a couple of tees, and a long sleeve. He said he had pants at home and he was hesitant to accept, but eventually took them and thanked her. Now, 13 years later, he runs a non-profit that has something to do with kids receiving books. I think it's sweet, and I forgive him for being a bully because he didn't grow up to be an a-hole like most bullies.
I don't forgive him. Kill him.
This entry refers to a Reddit user named fstopvox, who started a subreddit called r/fstopfitzgerald with a description that said, "a repository for all my recordings." The subreddit accumulated over 5,000 members at its peak, but was eventually shut down. But for what reason, you may ask? Well, that's because fstopvox was using it to share inappropriate content involving minors. To make matters worse, this content was created by himself. fstopvox was revealed to be a man named Richard Burdett, who was 55 years old at the time of his arrest. On April 20th, 2022, the Toronto Police Service Child Exploitation Team executed a search warrant issued towards Richard. He was charged with child luring, making child possessing it, accessing it, and making it. The subreddit was said to have contained explicit scripted content. To add, Richard was actually a high school drama teacher who had sent out well over 1,000 essentially charged messages to a single female student at the school.
Wow, so it's illegal to give women attention now. Kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself, Preston, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself.
To my knowledge, I don't think he actually got serious prison time. This post was created on April 25th, 2019 in the r/Let's Not Meet subreddit by user
Hey, we're all
Anonymous
still in the
Radio.
same server,
It's
fuck it.
titled The Tooth Man. When I was about 6 years old, around 2004, my mom started taking my sister and I to Dr. Daniel's pediatric dental office. The dental center was located inside a giant yellow mansion that also doubled as Dr. Daniel's house. It was honestly
Maybe
gorgeous.
we can
When
get
I
some
first started
good
going to
people
the
except
dentist, I was
besides
extremely shy and
Chill
actually
Boss
suffered from
and
selective
Mob.
mutism and had a lot of autistic-like tendencies. Needless to say,
Sorry.
I relied heavily on my mother's
Actually, I'm
comfort
not.
and for someone to give me a voice because it was
Oh
extremely
yeah. No.
anxiety-inducing for me to
Hold
talk
on.
to strangers,
Hold on. I need to
especially
do
men,
that
for
fast.
some reason. When my sister and I got called in from the waiting room, my mom followed us to the office until she was told by Dr. Daniels that parents were not allowed to be with their children as it taught kids independence, to which my mom complied to.
You wanna know what the funny part is about me putting that shit down just now? Funny part is I'm breakable 99. So it's 2 times flag duration and I could stack up to 75. That means there's 7.5 hours of this flag. So now nobody can replace it. Ah ha. Ah ha. No way. They did not do this. They did not make the respawn rate higher. Fuck Preston! I mean, it's 45 seconds, so who cares? But still,
Once
fuck
in there,
Preston!
he immediately separated my sister and I, and in reaction to that, I cried because I felt so scared. Dr. Daniels did not like crying, so he grabbed
This
me
is
and
Skyblock.
put his hands over my mouth and nose. He shook me and
I'm
aggressively warned me that if I continued to cry and scare the other kids, that he would make my situation a lot worse. Obviously, this scared me even more, so I started to cry again. Dr. Daniels had enough and took me into his house part of the dentist office.
I
where he
guarantee
screamed
they
at me
nerfed
again,
shit.
grabbed
I
me
mean,
by the neck and shoved me. His hygienist, Judy, came over and
oh,
told
they
me that
increased
if I
the
continued to
health
cry,
too.
she would spank me so hard I wouldn't know what had hit me. Afterwards, he gave me a juice concoction and left me alone in his house
Oh
for
my
about
God.
5 minutes until he took me back into the dental office and did work on my teeth. I guess I just instinctively knew that if I wanted to survive, I just had to act like I was not terrified and hold on to.
I was about to get pissed. I thought, dog, what did they? I thought they got rid of fucking being able to put what is it? I thought they got rid of being able to put corruption on shit. I was about to. Well, yeah, because I don't have both of my people attacking at the moment, really. I mean, you still get a shit ton of items, so I don't care. I mean, I'll be real. I understand why they did this. This was way too OP. Every 15 seconds it respawned. That was kind of OP. I can't lie. I understand why they just did that. Fuck them for doing it, but I understand. You know what I mean? Like, I get it, but fuck you. If they did all this, they better. Hey, I've been basically doing it myself. All I know is they better have increased the chance for what the fuck is it? They better have increased the chance to be able to get this cat. If not, I'm gonna be pissed. Because if that's not the case, then what the fuck are we doing this? Oh, nice. Yellow. Rain. Treasure. Treasure. No, I only have one account with corruption. That's it. And I just got corruption less than an hour ago. That's the issue.
The tears. All I wanted was my mommy. After the first appointment, my sister and I told my mom that we were scared of the dentist and that he was a mean man, but she just took it as me being an anxious child, so we continued to see him. Each visit was just as terrifying. Every time we pulled into the mansion, my heart just melted away inside my chest. I was so scared. It was no longer pretty to look at. Every time we went to the dentist, Dr. Daniels, or the tooth man as he called himself, always had us have heavy dental work procedures done. We had seals done on several baby teeth and plenty of teeth removed, some with his fingers with no regards to pain level at all. And often when having a tooth removal or seals done, your mouth had to be opened up with a retractor. He would leave us there with the retractor on for about 45 minutes or so before he came to work on our teeth. Sometimes he would eat his lunch while we sat there with our mouth open. Probably one of the worst pains I've ever felt in my life.
You
I
want to know
remember
what's
one
good
time
though?
When I was about in 3rd grade, I had been leaned down in the chair waiting with the retractor on for an hour.
You want to know what's good
so
though?
much pain I couldn't take
Is
it. I sat
your
up on the chair and tried to scream
there's
and
actually,
cry as loud
you know,
as
the
I
way
could.
to
Dr.
get
Daniels came rushing
chest
over,
breaker is
angry
through an
as could
achievement,
be,
right?
took my retractors
Where you have
off
to
and then
break
took me back
chest.
into his house part again, where he screamed at
So
me
you're
for being
eventually
a
gonna
big
get one.
baby and scaring all the other kids. I was so sad in myself because I hadn't cried in so long. He then took me back to the dental chair and then pinned me down to my seat in a straitjacket.
Let me
He
check
put
out my
retractors
guild
back
and
on
see what the
said
fuck
that I
they've
would have
said.
to wait longer because I caused such a scene. All I could do was shed silent tears and drool everywhere, and I couldn't even wipe it because he locked up my arms. Afterwards, my mouth would become so swollen and filled with rashes. It hurt to talk for days. It would leave bruises and swells as soon as I left his chair. He would often tell my mother I was a difficult patient if I so much as winced at his torture. Once he removed 6 of my teeth at once and I could barely eat. While he ripped out teeth, he would often sing songs. It was so Sweeney Todd-like. When I was in 7th grade, I started getting some new braces and we started seeing an orthodontist. Not long after that, we stopped seeing Dr. Daniels and started seeing a new dentist who was actually nice. I had never known that getting your teeth cleaned didn't have to feel like going through a saw trap. I think my mom took us out of Dr. Daniels' practice when the orthodontist looked at our dental records and saw a lot of unnecessary procedures being done on our mouths. Not long ago, I was having a conversation with a friend about our childhood fears and instantly my mind went to the Tooth Man. Curious, I googled him to see what had happened to him and to my happiness, the practice was shut down. Also left under his name was a Yelp page that was still left up. The page was filled with numerous 1-star reviews from former patients that were once abused as kids in his office, using the page as an outlet to express their trauma. I started to cry because their experiences were so close and some identical as to what I had went through when I was a kid. It was so sad, but at the same time really validating to know that I was not alone. A lot of the procedures we went through were just a scam for
Already
him to
sold it
collect
months
money
ago.
off our parents' insurance. And now that I think about it, he probably was so adamant on us not crying and screaming for help because he didn't want parents to hear and come and see what was going on. I shake thinking about this. I really pray that he hasn't opened up another practice somewhere else. I know it's hard not to blame parents in this situation, but the truth is this man was a swift abuser. For every injury we had, he would have dental explanations that would make the parents feel stupid for asking. He was an authority figure. I don't blame my mom for not believing us. She knew he was firm, but probably thought we were confusing firmness with meanness. To be honest, even writing this, the torture was so wild, it actually sounds made up. She eventually did come around. She's not alone, as there were hundreds and hundreds of parents that were duped and deceived by him. To any parent reading this, if you are ever told to not go in with your child to an appointment, something's really not right. This post was created 3 years ago in February of 2021 by user MagnetLink5824 in the r/confessions subreddit. It's titled, "I was kidnapped when I was 8 and held in captivity for 3 years." 26, female. I was picked up by a stranger from school posing to be my dad's friend, saying that he would drop me off to the airport to catch a flight with my dad. Not only did I actually have to travel with my dad that day, but this man somehow knew my dad was getting off early from work, he told me that morning, and he had to go fishing with his friend. He told me that my dad sent him to pick me up and meet him directly at the airport. I believed him and convinced my teachers that I
need
knew
to make
him
more
because I was
alts.
excited to go to the airport and left with him. I was held in captivity for 3 years. I was beaten, starved. 11-year-old me had learned to make him trust me. It started with us going around in his car, although I had to sit in the back seat and stay quiet the whole time. He let me come into his kitchen and make food for myself. He let me clean his house. The day we went to feed the ducks at the park, I ran. I ran as fast as my weak legs could carry me. Because of the crowd, I think he lost me. I begged a family for help, telling them I was kidnapped and I wanted to go home. I told them my name, my school's name, and my parents' names. Long story short, they caught him and he committed I was back with my dad, my sisters, my dogs. I'm now happily married to my wife of 4 years, still undergoing therapy, have a good job, and a baby on the way. Edits, I'm very sorry for the last line. I realize it doesn't end well for most and I got lucky, but the only way I kept going was telling myself I'm going to escape and then I'm going to get better. I'm going to love myself again. I'm going to get past my trauma. Since this worked for me, I assumed saying it will end well would work for other people too. Of course,
I eventually want to get
a
4
user named
alts.
Silver96 took to the comments with a few questions after the post went live to learn more. I can't imagine what you went through and I'm glad to hear you are doing well. If you don't mind answering, have you tried many times to run? Were you living in the same city or he moved you? What happened when you saw your family? OP did see the comments and replied with the following. I wasn't let out for what felt like an eternity, so no, I didn't try to run. I had no idea where I even was. When I saw my family, it was all hugs and kisses and loud sobbing and wailing. I wasn't allowed to go home from the hospital for a few days since they had to make sure I was healthy first. But once I did go home, I realized how much I had missed out on. It wasn't easy. I had terrible PTSD and it felt like everyone tiptoed around me. Therapy really helped all of us. This post was made 2 months ago in the r/RBI subreddit by user DefLemon. It's titled, My Friend Went Missing in June 2020. His skeletal remains were found 1 year later. Police never told his family he had called 911 and stated his location. We would have gone there to find him. He could have still been alive. My friend Kyle Donovan went missing in June 2020. A missing persons report was filed the next day in the city of his residence, Olathe, Kansas. A little over a year later, his remains were found by a KDOT employee. Because of COVID, DNA identification was behind, though the officers told his family that based
I could tell y'all, though, ahead of time, though, with the thing with these keys now, I guarantee, and also, at the playground, I can guarantee huges are going to go down in price. I don't know how much, but yeah. I can tell you they're going to go down. Alright,
based on the items found, they were 90% sure it was him. At that time, the police also informed his mother that he had placed a 3-minute 911 call the night he went missing. He clearly states his location, but they never went to look for him. They didn't cross-reference the missing persons report with the unresolved 911 call so that they could have given his mother his actual location. We searched on foot and with a drone for him where he had told his brother where he was prior to his 911 call. That place, a bridge over the Kansas River, is within seeing distance of his final resting place. We were so focused on the river because that's where he said he was when he talked to his brother earlier. They even threw an 80-pound feed bag off the bridge to watch which direction it went. If KCPD had told us about the 911 call when the missing persons report was filed, we could have gone directly to him. He could have still been alive.
Oh,
There is a link to a video with portions of the 911 call.
fucking ground, or the basketball court and the thing. Oh, by the way, they just nerfed it, Leah, so welcome back. Oh, wait, no, the chest, whatever. I need to get my alt, the corruption book. Make this fucker have it. And also increase the health on it. I mean, they did need to do something, I'm gonna keep it real. it was kind of, yeah, they kept resetting. Ah, da, 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 da. Go on, go on. Alright, so now I got an extra slot again. I can put a third tap power. Yeah, sure. Alright, cool. The reason I was doing that is because I'm gonna go do the mini game real quick. But I wanted the you know, the mini game to keep going. Eating food is tiring? I can't relate. I haven't eaten in a week and a half. Leah, you should add me so you can get the prison key boost to the server.
It took 8 months from the time of his body's discovery to finally get the positive DNA results, but the medical investigator ruled his cause of death as inconclusive, even though he clearly states they are trying to kill me in the audio. Something is just so wrong about this. I don't understand how this happened. The police won't give his family any more information because it's an ongoing case, but not a murder investigation. So why the secrecy? It would be extremely helpful to hear any theories or even similar cases from the area. He went missing in Kansas City, Kansas, and his missing persons report was filed in Olathe, Kansas. You may come across some information about him possibly having schizophrenia. Kyle had a highly stressful job, was in a volatile relationship, and had a past history of substance use. Kyle's mom tried to give every bit of information she could when filing the missing persons report, but
I keep gambling and losing.
That he may have had mental health issues. He experienced a bout of psychosis years prior that may have been
I have 2 of these now.
Stress related. His mom blames herself for possibly creating a bias.
Also got one of these, but
his case may not have been prioritized due to her statements. Please feel free to Google his name, Kyle Chase Donovan, for more information. Sherry Honeycutt with Fox 4 Kansas City has been a great advocate for him.
Yeah, it would be nice,
there are several stories / videos
that I'm leaving it
with good info too.
I have my corruption book on it though,
call
so
to YouTube for you all
we're good for the moment, but
it contains.
time for me
now,
to go
the
Mission
phone call
Impossible.
does run for a decent length, 4 minutes in total, so I will only be playing part of it, but I will link the call in the comments if you would like to listen to all of it. Obviously, Kyle Donovan is in distress here and asks for help from police. After about 3 minutes, the call is cut. Dispatch was unable to get in touch with Kyle, and whenever they called his phone, it would go straight to voicemail. OP continued with the post saying, I really truly believe someone else was nearby Kyle during the call, and I truly believe I can hear that person say...
Oh, by the way, in this minigame, I'm so small. I'm so small that if you have a really small character, it would help. Oh my god, I'm goated.
What you gonna do? Then Kyle apologizes. It is my theory that he was injured and hiding from someone when calling 911. He doesn't say that he's hurt, but he says they tried to kill him. I think he's in shock and trying to stay quiet, but also trying to get the point across that he's in serious need of help, which is why I believe he is being so polite and respectful. Additionally, this all took place right as the BLM and the defund the police movements were heating up. Kansas City was a hotspot for protests and some rioting. One theory is the dispatcher could have believed Kyle was trying to lure police to a secluded spot to ambush. Anyway, I have been trying to answer questions as I have time. I want you all to know how much everyone's comments have meant to me and Kyle's mom. I sent her the link to this thread, so she's here now following along. You all have no idea how much your words have renewed a sense of hope in us. Thank you so much. Additionally, I have been reaching out to private investigation firms today, and once I have an idea on costs, I will be doing some fundraising for Kyle's family. I likely won't be able to post a link here, but you can check my profile for info if you would like to help. Kyle's family family was not given access to the Victims of Violent Crimes Fund in our state because his cause of death was ruled inconclusive with no pending murder investigation. Thank you all again.
Hook up with the waiter.
Our next post was created pretty
called you out,
recently
Leah.
in early March of this year. It's titled Don't Hook Up with the Waiter and was created by user Rapline Please. Sorry in advance. I was
You'll
drunk
get
most of the time
basically
during
all you
what
need to
happened,
know
so
is
I don't
playing the
remember
game
every
you will
detail.
get
When I
items,
was 18
and
freshly
items can
broken
be
up with
keys,
my way older boyfriend,
chance
I basically
potions, that
went
type
crazy
shit.
with dating guys. At the time, I also dressed very goth, even going as far as to wear a real corset and trench coat, mostly just enjoying the attention. One particular afternoon, my friend slash roommate at the time decided to eat at a local Japanese restaurant with both of us all dressed up. Our waiter was a mediocre, skinny white guy who clearly was a little alternative, but it was hard to tell really with the uniform. We joked about me leaving my phone number on the receipt or something, so I hyped myself up and did so. Late that night, he had sent me a text. We talked for a few days, never really having a right time to meet up as I worked 40 minutes away from where I lived. He mentioned the boots he wore meant a lot to him and some other odd things that just seemed like edgy jokes. One really late night coming home, I was texting and driving as any 18-year-old does, and we decided to meet up. My stupid self invited him over to my apartment where it was just me and the roommate who had been with me before. Our other two roommates were not home. At first it was fine because I was already drunk, so I would just let him rant about whatever he wanted. He went on about his life, going to jail, medical bills, his parents, etc.
You probably gotta get
Eventually,
more,
he asked me if I wanted to see his tattoos, and
gotta
I
get
was
a higher
like, okay.
level.
He lifted up his shirt, and not only could I see the handgun tucked in his waistband, but also his multiple badly covered up tattoos. One was even just slightly covered with a banana. I don't know what it was, but I simply decided the best way to deal with this situation was to appease him, so I went along with it casually. I don't remember exactly every detail because it was over 2 years ago and I was drunk, but he ended up pulling his gun out at me, asking if I was scared. I was immensely confused and tried to call his bluff, saying I wasn't, which got him to put it away for a while. When we went to hook up in my messy room, he pulled it on me again, saying he wanted to do it with it out. I got mad and tried to fight him off of me and get it away from my head. Of course, I wasn't as strong as him and he hit me in the arm with it, which hurt cause it was a nice one. When I finally got him off of me and he realized I was pissed, not scared, he started acting like a maniac, saying I was crazy for not caring about him pulling a gun on me. He ran off, jumping the fence of the apartment complex and not even taking his car that he came in. In the morning, his car was gone and I had a large bruise from where he had hit me. While to me it is a funny story, I now realize how bad it could have ended up. One user in the comments suggested that the waiter may have been trying to fulfill some roleplay, and since OP didn't seem to be scared, the waiter got bored and angry at her.
That raised by Mr.
This entry was made in the Mr. Cruel subreddit 3 years ago in June 2021, and on the off chance that you're not aware of Mr. Cruel, he's an unknown and murderer with 4 confirmed child victims. I made a vid about him about a week ago, so if you would like more details, you can check that out. I'll link it in the description. Anyway, as the title suggests, user corrupted believes that they may have grown up with Mr. Cruel raising them. I am the OP of this post, and originally it had been posted in r/unsolved mysteries, but it was suggested that I post it here as there may be someone out there who could possibly alleviate
Think something dumb again. Saw my other chest.
alleviate some of my concerns, or if not, then possibly put me in touch with someone who could help me share this information with the correct authorities. Hi fellow redditors, not too sure if this is even where I should be or even if I should be posting this. It's been on my mind for many decades now, at least 30 plus years, and it has always terrified me. Although I have no definitive evidence, the coincidences are just too much. To start with, I am only mentioning all of this because I know it's anonymous and if it wasn't, then there is no way I would even consider mentioning any of this in a public forum. I grew up in an extremely abusive household. My mother displays narcissistic personality disorder, my stepfather is a and his oldest son is an alcoholic, a compulsive liar, and is also a Sadly, I know this from first-hand experience and also know that I am not the only person that was affected by them. My mother did nothing about the situation. In fact, she often deliberately put me in compromising positions, leaving me in their custody or turning a blind eye when she had undeniable evidence that something had occurred. When I was about 11 years old, I lived in the state of Tasmania in Australia. My eldest stepbrother had moved interstate to Victoria to join the army, and I was just relieved for the break from his presence. When he completed his basic training, my stepfather and my mother went for a trip to Victoria to watch my stepbrother march out, which is a ceremony at the end of their training to signify that they were now full-serving members of the Defense Force. They were gone interstate for approximately a 2-week period. My dates are not 100% accurate, but they were gone from about late August to somewhere mid-September. I remember this clearly because once they came back to Tasmania, they had nothing but praise about mainland Australia. Tasmania is an island state, and they wanted to move there. We were packed and ready to move very fast, and were gone in just over 2 weeks after their return. We arrived in Melbourne on the 5th of October 1987. Not long after we moved to Melbourne, there was an awful case on the news about a man who was abducting young girls from their homes and abusing them. One of his last victims that I was aware of was a young girl named Carmen Chan. Although I was so young at the time and often ignored whatever stories were on the news at nighttime, this stuck with me because we often ate dinner with the television on at the same time. Whenever something came on the news about Carmen Chan and the abductor that the media had dubbed Mr. Cruel, my stepfather would snap at me and insist that I shut up and keep quiet while he listened. He would turn the television up louder and became very focused on whatever the news was reporting. Mr. Cruel had abducted a few girls leading up to this point, and had mostly just assaulted them before he left them somewhere where they would be discovered and returned to their families. In Carmen Chan's case, however, she was never returned and eventually was found deceased. My stepfather's abnormally intense interest in the news surrounding these cases always confused me, as he most certainly did not concern himself with my welfare, and there was plenty of violent news on television for him to absorb, so I had no idea why he was so interested in Mr. Cruel. He did have some other peculiar interests, as he used to own a collection of booklets printed about serial killers in our home library. I did not read them all as I was too young and really had no interest in the subject at the time, but I remember a book about Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy, etc. Of course, this is not illegal to possess and on its own not entirely suspicious, but if you combine it with the rest of my post, then perhaps it will appear to be a little dubious. Anyway, it wasn't until I was much older that I started to question as to why my stepfather seemed so interested in Mr. Cruel at the time. That's when I started to read up on what little information the police had on the criminal/murderer. They believed that he was in the Defense Force, I think because of the way he was so clean and left behind no evidence or minimal evidence. At the time of these abductions and murders, my stepbrother was in the army, but my stepfather was also a manic neat freak. He would make me wash the hubcaps of the car with a toothbrush when I was cleaning the car, and one day he even went on a meltdown because I left a tiny ink mark on the front page of a newspaper while I was checking to see if a pen was working. His tidiness was a compulsion. The one piece of physical evidence that apparently Mr. Cruel left behind was a whisker, so the police thought that they were looking for a redhead because the whisker was red. Both my stepfather and my brother are brunettes, unless they grow facial hair. They both have red facial hair. The police also thought that their suspect was from either Tasmania or New Zealand, due to some colloquial language that the abducted girls heard. I cannot recall the exact phrase that was released to the media, I just know that when I read it at the time, I recognized it as something that my stepfather and stepbrother used. They often use colloquialisms such as "how do you like them apples" or "how does that grab you" in a sadistic, condescending tone. This is just a couple of the many they used. Also, at the time of the abductions and murders, all of the victims were female and all of them were the same age as myself. Lastly, the last coincidence that comes to mind at the moment is the timeline. From what I read in the media, they believe that the first abductions from Mr. Cruel occurred sometime in either late August to mid-September 1987. I cannot recall the exact date. I just remember how ill it made me feel to know that both my stepfather and my stepbrother were both in Victoria at the time this happened, and the last victim they believe Mr. Cruel abducted was either in September or very early October in 1992. These dates are important because against my wishes and against my stepfather's wishes, my mother insisted we move back to Tasmania, and we left Victoria on October the 5th, 1992, just after Mr. Cruel's last apparent abduction before he went quiet in Victoria. Around the same time that we moved back to Tasmania, my stepbrother moved from Victoria to Queensland. So now both my stepbrother and stepfather were no longer in Victoria, although both of them had been there during the times that Mr. Cruel was active. Both my stepfather and my stepbrother had a sadistic streak, and I honestly believe that after living with them for 13 years, that either one of them was quite capable of doing those acts. My stepbrother was, however, a little skittish and anxious, but my stepfather always kept his composure. At the times that Mr. Cruel was active, we lived in the northern suburbs of Melbourne, which is where Carmen Chan's body was found, and so did my stepbrother. Her body was found only a couple of suburbs away from where we resided. My stepfather does not appear to fit the physical description of Mr. Cruel, as he is quite short, but my stepbrother does. It would not even surprise me if they acted, if it was them, as a pair, because each of them knew of the other's fetish/sadistic behaviors, and each of them covered for each other. At the time that Mr. Cruel was active, I would also like to note that at least one of his victims stated that they could hear airplanes overhead when they were abducted. We lived in the northern suburbs of Melbourne at the time, not too far from an international airport and underneath the flight path of many of the flights. Also, one of the descriptions of a room that one of the girls was kept in matches up with what I can remember from one of my stepbrother's rooms when he was living out of our home for a while. My stepbrother never lived on barracks when we moved to Melbourne. He either rented his own place or he moved back in with us for a while. The only time I recall that he lived on a base was just before we moved back to Tasmania. At this time, he was married and was working as a chef at a communications depot. Because this depot was so small and in a rural area, and because he was married, he was provided a house on the depot site to live in with his wife of the time. Because he was a chef and the depot was so small, he was the only chef that I was aware of, so it was essential that he be available on site to cook breakfast, lunch, and dinners. So living at the depot was pretty essential. I also recall his really odd behavior, which may not have anything to do with this case, but it was not uncommon to find him vacuuming his house or hanging washing out the back to dry at 1 a.m. This may have something to do with him being a chef and working hours that were different than most, just getting household chores done when he could. But he was also an extreme neat freak, and I hated spending time there to keep his wife company because as a 16-year-old, I did not appreciate being woken up to help vacuum or hang washing up so late at night. I mentioned all of this to a police officer years ago. All I can recall was that she was part of a task force at the time. She did ask me to get back to her, but I had a house fire and lost her contact details. Since then, I have never been able to locate them again since, and I have no idea what her name was. I really don't remember, although I really wish I did. I truly believe that one of them, if not both of them, were involved in this whole Mr. Cruel incident. It terrifies me to think that perhaps their dislike for me, or their passion to be sadistic towards myself, is possibly why they chose targets that were brunette and of the same age as myself. There is a saying in Australia which is, you don't shit where you eat, which means if you're going to commit a crime, you don't do it in your backyard, because it's just too close to your home. So the thought of them lashing out at these young ladies instead of myself is just sickening. Of course, I have no definite proof on me, or they/he would most certainly be in prison as I type this. Obviously, I have nothing to do with them at all anymore. Whenever I was hurt, it was either psychological and sadistic, which is just impossible to prove to authorities unless there is a non-biased witness or I have any marks on my body, which again is pretty difficult to prove. My mother once told me when I was 14 that if I ever went to the police, she would lie. And then she asked me who I thought a judge would believe, her or a teenage girl. I was terrified to go to the authorities because I thought no one would believe me, and then the aftermath would be much, much worse for me. Since then, however, I have had my stepbrother charged, and he did end up spending some time in jail for some of the crimes committed against me, although most of them have gone unpunished. I don't hold any malice about that, and I'm impressed that the Victorian police were able to put together a case on what information they had, and that they were able to charge him at all. This does not alleviate my concerns about the Mr. Cruel cases though. There are so many coincidences that I find it frightening. 1. The intense interest in the media coverage of the cases. 2. All the victims being the same age and same hair color as myself. 3. Living in the approximate area where he was committing the crimes. 4. Their facial hair being the same as the sample found at the crime scene. 5. Their colloquialisms that match Mr. Cruel's patterns of speech. 6. The time frames that Mr. Cruel was committing his crimes match the times that both of my family members were in Victoria. 7. Living in the northern suburbs. We lived close to the international airport and underneath the flight path of airplanes. 8. My stepfather's compulsion for tidiness, and my stepbrother being in the army at the time of Mr. Cruel's active spree. 9. Mr. Cruel's activities seemed to cease when both my stepfather and stepbrother moved interstate from Victoria. 10. My stepfather's fascination with serial killers. 11. My family coming from Tasmania, as the police believed that Mr. Cruel was either Tasmanian or from New Zealand. This is an awful lot of coincidences concerning one case or one offender. I guess all of these coincidences don't really amount to a criminal case, but it has left me feeling ill, terrified, and with no one to talk to about this. I did try to mention it to my biological father once a few years ago, but I think he just thought perhaps I was overreacting as he was not aware of how they hurt me as a child. I had never told him about any of this. Even when my stepbrother was charged and went to jail, my biological father had no idea why, and had no idea that my mother was aware, and that his father was also a part of it all. I can't shake the horrible feeling that I may have been raised by someone who had no problem taking the life of a young girl. I know that either of them are capable of such actions, although if I was asked to choose which one, I thought it would most likely be the physical attributes match my stepbrother. But the calmness of Mr. Cruel is something that was more often displayed by my stepfather, so I don't really know. But I am very sure that one of them, if not both of them, were involved in this case. I just don't know who to approach who will take all of this seriously. I also have a family of my own now, and I don't want them to hear about any of it. I have to be careful because I don't want to expose my children to these kinds of images/thoughts. Lastly, I would just like to add, for those who question as to whether or not my thought processes about the situation are stable, I had to be psychologically assessed as part of the legal requirements when I had charges pressed against my stepbrother. The courts need to assure that the person making those kinds of allegations are mentally aware of their accusations, and that there is no sign of mental illness where they may have misinterpreted a situation. Yes, there are psychological effects. I suffer from PTSD, but honestly, if you knew the true horrors of the home I grew up in, then you would be amazed if anyone could endure such an upbringing and walk out of that home without any emotional baggage. If anyone who reads this knows of a person amongst the Victorian Police Task Force who would be interested in talking with me, I have no problems with this, and would appreciate a way to contact them. As I type this, I'm sitting here shaking as I recall my old home and what those poor girls had to endure, and poor Carmen, who probably did nothing wrong other than to view his face. My heart goes out to her family, but I am so scared that her family would bear a grudge towards me. Even though I have had nothing to do with the whole situation and was the same age as their Carmen, grief can make someone view perspectives differently. I would be ashamed to face them unless I was able to assist in them getting some kind of justice. I have not mentioned any names, other than that of Carmen Chan, who was one of his victims. I have not mentioned exact suburbs or exact information, as if this is of interest to the police, I don't want to jeopardize any possible investigation and outcome by posting information publicly before an official investigation is done. Nor do I want to cause any possible biased opinions, as this could affect the outcome of a court hearing. I'm not saying that my step family members will ever be charged or go to court, or that they are definitely guilty, but I will not take the risk of ruining any chances of possible justice just so I can tell my story on Reddit. Thanks for reading. Perhaps someone will respond with some kind of information or advice. In the original post that was created in the r/unsolved murder subreddit, a user named Guguachu asked if OP's stepfather and stepbrother were alive, and we got the following response from Corrupted. And keep in mind, this was created 3 years ago. Thank you for your concerns. Yes, they are both still alive. Neither of them have had access to my address or any other contact information for over a decade now. I don't have anything to do with them. I don't think my stepfather uses online forums such as Reddit because the last time I knew him, he wasn't really interested in technology, but who knows? Maybe in his older age, he has taken up new hobbies? Thanks for your concern though. This is also another reason as to why I don't or haven't mentioned names or places, etc. I am sure if either of them read this, they would know exactly who I am, and they would know that I am making references about them specifically, but I am okay with that. They would have to find me to do anything about it, and I have no intention of making that easy for them. Due to the fact that I had my stepbrother charged years ago about a different situation, I have cut contact with most of my family. Of course, most of them had nothing to do with the crime, but if they are not in contact with me, then they don't have my contact details. I am doing this for their protection. I have female cousins that I love like sisters, but I have had to walk away from my extended family and go into hiding years ago. I miss my extended family, but I love them enough to do this for not only my safety, but for theirs as well. There is actually an official document the Tasmanian courts have that expresses I cannot freely return to Tasmania and that I have had to break contact with the majority of my family due to my stepfather, mother, and stepbrother's behavior. So if they were ever stupid enough to try anything, they would be some of the first suspects to be considered. I do appreciate your reading my post and showing concern for me. Thank you. We also find out from OP that prior to making this post, they had little to no knowledge about Mr. Cruel. Corrupted said, "Hi fellow Redditors, just wanted to make a quick note. I welcome anyone who questions timelines, etc. and is helping me by constructively pointing out any possible inconsistencies. I have been and am avoiding doing any research about the cold case because I don't want to subconsciously blend my childhood memories with new information that I learn online. Except for the composite sketch that I viewed and the mock-ups of a bedroom and bathroom, I have not read any information about this case at all. Everything I have mentioned is based on the memories of an 11-year-old child from over 30 years ago. So there is most likely going to be some points that I may remember incorrectly or remember them from the point of view of a child. Considering that I have refused to view any information about this cold case, the information I have supplied is all based on memories about what I recall from viewing on the media/news from my childhood. I did originally mention how my stepfather would shush me and turn the television up, so I was exposed to the media at the time it was current, and also based on memories of what I recall was going on in my home environment at the time. I appreciate everyone who has read my post and thank everyone who has commented, replied, or questioned what information I have provided. So thank you again to all of you. The response here has been somewhat overwhelming but greatly appreciated. I do try to read and respond to every comment posted, but have become lost amongst them a few times. So I apologize if I miss anyone or take a bit longer to respond than what I normally would. I did not realize that I would get a response as large as what I have. I am truly grateful to everyone involved. The support has been amazing. Furthermore, it seems that when OP tried to share information with authorities, they refused to listen to them. A deleted user told OP to get in touch with police, and this is what OP had to say. "Yeah, I tried a couple of times. Regular police stations are not interested because it's such an old case. They would refer me to a task force, and I don't know how to make contact with the original detective I spoke with. She seemed interested in what I had to say, but the most common belief that I have read is that they believe it may be someone from New Zealand. And sometimes, just sometimes, when they have a lead, they often overlook other options. Trying not to be critical because I believe that they do good work, but if their lead has not resulted in an outcome after so long, then perhaps they should look at other possibilities. I know that no one else would have accused my stepfather/brother because my family appeared like a Stepford Wives scenario.
God damn.
To outsiders, we look like the perfectly adjusted family, and I doubt that it would have crossed
Just
anyone
keep an
else's
auto
mind
clicker on
what
your
I
screen.
believe.
Don't have
In
a
fact,
macro
when I
to
had my
jump.
stepbrother
God
charged
damn.
on on different charges. Even though he had many women accuse him in the past of similar attacks, no one had made any of the charges stick. And my mother managed to convince so many people that even though he was found guilty and went to jail, I had made it all up and that he was completely innocent. If people can believe that over an assault, then what are the chances I would be able to get many people to listen to the fact I believe they are linked to Mr. Cruel? I guess partially it's my own insecurities, but I would need to locate the contact details of the task force handling Mr. Cruel's case now, if it still exists. Then the same user told OP to reach out to Crime Stoppers, which OP had already done over 2 decades now. Apparently, they more or less transferred her to a different group where a woman took an interest in what OP had to say. Corrupted also said that they would try and call Crime Stoppers again, but either it fell through or they just never did it, as I don't think we ever got an update with that particular route. So this entry isn't quite disturbing, well maybe it is depending on the person, but it's definitely more gross than anything else to me personally. I'm not trying to kink shame or anything, but this was definitely kind of funny. It was created just under a year ago in the r/TIFU subreddit, which if you don't know stands for Today I F Up. The user's name is No Friend Acquired. TIFU by telling my gym bro about my plant. As always, this was not today but a few weeks ago. So a while ago, me and my gym bro were in the middle of a workout, and as always, we're talking about girls and stuff in between the sets. We somehow got to discussing ways to make feel more like the real thing. I mentioned inside of one of my plants for the best experience since the pot is quite large and I could just kneel over it. Now, for some backstory, I'm no weirdo with a plant fetish. It all started when I was 13 and on a family vacation where I found what looked to
I'm gonna be honest, I'm believing every single one. Unless I see proof that there isn't, I'm just gonna believe it all. I love believing in bullshit.
Me like a big magic acorn, aka avocado seed. I took it home and planted it. Fast forward 3 years, I hit my puberty, with which came the discovery of and as the pot was right next to my bed, I chose to finish into it for the aforementioned reasons. I did it only for about a year because even though the avocado grew a big healthy canopy like never before, some mushrooms started to grow in the pot which I found undesirable and didn't want my family to get suspicious. Well, when I told this to my gym bro, he didn't really understand what a reasonable procedure that was and labeled me as depraved. I guess I ended up being the weirdo after all. I still have the plant and it's almost 9 years old. Still use it time to time to remember its former glory. TLDR, told my gym bro that I used to have a dedicated plant to come into and now he thinks I'm a weirdo. And just a quick visit to OP's account, we can actually see this avocado plant. In a post made in 2022, OP took a picture of the plant, which was 8 years old at the time. He said, I discovered that my cat had been peeing in the pot while it was inside my room, so I brought it out and changed the soil. But it keeps getting worse. Should I just cut the whole top off? The roots are in very poor condition too. And when I first read this, I burst out laughing when I saw this comment in the thread. A user said, do the kind thing and put it out of its misery. Then user Loaded Butt Mag said, he's been into the planter for years. That poor plant has been trying to die for a very long time. And in 2023, OP actually just cut the plant. Then in a now removed post that was created a day ago at the time of recording this video, OP asked for advice on helping his dear 10-year-old avocado plant. I wish I could see the comments to this post, but I just can't seem to access them. But under essentially every single post of OP's, people are just making a bunch of jokes and I find it hilarious. This post was made in the r/RBI subreddit 3 months ago by user Raising Jack. It's titled, My elderly mom is on hospice and her friend gives me a bad vibe. I cannot for the life of me figure out why I feel like this, but all of my spidey senses are tingling on this woman. Here's a bit of the background. I am 40 years old and female. My elderly mom, 70, has been ill for quite some time and is on hospice. She was living in an independent living space where it was all elderly people in apartment type units. She has been living there for about 6 or 7 months and made a few casual old people friends, but mostly kept to herself. Or so I thought. A couple weeks ago, my boys and I were visiting my mom. We live right down the street and visit often. When a woman walks up to us with my mom, I extended my hand to introduce myself to this woman when she dismissed the handshake and instead went in for a hug and said, "Oh, I only do hugs for family and we're pretty much family." Okay, a little weird coming from someone I've never met before, and also never even heard a single mention of her, but I pretty much brush it off thinking to myself that she's probably just really lonely or something. I asked my mom about this new friend and she just says that they met there at the old people place and she's been a really good friend to her. Great, I love when my mom has friends. It's important to have friends. But this woman just keeps giving me weird vibes and I can't pinpoint why. A few things that seem odd to me. My mom is moving to a more traditional apartment complex this weekend, and this new friend liked the new apartment complex so much that she decided to move to the same place as well. Her apartment isn't ready yet, but she'll be moving to the same complex as my mom next month. She apparently bought my mom's dog a "I have the world's best auntie" sweatshirt for Christmas. They had known each other for maybe 2 months at that point. She called the other day too, I don't really know why. I guess it was to give me her phone number and more formally introduce herself to me. She talked about doing a lot of caretaking stuff for my mom. She said something like, "Oh, I can manage her medications for her if you want." So I replied that while I appreciate the offer, there's a lot of controlled medications and hospice prefers to keep minimal people involved in the medicine stuff, and that taking on caretaking responsibilities for a friend can get exhausting, so it might be best for them to just focus on being friends rather than her wearing herself out trying to take care of her. She immediately went to my mom and made it sound like I was shit talking my own mom, saying how she's just an exhausting person, blah blah. When I confronted this new friend about going to my mom and relaying our private conversation in a totally twisted way, the friend lied and said that my mom had grabbed her phone and read it all into text messages. It was over the phone and not at all via text messages. When I pointed out there were no texts, she just kind of stumbled and I dropped it because I knew it wouldn't get anywhere. Every time I talk to my mom on the phone, I can hear this woman telling her what to say or adding comments in. And none of it is outwardly worrisome things, but it feels like I can't have any conversation with just my mom. I'm a very trusting person who generally tries to see the best in people, and this woman has not given me any concrete reasons to doubt her intentions and has in fact been very friendly and polite to me in all of our interactions. Nonetheless, I can't shake this feeling that there's something wrong here. I sat my mom down yesterday and had a conversation with her about my feelings towards this new friend, and she didn't get defensive at all but disagreed with me and said that her new friend is just being kind in offering to help with stuff because she knows that my mom is not the most organized of people and could use the help. I begged my mom to please be cautious and to take the friendship slow, and to keep it simply as a friendship and let me, her actual family, handle caretaking stuff. Despite no changes in medications, my mom has been more confused lately and comes across to me like she's overtaken medication, but I only give her one dose at a time and the rest is locked up at all times, so it isn't that. But just to be safe, since she's more confused lately, I took my mom's credit and debit cards so no one can take advantage of her financially. Reddit, please help me figure out what this woman would have to gain in coming between my mom and I if it isn't medication or money. I don't know how to do a background search or if that's legal for any random person to do, but I did look this new friend up on a couple websites, and all I learned from that is that she has a lot of also known as names, but I can't find anything else. I'll pay for a background search if anyone has a recommendation for good ones. We're in California. Does any of this raise red flags to anyone else, or am I just being too overprotective of my mom on this? Oh, I almost forgot. I called one of my mom's oldest and closest friends the other day and asked her if she's met this new friend, and if so, what was her impression. She said, "Honestly, I don't know why I feel like this, but I just get a bad feeling about her. I just feel like she's up to no good." Hearing this made me feel better in that I'm not the only one to pick up on something, but I don't know what, if anything, to do about it all. And most of you are probably thinking the same thing as user wrestles with pastry. This user made the following comment under the post. This podcast covers this exact same scenario. A woman would befriend elderly people, offer to help, gain access to these folks' resources and property, mess with their meds, then the senior citizen would eventually disappear. What you described reminded me of this immediately. Trust your gut. I wish you all safety and luck. ETA, the podcast is called The Opportunist.
Don't even
and
worry
the
about
episode is
that. You
called
are so
Kimberly
far away
Smith.
from that.
There are 5 parts. Another user named Starkville said, "Oh, no. This lady is up to something. Probably money. Please make sure your mother hasn't signed anything giving this woman power of attorney. I'd probably hire a former law enforcement private investigator and check her out. Sometimes they can relay a warning too. I am tempted to tell you to make a huge stink and make a lot of noise at her to leave your mother alone. If she knows you're onto her and you're going to be combative, she might back off and find someone else to glom onto." This next post was made nearly a decade ago in the r/let's not meet subreddit by user Cats for Peace. It's titled, "An obsessed man has been stalking me since the age of 3. And I'm sure someone is going to mention it, but the names given are just made up by OP. They are not real names. A little backstory before I get to the goods. When I turned 21, an older man approached me in a bar in a very small town that I was living in on the West Coast. The town, although small, was very bubbly and had a great community of people. I chatted with the man, who seemed very enthusiastic about meeting me and said things like, "I've finally found you," which was really no different than a lot of things men would often say when trying to flirt at a bar. I would later come to find out that what he meant was he had finally found me thanks to the check-in feature on Facebook after trying to track my movements somewhat successfully since I had turned 18. I would also come to find out in subsequent messages that this man had been obsessed with me after first meeting me at the age of 3. Since starting college, I had moved 7 times for various reasons to different locations and towns surrounding my university, making my exact location hard to pinpoint for any length of time until I finally settled in this small town. Although this man had seemed very eager, I did not think much of it. Since I had just turned 21, I began to frequent bars as a new pastime on the weekends. I soon realized that I would run into this man every single weekend, but then again, I saw all the other regulars every weekend as well, and did not find it odd until I received my first letter. I am now 24 years old and have moved to the other side of the country. However, the messages have not stopped. I would like to share all of the letters and messages, starting here with the first letter dated October 5th, 2012. "Hi Clara, this is Gordon. We met at Bellflower's Tavern. I'm very shy, like a deer in the headlights when I see you. I hope this is not too forward, but the written word is the best way for me to communicate, and I usually go up to see music, and not sure when I'll see you next. I looked up Clara, Puget Island, and knew to look for the diner for a description. So here I go. Dear Clara, I'm so taken by you that I can't eat, sleep. I'm just crazy in the head for you. I know I may be older, but what is age but a number? I lost my 30s taking care of my grandmother 24/7, 365 for the last 10 years, and the last time I met someone that made me feel like you do was 14 years ago. It lasted 2 years, and I know what it feels like to be cheated on. I think you are the mostest, sweetest, beautiful girl I have ever met in forever, and would absolutely love to know you better, and for some unexplained reason, I remember everything about you. Your eyes, hair, what you wore, what you said since I met you for the first time. You asked me 20 questions, and the way you looked at me, I got this burning feeling inside. And then, when you said you wanted to go play your violin for another 3 hours, and the fact you love jazz so much, well, those are turn-on words. Music is life. Love and everything I like to speak through music, so if I were to put on a song for you, it would be Why Can't I Be You by The Cure. Then Going Out of My Head and Night and Day, Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. There is too much to say in a short letter. I could go on forever. The first night we met, 22nd of September, you gave me a hug and said that I felt good to hug. The world stopped. You said on Saturday the 29th that I looked real good and I nearly melted and was speechless. So much to say, so if I'm on the wrong track, please let me know, and I will back off and we can be friends. Also, you can ask the university or the board of directors for a Richard Morris. He has known me since I was born and was my mom's first husband and was a professor in anthropology at UW, so you can check me out. Sincerely, Gordon Clark. P.S. Clara, I do not know you well enough to know, and I don't judge, but you are very classy and have poise. And if you are the reserved kind of girl, well, that is not a problem. Make me a reservation. I'm very loyal, sweet, gentle, loving and kind, and unlike your last boyfriend, the blithering idiot, I don't stray or cheat. The next day, OP shared a follow-up. Some quick updates. I received the messages he sent to my mom regarding me, and it's a gold mine. He reveals that he has been attempting to contact the FBI because he believes I'm in danger. My mom sent the messages in screenshots, so it will take me a while to type them all out. Here, I will be posting the next set of messages that I received from him. If you missed the first part, here it is. To provide some clarification beforehand, this set of messages will include some information where he says he met me when I was 15. In later messages, he clarifies that this was when we met again, sort of like our newfound opportunity at being together after he first became obsessed with me when I was 3. From what I can gather, he must have been tracking my mother's movements when I was a child in order to have encounters with me until he lost track of me for a while when I moved out of my parents' house and changed
Just
my
having
name
this
on
as the main
Facebook.
screen,
I
ignore
believe that
this.
when he
It's
refers
just
to meeting me
blank.
again, he is talking about the next time he was able to locate me after I changed living situations. Neither my mother nor I know how this happened. She is horrified. Enjoy. P.S. The third message in this installment states that he is so heartbroken that he will have to let me go. Don't fret, it only took him exactly 24 hours and 2 minutes before he couldn't resist contacting me again. Hi Clara, I have no idea if you read my letter to you or not, but if you did and tried texting me with a response, I don't have a cell, it's a home phone. Also, if you did read it and it made you uncomfortable, I apologize. Remember Torn Reality and then again 6 years later at Bellflower's Tavern? Please read. Dear Clara, I had to unfriend you because of feelings that had developed after talking with you about all sorts of stuff and getting to you and your interest at Bellflower's Tavern. With my grandmother Laura's aunt, I totally was taken by you and hoped you were right about us meeting again someday. And wouldn't you know it, 6 years later we did at Bellflower's Tavern, where yes, once again, I feel very hard for you. And then put together that you changed your name on Facebook to Clara B, that it triggered my memory and realized that you are the same girl and thought that if you came back to work at the diner that I might have the chance to go with you. You said 2 years is not that long, and so like an idiot, I've held on to the chance to be with you for 2 years. Yeah, crazy. But when we talked, the rest of the world went quiet, and when you said all those nice things to me and said I felt good to hug, you made me feel like the only person in the room. I sent many messages before and, well, never got an answer. So after hoping for so long and realizing you might not come back and it looks like you have a boyfriend now, I just feel as though I have to let this crazy idea in my heart go. So please don't be mad, but this is just the way I need to handle my emotions and let you go. This was an extremely hard decision to make for me, but now I have no idea if you were interested in me or not. So I'm feeling 100% heartbroken about this. I hope you can understand. Who knows what the future holds? You're the one who can see the thing.
That's what I do when I stream. But whenever I don't, I have there's a program called, hold on. I'll actually quick. This is multiple game instance. Make sure you have this open for Roblox. Each game instance must be loaded with a different account. Closing this all but one Roblox. This is what I use. It's a so basically what you do is you go on Roblox, you start up one of your accounts, get the area you need to go to, log out, log in with your new one, or you can go on incognito and do that. Then you log on to the other one and then boom.
thing in the future. OP would make a third and final update regarding their stalker on the 27th of April in the same year. In this next set of messages, we find out the truth about how my stalker first became infatuated with me at the age of 3. I pick up where I left off in part 2, where this man couldn't resist contacting me again, sending his next message exactly 24 hours and 2 minutes after telling me he was letting me go. Did I mention he believes I'm clairvoyant? Clara, here is a picture of my grandmother. Do you know who the other lady is? I'm really trying here. I know you know. You promised, so why no reply? I like a fool. I'll still wait for you. Hope you are true. Clara, your premonition came half true. We did meet again, and I did fall for you completely again, unaware. The second time before you left, you said it's true to believe you and that you would come back to your workplace, I think
About
you
time,
said between May to
dumbass.
August of 15. You said, wait for you. I have completely been loyal to this notion even though you have not replied. I have not dated or hooked up with anyone. I feel heartbroken now and at a loss. Do I just try and forget about us being together and move on? Let me know. Or do I just wait to be crushed? You need to say something even if you don't want to be with me. It's not fair to leave me hanging like this for so long. Gordon. 1994 Seattle, I was hanging with your older brother at the mall. He was babysitting you. He and I met because the bus driver left me for 8 hours stranded to wait for the next bus. Your brother was skateboarding down by the depot and said he could help find a cool place to hang out and the buses were free, but first he had to pick up his little sister Clara at his mom's and stepdad's house and then we could go to the mall and hang out. He said his sister might have mental problems because she is convinced she can see people's future, but you were only 3 and he said to go along with whatever fantasy you had. That day, your fantasy was that when you got older we would meet again and get married, that I was going to be your husband and you were telling everybody at the mall and your brother had to tell people we were going along with your fantasy. Remember that? I have a perfect memory. Ask your brother, this is a true story. Then again, you were convinced at Uncle Tom's, then at Bellflower's Tavern. We are connected somehow by some crazy force, Clara, and I really am not crazy. You know this to be true. You have to know. Well, I guess I'll wait. Sincerely, Gordon. So something that we started to do in the previous part of this series is include a more wholesome entry at the very end as a sort of palate cleanser. This entry will not be officially included in the iceberg. This one was created by Consistent Reason 349 in the r/true off my chest subreddits. Created this account just for this story. Also, I want to keep in mind that I'm sharing this story from my perspective and from what my brother told me, so I don't know if anything is completely accurate, but I also don't have a reason to doubt the accuracy. Me and my siblings grew up in a highly abusive environment. Besides my older brother, I have 2 younger siblings, a younger brother and a younger sister. Our parents were addicted to alcohol. They would drink every day and it was like a forced round of Russian roulette every single day. We either had luck and they would just argue downstairs with each other, or they would come upstairs to release their anger onto us. And when they did, my older brother would stand guard at the stairs to make sure we were safe. He would try to make them focus on him, so whenever they came upstairs, they would horribly beat him, and when they tried to enter any of our rooms, he would provoke them so they would focus on him until they were too tired to focus on us. While he protected us from them, he sacrificed his own childhood, and instead of doing something he liked, he educated himself and learned how to do programming each and every single day. He knew that something from the IT and programming sector would get him a high-paying job, and his goal was to get out of there and take us with him, but to take care of us, he needed money. He also never had friends at school because he saw friends as a waste of time for his goals, let alone the fact that he never properly finished his education because he was more worried about us than his own future. When he was 18, he did an internship for a local IT office that was looking for employees, and after a few weeks, he got the job and he was making good money. After he moved out, he found an apartment with enough space for all of us, and from then on, he tried everything to get us out of there. A bit later, my parents got arrested because my younger sister came to school with bruises from the beating she took from our mom before. After my brother was gone, we were targeted, but at least we didn't have to wait for long. After my parents got arrested, we started to live with my brother. He had to do a bit more stuff so that my younger
It gives a higher chance to get shiny pets when hatching. That's it. Alright, I need to go shit real quick, I think. Be right back. Alright, sounds good. Sorry. I already know how today's
Our
gonna be.
siblings could live with us too, but he somehow managed to convince authorities to let them stay with us. I will never understand where he took all his energy from to do all this. I was still underage when we continued to live with him, but in his new job, he made enough money to make sure we had it good, and he finally gave us the loving and caring home we craved for such a long time. I adore him so much. He was so selfless all the time
I already
and
know
rather
what's gonna
took
happen.
care of us than of himself. And yesterday, something happened that made me want to share this story. When I woke up, I went to get some breakfast, and when I passed my brother's door, I heard him crying in his room. I knocked at his door and went inside, and the moment he saw me, he wiped away his tears and smiled. He asked if I was fine. I didn't feel the need to answer. I just hugged him. I felt so sorry for him. He sacrificed everything so that we were safe. He couldn't hold in his tears any longer, and I told
That's the end of that one.
The YouTube community has something of a dark past when it comes to how folks have treated younger creators. Yes, sadly, historically speaking, we've seen many child and teenage YouTubers share their creativity to this platform only to be picked on and bullied, sometimes even harassed by older users. Today we'll be taking a look at what happened to some of these infamous bullied child YouTubers, from Sammy Classic Sonic Fan all the way to Rebecca Black. These are the bullied children of YouTube. In a weird way, Sammy Classic Sonic Fan is one of the most mocked yet simultaneously beloved figures online. And his story showcases both the good and evil capable of random internet users from across the world. In April of 2013, a 14-year-old kid by the name of Sammy Thomas started a YouTube channel known as Sammy Classic Sonic Fan. He would begin uploading videos centered on Nintendo and Sega games.
What the heck, Nintendo?
Yes.
What is so wrong about that? Oh, what? Because I prefer Nintendo? That makes me bad? That doesn't even make sense!
Sammy would upload more and more in the following few months, and some of his most rage-filled videos, they started to get attention from the public for, less than favorable reasons. The first of these was Stop Criticizing the Wii U, where Sammy defends the console from complaints that the public was making.
And you know what? I've had enough of the freaking criticism! Stop criticizing the Wii U! Makes me so freaking mad! I'm not freaking enough! Why do we have to deal with this? Why do we have to deal with this?
Yes!
On July 15th, 2013, Sammy would upload a video that got far more attention than anything else he had ever published. Stop Hating on Sonic was the video that catapulted Sammy from being a small, obscure creator to a full-blown internet meme, and it happened almost overnight.
Look a little weird, but he cool.
His over-the-top anger and slew of quotable lines in this video cemented Sammy in online culture as a meme.
Sonic is not trash anymore. I know it's kind of hard to believe after we got that monstrosity, Sonic 06. And I don't care what you guys say. Oh, Sonic 06 was a good game. Sonic 06. Best Sonic game ever. Idiots! I know Sonic isn't what he used to be, and he probably never will be. But guess what? He's good again. Isn't that enough?
He became so infamous that he started receiving attention from YouTube gaming and commentary community creators, such as Chad Tronic and even PewDiePie.
It's what Sonic's about!
You never know when he's gonna strike. He's basically the Tyler 1 of
of Nintendo reviews.
These creators, alongside many others, posted reaction videos that became popular in their own right, circulating Sammy's content even further. Today, the latest upload of Sammy's infamous rant video sits at over 3 million views. Sammy's video granted him quite a bit of infamy, and even worse, it made him a popular target for trolling. Even at this point of widespread recognition, the popularity of Stop Hating on Sonic would soon be surpassed by a second Sonic-themed rant video called Rant Against the Sonic Fanbase, You All Ruined Sonic.
I am so freaking mad! No, I am so freaking mad! I mean, you guys have officially made me lose my marbles! Your fantasies can't ever be quenched, can they? You freaking fricks! When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? You ruined the Sonic series! The Sonic series is dead because of a Sonic fanbase! I will forever hate the Sonic fanbase! They ruined everything! Ruined everything! I'm tired of this! The Sonic series is ruined thanks to you guys! You freaking fricks! Why do we need a Sonic Adventure 3? Why do we need that? Why? Tell me! Tell me! Tell me now!
It was this video that solidified Sammy as an internet meme for years to come. And from then on, he would be consistently followed by a group of dedicated trolls. Not long afterwards, his address and phone number were doxed, and his family became aware of what he was doing online. Afterwards, all of Sammy's videos were set to private mode, and he soon vanished from the internet in late December of 2013, leaving behind various messages blaming the trolls for this development. He says, "Hello there, all my fans. Unfortunately, my parents have been viewing all the trolling people have been doing to me, including all the videos made about me. They have come to the decision that I must stop making videos for YouTube because they think it's unsafe for me having all of you trolls around. I must stop making videos. I know this is sad for you loyal fans, especially since my 50th video was almost complete, but you can blame all my haters. Thanks a lot, you trolls. I have made all my videos private, so sorry. Thank you all for watching my videos. I like to make them, and they took a lot of time to make. Bye." In the backlash of all of this, Sammy's mother would make a statement issuing it to the online public, and she told these trolls that she would be going to the authorities about the developments surrounding her son. She also told the trolls to stop criticizing her parenting skills. You are correct in guessing that we will be notifying the police. I do not know if you have done anything illegal, but I do know that you have violated our rights to privacy in your actions. You have clearly taken an obsession to my son, who clearly does not understand the gravity of his actions. I hope that you never have a brother, a son, or a friend who struggles with the social implications of living with autism or any other developmental disability.
He's really
we are
good
a normal
now.
family
He's just
doing
did
the
an
best we
apartment
can to
too.
raise our children to be responsible, tolerant, and loving adults. And before you continue to bash our parenting skills, I'm quite certain that your parents would be appalled to know how you spend your time on the internet as well. If they are not, then I pity your future even more so. But even with his videos gone, Sammy's reputation persisted. His backlog was soon re-uploaded by archive channels, and onlookers remained ever curious to what will become of the guy. Shortly after Sammy's disappearance, he would re-emerge, multiple times in fact, using other channels. He would publish private update videos to a new YouTube channel called Snoopy Flying A64, which his many trollish followers would quickly discover and leak the contents of. For the next 2 years, this would be a continuous cycle, as Sammy continued to create content on new hosting grounds and would find himself consistently provoked into engaging with his detractors. He would try to formally return to the internet, and then shortly after these efforts, he would withdraw back to his private life, just because he was being harassed so much. Some of these events included Sammy making a rant video against an Encyclopedia Dramatica article that had been created regarding him.
Honestly, Encyclopedia Dramatica, I mean, how has this site not been banned from the internet yet? Because, I mean, they don't even say anything kind. I mean, what the frick? And not only that, but, I mean, they freaking compare me to this person called Christian Chandler. I mean, what the frick?
At a glance, very little seemed to be changing in terms of Sammy's personality and emotional development. But if we look deeper, we find that Sammy starts to mature a bit and mellow out. He revealed in a series of blog posts that he was now attending public school after a long period of homeschooling, and he had since made a lot of friends and was beginning to embrace a regular social life. Sammy goes to high school. Status report number 1. It's actually not that bad. I haven't encountered any bullies yet. I hope it stays that way. I have plenty of friends, such as Bowserman101, and others whose names I shall not mention to protect their privacy. Not to mention I have acquainted with quite a few people.
Yeah, apparently it's
Education-wise,
illegal
I'm
to
off
get
to
a
an
little
easy start,
pussy.
although it will intensify as the year progresses. But there have been some occasions where I left behind my binders containing my homework. At first, the passing periods were hard to adjust to, but I eventually learned to manage. Overall, I've been having a pretty good time so far. I prefer online school because of the flexible schedule I had, but this is what's best for me in my opinion. Well, I hope I answered many questions today. In February of 2016, Sammy would return to the internet again, publishing a video that showcased just how much he had truly changed.
Hello everyone, this is Sammy, the classic Sonic fan. Honestly, I'm kind of nervous to be making this, but as some of you may know, in recent years, I've just been intermittently
Do you even
leaving
know why Chris
and
Chan went to jail?
appearing back on YouTube, taking breaks for months at a time, and I think I've raised quite a few concerns. I mean, the truth is, and I guess I've been struggling with this illness for years, but it worsened.
Yeah, he piped her.
Early
Like I
last
said,
year,
apparently it's illegal to get some pussy nowadays.
and that is depression. And in this time, I've lost interest and motivation I've had in all sorts of activities, including gaming, and even making YouTube videos.
This update was originally posted privately through a link on his Twitter, but was soon mirrored by the well-established archive channels that existed online. Unlike before, Sammy was met with encouragement from people who wished him well and commended him on maturing as much as he had. Later that same year, Sammy would pop back onto the internet again, this time via a Reddit AMA. In this AMA, Sammy would state that he no longer felt depressed and had been living an offline life. He had gotten his driver's license, started working a formal job at a recreational center, and that while he still enjoyed the same creative outlets, he had no plans to return to them online at any time soon, adding that he didn't think he had the personality of an entertainer. 4 days later, Sammy would delete his official YouTube channel under the explanation that it created too much work for him. Though despite his channel being deleted, he would continue to give the public a window into his private life through his Instagram page. On this page, Sammy would eventually reveal that he was attending Purdue University for a computer science degree, and he also would showcase his day-to-day life and activities that he participated in with his friends at college. Sammy had also begun dating and would take pictures and show off his girlfriend Julie. To many, it seemed like Sammy had fully embraced living a normal offline life and had totally abandoned his internet roots with no plans to return, but that proved not to be the case.
It's time for the Sammy Show. Waka,
Or like PU.
jazz hands.
In June of 2018, Sammy would return to the world of online content creation with a brand new YouTube channel, and uploaded content reminiscent of his older videos, yet with a bit of self-awareness instilled that wasn't there in the OG uploads. It seemed that at this point that Sammy may have started to come to terms with his status as a living meme and started rolling with the joke. I mean, this becomes even more evident after videos surfaced that showcased videos of Sammy's classmates and friends, you know, kind of poking fun of him in real life about the old videos and him just kind of, you know, going with it.
That was me when I was 14 years old. As you can see, I was very passionate about this subject.
Sammy continued releasing intermittent content for some time, but in April of 2019, he would see a new wave of publicity, as this is when that infamous Sonic movie trailer was released. And everybody sees the god-awful Sonic render and they're like, holy shit, what are Sammy's thoughts about this? Like, are we about to get another iconic rant video? This prompted PewDiePie to make a video covering Sammy, and Pewds would even go on to invite Sammy to collaborate for a meme review episode centered on Sonic memes.
A few years later, Sammy has grown up and he returned. And it is an experience.
Tell that I was going to be really excited about that, especially Sonic Mania. I was basically saying, hey, I have something planned for that because I do have something.
It's just great. Went from Frick to your daughter calls me daddy too. Our little Sonic fan Frick has grown up. Sheds a single tear.
Obviously, people back in the day were dickheads, but nowadays that ain't gonna fly.
What the hell?
Protect these.
What the frick? Sammy's all grown up now. But I would like to ask Sammy if you're watching. Would you like to do me the honor of hosting meme review Sonic memes? The people need to know your opinion on Sonic memes.
3 days later, Sammy responded directly by acknowledging this development on his Instagram and even publicly accepted PewDiePie's request. However, nothing more seemed to have come out of this situation, as no such video featuring the two ever materialized.
He pulled my Instagram shortly after he made the video, and I sent him a message saying, yeah, man, let's do this meme review. Come on, let's do it. Never got a response.
Even still, Sammy's new attitude of embracing being a living meme led to him to interact with many others in the online community around this time, including Chad Tronic, whose videos were largely what helped popularize Sammy in the first place. The two made a series of crossover videos reacting to Sammy's old content together, and they also conducted an interview. In this interview, Sammy confirms that he did reach out to PewDiePie directly to accept his offer to host meme review, but apparently PewDiePie never got back to him.
I remember the day that happened, you know, people were like blowing up my messages like, Sammy, you got on PewDiePie's channel.
You mean Petsum?
Like all your friends were just like messaging you and be like, Sammy, Sammy, Sammy.
Yeah, basically. Because I don't even watch PewDiePie really. I just heard it. Well, obviously I have respect for the guy, of course, but obviously, like, the running joke is that I never responded. I responded.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. I think your messages must have got lost in communication or who knows. PewDiePie is busy. He's a busy guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
He pulled my Instagram shortly after he made the video, and I sent him a message saying, yeah, man, let's do this meme review. Come on, let's do it. Never got a response. Apparently he unfollowed me at some point, so it's like, okay then.
What the heck, PewDiePie? What the heck, bro?
Shortly after these appearances, Sammy would go on to create a love letter to his older content by continuing his Sammy Classic Sonic Fan Adventure series, publishing the Sammy Classic Sonic Fan Adventure 3. While this video wouldn't quite get the viral attention that his early work did, taking a glance at the comments section, you can see that this is one of the most positively regarded Sammy uploads to date, with many fans complimenting Sammy on how much he had grown as a person and in life. As time passed, Sammy would create more videos on both his YouTube channel and Instagram page, and he interacted with his community further. In 2023, a longtime friend of Sammy would make a documentary on Sammy's internet antics over the years and hosted an interview with him. In this interview, Sammy candidly reflects on his time as an online infamous figure. And I gotta be honest, it's hard to watch this and not feel proud for Sammy.
Yeah, you said earlier that you're close to graduating, so like, are you still attending IUPUI? Like, how's your educational journey going?
So I don't do traditional college anymore. I'm doing WGU, which is like an online college. That just works best for me because I don't live as close to Indianapolis as I did previously, so this is just what works for me, but it also is allowing me to progress towards my degree faster.
What degree are you going for now?
Yeah, so now I'm wanting to get a teaching degree, specifically like special education.
2 months later, Sammy would post a video to his own YouTube channel giving a tour of his new apartment, and he seemed in
Oh, that's a video I just saw.
positive spirits regarding his current life circumstances.
Long time no see. This is Sammy Zenith, and today I am doing a new vlog because it's been a while since I've done a new one. Yeah, I can show you.
Oh yeah, I'm mobbed. We got a new tactic. I bought a corruption book. Oh, and they also just nerfed it, or they just buffed it. It takes a minute for chests to come back, and yeah, it has more health. Corruption good? Yeah. You don't know what it does? On. It's 120 mil now, but chance to apply corruption to break walls and increase the amount of damage you do. Yeah, it's hella good.
Guys around a bit. Pardon me if it's a bit messy. It's nicer than my previous apartment for sure. Look, it even comes with an Alexa. This is my room. I haven't really actually hung stuff up yet. As for what I've been up to today, well, pretty soon I'm going with one of my friends to the Three Dog Bakery in Noblesville. You know, for her and my friend, she has her own dog that she's bringing with her.
However, this would be one of the last videos that Sammy would ever release. Less than 2 weeks later, he would make a post on Instagram announcing his official retirement from the internet. Hey everyone, I was told not to announce anything, but I'm doing this for closure. I'm going to be retiring not just from my Instagram, but everything else too, including YouTube. I need to get out of the public eye, not just for my welfare, but for the safety of my loved ones too. I thought
Don't you dare, man. That's the kid, that's the Sonic kid. Like, your actions have consequences! Remember that Vine? That's him.
Escape the dangers that come with social media, but I couldn't have been more wrong. But it's still been a fun 10-year ride, and thanks to all my supporters. I'm going to enjoy a more private life, as I should have committed to a long time ago. I still aspire to do great things in the world too, but in order to do so, I must let go of the past. Don't worry, I'll be okay, and so will you. God, it just brings a tear to your eye, man. As of today, Sammy has yet to reappear on any of his social media accounts, and it's unclear exactly what caused this sudden change of heart. Some insight into his sudden departure comes in the form of a comment that was left shortly before he left. Sammy would reply in the comments section of his latest videos saying that he had become a substitute teacher. It's possible that his internet history may have been discovered and could have posed a risk to his employment. Or perhaps it's as simple as trolls still go out of their way to harass Sammy even 10 years later. Whatever the case, this final address from Sammy seems to be the end of the Sammy Classic Sonic fan story for good. In closing the Sammy story, I just want to say how happy I am for this kid. Going from almost unanimously bullied to working on himself, hustling in real life, and winning over not only his biggest trolls, but also garnering a genuine, unironic fan base that appreciated his positivity. Best of luck to you, Sammy. The youngest child bullying victim on this list is ironically the individual who handled it the best. This is the story of Misha, the Pokemon Go kid, and how he tricked the YouTube commentary community, gaining fame and fortune along the way. In 2016, there was no escaping the Pokemon Go craze. The highly anticipated game was released to much fanfare, and it took over the world. Many in the online landscape would rush in to capitalize off the hype of the game by creating content surrounding it as well. One of these people would be Mikhail Florian, otherwise known as Misha, with his viral hit, the Pokemon Go song. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. Misha was only 5 years old at the start of his channel and would begin to establish himself as a musician with the help of his older brother, Uldrich. Uldrich was an experienced composer going by the name of Metadon online. Together, the two would create music that Misha would then perform on his channel, while his brother handled the technical side of production. At the time, Misha's songs were all sung in the Czech language and were centered around popular video games like League of Legends, Minecraft, CSGO, and Hearthstone.
Já miluju Minecraft, je to můj svět, ve kterým jsem rád. Já rád těžím cobblestone, diamanty a redstone. Minecraft miluju, je to lepší svět, než ten, ve kterým žiju. A hlavně tam nejsou žádný mossy.
With the more limited section of Czech content due to the smaller pool of creators to produce videos for in the language, Misha was able to stand out and garner a lot of attention from local viewers within the country. These songs launched him into the spotlight, making Misha one of the most popular creators in the Czech Republic, even to the point where him and his brother began hosting live shows in the area and performing. You know, these shows featuring an audience of rabid children just in love with the guy. This celebrity status in the Czech Republic would soon expand to a worldwide audience. As their recognition grew, it seemed that the next logical step to grow their following would be to release songs in English, since this was the predominant language on YouTube and, you know, would open up your viewer base quite a bit. And this is exactly what they would go on to do. Their decision to switch over to making English music just so happened to coincide with the massive publicity of Pokemon Go, and with their channel's focus on games, the next step was pretty obvious for them.
I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. When I wake up, I'm grabbing my phone. I wanna catch them all.
The Pokemon Go song was released on July 16th of 2016 and went viral almost overnight. Today, the song has nearly 100 million views. Now, the Pokemon Go song is not perfect by any stretch. It's been criticized for having simplistic and repetitive lyrics, and the music video is a bit strange as well. But all the quirks aside, it was a catchy jingle and got stuck in people's heads and became viral as a result of this. The YouTube commentary community, which has been featured quite a bit in this video, was seeing its peak in popularity at this time. So when the Pokemon Go song exploded in popularity and suddenly appeared in the recommended tab of millions, it wouldn't be long before this community would take notice of Misha.
Pokemon Go song. Well, I've played Pokemon Go. This might actually be a really good YouTube video. I mean, YouTube is recommending it to me. I'm sure this video is going to be a really creative and artsy song.
I'm back. I play Pokemon Go every day.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. This might actually be one of the worst YouTube videos I've ever seen in my entire life.
And what much of these commentary channels like
Why are you retarded?
like to do was make fun of cringy videos, specifically those made by cringeworthy kids. Leafeus here, Pyrocynical, and PewDiePie were just a handful of the many large creators that discussed Misha's videos and took jabs at him. Usually what you see in a situation like this is that the backlash is just too overwhelming for a child to maintain on the internet. But unlike many other child stars that were the targets of bullying that came before Misha, the pressure didn't really seem to affect him in the slightest bit. In fact, you could even say it emboldened him. Misha and his brother Metadon would play into the drama community antics by directly responding to them in a video about a month after Misha being initially targeted. This song being called Cyberbully Channels Are Cancer, which called out Leafy, Ricegum, Pyrocynical, and Keemstar by name.
You are now about to witness the strength of kids' knowledge. Cyberbully channels are cancer, 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 cancer. Cyberbully channels are cancer, cancer. Leafy is an asshole. Leafy is a retard. Leafy is an asshole who bullies little kids. Ha! Leafy is here. Pyrocynical. Ricegum and Keemstar, they are all retards. Cyberbully channels are cancer, cancer.
It seemed that Misha and his family recognized the potential of so many channels discussing him, and they decided to play into the joke. they would ride the attention that these suckers online were giving them. I mean, why not? This sequence of events had turned the Pokemon Go song into his most popular upload, and it was continuing to grow in views. Misha would later express that the negative attention didn't bother him all too much, and given that his brother wrote the songs and his father managed his music career, it's quite likely that Misha was just doing as he was instructed to by his family and was able to separate himself from the situation. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that Misha was able to compartmentalize the hate that he received and was very much aware that his controversial status is what made him popular. So he would continue to take advantage of the commentary community, making multiple videos attempting to bait them out, calling them haters, making diss tracks against other YouTubers, as well as going out of his way to make songs about controversial subjects in an effort to intentionally, insert himself into drama. For a while, this tactic worked very well, and many of the site's most popular commentators regularly discussed Misha. But as time went on, his name would slowly become a stale topic, and eventually, his efforts to continue to appeal to the commentary community wouldn't yield the same results that they did back in the day. This issue is only compounded after the commentary community suddenly pivoted away from discussing cringe content after the demonetization system was put into place. YouTube as a whole started cracking down on people bullying kids. With him being talked about less, Misha's name faded from the commentary scene almost as quickly as it had arrived. With the commentary honeypot now dried up, Misha would begin to shift his style a bit. As Misha grew older, he would refine his singing skills and began composing his own music without his brother's help, the young man taking a more professional tone for the majority of his work going forward.
Baby, you got me feeling so incredible. Came into my life and wrecked every plan that I had. Yeah, you got me feeling so incredible, so incredible. Yeah, yeah. Looking up at the stars, falling just like we are. Got me unknown, making me feel like it's just us.
Every now and then, Misha would return to making absurd one-off songs reminiscent of his older days, but the bulk of his new work didn't reflect this in nature. The kid was growing up. Despite Misha being largely forgotten by the internet, he has released several albums in recent years, these albums being Unimaginable Feelings, Not the One, as well as singles and an EP called Beautiful. However, it seemed that embracing his past infamy and playing into the hate has led to the majority of his old subscriber base to become uninterested in his new work. This is often the curse of having an ironic following, since most who were introduced to him in the commentary community had no genuine attachment to his music outside of laughing at it. So in a messed up way, Misha kind of hurt himself by becoming a more talented and, professional artist. You hate to see it, but it's not all bad. The quality of his new music has gone on to surpass his older content in almost every way. And to be honest, I have to say that Misha is a legitimately good solo artist these days. His modern work continues to remain obscure, with him getting about 5,000 monthly Spotify listeners. Despite his decline in popularity and infamy, Misha remains appreciated by the small portion of his following that have stuck around long enough to see his growth as a person, and has grown up into a young man with masterful musical talent. If you're interested in seeing what he's up to, I recommend you go check out his channel because there's some great stuff on there. But that was the story of how Misha essentially bamboozled the commentary community to become famous in a way. I guess you could say it's a case when getting bullied works out for you.
Hey, it's your boy, Justin. Check a little.
The fuck is that?
In early 2009, a 16-year-old boy by the name of Justin Simbitis would emerge on YouTube. He went by the online handle SimFuckus. His content was relatively simplistic in nature, as you would expect from a teenager publishing a video back in 2009. But what made him stand out was his strange physical appearance.
Yo, look at a picture like.
Oh, he has progeria. I remember that because there's a big like back in 2010 when everybody was still in like extremely edgy. I even participated, which I regret. But there's a girl, y'all might remember Adalia Rose. She became this big Facebook sensation. Then people kept shit talking her.
Chicken Little, Justin, aka some Diggus, some Fuckus, some Biggest, whatever you like to call me. I just like to say thank you for watching a couple of my videos. I know they all about videos and me dancing, but I'm just telling you right now, there's a lot more shit to come.
Justin suffered from progeria, a rare genetic disease that causes rapid aging in children.
Oh yeah, they usually die at 25, so Justin's probably dead.
Leading to a variety of developmental problems and in many cases premature death. The average lifespan for those with the condition is around 15 to 20 years, and paired with the highly visible effect on the bodies of these individuals, the disease is considered quite the tragic affliction. Those with it often struggle to fit in and receive ridicule because of their looks, all while facing a shorter than average lifespan. Although Justin himself seemed to be largely undeterred by this dark cloud over his life. On his channel, Justin could be seen dancing around carelessly and making nonsensical uploads around whatever he seemed to want to do that day.
I take his time in my videos to make a few shout-outs. ICP, Slipknot, I like to give a shout-out to Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit. This is about someone special. You know who you love.
Hold the presses. Hold presses. Breaking news, team. Breaking news. You can do, apparently now, you can do private servers and join people on them. So, you can start doing that again.
Now today, I like to talk about the YouTube hit star Fred. Now, see, I'm becoming the next YouTube hit star, so there can only be one. I think personally, he's a moron. And the creator of Fred, I'm talking to you. First of all, your voice sounds...
No, I'm not even going to do anything. Where's my chair? I'm going to just sit down. Actually, no. There. Give me 1 second, y'all.
Gay and squeaky.
I don't think you understand, Jafet. I always use a private server, and that shit has not worked for 3 months to join yourself. I mean, I don't give a shit about being in here right now, but that is nice to know eventually that I can join myself. Don't you dare do that again, child. I'll beat the fuck out of you.
Developmentally, Justin's condition had little effect on his mental capabilities, so this content was just him having fun and, you know, engaging in a hobby. He wanted to entertain people online. According to Justin, he had first started creating videos after his mother had bought a video camera to record a baseball game. He would then utilize the camera afterwards himself and made many of the videos that would inevitably be on the SimFuckus YouTube channel.
So, tell us, from the very beginning, not from the beginning when you were born, because nobody cares about all that, when you started YouTube,
Ow.
How did all this begin?
Okay, so in 2009, I got the brilliant idea to start making videos for whatever reason.
Right.
And I just picked up the camera and started dancing
Oh, if you don't know, the progeria is basically at like 10 years old, your body is the body of an 80-year-old. Yeah.
Years to
With
myself.
yourself.
It all happened because before I turned 16, my mom bought me a camera for my birthday.
Probably also dead, you dickhead.
Right.
And she bought it early because we went to a baseball game.
Right.
So she bought it to take pictures. But I used it after to start making videos.
Yeah, tons of videos.
Originally, Justin was under the impression that his content was private by default, and later stated that he created it for his friends only. However, as many of you know, this isn't the case, and all of his videos were just posted publicly. His unique appearance and odd antics caught the attention of many online, especially because back in the day on YouTube, you really just didn't see a lot of people publishing videos that had physical deformities or disabilities like this. And sadly, you know, it's one of those things where he looks different, let's make fun of him. Unfortunately, Justin soon found himself the target of ridicule from the YouTube masses. His videos would circulate by word of mouth, and some online blogs from the time shared his content. His appearance and actions in videos innately drew in many who wished to bully him, leading to a plethora of comments and video replies made at his expense. Some of these commented on the feeding tube attachment that was added to his stomach in case his condition worsened. People bullied him, saying that he had a stomach penis. It's said that one night, while reading these comments, Justin reached his breaking point and made a video directly responding to the hate called "Fuck Bitches and Haters." This proved to be quite the incendiary piece of content.
Oh, yeah, people who are subscribing to me, do you have a problem with me? Say something to me. Don't comment on my shit. You gotta fuck off. Bunch of losers. Fuck y'all. Juggalo homies. Up.
These are juggalos? Yeah, fuck him.
On June 1st of 2009, his social media presence was discovered by 4chan's B-Board, who began spamming his face throughout the site as a joke, and they were calling Justin the King of B. This online bullying turned to harassment, with some tracking down his personal information and uncovering his private MySpace page. Trolls from 4chan would pester these accounts, asking them about Justin and harassing them. Justin's phone number would be uncovered, and he was soon flooded with calls. Many callers claimed to have been a part of the group Anonymous. Needless to say, Justin's mother was not pleased.
So I went viral that night. I went home. I went to bed, and the next day, I had a group calling me. And it was a group calling themselves Anonymous. I don't think it's the real Anonymous.
Right.
I think it was just a troll group. And when they started calling that morning, I deleted everything. They were calling me, threatening my friends for information about me.
On the morning following this, he deleted his YouTube account and other social media, and it appeared that Simfuckus was gone for good. As time passed after his departure, rumors that he had died began to pop up. You know, people, given the nature of his condition, I believe people just sort of assumed that he had passed away, and that's why he stopped uploading. Although despite this, his life seemingly would go on otherwise unaffected by this recent string of events. In the following few years, he graduated high school and got a job at a company that many of his friends worked for. It's said that he rose through the ranks and got a manager position. He spent most of his free time privately indulging in his interests, which included wrestling, the NFL, and later collecting Funko Pops. Even so, his original content had been quickly re-uploaded and continued to receive attention long after he had left the internet. And this would result in him becoming a legend of sorts. And people would spot him out in the streets and ask to take photos with him, proving that he was in fact still alive. 3 years after his disappearance, Justin would return to social media, creating a Twitter account in mid-2012 in an effort to engage further with his hobbies. Some would stumble upon this account and ask the creator of it for proof that he was indeed Justin Simbitis or Simfuckus. But Justin refrained from doing so at this time as he didn't want to regain infamy or stoke any of those old flames. He just kind of wanted to exist. Even still, many new photos of him were now available, which helped rebut the claims of his death. However, the limited visibility of this account led many to be left in the dark about what really happened to Simfuckus. These encounters continued and even resulted in several TV and radio programs taking an interest in featuring him as a guest. The support Justin was now receiving prompted him to create an Instagram account, which soon led to him gaining a following that was much more positive than his original viewer base. Then another stroke of luck. Around the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, Justin was laid off from his job, and he decided that this was the perfect time for him to make a formal return to content creation on YouTube. During this second rodeo, he would make videos centered around his hobbies of wrestling and Funko Pops, as well as branching out into making reaction videos and unboxing content.
What's up, guys? Today I'm reacting to Tutu by 6ix9ine, and I swear if he's wearing a tutu, I'm shutting it off. This man has his hair in the Statue of Liberty, headpiece, design, whatever, and it looked like he was in like a circle for the Looney Tunes or the Adventures of whatever you call it. What is this man doing?
He would go on to state that he was happy with where his content had gotten him and that he regrets having left the internet at all, since he now has learned to cope with the backlash and feels more confident.
Hey Leah, I just sold my other mastery or chess book. Fuck you.
Asking if I regret making the videos? I would say no.
No, do you regret leaving? I know you don't regret making the videos, but do you regret leaving all that time?
I do.
You do.
I should have stuck it out.
You think you could have went the 11 odd whatever years, just keep going?
Yeah, because eventually I would have grown up.
Right.
And I would have stopped at one point with the dancing, but I still would have had a big following.
Right. You feel like your audience would have seen you grow into Pokemon and into the other interests you would have had and whatever.
Justin stated that he enjoys life and that if he were to die at any given moment, he would be regret-free and, feeling as if he had lived a fulfilled life.
And if I go tomorrow, I could say I lived a happy life.
Right. And if you go tomorrow, there's a few pops that I think should be in my name and a few things that I think Maurice will want. So just make sure you write it. Actually, write it down tonight in case you do go tomorrow. Make sure everything's going to the proper people.
Yeah, I'm gonna make out my bill.
Justin continues to post content to the internet via tweets, Instagram, and YouTube, and he has a sizable following on TikTok as well. Justin has stated now he just wants to continue his online presence and hopefully be an inspiration to those out there who have his condition or others out there who are simply afraid of publishing content out of fear of being judged. Many of you watching are probably flabbergasted to know that Justin is even still alive, as I remember there being quite the prominent rumor back in the day that he did die. No, he's still out there and honestly just seems like one of the chillest dudes on social media. I recommend you all go check out his socials. And personally speaking, as a big fan of the old videos, a big shout out to Simfuckus.
Okay, I'm Giovanna Plone.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, this is such a throwback. Oh my god.
And this is a period video.
Oh my god, I remember
In the
that.
early 2010s, shock content was very much still in vogue on the internet, with folks everywhere you looked participating in dangerous activities and gross out stunts for attention. One of the most notorious perpetrators around this time was Tampon Girl. On January 19th of 2013, a teenage girl named Giovanna Plowman shocked the world when she uploaded a video onto Facebook of herself putting a seemingly used tampon into her mouth and sucking on it for several minutes while the song 212 by Azalea Banks plays in the background.
Okay, I'm Giovanna Plowman, and this is the period video. I just want to say, I'm not pulling any tricks. As you can see, there's nothing here.
You did, in fact, pull tricks.
There's nothing on the floor. Just a normal bathroom. So, okay.
This was fake, by the way. This was fake.
Okay. Here it is. Ew, it's so nasty.
Yeah, it is nasty. I didn't realize 212 was playing.
As disturbing as it was, the public was left confused. Many questioned why a person would do such a thing, if the video was real, and if so, who is this chick?
I know I just did a video.
What the fuck is this?
About that gross tampon sucking, whatever you call her.
Bitch!
You know, I was feeling kind of sad for the bitch.
Alright. Okay, OG, I didn't realize the game you was spitting. My fault, OG. Sorry.
I figured maybe she did that wanting some, maybe a little attention, you know? Maybe somebody said, oh. I said, oh, shit. You make me sick. You do shit like that because you want a little attention. You tell the goddamn people, y'all send me an Instagram picture, and if I like it, who gives a what you like, you goddamn tampon sucking bitch?
These videos would—
Damn, Unc! Everybody's just like, yo, yo, chill out a little bit, man. Yo, chill a little bit. It's like, you stupid, and you fat, and you Mexican. It's like, Grandpa, stop, please, stop.
would take the internet by storm, and reaction videos were—
Not only that, the girl fucking replied to Ariana Grande on Twitter. And Ariana responded, ain't you the bitch that sucked her tampon? I was like, ooh, damn. How you gonna get—
created by many online, which only served to spread it even more. Even celebrities like Ariana Grande have said that she had seen the video and had made comments about it on social media. So who is and what is the real story behind the individual known as Tampon Girl? What is the motivation of someone to do this? Well, from what is known, Giovanna Plowman was a girl who had wanted to become Facebook famous, wanting to do this as a means of getting online clout and friends, I guess. She began posting raunchy content to Facebook in October of 2012.
I remember I used to get crucified because I said I would fuck her. I remember people used to shit talk me. I'm like, dog, you not see what she cooking with? She bad.
During this time online, she met a man from West New York who was, quote, famous for eating his poop, unquote. And he gave her the idea to eat the tampon in order to become internet famous herself.
What?
She would later go on to create the video and show it to a friend before, who encouraged her to release it, saying that it was indeed funny. After the tampon video had been released, she claimed that the backlash from the online public was so intense that she was immediately taken to a mental hospital and kicked out of school. But with the hate also came 160,000 new followers to her Facebook in those first few days alone. The flood of traffic to her social media pages also resulted in a number of these accounts being hacked and used to impersonate her.
Hey, I also got the follow back in the day. Yo, that's all I'm gonna say. I had a little bit of chance. Not really.
or in one instance, used to stage a death hoax. One of these hoaxsters took over her It's Giovanna P Twitter account and said that Giovanna had died a week after publishing the video. Which I think is really funny that a lot of people believe this because, you know, it's like, I mean, eating a tampon is disgusting, but like, you're not gonna fucking die, okay? She died from ligma. Around the time of the tampon girl video, fake accounts popped up as well that were made simply to mock her. In April, after the controversy had largely subsided, she posted a video addressing the public, updating them on what she had been doing for the past 3 months. She claims that she didn't make the video to get famous and urged others not to follow in her footsteps by doing shocking things like this, as the consequences were way worse than any benefit that she ever got.
Honestly, I lost so many people. I was kicked out of public school. I was in the hospital. I pretty much was out of it for a long period of time. And best yet, my family was so disgusted and disappointed with me and the whole situation. And at the time, I didn't care because
You need to make a comeback. Come eat my ass on camera. Sorry.
I was so immature and childish, and I just needed something for me to look at to grow up, I guess. I wish I never did the video, had any thoughts about it, let alone even posted it. And to all these fake accounts pretending to be me, could you please stop?
Giovanna then went on to say that she was sorry and had grown up in the last few months.
And I just want to say that I'm sorry to all the people it's offended and to all the celebrities, especially Ariana Grande, Kim Kardashian, Lo Anthony, and Miley Cyrus.
Lo Anthony? No. That guy, that's a funny story too. That guy, Lo Anthony.
Cyrus. I actually look up to you guys, and this account makes it seem like I don't care about anyone, anything, myself.
However, she would upload several more videos afterwards, including a Draw My Life video, which gave much information about her past and personal life.
Something every kid wanted to be was Facebook famous, and if you were Facebook famous, you got tons of friends and likes.
I don't know. We're trying to figure out in this video if she do.
Well, that's what we thought, and in all reality is it's not something you want to be. It's probably one of the worst times I've ever wasted in my life, but I like the attention I was getting, even though it wasn't positive, and I kept it up, but...
Giovanna then talks about several life stories, including one that involved her recently cheating on her boyfriend and revealed where the idea for the tampon video had come from.
This started around late October. Anyway, time passes and we're getting more alone and more likes, and I thought it'd be cool if I had a huge house party, and I did, and I got grounded after, but it was so worth it, except for the fact that I cheated on Connie that night with some random dude, and it was just a bad thing. I met someone who is famous in Western New York for eating his poop, and then we talked about it and got the idea to eat a tampon and I would become famous. So a couple days after the party, I posted on Facebook 650 likes and I'll suck the blood out of my own tampon.
After her Draw My Life video, Giovanna would attempt to continue releasing content, including a room tour and 2 makeup tutorials. However, this transition into a normal content creator didn't last long, and she stopped publishing content shortly after beginning. Several months later, Giovanna would publish what became her final update video regarding the matter. In this, she claims that she got her old Instagram back and was able to return to public school after being deemed psychologically sound enough to do so. She said that she wasn't going to be creating any new videos because she had apparently lost her camera.
So, for now I'm just making like YouTube videos off my phone. That's why I haven't been posting. But other good news is that I got Pavo Holla back, the Instagram, and yeah, I don't have Twitter anymore. I got hacked. And then, like, personal good news is I'm allowed to go back to a normal school. That, like, makes me really happy because I proved to them that I'm not psychotic and crazy and all this, like,
Yeah, I wouldn't even eat my own shit. I'm not that
Many
crazy.
years later, as onlookers questioned what became of Tampon Girl, it was discovered that she is active online still. Giovanna has a small following on TikTok where she publishes content regarding her daily life. She seems to be doing quite well for herself based on the lavish
Hey,
lifestyle
hey,
she
hey. Hey, I see that bio. Hold on. I see that bio. She got an OnlyFans.
appears to be living. The woman also manages an Instagram and OnlyFans account as
Oh,
well.
okay.
To this day, many still debate over whether the original Tampon Girl video was real in the first place. I mean, after all, she didn't directly show herself pulling out the damn thing, and it's not unreasonable to think that she could have just put food coloring on it. It is important to note that one Twitter account that was at one point associated with Giovanna has claimed that the video was fake, but with this being one of the accounts that was supposedly hacked, it's impossible to say if it was really her that said this, so it'll be one of the many mysteries of the world. Was it a real used tampon? You vote below. Used or not used tampon, it was a foolish
I don't know what that tooth thing is called, where like a girl has like a smaller tooth right there. But I used to be obsessed with women that had that. Oh my god.
stunt by
I
the
don't know why,
teenager, and it
but that was
appears
just
to me that
something
she
I
has
thought
learned
was
her lesson with time.
attractive.
Thankfully, this wasn't a life ruiner. In fact, looking back on it, I'm sure she probably thinks the whole situation was quite humorous.
I will say, the internet, like, they bullied the fuck out of Rebecca Black. I don't know why, either. She did not deserve the hate she got.
In 2011, there was a song published online that you couldn't escape even if you tried your best to. Rebecca Black's Friday music video would be circulated across the platform in March after it was first discovered and posted on the Tosh.0 blog, taking what had been an otherwise obscure one-off song by an unknown high school girl and turning it into a worldwide phenomenon.
Trying to remember back in the day if that's why, because I don't remember. No, I remember that back in the day because I was running Facebook pages. People were literally sending her death threats because the song was terrible. Like, that was literally it. No, we don't gotta lie, that shit was ass. But, I don't think it was, let's send her death threats bad. And, like, leak where she lives. Like, back in the day, people were just losers. Like, we can be honest, it wasn't good. And it was made by that one pedophile guy. That one pedophile. I don't remember his name, but I feel like y'all know who I'm talking about. Could I ask who you two are? You clearly were from my Twitch stream. I can already tell. Fuck are y'all?
At a glance, it may resemble any other pop song from the time, you know, the ones popular on YouTube at least. But Friday managed to stand out simply because of how laughably bad many aspects of the production were. The song was nonsensical and repetitive, the music video itself was strange, and many found Rebecca's singing to be
Well, I'm in Schizo Twitch, so I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm not gonna ban you here. You get a fresh start here. Unless you mean you're in Schizo chat in this and YouTube already.
subpar. Yet, the song managed to be catchy and would spread across the internet, getting stuck in the heads of all online listeners who encountered it. At that time in YouTube's history, Friday managed to claim the title of most disliked video on YouTube.
Why'd I get banned? I called Tazboy a baguette with a PHA. He deserved it though, so I don't care.
With 1.2 million dislikes beating out Justin Bieber's Baby, which held the top spot for similar
Oh
reasons.
yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, you asked that and I beamed you because I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, I banned anybody that came in with retarded statements like that. I'm gonna be real. I almost thought about banning Harry when he first came in with his statement. But then I'm like, I don't really care. Fuck it.
Made this situation especially strange was that Rebecca Black herself was an unknown figure at the time, and her sudden rise to viral infamy was unprecedented in many ways.
Even if you were being legit, I don't believe you still.
Peeling back the layers of how this video came into existence, there are several reasons why this happened. Rebecca Black herself was a high school student with a budding interest in music, and sought to create her very own music video in hopes of exploring her abilities in the field. She then learned from a friend that there existed a company known as Arc Music Factory, which for a $4,000 fee would compose a song and create an accompanying music video, which Rebecca decided to do with the help of her parents and classmates who co-starred in the video. Rebecca doubted it would garner much attention and simply wanted to experience working
because if I answer, I'm banning you.
The production was spearheaded by Patrice Wilson, a man most known for creating...
Yeah, Patrice Wilson, that pedophile. The guy that made, he basically was the guy that made, like, all these kids' videos, right? Like, any kid that did a, that basically you paid him, and he would make a song and shit for your kid back in the day. And he made one for this girl named Allison Gold, and it basically had her in prison. She's like 12. It had her in prison in a skimpy outfit with big buff men carrying her away. Everybody called him a pedophile, and then
equally low quality repetitive music that...
No, I just know Aaron. I'm surprised y'all don't know. Literally, H3H3 kept talking about it back in the day. That episode, that podcast he did with Post Malone, they actually, Patrice Wilson started live streaming when he saw they were talking about him. Ominously as fuck.
Uncanny touch that could be considered as artistic signature. Because of this, Patrice himself has garnered his own infamous reputation.
See? He's done multiple... First off, Post Malone was like... Post Malone and H3H3 are friends. They've been... He was like one of their very first podcast guests, and then they did a second one whenever Rockstar went #1 on Billboard. And then whatever after that, I don't give a shit. I don't watch him. Not because he's cringe, but because he supported Rail is. Yeah, but Sky does Minecraft's also an abuser, so. And possible PDF file.
By the likes of online creators like H3H3 Productions. And Patrice wasn't under scrutiny simply because of the quality of his work. What many don't know is that Rebecca Black's Friday music video was originally hosted on the Arc Music Factory YouTube account. And following its early rise to fame, the Arc company refused to hand over the rights to Rebecca, despite being contractually obligated to do so. Patrice Wilson's attorney claimed that the contract they had once had was void, and then he distributed the song in ways they hadn't agreed upon, such as the form of a downloadable ringtone. They even briefly tried to come up with some harebrained scheme of charging viewers $3 to listen to the song on YouTube after realizing how much attention it was getting. This resulted in a legal battle between the company and Rebecca that eventually ended with the video being taken down from the Arc channel and being re-uploaded onto Rebecca's personal channel that she had recently created. Rebecca would then begin posting other content to the same account.
Yeah, Rebecca Black, good. She's a decent artist now. Like I said, I think she was learning her way on being an artist.
It's funny that Rebecca gets so much shit for this song, but you know, Rebecca herself had relatively little involvement in Friday aside from acting as its lead vocalist. But you know, the story behind the video's creation would take a back seat. And the quality of the song, it was just all projected onto her. She took all the smoke. She was
I don't
only
know who
13
that
at the
is,
time
sorry.
of the video's virality, and this massive exposure led to an overwhelming amount of negative comments that caused her quite a bit of pain. The infamy that this video created would follow Rebecca throughout her teenage years and leaked into her real life. She was bullied at school. Other kids reportedly threw food at her in the lunchroom, and she received numerous forms of mockery that eventually led to her leaving school entirely and becoming homeschooled. Rebecca was also told around this time that her name had become such a poison in the music industry that no producer would ever want to work with her again. But this isn't what happened. It's important to consider that even with all the backlash, Rebecca Black had managed to acquire fame to such a point that she was nearly a household name, which for a 13-year-old with no previous recognition is certainly an achievement in and of itself. If anything, the fact that it resulted in so much bullying helped make her a sympathetic figure in the eyes of those witnessing the virality from the outside. The whole situation wasn't without its perks. 2 months after the Friday music video was released, she was invited to appear in another music video called Friday Night by none other than Katy Perry. This was Katy Perry's way of sort of sending a message to these online bullies, and I think it was a pretty class move. This was only one of many cameos that Rebecca would make as time went on. Rebecca would continue to release music independently, with the next song being My Moment, which had an accompanying music video as well. Public perception around it was still negative, but many felt her vocal skills had improved, and the song was generally viewed as generic rather than infamously bad, which is a step in the right direction. This song didn't get nearly as much exposure as its catchy and notoriously bad predecessor. Rebecca continued to hone her skills and expand her discography to over 20 songs in the coming years. Slowly but surely, she would shed her infamy and began to establish herself as a legitimate artist in the eyes of the public. She would also move to Los Angeles in an effort to pursue her career further, and established herself as a social media personality through YouTube and Instagram later on. These outlets began to rack up followings, disconnected from the audience that had been drawn in from Friday. In early 2021, she would release her first full album, called Let Her Burn, after a decade of consistently releasing singles and EPs. She says, "Let Her Burn is now yours. My debut album is out everywhere now." Not lying, when I say I've spent about half of my life dreaming of this day, it's almost unreal to wake up and see it finally here. Seeing so many of you listening already and talking about your favorites, I don't know if I'd ever be able to articulate to my 13-year-old self just how sweet this warmth feels. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. While Rebecca certainly has a smaller group of people who pay attention to her these days, it's certainly a group that she does want following her. She gets about 300,000 monthly listeners on Spotify, and her music career is growing at a pretty fast pace. Just commenting generally on Rebecca Black's music career, it's one of the most unconventional success stories out there. The song that got her famous was so bad that it turned her into a pariah, and it's likely at the time she thought she would never have a chance in the music industry after blowing it when she was 13. And I think as the internet became more ironic in nature, people started going back and getting nostalgic about it, leading to an opportunity for her to sort of get back into the industry. And that's where we are now, with Rebecca making actually good music.
I know you can't resist from my 808.
Wait, what? What? Did Maddie B just drop the word?
Making actually good music.
I know you can't resist from my 808 hits.
Good music.
I know you can't resist from my 808 hits. Makes you wanna move to my beat.
Because it's hot as fuck.
When YouTube started becoming more popular in the 2010s, you saw the rise of these child star singers. And it's hard to think of a name more infamously despised for a cringe factor than Maddie B Raps. A young artist that was bullied relentlessly by the internet for no other reason than him being a kid trying to make a name for himself online. In the late 2010s, after a number of child stars had emerged like Justin Bieber, many other aspiring child musicians attempted to capture the same lightning in a bottle. One such individual was a boy named Matthew Morris, better known online as Maddie B Raps. At the age of 5, he expressed an interest in music and began taking dance lessons. But his true introduction...
I can't lie. I found Maddie B on TikTok. I watch him now. That boy good looking. I can't lie.
...into the music scene began after his cousin Charles Marshall Manning moved into the family home and shared his own music with Maddie, and showing the young boy how he published his own stuff to YouTube. Maddie B's cousin's YouTube channel was called Mars Raps, and it included original songs as well as covers and parodies of other well-known songs. Maddie soon grew interested in this content and began taking steps to create it himself, with Mars acting as his producer. The two set up a channel for Maddie, borrowing the name scheme from the Mars channel, and called it Maddie B Raps. At the time, Maddie was just 7 years old and marketed himself by making covers of popular songs with his age acting as a gimmick to, separate himself from the original. The first of Maddie's covers being 7-year-old Raps Justin Bieber, Eeny Meeny.
I don't know how these lames cope, but Maddie B don't get down like that. There ain't never been another me, no other Maddie B, none of my age with the flow this cold, see? I'm only 7 years old, but I ain't got talent that you can't. You done made a mistake if you think that I'm down for your heartbreak. Girl, you must be tripping. I got a whole look around in my back, but I hope I don't someone say your name when I'm ripping. Please don't waste my time.
Although he would slowly move away from this cover formula in favor of original material as his career matured. This young boy's formula would prove successful on YouTube, and before long, Maddie would receive attention from mainstream sources, with him being invited to appear on TV shows like The Today Show.
Oh yeah, this back in the day, if I flipped a pancake perfectly, I would get on the Ellen show. Glad that bitch is gone.
Show Dr. Phil and the Wendy Williams show.
Maddie B.
Speaking of which, speaking of one of those people, y'all remember the dress is black and blue or white and gold? Did y'all know that the husband ended up getting arrested recently for attempted murder on his wife?
Look how cute he is. He's a little rap singer.
Of course he is.
And you like singing rap, but you think rap doesn't have to always be kind of nasty. It can be nice and clean, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He sings all
Yes, ma'am, he said. Did you hear that?
What are you going to sing for us?
Ice Ice Baby. Oh yeah! Yo, VIP! Rest out! Separate and listen! Ice back my brand new invention!
In 2013, some of Maddie B's music would even chart on Billboard, with one of his songs beating out a Britney Spears release. With time, he garnered a sizable following, which primarily consisted of young girls that were around his age.
Why do I know this? Because on the internet, and it said it on the internet.
But also in a similar fashion to Justin Bieber, Maddie would also experience quite a bit of negative attention from an entirely older demographic, as one might expect a child performing mature covers of adult songs, that are written from an adult perspective. It leads to some humorous and oftentimes awkward results.
I was old enough to be your boyfriend. I never let you go.
It's called having a Twitter feed, and it randomly going to me. I see why I got rid of you. You're retarded.
I keep you on my arm, girl. You'll never be alone. And I could be a gentleman.
See, he gonna talk about these songs, but he ain't gonna talk about when he covered Juicy by the Notorious B.I.G.
Treat you how you want. Say if I was your
What's your IGN, Jafet?
In 2016, the YouTube commentary community had solidified itself as a popular genre, one of the biggest in fact. Many creators in this group would discuss cringe content, and children were often the subject of these videos. That's how Maddie B's content soon found its way onto the radar of Ethan of the H3H3 Productions YouTube channel. H3 would quickly make a video discussing him. Klein's coverage of the topic came in the form of a reaction video to Maddie B's cover of the Biggie Smalls song Juicy.
Yep, see?
This video involves Ethan basically roasting this
Boo! Fuck that place.
child while he's gallivanting around Jerusalem.
I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call the crib, same number, same hood. It's all good.
Maddie tough.
And if you don't know,
Guys? RZ, add me and join my server so I can get a boost. Also, I don't know if he's gonna say the word. I'm actually very scared to know if he's about to drop that.
now you know, player.
Oh my god.
You put on your eye dog.
What is this? What is this?
Guys, it's funny because he's coughing. Dude, you get the joke? Hello, is this thing on?
Stop it.
The video itself was fairly tame and didn't initially have any negative blowback for Maddie. That said, the following year, Maddie B would be spotlighted by several large YouTube commentators, including Pyrocynical, Leafy is here, etc. You know where this is going.
Yo, all I know is living my life like a
It fucking hurts.
I'm glad he's banned everywhere and fat and lonely now.
It hurts. I should have just fucking ran out my window and dolphin dived onto the cement. This is.
If you unironically ever watched these type of people, you are retarded. There is no way anybody legit watches these people.
It's not a painless death. This hurts. It's hurting every inch of my body. It feels like I have mega ultimate arthritis.
LA, Atlanta, up to NYC. I'm throwing block parties bigger than Puff Daddy.
I'm throwing block.
Whoa, Maddie, whoa, no, Maddie, no, Maddie, my boy, Maddie, yo, Maddie, don't say that, yo, the Matster, whoa, buddy, don't say that.
Block parties bigger than Puff Daddy. Maddie B, I don't want to be a hater, but I don't think so, dude. Puff Daddy, better known as P. Diddy, is worth $700 million, okay?
Like this, like Leafy, like this kid was the actually guy. Like his content was never good. It was always shitty. I was glad when that iDubbbz video came out because I'm like, finally, somebody that isn't retarded.
Again, not trying to be a hater, but I don't think you're topping that, dude. But hey, dude, what do I know? I'm just some YouTuber that's out of ideas, smells like Doritos, looks like a pine cone. I mean, I just got nothing.
Don't you fucking dare, Leafy.
Yo, is this person retarded? I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, I really can't tell.
Even though all the retarded incels that still are stuck in an edgy phase decided all of a sudden to be like, it's his wife OnlyFans, he's fell off, cringe.
This time, Maddie B himself would respond, this being issued on July 15th.
Damn! Why would I do that, though? Good. I wouldn't care. If I was still... Here's the thing. If I was interested in being a furry, I would just go back. I wouldn't care. Because nothing anybody's gonna say to me, I'm gonna give a shit about. Okay, so he just put the booth up and then just kids like that don't deserve relapse? Nah.
This is the guy roasting everyone on YouTube? This tweet was soon deleted. Sometime afterwards, Ethan Klein of H3 would receive a copyright takedown request from Maddie on the grounds that his reaction video was infringing. This seems to have been explained by the fact that Maddie had deleted the original music video alongside.
I didn't have a character. That's the thing. I just hung out in the community, enjoyed the artwork, and that was it. I didn't make a character. Too lazy.
Many of his other covers.
But like I said already, it don't matter to me. I was nearly 300 pounds of furry, and I still got laid in high school. So.
And attempted to manually claim segments from them featured in other videos, seemingly in response to the backlash that he was getting after becoming the focus of these, commentary channel videos. Some of Leafy's videos were also hit with copyright as well. This claim attempt was soon reported on by Keemstar of Drama Alert.
And speaking about saving videos, you might want to save this video from H3H3 because it might be gone. H3H3 tweeted out, Matty B Raps wants us to remove our reaction video because he thinks it isn't fair use. What do you guys think? Now, what's strange about this is his reaction to Matty B Raps has been up for like about a year, and it has over 3 million views. Kind of strange that Matty B Raps wants it to go down now.
Unfortunately for Matty B, his attempt to take down Ethan's video in particular only fueled the fires against him. In light of this, the next day, Matty B would take to Twitter and post, quote, "Spread love, not hate. Love you guys." A week later, Maddie would tweet out that he had been sent to the principal's office and was grounded from the internet, even going as far as releasing a t-shirt based off of this. I guess him, trying to take a stance against bullying. This hilarious development would, of course, be covered by Drama Alert. Maddie was bullied and mocked by the teenagers and young adults that comprise.
It's just, infamous kids bullied on the internet or something. I think this is the last person on the thing anyway, though.
Is the YouTube commentary sphere for some time, but eventually these creators and their fans got bored and moved on to their next target. And in light of this, Maddie would become talked about less and less to the point where he wasn't really discussed at all and people just kind of forgot he ever existed, which has led many in recent times to ask the question, what became of Matty B Raps? It seemed that with enough time and avoiding engaging with his staunch critics, Matty would go on to continue a successful music career unaffected by the past events. With time, he would stray further and further from his roots as a cover artist and would establish himself using original material and songs, eventually aging out of the cringy kid stereotype that many viewed him as during his early years.
Matty B, age 16. Because he's grown up on the internet, so we should have it all. Matty B, age 16. There you go. You can't just let it slide. Whoa, he got arrested? People can't believe what Matty B looks like 12 years after going viral? No shot, that's him. Okay, he's grown up.
Alright, y'all keep saying I look like Billy.
Oh, he's jacked, too.
Dude, he looks like iDubbbz right there.
Yeah.
He does look like Billy from Stranger Things, kind of.
Oh, shit. He's not as handsome, though, right?
Stop!
What?
They're both handsome.
What are you worried about? Matty B, who's been fawned over his whole life? You're worried about him being insecure?
Despite what you might expect, Maddie B's YouTube channel
See what I mean?
remains active and is quite popular to this very day. In what appears to be a means to continue appealing to a younger audience, Maddie has brought in a new cast of kids to appear in his content, several of which often portray his past self in music videos. The real Maddie B still appears intermittently and releases his own content regularly to this very day. He still pulls in about 50,000 monthly listeners and has a strong TikTok following. Maddie's story shows that if you just don't engage with the detractors, oftentimes it's for the best.
Message to all y'all broke ass.
When was this video made? Hold on. Time out. When was this video made? Oh! This is actually probably gonna... Oh, this is recent.
In late 2017, an Instagram user known as Lil Tay manifested into the online landscape, and they started growing fast. The young girl would publish content showing herself wearing designer clothing and sitting in expensive cars. She claimed to only have been 9.
Message to all y'all broke ass haters. Y'all ain't doing it like Lil Tay. This is why all y'all fucking haters hate me, bitch. This shit cost me $200,000. I'm only 9 years old. I ain't got no license, but I still drive this sports car, bitch. Your favorite rapper ain't even doing it like Lil Tay.
Lil Tay said that she was the youngest flexer of the century and that she was a child millionaire with at least 10 different cars.
You already know what it is. Lil Tay, the youngest flex of the century. I'm only 9 years old, but I'm richer than all y'all broke ass haters. This be my kitchen. It's bigger than your whole entire living room, and I got 4 more houses. Y'all haters are already older than me, but y'all still talking shit. I'm a 9-year-old millionaire, and I be smoking dope.
Her introduction to the greater online world would come after she was discovered thanks to a reaction
There's nothing I'd rather do less than watch shit about retarded British people.
video published by Ricegum, who posted very similar wealth-based flexing content. This kickstarted her introduction to online drama, and Lil Tay would soon respond in her own video, which Ricegum would then
The only British person I respect is Trap Lore Ross.
respond to in kind.
This girl has a past of getting really peppy and sassy with me, and I don't have a good feeling about this. Let's just see what she has to say.
He dropped a video on me, so today we be reacting to that shit.
Hey guys, it's me again, and today we'll be talking... Okay, hold on. Something is not adding up because you're telling me this girl is 9 years old, and she's not even doing your standard reaction video, because what I'm doing is your standard reaction video. She has a whole green screen, reaction video set up like she's trying to be fancy, and she's making me look bad. Can I have $10,000?
$10,000? Bitch, I have 100,000 on my wrist. $10,000 ain't nothing, you broke ass.
Many found it especially strange that she had seemingly popped up out of nowhere with high production quality videos that would, likely have required a bit of know-how that was uncommon for a 9-year-old to have. Like, I could barely crank out a fucking Hotel Mario YouTube poop when I was 9 years old. It was pretty obvious that her family most likely had connections or was involved, but the exact arrangement was unclear. With time, she would continue to get into various controversies. One notable one from the early portion of Lil Tay's career is when she went viral after TMZ filmed her smack-talking at a possibly staged confrontation between Danielle Bregoli and Woah Vicky, who Lil Tay was said to have been friends with.
You wanna run somewhere?
Oh, don't walk in front of
You wanna run somewhere?
Let them talk, ain't do nothing like that.
Thing about Bad Baby, she's with the shits. So.
Hey, put your shoes on.
Why don't you put your bag down?
Good shit.
Tough stuff? Put your bag down, tough stuff.
Ain't nothing wrong with everything's right. That's what I said. Nothing wrong with it.
What's up? Come on.
Hey,
What's
hey.
up? Do something. You're 18.
Hey, stop. They ain't gonna do that like that.
Come on, what's up?
They ain't gonna do that like that. No, no.
She's not. What's up?
She ain't gonna do that. Don't start talking because I'm in the middle.
Come on.
You'll get locked. Stop.
Come on, run it,
Yeah.
bitch. You trying to fight? Come on, touch me. I want you to hit me. Hit me. Hit me, bitch. Hit me. Come on. If you hear a bitch, you trying to fight? Okay, but yeah, tell her, nigga. Bitch, shut your thought ass up, little hoe.
We know all that. We all. Hey.
Bitch, shut up.
Hey, already did.
Lil Tay's involvement in this matter led to substantial exposure for her social media presence, which rocketed her from 250,000 followers to 1.2 million followers within 2 weeks of the incident going viral. This led to her catching the attention of many established names on YouTube, including Jake Paul, and led to a collaboration between the two. largely to get to the bottom of what was really going on behind the rich front that she was putting up.
How did your career start?
Nothing started. I was born the youngest flexer, okay? I'm flexing on these bitches, rice gum.
In May of 2018, Lil Tay had become so infamous online that her parents started to fall under scrutiny, with folks saying they were exploiting their kid for money. Also that they were, coercing her to say all these ridiculous things. Some transparency from the family would be given around this time, as Tay and her mother, Angela, would appear for an interview on Good Morning America. And this appearance was the first turning point in the Lil Tay story, as folks really started raising eyebrows at what was going on behind the scenes here.
How would you respond to critics who would say, oh, you're just going to try to profit off your daughter now?
No one's forcing me to do this. That's not true that she wants to make money off of me.
In the interview, Tay continued to claim that she was the only one in charge of her social media
Yeah, loser gets back shots.
presence, and that she was a Harvard dropout. Although when she was asked what city Harvard was in, she said that she couldn't remember.
And what about those homes she claims to own? GMA talked to Mom Angie's former boss at a Vancouver real estate firm, who told us Little Tay filmed using his car and some of his properties for sale. All.
I mean, she's a very pretty young girl. I don't share those same sentiments as you, but
without his approval.
I didn't shoot in anyone else's house.
You didn't shoot in anyone else's house? Just like...
No one has proof that I did.
And who's behind the
yo, she goated. I can't lie, she goated.
shocking content on Lil Tay's social media accounts?
My mom doesn't run social media. I use my own Instagram.
As for her schooling,
I'm a Harvard dropout.
What city is Harvard in?
I kind of forgot because I haven't been there in a long time.
Mom says she's going to be homeschooled and has picked up at least one sponsor, with more, she says, in the works.
When asked about the backlash from her critics, her mother said that they just chose to ignore him.
What's your reaction to all of the haters who are basically online bullying your daughter?
We choose just not ignore them. She has a passion and a dream.
Around the same time, Keemstar would go on to publicize a recording of Lil Tay being coached on what to say in her videos by her 16-year-old half-brother Jason, proving definitively that she was not acting independent of her family in regard to her online presence.
No, wait. Go back and say like, no, you broke ass bitch. You out here. You were out here like with your irrelevant ass. You making a video on me? Like, bitch, I'm way more irrelevant than you. You're trying to be relevant and you're trying to be like me.
Mommy, stop! I was filming!
Tay's half-brother was the brainchild behind much of what Lil Tay said. And around this time, Tay was actually being managed by a professional talent manager, an individual by the name of Diomi Cordero. Tay herself had very little involvement in her own online presence outside of appearing in the videos. This was to the extent where Tay wasn't even present for meetings regarding the account or there to sign contracts, making it unclear for even how much of this was legal. Like, was the family exploiting Lil Tay? Around this time, others that knew Tay personally, individuals like Woah Vicky, would come forward and confirm the rumors surrounding her brother's involvement. With seemingly no explanation, the Lil Tay Instagram was wiped clean on June 3rd, and 3 weeks later, a disturbing post reading simply, "Help me," appeared on the Lil Tay page with little context. Given that the entire personality had been faked, many were skeptical of how to interpret this otherwise worrying post. The removal of the content, however, would eventually be explained as being the action of Tay's supposed manager, Diomi Cordero.
The only reason she disappeared from social media was because her parents are actually having a custody battle.
The family appeared to be in turmoil, caught in some disagreement about where to take their daughter's career from that point on. Her mother, Angela, wished to continue the social media presence in the direction that they had already started, while her father suggested going in a professional direction, using her connections to pursue a music career instead. Apparently, the family was unable to reach a resolution here, and Tay's father would file a court order which requested her to return to her home city of Vancouver, British Columbia, and it also ordered the ceasing of all Lil Tay content until some kind of compromise could be found. As for the help me text on Instagram, this was suddenly expanded upon 6 months after her disappearance, when a series of posts were made by Tay's half-brother Jason, alleging that her father was abusive. Jason claimed that the father wished to remove her from social media in order to stop his actions from becoming widely known. Let me reveal the truth that millions of people have been asking about for months. This was Lil Tay the last time she was happy. 2 hours before Christopher John Hope, her abusive absentee father, we'll go further into details in the next post, who hasn't been in her life for years, handed her a court order forcing her to go to his home in Canada, in which she was constantly abused by Hope and his wife. He banned her off social media because he was afraid that she would expose the truth to the world, the truth of what he has done and hasn't been punished for. For the past few months, he has been trying to destroy Tay and her mother's life for his own financial gain. I am someone who previously worked with Tay and have seen everything unfold since the beginning. One of these now deleted posts included an attached video of Tay crying upon being shown the court order to return to Vancouver with her father, and her brother urged viewers to donate to the GoFundMe to raise money for her legal fees, since her father had apparently taken all the family's money to fight these claims.
Yeah, you should do
This
all
was the moment in
of them.
2018 my mom showed Tay the court order from her abusive father demanding custody, money, and control over her career. Starting today, she will be fighting for her life in the Supreme Court of Canada. Tay has no money left to pay lawyers for fighting for her freedom. Her father has stolen everything from her. She has been physically and mentally abused by her father and his current wife. Please visit the link in the bio for the full story in the GoFundMe and donate and share. Your donation will go towards Tay's legal fees, giving her a fighting chance at freedom in court. You are Tay's last hope in saving her from a life of abuse. Haters and fans of Lil Tay were shocked by this sudden development, and the project soon raised over $17,000. The GoFundMe alleges that Lil Tay's father sent her to a school with expired food, gave her tattered shoes to wear, and physically abused her several times on top of owing $400,000 in back child support after not having been in her life for 5 years. While many were sympathetic, others were skeptical of these claims. The images provided as evidence weren't exactly conclusive proof of the alleged actions, and given her brother's past, many were quick to cast doubt on these extreme claims. Today, all posts referencing this GoFundMe project on Lil Tay's account and the linked evidence on the GoFundMe itself have since been deleted, curiously. Additionally, Instagram posts from Lil Tay claiming abuse were later explained away as being the result of her account being hacked, although Lil Tay's former manager had a different story to tell.
The truth is, her brother was the creator of the character when they first started. He just lost control of it. And so before he left, he actually told a bunch of us that he was going to accuse her dad of abusing her.
Several months later, Lil Tay's brother recorded a video of her father arriving at their house to drop off his settlement proposal.
You haven't been in her life for years and now you show up? And now you want to use her career as blackmail to waive your child support expenses? How can you even explain this? And then you go on to manipulate the press to look like the hero parent.
Have a good day.
When her father was asked to comment on the scenario, he linked to the YouTube interview with Lil Tay's former manager. Sometime later, the Lil Tay account would post the official affidavit outlining their abuse allegations. These allegations included Lil Tay having her foot slammed in a door, or an instance where Lil Tay burned herself while attempting to cook for herself. When all these instances occurred, she was being looked after by the sister of her father. The only allegation that's directly related to the father were allegations that the dad showed Lil Tay inappropriate horror movies and also made claims of infidelity regarding the man. The publishing of this affidavit was followed by a gap of nearly 2.5 years of activity on the Lil Tay account. Then, quite suddenly, on August 9th of 2023, a post would be issued to it saying that Lil Tay and her brother had in fact died of causes that were still under investigation. Yes, it said that Lil Tay was dead. This mysterious turn of events suddenly sparked discussion in the community about what could have led to the sudden development. Given everything that had happened with Lil Tay over the years, it seemed likely to have been another faked incident. However, upon being approached by the press, her father oddly stated that he could neither confirm nor deny whether his daughter was alive. By this point, it was still assumed that she was under his custody, so the idea of him not having a concrete answer seemed to suggest things weren't as simple and peachy as they appeared. Many at the time considered this to be yet another publicity stunt, and folks speculated that her father may have even been in on it. Curiously, around the time of this announcement, it was discovered that a cryptocurrency called Lil Tay token had been created, which lent to the idea that this could have been a scam or some sort of hoax to hype up the crypto. Unsurprisingly, Lil Tay was not dead. Tay herself would come forward to TMZ soon after this and address the death rumor, proving that she was still alive and attributing the death hoax on her Instagram to the work of a hacker. Then, quite suddenly, on August 18th, an image was posted to the Lil Tay Instagram account, which was stated to be the outcome of the court case. This included her father Chris paying $275,000 of unpaid child support to Lil Tay, as well as giving her mother control of her activities and allowing her to return to her residence. Although, despite this lining up with some of the original claims of him being an absentee father, there was no mention of the abuse. Due to this, it seemed only natural that after being returned to the custody of her mother, Tay would soon return to her social media platform, and that's exactly what would happen. On September 30th, the Instagram account posted a teaser video, while at the same time, her YouTube channel became active again, posting a new Lil Tay music video called Sucker for Green. Lil Tay was back in full force, and it seemed like now she had full control of everything. After emerging from this apparent legal battle with her father, Lil Tay would come forward with her side of the custody battle story. Lil Tay stated that the man once thought to be her old manager had not been affiliated with her at all and was simply a stand-in working with her father to spread the false rumor that her half-brother had been attempting to spread abuse allegations. Tay alleged that all the other allegations previously mentioned in court documents posted to the Instagram page were true, and that he had been abusive for each of the aforementioned reasons.
And in fact, physical abuse of me was so common in this household that her son caught onto it, and he was doing it to me too, and they would just egg him on. They forced me to watch many horror movies when I was in their house. One of them was Bride of Chucky, and when they put it on, I couldn't get out of the room, and I was literally sobbing.
These factors were possibly the reason why she had returned to her mother's custody after the legal battle. Though generally speaking, women do get custody of their kids in these proceedings. Now at this point, we're at the present day with Lil Tay. She continues to post content to all of her social media pages, as well as a newer TikTok account that she created. Though the drama seems never ending with this creator, as she would upload a video mysteriously titled "This Must End" very recently. It's a video that shows police officers in someone's yard, implying that perhaps her legal conflict has not concluded yet. Whatever the case though, it seems that Lil Tay now has control over her social media empire, or at least her mother does, who appears to be somewhat more sympathetic to her online goals. We'll have to see where the Lil Tay story goes from here. And well, you've made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or
I will not be doing that. I will be actually watch.
There are some pretty disturbing cases of trolls stealing people's online photos and likenesses in order to create mischief online. Any photo you upload to the internet can become a mask for a malicious anonymous person. This individual harming your reputation and potentially going as far as committing online crimes under your identity. From online humiliation all the way to lives being ruined, these are the real-world victims of internet trolls. If you've used Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram over the last decade, you've without a doubt seen the face of this particular Indian man. It's said that this individual is an American-based Indian immigrant, an internet-savvy convenience store clerk named Pakalu Papito. Across the internet, one can find humorous and oftentimes scandalous social media posts and captions associated with this mustachioed man's likeness. Some of these get a bit spicy. Now, as fun as it is to imagine that these tweets are being issued by a seemingly middle-aged Indian guy, the obvious reality with Pakalu Pepito is that this is simply some random person's photo that the internet trolls and memesters have used to masquerade as for some time now. So this begs the question, how did Pakalu Pepito find themselves in this situation, with their identity essentially hijacked by trolls? And of course, is Pakalu Pepito really Pakalu Pepito at all? In the early 2010s, gimmick meme accounts were becoming popular on Twitter. Many of the notable pages would simply take a random photo of someone from Google Images that matched the comedic vibe they were looking for, and the troll would essentially hijack the individual's likeness, using it as a mask or character, if you will. One such Twitter character created at this time took the form of a supposedly lonely Indian store clerk who was looking for romantic companionship. On July 12, 2013, a Twitter account by the name of Pakalu Pepito would make its debut on social media, tweeting out its very first post. Quote, "Hello Twitter, I am single." The troll behind the Pakalu Pepito account played into the, creepy, where's my hug, down bad Indian guy stereotype. It was pretty obvious satire. The supposed store clerk captured the intrigue of the Twitter community, and many followed the page, seeing what else the supposed clerk had to say. Pakalu would then go on to tweet out many self-deprecating jokes playing on the Indian caricature, but also tweeted out genuinely funny one-liners that were completely unrelated to Indian shit. With great power comes great electricity bill. Me, why am I single? Me, C's face. Me, oh, that's why. Are you bad Wi-Fi? 'Cause I'm feeling no connection here. Me waking up. I can't wait to go to sleep tonight. If I swallow magnets, will I become attractive? Why get thinner when you can get more dinner? I would lose weight, but I hate losing. Chuckle-worthy gimmick accounts are a dime a dozen these days, but for the time, Pakalu Pepito was truly one of a kind. And in due time, this account and the troll behind it would amass a cult following of sorts. Pakalu would garner much attention in short time. Tweets regularly received over 5,000 favorites and 15,000 retweets. Within the first 2 years of the account's existence, the cult of Pakalu Pepito had amassed over 739,000 followers on Twitter. As Pakalu found success on the site, soon the account would spread its Indian influence across other social media platforms. In September of 2013, the account reportedly operated by the troll became active on Facebook, amassing over 475,000 likes in short time. Pakalu would become an internet enigma, and the Pepito phenomenon would be covered by various online blogs and articles, many of which attempted to speculate in regard to who exactly was behind the account and where exactly did the infamous profile picture come from. While some out there certainly felt as if the Pakalu Pepito account was actually genuine and operated by an Indian guy of the same name, those with anything higher than a room temperature IQ were interested in figuring out who was really behind the account, and of course, where the infamous photo was from. In 2018, as Pakalu's Twitter popularity was at its peak, the notorious convenience store clerk was forced into an early retirement. Shortly after passing 2.13 million followers, the account was inexplicably suspended from Twitter permanently. Fans were saddened, and the exact reason for the termination is still theorized to this day. Whatever the case, Pakalu Pepito was gone, but as the old saying goes, you can kill a man, but you can't kill the idea. The cult of Pepito would carry on after the OG account suspension. Various copycat accounts using this Indian man's face would pop up in this mimetic clout vacuum of sorts. While the copycat Pakalus never truly compelled the internet in the same way that the OG account did, the continued success of social media accounts using this man's likeness up until this day speaks to the legacy of the character. And the most bizarre part of all of this is that the actual man in this photo, the actual guy behind the Pakalu Pepito meme, it's likely that he has no idea about any of this online nonsense surrounding his photo. For close to a decade, trolls have stolen this man's image and used it as a punchline, telling a litany of crass jokes and self-deprecating quips, oftentimes at the man in this picture's expense, potentially damaging his reputation if those who knew him in the real world encountered these wild online postings and believed he was the one behind them, which of course he isn't. And this of course begs the question, who actually is Pakalu Pepito? Like,
Not the troll, but the actual guy in the picture. Well, and while I must stress what I'm about to report to you is speculation, it's possible that Pakalu Pepito is actually a college educator in India. For many years, fans of the Pakalu account have tried to link the identity of the man in the picture to a real person. Many attempts have been made, with only one connection being reasonably likely. In 2019, a post originating from 9gag began floating around the internet. I know it's 9gag, bear with me guys, it gets good, I promise. This post purported to have solved the identity crisis of Pakalu Pepito, claiming that the individual was actually a teacher's assistant named Prakash, who worked at the India Institute of Technology in Kanpur.
I got two
To
of them.
prove this, the poster
I'm killing
provides a
myself.
screenshot from what appears to be a backdated version of the Institute's website, which featured none other than the internet-famous image associated with Pakalu Pepito. Pakalu Pepito, it's a photo stolen from Prakash, confirmed. Hold your horses. Now, this post has no working link for those curious who want to fact-check what is presented. I mean, hell, someone could have simply photoshopped this
I did.
picture
Why the fuck would I
onto
give
the
it to you,
Institute's
bitch?
website, for Christ's sake. If you visit the Institute's website today, this Prakash fellow still works for the Institute's physics department, though it appears he's been promoted to senior technical superintendent. Good on you, Mr. Prakash. However, what's problematic for confirming the aforementioned 9gag post is that the photo for Prakash now is different. Yes, it kind of looks like the same dude in the Pakalu photo, but obviously it's not the same image. Hard to say
Yeah,
if
I
it's
do
the same person.
It's-
Now, it's very likely that if Pakalu is actually Prakash, the photo on the Institute's website could have one time been the Pakalu photo and has just since been updated. Frustratingly, I've been unable to load up a working Wayback Machine archive of the faculty list proving this. Now, there was a point when digging into this story that I was becoming convinced that the viral 9gag post showing the Pakalu Pepito image on the Institute website, I started to feel like it was actually photoshopped. But then I noticed something. See how in the 9gag post, the Pakalu portrait photo shows almost the entire upper third of the man's body? I started to realize that I'd never really seen that much of him in images used before. Like, the meme accounts almost always feature him with just the neck up. This was a rare Pakalu, a potential lost source image of the meme, perhaps. I felt like there was something here that I could go off of. So, I took a screenshot of the 9gag Pakalu and put it into a reverse image search. And what I found, let's just say it keeps the dream alive in regard to Pakalu being employed at one of the most prestigious academic institutions in all of India. Reverse image search led me to a dead link. A link that seemed to have been trying to take me to a lost archive of Prakash's Institute faculty profile picture from an old version of the official website. After getting a 404, I put this link in the Wayback Machine and found a working archive from all the way back in 2004. I clicked go and this happened. The official Institute page for Prakash's faculty photo back in 2004 loaded up a JPEG image of none other than Pakalu Pepito. I must emphasize that all of this is speculation, but yeah. And to be crystal clear, I know it's redundant to say this, but I am absolutely not insinuating that Prakash created the Pakalu Twitter account. He did not post any of this stuff. Rather, if it is indeed his old photo, he was an innocent guy who got his picture stolen by an online prankster. Whatever the case, the story of Pakalu Pepito is one that showcases just how easy it is for someone's likeness to get hijacked by trolls. At this very moment, a publicly posted photo of yours could be used as a mask for internet jokesters halfway across the world. The man behind the Pakalu Pepito photo
really
can't be
not
100%
still good?
confirmed at this time, nor can the troll behind the original Twitter account's creation. They remain two enigmatic individuals, one unwittingly and the other very wittingly responsible for one of the most iconic internet memes in history. That was the story of Pakalu Pepito. Our next story showcases a rather disturbing instance of online trolls nearly ruining someone's life. Their victim, a completely innocent middle-aged woman who posted a comment online that these trolls didn't like. When sharing your thoughts about a British television show online goes horribly wrong, this is the disgusting trolling of Nicola Brooks. In November of 2011, British X Factor contestant Frankie Kokaza had just controversially left the show. Kokaza was alleged by the X Factor showrunners of misconduct after the man had been caught discussing and bragging about cocaine use behind the scenes. Contestants of X Factor were made to follow a golden rule of sorts, which dictated drug use would disqualify one as a contestant. When this information about him was discovered, Frankie was disqualified. Many viewed Kokaza as a punk of sorts already, and this development didn't help his image. He was unpopular with fans of the show, and after being kicked off in this way, things only got worse for him. He started to receive a lot of hate online. But not all joined this hate mob. Nicola Brooks, the woman introduced at the start of this chapter, though, had sympathy for the young man, and felt that these online detractors were being a bit harsh. So she took to Facebook and offered a few words of support for the embattled ex-contestant. Quote, "Keep your family and friends close, Frankie, and ride it out." It was a single comment amidst a sea of hundreds. What Nicola Brooks didn't realize is that sending this message of support would prove to be the biggest mistake of her life, as she would be singled out by the Frankie haters and almost immediately was the subject of vitriol and eventual legitimate harassment. This wasn't something as routine as a simple flame war. Her whole identity would be hijacked online. Soon, multiple accounts popped up using her name and pictures that had been posted to her Facebook account. Yes, as punishment for supporting an X Factor candidate that they didn't like, malicious trolls would start masquerading as her online, using her profile images to interact sexually with minors, their apparent goal, labeling her as a pedophile. These trolls would post as her, using her images, purporting to be a drug dealer, as well as harassing random accounts and messaging minors inappropriately. Nicola says,
Classic Europeans, all retarded.
Quote, "At one point there were more photos of me on Frankie's X Factor page than there were of Frankie, telling people I'm a pedophile drug dealer, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. The reporting tool did not work." When Nicola would reply back to these trolls, they would make clone accounts impersonating herself, posting comments saying that she enjoyed abusing children. Nicola says, quote, "When I saw the clone child abuse account, I contacted solicitors and the police." An example of the type of posts these trolls would make masquerading as Nicola: "Leave me alone. Just because I was charged once with child abuse, everyone still harasses me. Those kids enjoyed it." Shock responses, legitimate, say, "I doubt they did, madam. That's called sexual harassment. Brooks, you're disgusting." The troll account replies, "Well, the kids on this page, I am grooming them." These trolls would also Photoshop pornographic and gory images of Nicola, and they would even go as far as harassing the woman's daughter using social media. As time passed and more trolls joined the abuse campaign, the stakes would be increased further, with more illegal activity being engaged in by detractors. On top of being smeared as a pedophile, one particularly nasty troll would hack her Facebook account. All of this because she supported a contestant from a British talent show that they didn't like. The harassment had become so prevalent and normalized within the X Factor fandom online that abusing this woman
Don't make me
in a
cube
fucked up
Zazu.
way had become a meme. The virtual brutality that Nicola endured had caused the woman crippling anxiety. She really had no way of getting any sort of recourse through the local authorities, as cybercrimes at the time weren't as well understood or taken as seriously as they are today. Local cops weren't helping much.
No matter how
That's why I abused the fuck out of Zazu before you got him.
myself, you just feel isolated.
And what about the police? Were they any good?
The police, from day one, they really haven't wanted to know. They never wanted to investigate my case from the start.
So to stop this ongoing defamatory hijacking of her identity online, Nicola was forced to take things into her own hands legally and compel the justice system to care about her plight. But after much persistence and after filing several complaints, Nicola would eventually get the court's attention, and she was granted a high court order against Facebook in 2012. This order could be used to obtain the IP addresses of the people that had abused her online, and most importantly, the person who had hacked her. During the investigation into the hacking and profile snatching, police would hone in on one suspect in particular who they felt was responsible for the abuse. Ironically, their suspect was a 32-year-old police officer from Bourneville, Birmingham. He would be arrested on suspicion of misuse of a computer, but it's been reported that no charges were brought against this man. The hunt for the primary online tormentor would continue. Meanwhile, this whole ordeal would be covered publicly in the media and would transition Nicola into an activist of sorts who spoke out against internet trolls, which obviously caused her to have a rather large target on her back. In many ways, this speaking out about things fanned the flames of the persistent online predators even more. One user who anonymously harassed Nicola for years was 39-year-old internet troll, real name Nikki Wright, this man hailing from Lewisham, southeast London. This London-based internet troll/criminal acted under the pseudonym Prickly Finger and used this mask to wage internet warfare against Nicola, creating approximately 28 Twitter and 25 Facebook accounts, as well as blog sites and online radio and video channels dedicated to disparaging and harassing Nicola Brooks. These accounts would make crude comments and statements, attacking Nicola for health conditions that she had, such as Crohn's disease, as well as posting unflattering photos misusing and warping her image. The trolling and harassment from this individual in particular progressively increased, as the malicious Mr. Wright would eventually dox Nicola's address on Facebook and make multiple disturbing sexual remarks about her. He would also go on to post videos centered around attacking the woman to YouTube, beginning in June of 2016 all the way to September of 2017. A complete obsession. Throughout all of this, Nicola had yet to have any sort of recourse legally. She began to lose faith in the police, and the anxiety surrounding all of this was becoming too much, causing her Crohn's disease to flare up. There had to be something done to make all of this stop. She had to collect her own evidence to use against her troll herself. So working diligently in this regard, she built up a case for herself. And to be honest, it probably wasn't all too difficult to do this. She was able to source over 150 screenshots showcasing abusive activity from her primary troll in just one day. Once police were presented with this evidence, they would finally take action, seizing Nikki Wright's phone, and there they found multiple accounts linked to trolling Miss Brooks. This led to the man's arrest. One of her harassers had finally been caught. Now, Nikki would be allowed out of jail while he was on trial. In fact, it's reported that he actually overslept on the day of his verdict being read. The man was absent while being found guilty in the Brighton Magistrates Court. He would later turn himself in to the local police station. During the sentencing hearing, Miss Brooks wrote a lengthy statement discussing Nikki's harmful online activity and how it negatively affected her mental state and overall life. She read this in court in front of the man. Unsurprisingly though, the degenerate X Factor fanatic wasn't having any of it and refused to listen to the emotional retelling of his abusive treatment of her. He reportedly plugged his fingers into his ears to avoid her voice like a fucking child. In court, Miss Brooks said that Wright had destroyed her life, exposed her to, quote, psychological torture, and said that her life had, quote, very little joy, and her faith in human nature had been shattered. During the trial, the trollish Mr. Wright would frequently look up into the public gallery in a menacing fashion where Nicola sat, in what could be perceived as some form of intimidation. He also complained about the media being present in the courtroom. He said that, he was worried about certain information getting out to the public. Well, you talking about all the fucked up shit you did, dog? Nikki Wright's defense in court would argue that he was suffering mental issues that were only being exacerbated due to the stress of the trial. However, that argument swayed few, and almost no one felt pity for this pathetic man. Nikki Wright would later be sentenced to serve 22 weeks in jail with an extra 2 weeks on top of that due to him failing to appear in court. While delivering his sentence, the judge handling his case would refer to Nikki as a coward. His stalking was described by the judge as, quote, about as serious as it can get, also describing him as a cowardly predator who hid behind internet anonymity to wage a, quote, sinister and deeply personal campaign. The judge finally comments, quote, I find you deliberately chose to not come to court because you lacked the courage to face your victim in the flesh. When being sentenced, Nikki threw up a derogatory hand gesture towards the court as he was taken into custody. A restraining order would also be approved, which not only prevented Mr. Wright from interacting with Nicola, but the culprit couldn't even as much as type her name on Facebook without breaking the order of protection. After the sentencing, Miss Brooks said, quote, I feel like I can finally exhale. I'm really pleased with the sentence. He has got absolutely no regard for authority, the law, or the court. His behavior today in court showed that. I don't think he'll change his ways. He'll move on to someone else. Ms. Brooks would also ask for tougher sentences against malicious internet trolls, saying, quote, "It should not have taken 3 years and 12 different officers for the case to come to court. The onus is on the victim to prove the crime and gather evidence. I was sending officers around 150 screenshots a day of his persistent behavior. I repeatedly reported his comments to Facebook and Twitter, but they said that it didn't breach their standards. It's been more than 10 years since the Miss Brooks trolling had begun online. Despite her primary troll being in jail, the woman still deals with the aftermath of the harassment to this very day." One of the most intriguing and disturbing examples of someone's likeness getting hijacked by trolls is without a doubt the case of Uma Compton, a Twitter account that garnered thousands upon thousands of followers and attention under a stolen identity, all at the expense of its victim. In a bizarre tale that involves trolling, rice gum, defamation, and a creepy obsession, this is the Uma Compton story. In late 2015, the Uma Compton Twitter account was created. At first, it seemed like just a normal, ordinary account made by a woman in her 20s who simply wanted to interact with friends. However, when taking a closer look at the Twitter bio, you begin to realize something is off with this page. It says, quote, "Proud Christian, mother of 3, suicide survivor, anti-bully advocate." Yeah. Something's weird here. Not long after the account's creation, the Uma Compton profile would begin posting absurd tweets, filled with vulgarities, as well as being incredibly racially provocative. Yes, the account seemed to portray itself as a sex-obsessed woman who would interact sexually with her own brother and participate in other obscene activity. The account would tweet out purported unflattering...
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Because I haven't done it since I started, because whenever I tried gardening, I had instant capsules, and that shit would not work. That shit did not work at all. Like, the capsules didn't work. So, like, it would literally say, "Oh, you can't do that," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." I don't know if it's good. Might need to peep it. I need to peep soon.
Personal details about themselves, sharing photos of her apparently kissing her own brother, and a post about her child surviving 2 abortion attempts. In addition, Uma Compton made many racially charged comments targeting the African American community. The dichotomy of these wild tweets, juxtaposed with the face of such a relatively average and normal looking woman, confused and compelled the internet. Folks had stumbled upon a freak show, you could say. They had to know more. On Twitter, shocked users would interact with Uma's tweets and share them with friends, causing a viral whirlwind that grabbed the attention of many followers and lurkers that were looking for funny memes and shock content. The extra attention would also lead to YouTubers finding the accounts, especially reaction channels, including one of the bigger channels from the era, Rice Gum. On December 24th, 2015, popular YouTuber Rice Gum uploaded a video titled, "This Girl Must Be Stopped," in which the popular YouTuber took a look at the Uma Compton account at face value, reacting to some of her most popular tweets, and it appeared as if Rice Gum actually believed this to be a genuinely insane woman, speculating that
trying to buy some boss chess mimic. Not boss chess. The hello? And fuck that boy.
Uma was some sort of psychopath.
You know my pussy looks like Hiroshima after my man wrecked it. I did not know that. That's kind of weird. I mean, Hiroshima, really? I mean, I'm Asian, so it's like... I'm so lucky I met a man who can come on my heart, not just my face. What the fuck? What is wrong with this girl? I was actually thinking of...
I really don't get it. How the fuck did retards see this and think it was real? That's what I don't understand. Why would they see this and be like, "Oh yeah, that's a real lady doing that"? You're a dumb.
About it, and I think this is actually kind of cool. Like nowadays, girls don't even show off their man and brag about them, and you know, she's just, you know, like, you know, I love, like, if my girlfriend ever did this, I would honestly be so happy because she, you know, she cares about me. And stuff like that. So perfectly fine. And let's just look at this guy's face, man. Like, he's just like, yup, I'm that lucky guy that gets the deep dick coconut head every night.
At one point in his video, Rice Gum would pull up a song that was apparently made by Uma Compton.
Like, okay, I saw this earlier. I didn't play it because I wanted my first time listening to it and my reaction on this video. Like, just look at her face. Like, her face is actually making me mad now.
Hey guys, it's been no secret that I'm in love with a man named Trump. Donald, you're a man of steel. Come and give his titties a feel.
Bizarrely enough, Uma Compton also had a YouTube page that contained music purportedly created by herself. Many of these songs are disturbing, have extremely vile lyrics, others are just weird, some support Donald Trump. Music would become a large part of the Uma Compton brand in general.
Down by the river, boy, I'm waiting on you. Pussy needs eaten, beat it black and blue. Hold me in your arms, this love is true. Nothing else matters when I'm fingered by you.
The Twitter account would get a boost to around 4,000 followers after Rice's reaction, and his video on the woman served as a launchpad for the Uma Compton page on a wider scale. Thanks to the unabashed insanity showcased on the page, the Uma Compton account would garner cult-like status, with multiple stan accounts popping up to support their queen. Despite being benefited from a numbers point of view, Uma Compton would fire back at Rice Gum's critical video with a racially charged tweet. Rice Gum would react to this in another video.
So back in December, I uploaded a video called This Girl Must Be Stopped, where I talked about this girl named Uma Compton. And if you haven't seen it, you guys can click right here to watch it. But basically, just a summary of it, I just talk about this girl and how weird she is and how she looks like Coconut Head. And she basically saw my video and she said, "Ain't no ching chong gonna ruin my Xmas. This day is about my Lord and Savior, not some buck chow breathed son of Genghis trying to shade me." And on her Instagram, she said, "This China guy Rice Gum was bullying me, yada yada yada. I will not be called Coconut Head anymore. This is a massage to all my haters." A massage to all my haters.
Uma Compton would also make a diss track against Rice Gum that was uploaded to her music channel.
Hey Rice Gum, why you acting dumb? You know I fucked your dad and I even fucked your mom. I really shouldn't say it, but I'm having so much fun. Your little sister's pussy tastes so good on my tongue.
What?
It seemed almost as if she was playing Rice Gum like a puppet, manipulating the young creator to mention her for the sake of growth. At this point, it felt like Uma could get away with just about anything. She was able to say the most insane shit. No matter how grotesque or how crass, her fans just ate it up. Most of Uma's followers were actually convinced that she was a genuine person, though a small contingent of folks smelt something fishy. And it wasn't Uma Compton's pussy. They speculated, rightly so, that the account was a troll who simply had taken some random girl's image from the internet and was farming engagement, co-opting them with edgy posts. But okay, she was a troll, what was the big deal? There wasn't any harm in what she was doing, right? Well, I mean, do you really want to be associated with shit like this if you ain't actually kissing your brother? It's potentially defamatory. In late January of 2016, reporters at BuzzFeed discovered that the woman associated with the Uma Compton account wasn't actually named Uma Compton at all, but rather someone behind the account had stolen the identity of a Russian woman and created their own fake persona using photos from this Russian woman's social media. The news outlet would accuse the troll of using the woman as a guise to tweet and post heinous vulgarities anonymously, while pretending to be someone else. And surprisingly, BuzzFeed would also reveal that They were able to track down the real woman in the Uma Compton photos. The way BuzzFeed was able to find evidence that Uma was actually just a troll really all boils down to the account owner getting lazy. You see, Uma Compton at one point would upload a photo showcasing the woman standing in front of a poster, which had a bunch of Cyrillic text on it. And below this poster was a phone number that, when Googled, led inquisitors to a gymnasium's website on a Russian social media page called vk.com. This gym was located in Pravdinsky, Russia, and on the social media page, it just so happened to have a members list of those who attended it. BuzzFeed theorized that it was possible that one of these people may be related to the woman in the Uma Compton photos, and they would put the theory to the test. Editors from BuzzFeed would thoroughly search through the profiles of each member of the gym until they finally stumbled across a match, an account made by a Russian woman named Natalia, who was using the same photos that had been previously posted by Uma Compton. The actual woman used in the troll account had been found. BuzzFeed would promptly get into contact with Natalia to relay to her what was going on with her photos. Upon being contacted, Natalia would be confused, as she would explain that she had no idea that her photos were being used for anything other than her own VK page. Naturally, the woman was shocked and
I can't. I'm at max rank.
repulsed to learn that a troll had taken her images and was posting obscene vulgarities to the web using her face. Her likeness was being stolen and abused, essentially. Natalia's husband, a man named Evgeny, who is the actual person shown in the image where Uma said that she was kissing her brother, he was also reached out to by BuzzFeed and was equally disturbed by this development. Both would agree that this troll had to be stopped immediately, or they could be at risk of being defamed. When asked what Evgeny thought about this whole thing, he said, quote, "Find them." Ryan Broderick, the BuzzFeed reporter who had been covering the Uma Compton story, decided to take matters into his own hands and would confront the mischievous troll account in direct messages, as Uma Compton had agreed publicly to be interviewed. He would ask the account why exactly Natalia and her husband's photos were being used for this meme page. But Uma would play dumb and play coy with Broderick, and honestly was rather apathetic towards how her actions affected this Natalia girl. Hi there. I was hoping to ask you a few questions about your account if you have a second. Uma says, "Sorry, Brody the hottie. I mean, sure, not sorry. I was hoping to ask if you knew Natalia and Evgeny. It appears that you've been using their photos without their permission. I asked them about your account and they had never heard of you. But all of their photos on VK are exactly the same as the ones you're posting on Twitter and Instagram." Uma says, "I don't know what VK is. It's like a Russian Facebook. They're a couple living near Moscow and they want to know why you're using their photos to tweet about abortions and Donald Trump. They asked me to find out who was running this account. I'll be publishing a piece about this today. Do you have anything you'd like to clear up or explain?" Uma replies, tongue-in-cheek fashion, "Yas, give me that promo, daddy." After being confronted by the BuzzFeed reporter, Uma Compton would go full damage control, tweeting out, quote, "Don't believe anything you read in the media about me. It's all lies." Once the BuzzFeed article had been posted showcasing how this account was taking advantage of this innocent Russian woman and her family, people began to sympathize with Natalia, and fans started to turn against Uma Compton. Reports to the Twitter account flooded in. Twitter staff would catch wind of the situation and would terminate the Uma Compton account, which at that point had tens of thousands of followers. The troll behind Uma Compton was persistent, however. Uma would pop up again on Instagram, existing on there for some time, but the masquerading enigma would eventually be banned on that platform as well. This obsessive troll tried continuously trying to remake the Uma Compton account, but was being banned every time she popped up. Unfortunately for Natalia, she never got any recourse from this disturbing situation. Her photos are now spread all around the internet, many of them associated with disgusting, racist, and incestuous captions, which have likely tarnished her reputation to some degree permanently. The Uma Compton troll accounts still pop up from time to time, and the individual that started all of this madness remains unidentified to this very day. In the early 2010s, thanks to the popularity of boards like Reddit and 4chan, internet memes went mainstream. Everyone wanted to create the next big meme, and you had many folks actively scouring the internet for images of strange-looking people or people with funny expressions that they could warp into memes. There were many who overnight found their photos hijacked by groups of internet memers, and their likeness made the butt of the joke for the entire internet. This involuntary ascension to memehood was the case with one of the most infamous faces in internet meme history, Hide the Pain Harold. Who is this man, and how did internet jokesters and trolls force him to hand over his likeness to the greater internet?
My name is András Arato, but people might know me as Hide the Pain Harold.
András Arato was born in Kozeg, Hungary in July of 1945. Just months before the end of World War II, a conflict that had much effect on the region, to say the least. Not much is known about András's childhood or teenage years. What we
Parents, dickheads. Why the fuck was they like, you know what, we need to have a kid during this war? You dickheads.
do know is that when he became of age, Arato would join the Hungarian People's Army and later attended the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, studying there to become an electrical engineer. The man graduated from university in 1969. Apparently, Mr. Arato was quite the mind in the world of electrical engineering, as he was once appointed as the vice president of the Hungarian Lighting Society, which was a non-profit organization that promoted research regarding lighting theory and practices in the industry.
I got some scientific awards, and I even was elected as the vice president of the Hungarian Lighting Society.
I found over the years doing these stories about living memes, the guys always have like the most unconventional and unlikely backstories possible. Now, the journey for Mr. Arato becoming a meme would begin much later in his life, decades later. It all begins with a bizarre series of events that start in
My guild just said though that you can join people's privates now. So Leah, I haven't personally tested it, but you know.
2010, while he was vacationing in Turkey. During his holiday, András would pose for a numerous amount of photos, as one typically does while enjoying their time off in a foreign land. Mr. Arato would later upload these photos to his personal social media accounts, most notably Instagram, so that his
Yeah, like private servers. You can join other people's current private servers. Something.
friends could see just how much fun he was having. And well, ladies and gentlemen, this was where his fate was sealed. After sharing these photos, they came across the Instagram feed of a professional photographer. This individual was said to have been in need of an older gentleman to pose for various stock footage photographs. Seeing András as a good fit for the role, the photographer reached out to Mr. Arato with an offer to pose for these sought-after images. The request sparked András's curiosity, and after thinking things over for some time, he would accept the photographer's request and would participate in multiple photo shoots. Hundreds of stock photos were taken featuring András, with him posing as practitioners from different occupations: a painter, an engineer, a doctor, a professor, etc., etc. While discussing what these photos could be used for, András had only one stipulation. He said the photos could be used for anything except for these specific subjects: politics, religion, and sex. His reasoning for this was naturally due to these topics being divisive, and András was not comfortable with photos of him being a part of any sort of social disunity. The issue of politics and religion would be the least of his concerns in the long run, though. After the photo sessions were completed, the photographer, feeling satisfied with what he had captured, uploaded the photo sets onto the internet. They would sit dormant with little interaction for the time being. Months later, in 2011, Mr. Arato would take a look around Google to see how these photos had been used. In this search, he found a stock photo of him posing as a doctor that was being used as a hospital's homepage. András thought it was actually pretty cool. He was satisfied with the use of his likeness here, and he would go about his business for some time. Months passed, and he gets curious again, and it would be during this second search of himself online that he uncovers something that was initially harrowing. The first memes using his image had started popping up online. The seeds of Hide the Pain Harold had been sown.
How? What? Why was this guy selling those mastery potions for like 500k under per? but then selling his corruption book for like 200 mil over. Fuck.
Apparently, a group of anonymous internet users on the facepunch.com message boards found
Normal.
Mr.
These bastards, for some reason, I don't know if it's still this way, but hold on. Yeah, they limit it to only fucking 2K. Like that's gonna be gone.
Arado's expressions in some of these photos humorous. In a Photoshop contest thread, several of his images were posted as fodder for folks to remix. While I'm unsure if this was the first instance of the name being dubbed, this is the earliest archive that I'm aware of involving internet users referring to Mr. Arado as Hide the Pain Harold. One user prophetically comments, quote, "so much potential." People fell in love with the expression.
Yeah, I think we can all give that up. I think the last time that was available, last time ever. Are huge, Leah. Makes sense.
Showcased in Mr. Andras' stock photos, and throughout 2011, his likeness had begun to be used in memes on a large scale, the most common of which took the form of the Hide the Pain Harold image macro, which used a photo of him drinking coffee with his signature pained grin. Accounts across the internet started using him to crack jokes and represent themselves online. He was included in memes of all forms. People used Harold as their profile picture. He was all of a sudden everywhere. The man was surprised to see his images used in this way by Westerners and was initially conflicted about how to feel. Sure, much of the Hide the Pain Harold stuff was wholesome fun, but other variants of the meme using his likeness were highly offensive to him. Andras was overwhelmed by a feeling of bewilderment, as he simply didn't know what to do. Was this a crime that was being done to him? Should he take action to recover the dominion of himself and how he was being portrayed online?
I did
He
that, but
considered
for
trying
two
to
accounts.
take down some of the original stock photos posted
You know the same people that you can buy shit IRL Roblox shit, they sell Robux too.
of him online.
The issue is you probably gonna have to wait for them.
But he couldn't due to him contributing and writing that these photos could be used publicly. He had zero ownership of his likeness in the circumstance. He then contemplated trying to get the websites where his memes were being uploaded shut down. Thankfully, this wouldn't be an effort that he pursued in any serious capacity. Andras eventually came to reckon with the fact that the internet is forever, and attempting to get one website or photo taken down would just cause 3 or more to pop up in its place. In all reality, he likely had no legal right to attempt such a feat anyways. After weighing his options, Andras decided to simply weather the storm and hope that as time passed, people would forget about his silly photos and move on to something else. This obviously wouldn't happen. Unfortunately for Andras, he was a victim of his own success, as the Hide the Pain Harold meme would go on to become one of the most popular internet memes of all time and would be relevant for many years to come. Andras wasn't going to be able to hide from Hide the Pain Harold. Whether he liked it or not, this internet meme was a part of his life now, and when he fully understood this, that's when Andras decided that if he couldn't make this go away, he might as well lean into it. After all, millions around the world got joy from sharing his photos and remixing them. How bad could it really be? On March 3rd of 2013, Andras Arado would finally take the bold step of coming forward as the man behind the Hide the Pain Harold meme. He did so first on a Russian social media site, where he uploaded a photo of himself holding a piece of paper which verified his identity. It says, quote, "I am alive. Hello." It's likely that Andras had a lot of built-up anxiety prior to this big reveal. Would people deride him or ridicule him for being the man behind the bizarre expressions? Turned out to be quite the contrary. Harold was praised as an internet hero by internet users when he came forward and accepted the meme. The man who had provided them years of content had been found, and people online couldn't have been more proud of the guy. Accepting and publicly acknowledging his meme status would change Andros's life for the better. People would stop him in the street to take selfies, and he suddenly found himself being invited to travel around the world and attend events that were centered around internet culture. He would also be invited to appear in numerous commercials as well. The Hide the Pain Herald curse had turned into a blessing. These newfound opportunities would inspire Andros to try different things. He would work as a radio DJ, something he had wanted to do for quite some time, performing this job for 5 years in the industry. He also attended an art camp where he would learn to make oil paintings, an art form that he participates in to this day. In time, Andros would become very proud of his portrayal shown in the Hide the Pain.
Mobbed. See if you can join me right now. Or actually, I'll do this.
Herald meme, as it would create a lot of excitement in his life, especially at such an old age. In September of 2018, Andros would perform his own TEDx talk, telling his side of the story of when he discovered he was officially a meme.
No. It's just I'd rather be in the private server if people can join me now. You know what I mean? Uh, uh, uh. Somebody's.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing to be here, and this time I'm.
Let me see what this is said. Plum announcement. By the way, private servers 100% works again, so feel free to join yourself on alt. Just need to be friends with the main and click join. Alright, let me do this. Alright. Give me a second. Here's a rat.
Going to tell you a story. It's like a fairy tale, but not a fictional one. It's a true one. It's a story of my life.
In 2019, he would become the face of Coca-Cola in Hungary and also participated in Hungary's version of The Masked Singer in 2020. Contrary to what happens with other popular memes that burn out with time, Hide the Pain Herald is still very much popular today in the meme world. Over a decade later, people are still sharing around these silly photos with Herald's pained and oftentimes bizarre expressions. His contributions to the internet are greatly appreciated. Mr. Arado's ability to lean into the meme truly awarded him his post-retirement life that he enjoys now. He's perceived as a legend in both his country and the greater internet, and will be beloved by millions for decades to come. When trolls stealing your likeness ends up being a positive thing, that is the story of Andros Arado, Hide the Pain Herald. Now we will be discussing one of the most obsessive trolling / identity theft operations in history, Gay Voices for Trump, An absurd plot launched by a 22-year-old internet troll who not only attempted to defraud the public, but also did so by impersonating various members of the Trump family on Twitter. Joshua Hall was a 22-year-old Pennsylvanian DoorDash delivery driver from the city of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. In 2016, while still a teenager, Hall would become interested in politics, thanks to the televised bombastics of the Donald Trump campaign around this time. Joshua Hall tells the New York Times, "I kinda thought he was like a clown at first, but the more I heard him talk, I realized, yeah, he kind of says off-the-wall things,
Yeah.
but I do agree with what he's
Wait,
saying."
no, hold on.
Hall would begin to consume much media online in support of Donald Trump via YouTube and forum-based sites like Reddit. Initially following for the laughs and memes, his interest in Trump and his politics would become more serious with time. Now, at some point in time, Josh would get a little interested in politics and entertainment himself, and he decided that he wanted to become a conservative influencer of sorts. After he graduated high school, he decided to forego college and spend his time building an online persona in an effort to garner a fan base. While online, he would find some small successes here and there, as he would go back and forth debating various progressive accounts on Twitter, though nothing of real note could be observed at this time. He would also self-write and publish a 49-page ebook that was sold on Amazon called Hall Nation. Yeah, it was a self-help book. The book claimed it had 38 rules to life that would teach you to be happy and successful. The visionary 22-year-old would-be philosopher made his first rule, insults are a good thing. That's the first rule there, so start insulting people and you'll find great fortune. Now, as he built the platform on Twitter and other social media sites, one begins to see trouble brewing. Some stuff pops up that makes you wonder, how innocuous is this conservative troll? In the description of a legal defense GoFundMe page created by Josh, he claims that an ex-girlfriend, who he refers to as the quote, Planned Parenthood loving radical leftist, was accusing him of harassment. In light of this accusation and what could actually be considered harassment, he would then begin selling t-shirts that said Josh Hall did nothing wrong and was able to raise $815 on this GoFundMe. Real classy. Now, what's curious about this legal defense GoFundMe is that in relation to this particular harassment case, Josh was actually using a public defender, so he shouldn't have to raise money in that circumstance. Kinda suspicious, like, what's the point of all of this? What are you raising the money for, dog? Well, what we find is that dubious GoFundMes attempting to raise money become something of a hallmark of Josh Hall. More of these would come. Now, Josh would eventually have his main Twitter account banned from the website, and at this point, that's where he enters the impersonation of politicians phase of his online career. A statement given to the New York Times says, quote, "Once I got banned from Twitter, my attitude was kind of like, what the hell?"
If you can't join, you'll be in a queue, but when somebody finally like leaves or disconnects, you'll be able to join.
I'm just gonna have fun now. Josh would go on to create an account posing as former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich. Then he would tweet out as if he was the politician admitting something scandalous. These tweets would fool a handful of folks on the platform. He tweets, quote, "Anyone have a few bucks they can spare? I'm really struggling right now." Another tweet involved him posing as the governor saying, quote, "Obama started the coronavirus." For most of the time that the account was active, it did have the parody account disclaimer written in its bio. However, Josh would make more accounts that did not have such a disclaimer. When the former Illinois governor's parody account was removed by Twitter, Josh started a new page with a different notable identity, Dr. Birx, who was the White House coronavirus coordinator at the time. As Birx, he says, quote, "The media is lying to you about this virus. The pandemic was plotted by the powers that be to crash our economy in hopes that Trump will pay for it in November." While a cute tactic, generally speaking, these accounts created by Josh weren't getting that much interaction. Though, feeling as if this personation scheme was a way to get there, he decided to go for the most notable family in the United States. At the time, that was the Trumps. So this is his biggest trolling campaign yet. Josh Hall would make a new account disguising himself as Trump's youngest brother, Robert Trump, who at the time was 71 years old. He specifically picked Robert due to the man not having a Twitter account, which made it easier for Josh's fake to be perceived as the real one. Josh launched a fake account portraying Robert Trump and would tweet out various at the time controversial statements that quickly caused the account to gain followers. As Robert Trump, he says, quote, "The coronavirus was planned and released onto the world by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation," unquote. Twitter would eventually end up removing Josh's initial Robert Trump account as it hit 25,000 followers, but Josh Hall would immediately make a new version of Rob, and this account would somehow even become more successful, amassing over 77,000 followers. Around this time, Josh's original Twitter account, the one that he made prior to the Robert Trump account, was suspended from Twitter. Finding his first real taste of success, Josh would launch a new trolling project, that being Gay Voices for Trump, under the Twitter handle @BuyTrumpGuy. On this account, Josh would advertise himself as a bisexual supporter of Donald Trump, a fake movement to gain support for the right-winged LGBTQ community who loved Donald Trump. The political organization was described as a grassroots coalition of LGBTQ Americans. The thing was, though, Gays for Trump didn't even exist. It was simply a fake account created by Josh with a flamboyant name precisely chosen to stir up controversy. An account that Josh would very cleverly cross-promote with his already successful fake Robert Trump account. On July 23, 2020, posting as Robert, Josh would make a public social media post supporting his, quote, partner in crime @TheBuyTrumpGuy, making Rob say that his friend Josh was doing wonderful work and that everyone should go follow him, giving the Gay Voices for Trump page the complete 1000% Robert Trump endorsement. Uncle Rob runs Gay Voices for Trump with @TheBuyTrumpGuy. Although I am very much a heterosexual male, it's in the Trump genes. We love women, but we are trying to reach out to LGBT and other minority voters. Josh is doing great work, so please give him a follow and support him. The Gays for Trump page quickly began to rack up followers thanks to the fake Robert Trump account's endorsements. It was a pretty smart play, gotta admit. Gay Voices for Trump appealed to both alt-right trolls and gays that actually supported Trump. Josh saw an opportunity not only for more comedy here, but also for money. And that's where problems come into the picture. With the success of the Gays for Trump movement, Josh found it prudent to create a GoFundMe page in support of it, claiming that Gay Voices for Trump planned to have in-person events celebrating the LGBTQ and Donald Trump in the future. On July 9th, 2020, he would allegedly use the Robert Trump account to privately message Trump supporters, urging them to donate to his GoFundMe. I think you can begin to see the issue here. Hey, Patriot, we would really appreciate if you have a couple of bucks to spare to organization. All donations go towards field organizing, merchandise, and events. Your contribution will help us re-elect President Trump in November. Thank you and God bless.
I don't know why somebody in my guild said that you could. I don't know why the fuck they would say that when you couldn't. Sorry about that. If I would have known it wasn't true, I wouldn't have even tried it, but I'm not calling it a clan anymore, it's a guild. Only person in the clan's Leah.
Donors were told that their money would be spent on, quote, field organizing events and merchandise, ostensibly in support of the president's re-election. Now, you may think to yourself this looks like an obvious fake, but you gotta understand many people, especially online, especially those entrenched in politics, they can be suckers and fall for grifters in a heartbeat. If you cast a wide enough net, you're bound to catch a good amount of fish, and people were getting duped. People were donating 10s, 20s, 50s, even $100 in some cases were being given by individuals to promote Gay Voices for Trump. None of these donors realizing that a trollish entity was behind all of it. It should be noted that around this time on Josh's Buy Trump Guy Twitter page, there were repeated solicitations leading straight to the GoFundMe itself. There was no denying his promotion of the GoFundMe. About a month later, in August of 2020, bizarrely enough, Robert Trump would actually die in real life. So, Josh Hall had to create new Trump replicas of the family to keep the act looking legitimate. The continued impersonation of the Trump family for financial gain would continue. He allegedly made accounts impersonating Mary Ann Trump Berry, the president's sister, and a federal judge, Fred Trump III, the president's nephew. He would even go as far as creating social media accounts that used the resemblance and name of the president's own teenage son, Barron Trump. As Barron, he wrote, "COVID is a scam. Q is real. The more the media delegitimizes it, the more it shows that they're scared." Josh would continue to repeat the cycle, tweeting out as Barron Trump, stating that, quote, "Josh or at the Bye Guy Trump is an amazing patriot who is doing tremendous things for our great country. He has my complete and total endorsement," which again would lead to further donation to Joshua's Gays for Trump GoFundMe. During this alleged scheme, Hall would make a bountiful amount of false statements to potential contributors about the fundraising for his fraudulent campaign. On August 16th, Joshua sent a private message on social media falsely stating that the funds raised for the fictitious political organization on the crowdfunding website would be spent on, quote, field organization and merchandise, and that he, quote, hadn't seen a dime of the money personally. Things had gone smoothly in his plan thus far, but he would hit a roadblock at an extremely inopportune time. Twitter would end up removing most of his Trump-related accounts. This was around the time of the Trump versus Biden election, and Joshua Hall was starting to feel left out. So on November 18th, 2020, seemingly addicted to this activity, he ban-evaded yet again, making a new account pretending to be Kamala Harris's father. But this endeavor got little traction, so he scrubbed the account and replaced the photo with Trump's sister, Elizabeth Grau Trump, and tweeted out, quote, "This election inspired me to break my silence. My brother Don won this election." This post would go completely viral, gaining 20,000 followers in 24 hours. Seeing its success, Josh continued to tweet from it, quote, "President Trump looks tired. He's working so hard. History will not be kind to Brian Kemp. The rhinos are revealing themselves. If Sally Yates becomes Attorney General, Obama gets away with his crimes. Never forget what they did. The only kind of transition I want to see is a peaceful transfer of Obama to prison." On November 20th, 2020, while reeling from the loss of his controversial election run, Trump tweeted out a link to an article from a conservative website who had written about Trump's sister making those posts. Trump says, "Thank you, Elizabeth. Love." For the first time, Donald Trump himself had indirectly interacted with Joshua Hall. According to the New York Times, he went to Snapchat to brag about this interaction to a friend. "My friend was joking, maybe he's not close with his sister and you just brought him and his sister a lot closer," he said. "So I kind of felt good about that." Josh had flown too close to the sun here, though. Trump's actual sister would later expose the account as a hoax, telling the media that she was trying to get it deleted and that she had no further comment to make. Hours after the tweets, the account would be outed as a fake. But the attention from the tweets and Trump's sister speaking on it would be the least of Joshua's worries. You see, the GoFundMe for Gay Voices for Trump had become extremely profitable, with the fundraiser totaling $7,384, which is quite the serious offense given that Gay Voices for Trump wasn't a real organization and the money was garnered off of false pretenses. It wouldn't be long before federal authorities would come knocking. In December of 2020, GoFundMe would contact Joshua repeatedly, asking for documentation that showed how Josh used the funds raised for Gay Voices for Trump. He would refuse to provide any such documentation and ignored their inquiries, which resulted in GoFundMe subsequently closing Joshua's Gays for Trump account. In total, Josh was able to solicit thousands of dollars from hundreds of victims located all throughout the United States. And it said that he used this money for his own personal living expenses. On December 8th of 2020, the New York Times would run a story on Joshua, and the cat would be let out of the bag, as Hall would go on to admit to the news source that he had been portraying Robert Trump, Barron Trump, and Dr. Deborah L. Birx. Joshua would go on to say that all of this was simply jokes, and that he had no malicious intent. When asked why he did all of this, Josh's excuse was reportedly that he just wanted to rally up MAGA supporters and have a bit of fun, and he didn't think that people were really dumb enough to take any of this seriously. Well, clearly they were, dude, if they donated, damn near $8,000, dog. Josh also claimed that he never received any money from the charity. However, sources from GoFundMe told a different story, claiming that there was evidence in the back end that showed money being withdrawn. A report says, quote, a GoFundMe spokeswoman claimed that the organizer behind the fundraiser, an account named Josh H., had withdrawn the money. She said GoFundMe was now investigating how the funds were used and that the company would give refunds to any donors who requested. Authorities would finally catch up to the political troll, as on June 8th of 2021, Joshua Hall would be arrested in Pennsylvania and charged with wire fraud and identity theft. His first charge could lead to a sentence of 20 years and a second 2 years. Allegations from the FBI say, quote, Hall led hundreds of people to believe they were donating to an organization that didn't exist by pretending to be someone he wasn't. As we continue to investigate fraud in all of its many forms, we urge the public to remain aware of the prevalence of online scams and exercise due diligence when making donations online. You know, with a guy like Joshua Hall, it could be that there was never really much malicious intent here. It was just a trolling operation that went too far and, well, some money ended up in an account, and you know how that goes. Any semblance of good faith was thrown out the window when Josh Hall showed his true colors and proved to the public that he was in fact kinda nuts. You see, Josh would ramp things up even further when on August 29th of 2022, while on pretrial release from his previous charges, Hall placed a series of calls to the California office of a member of the United States Congress. In these calls, Hall allegedly conveyed that he wanted to kill the congressman, Representative Eric Swalwell. He's alleged of saying that he had in his possession AR-15s and he wanted to shoot and kill Swalwell. In separate calls, it's also been reported that he said he was going to beat the shit out of him. It said that in these calls he made it clear that his intentions were to come to the Swalwell office and kill him with firearms. This outburst would result in another charge tacked on to his previous. In October of 2022, Josh would plead guilty to one count of making interstate communications with a threat to injure, and in December of 2022, he would be sentenced to serve 20 months in prison for making threats to kill a member of the United States Congress, as well as impersonating family members of former President Donald Trump to fraudulently raise funds for a fictitious political organization. Joshua Hall would eventually get out of prison, and you would think that maybe he'd like to keep a low profile and just chill for a bit. Nope. On January 3rd of 2024, Joshua Hall filed paperwork to run for political office against Representative Lloyd Smucker in the 2024 primary election in Pennsylvania's 11th congressional district. The primary is scheduled for April 23rd, 2024, and the general election will be held on November 5th. Eric Swalwell, the congressman who Hall went to prison for reportedly threatening, has observed Josh's bid for office. He said this on Twitter, voicing his opposition against the man. This is absurd. Hall threatened to kill me with an assault weapon in August of 2022 and spends barely a year in prison, yet nonviolent drug offenders are locked up for years. Our system must make clear you will serve a long sentence, not run for office when you threaten violence. When stealing people's likenesses online lands you in prison, that was the story of Joshua Hall, the creator of Gay Voices for Trump. And well, you've made it to the end. I appreciate you guys watching this video, and make sure you let me know who or what you want me to talk about down below. There are some pretty disturbing cases of trolls stealing people's online photos and likenesses in order to create mischief online. Any photo...
Just watch that.
Abandoned YouTube channels have always been unsettling to me. I get an uncanny feeling upon discovering a channel once full of life, now forlorn and forgotten. Years gone by, over a decade in some cases, with no activity. The sad reality with many of YouTube's abandoned channels is that the creator didn't forsake their station by choice. They were compelled to by tragic circumstances. In today's video, we'll be looking at various disturbing examples of such cases regarding abandoned channels. These are the dark stories behind abandoned YouTube channels. On YouTube, there once existed a channel known as Natural Selector 89. When you try to visit this channel today, one is met with a 404 not found and YouTube's default "this page is not available" error screen. A rather unassuming disclaimer. But what you must know is that this 404 page hides one of YouTube's darkest abandoned channels. One that we can get a glimpse of using tools like the Wayback Machine. Natural Selector 89 was once a channel that discussed nihilism, atheism, and posted various threatening videos and comments regarding gun violence. Red flags were all over the place, and outside of TJ Kirk, better known online as the Amazing Atheist, it seemed like nobody saw these obvious warning signs. This is the story of Natural Selector 89, the Finnish YouTube shooter.
Hello everyone, this is me, Natural Selector 89, talking to you, friends and haters and everyone else.
The YouTube channels Natural Selector 89 and Sturmgeist 89 were created by an 18-year-old Finnish student named Pekka Erik Avinen, who was born in Tuusula, Finland. Now, in early high school, it's said that Pekka performed well, making good grades. It's thought that he planned to attend college after graduating in the spring of 2008, though these plans would be derailed, however, as the young man had some serious emotional issues that would make themselves known. Eric suffered from a set of serious social abnormalities. He was very awkward around his peers and was considered shy by both students and teachers. He would habitually isolate himself from others, and according to some, he was the recipient of a large amount of bullying because of this. Eric also suffered from depression. His parents were concerned for him in this regard and tried to get him admitted to a psychiatric outpatient clinic to treat it. However, his admittance was refused, and the practitioners opted to put him on SSRIs instead of, admitting him. Eric would adhere to the SSRI antidepressants at first, but over time, him taking the pills, it became kind of irregular. After Eric started taking antidepressants, his teachers started to notice a change in his behavior. He became very aggressive towards other students, and at one point, he allegedly remarked that he was going to die in a, quote, white revolution. Yes, Eric would begin to express radical beliefs, and he vocalized support for far-right and left movements. This combo of increased agitation, threats, and interest in radical groups, it was certainly a worrisome concoction. And this behavior around the time was an ominous precursor for what was to come. Eric's mental state had deteriorated quite a bit in the latter half of high school, and he would eventually set out to physically engage in the violence that he often discussed. Eric would hatch a devious plan. It was reported in March of 2006 that he started laying out the groundwork for a master plan of sorts, which was an attack on the students and faculty of his very school. And while in the planning process for this foul deed, that's when Eric's online activity commences. Eric created his first YouTube channel, Natural Selector 89, on March 15th of 2007. He would use the channel to express himself by uploading various memes, quoting philosophers, reading poetry, as well as discussing events like shootings and natural disasters, as one does. The young man would also frequently talk about atheism and his hatred for religion. These videos contain talking points where he would, in rather juvenile fashion, criticize elements of the various faiths of the world. But in the same hand, he would also confidently proclaim in one of these videos that he was a god and that he should be worshipped. Pick a side, okay? Now, Eric's channel description on Natural Selector 89 is truly a sight to behold, and I think I'll just let TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, read some highlights from this thing.
I will read it in the most derisive voice possible, but even if I didn't, it would still sound ridiculous. Ahem. I'm basically getting more and more retards on my channel, saying I'm insane, crazy, or crap like that, because my views are different, apart from the moral majority. I am a dissident. I am an individual.
I think he is retarded.
I am an animal. I am a human. They are not. They live in a delusion which is called the real world. They say to me I must get a life. Heh. Well, all I say is that life is what every individual
This is
will
how
make it
every
be.
European
There
sounds.
is no other meaning in this world, and live than what individual determines it to be. They also feed my anger with their stupidity.
In one video uploaded by Eric, he would make cryptic comparisons to The Matrix, explaining that he wasn't delusional, he just saw society for what it was. a collection of people who believed they had freedom but were actually enslaved by the government and corporations, and you guys just don't realize it. We truly live in a society. Some of Eric's content would also revolve around the philosophy of social Darwinism. You know, to sum it up, social Darwinism, the same sort of natural selection that applies to plants and animals, well, that applies to humans as well, survival of the fittest, but in a social setting, meaning that certain, well, you might say that he was saying that some races were better than others, or people with disabilities shouldn't be around. Damn, Eric, we're really going this way? Now, as mentioned prior, atheism was a big part of Natural Selector's channel. He hated God and those who believed in religion to the point where it almost seemed like he wanted to enact violence towards these folks. Now, in early YouTube, there is one YouTuber that likely comes to mind when you hear the word atheism. Enter the amazing atheist in the story of Eric Avenen, or Natural Selector. Yes, one content creator that noticed Eric's melodramatic and edgy videos on social Darwinism was TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. The infamous skeptic YouTuber, early internet champion of atheism, and lover of bananas.
Behold, the atheist's nightmare.
So for those of you who haven't heard, I've recently become embroiled in a sex scandal involving chocolate syrup, hot coffee, and a banana, which apparently is the atheist's worst nightmare.
The amazing atheist was intrigued by Natural Selector's opening videos on nihilism and found his views on atheism questionable. So TJ would start making videos about Natural Selector, justifying his coverage by saying that the Natural Selector account was the primary representative of social Darwinism on YouTube, which even if his videos only got a few dozen of views, that was probably the truth or the case at the time. The amazing atheist would make a couple of videos criticizing Natural Selector's content, basically roasting him for essentially being what he saw as an edgy teenager who was talking about a bunch of philosophical and atheist stuff that he knew nothing about. Basically calling Natural Selector out for going Joker mode and being a whiny bitch.
A user by the name of Natural Selector 89. He is being chosen for 3 major reasons. First and foremost, he is the primary representative of this philosophy on YouTube. No one makes more videos on this exact topic than he does. Secondly, he refuses to defend his position to any subhuman that dares challenge it. Plus, despite Tanashil's insistence to the contrary, he is quite the whiny bitch.
Though TJ would end his criticisms of the Selector with a bit of good faith advice. He tells Eric that he shouldn't care about the people around him becoming mindless automatons, and that he should just worry about his own life, which is some good advice. I'm not actually sure if Natural Selector ever responded directly to TJ in a video of his own, but yeah, it's important to this narrative that you know that the two interacted and that TJ was sort of calling this guy out for his sort of skewed views on atheism and his nihilistic postings. Sometime after the TJ saga, Eric's channel, Natural Selector 89, would actually be suspended from YouTube, this occurring in October of 2007. The reason for this ban is unknown. On the same day of this digital exile, he would create a new channel called Sturmgeist89, and his content would be in the same nature of his previously banned channel, with Eric continuing to talk about religion, his hatred for it, as well as his interest in historical carnages and tragedies. An escalation would soon come, and things would get deranged shortly after, as after Sturmgeist was created, Eric would obtain his own firearms license and purchase a .22 caliber Sig Sauer Mosquito handgun. Equipped with this weapon, he would subsequently upload videos testing out his pistol by shooting apples and lemons in the woods.
BB gun, that's a BB gun. Really nice BB gun. Killed that BB gun.
Eric would become obsessed with this pistol and the other weapons that he would eventually collect in the coming weeks. And with his odd affinity for massacres like school shootings, it was clear where Eric's head was at. Meanwhile, back on YouTube, the amazing atheist who had been keeping an eye on Eric would grow concerned. You see, TJ suspected that Eric had been interacting with a radical online community that was led by a YouTube user who went under the pseudonym Robin McVeigh. This channel name obviously a reference to domestic terrorist Timothy McVeigh. This Robin McVeigh account reportedly posted content that encouraged people to commit school shootings or at least discuss school shootings extensively with almost like a praising nature to it. And apparently Eric had been communicating with this account. TJ, the amazing atheist, would see this and attempt to reach.
Absolutely not. I've not. I would like to get one. Solid amount. Can I do that game? Not okay game? I'm trying to get Rainbow Cat. Or not even Rainbow Cat. I'm trying to get fucking, what is it? Trying to get shiny, Rainbow Dog.
Reach out to Eric, offering emotional support when he saw that he was being misled by this Robin McVeigh account. But alas, TJ apparently couldn't get through to Eric. And seeing the disturbing evolution of natural selector / Sturmgeist, TJ would make a call for authorities to investigate the natural selector / pro shooter community on YouTube. TJ felt like somebody needed to look into these guys, but sadly, nobody of any authoritative capacity ever would, leading to the following tragedy. On November 7th, 2007, Eric would upload his final video to his channel, which was called Jokala High School Massacre 11/7/2007. In this video, he would share images of his own high school along with 2 photos of him holding guns colored with a crimson filter. It was clear what he was about to do. On the same day, Eric would upload multiple videos and files onto RapidShare, a Mediafire-like website. There he uploaded music and his own manifesto. This manifesto was written in both English and Finnish and would consist of Eric rationalizing his motives for a soon-to-come culling. It was his natural selection process. The manifesto highlighted social Darwinism, and Eric wanted it to be known as an act of terrorism, he says, a total war against humanity. Eric made sure to state in his manifesto that his violent tendency didn't come from any external factors and no one told him to do it. He says it all came from within. Suicide notes were also left on his desk at his house, addressed to his parents. One of these said, quote, "By the time you're reading this, I'm probably already dead." Eric would later enter Jokala High School with his arsenal of guns at approximately 11:40 a.m. 2 minutes later, he would encounter his first student, where he raised his weapon, fired, and killed the student on the spot. Eric would continue to go on to murder a total of 8 people, including an educational welfare officer who had tried to persuade Eric to surrender. Eric would respond to the peace offering by shooting the woman 7 times. Eric also attempted to burn the school down using a mixture of gas and oil. This attempt proved unsuccessful, though. A little bit before noon on this day, Eric would get into a shootout with the local police officers that were attempting to negotiate with him. He would try multiple times to reposition himself to get a good shot on him, but luckily he wasn't able to harm any of these officers. Afterwards, Eric would move to the school's bathroom, where he would put his bag and his jacket on the floor and attempted to take his own life sometime after 12:04 p.m. He shot himself in the head. However, he wasn't successful. Eric would later be carted to the hospital and he would die. The natural selector's wrath was finally over. This became an international news headline, and on the same day, the amazing atheist would upload a video titled, "I Knew This Would Happen." In the video, he begrudgingly expresses the fact that he wishes that people would have caught on to this earlier. He did predict it after all.
Today, I am vindicated, but I don't feel good about it. And you can probably tell that I'm not happy about my vindication, because it was something that I warned you would happen. Something that I told you to be mindful of, and you didn't. You weren't mindful of it. You criticized me for it. Many of you said
I would save it for you personally because you're gonna have quest of it.
Well, one of those poor little picked on morons decided that he was gonna go to school and shoot up his class. And he killed 8 people, including his principal.
In his video, TJ would reveal that Eric had messaged him a few times recently, and apparently Eric showed remorse towards TJ and actually apologized for the past hostilities between them.
I don't really have anything to say. I mean, he was nice to me towards the end of our relationship, which was very tenuous. He wrote me a few times. I ignored him because I felt like I had already done that. I felt like I had already said my piece about him and I didn't really have anything else to say. Right before he went on his shooting rampage, he sent me an IM that said, I apologize for all the past hostilities between us. And I thought to myself at the time, well, that's very nice. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know why you're suddenly apologizing to me, but thank you.
TJ claims that the apologetic message was sent right before the shootings occurred. TJ the Atheist would end his video with a statement in which he proclaimed that
we shouldn't turn him into a monster and we shouldn't turn him into a hero. We need to think of him as exactly what he was, a pathetic fucking teenager who didn't know that what he was doing was wrong.
the Sturmgeist Natural Selector saga has been forgotten by most. In my view, this is one of the most disturbing instances that led up to an abandoned channel.
No.
This next abandoned channel story is truly a sad case. It's the unfortunate tale of Wildebeest 88883333, a teenage creator who was killed in an infamous natural disaster, one that he eerily foreshadowed to years prior to his death. Will Norton was born on August 19, 1992 in Joplin, Missouri, to his parents Mark and Trish.
Oh no. 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 Joplin? Oh no. I know what happens then. He died in a tornado. He died in the the costliest tornado in history. It did $2.5 billion worth of damage. Please, gems? Please, suck my dick. I don't have gems. 4K no los dos, bye, bitch.
Norton. Will grew up with a happy-go-lucky attitude and was described as someone who loved meeting new people and making sure they felt included and welcome. He had aspirations of becoming a filmmaker and would make the decision as a teenager to start a YouTube channel.
Will Norton had created his YouTube channel Wildebeest 88883333 on September 26, 2006, and he began making YouTube videos in November 8th of 2007,
where he gleefully shared various details of his life with the public.
Oh, life is good. That's right. It's a school night and it's late and I should
3 billion.
be asleep, but I can't make myself go to sleep. I am just in way too good of a mood and I don't even know why. I have no reason why, to be honest. Sometimes it's good to just be happy, and sometimes it's good to just make a YouTube video. Well, this was fun. No, I'm kidding. I'm not leaving you yet. Gee.
Think I'm joking? Not 3, it was 2 billion. You think I'm joking, but I'm not.
What are you thinking? Come on, use your brain, your people. Wow, you all are like, man, Wildebeest on the crack now. No. YouTube drama, stay away.
His videos were mostly comprised of traveling footage as well as interesting trivia, facts about animals, and other subjects that interested him. While creating content, Will would find some success, as he would eventually be invited into the YouTube Partner Program on May 13th of 2008.
Is that an advertisement, Will? Oh, no, it's that. That would be a banner, yeah. That's right, I'm in the YouTube Partner Program. I'm really excited. This is going to hopefully motivate, is a good word, motivate me to make better videos.
He would continue to make YouTube videos about his life as a teenager,
His
Sorry,
channel serving
I
as a
can't hear you
diary of
without
sorts, where he talks about pet
99,
peeves,
Leah.
life updates, plans for travel,
Can't hear
stuff
you.
like that.
Sorry.
Here's my
That-
pet peeves. Let's take a picture for MySpace.
Alrighty.
You're so completely bored that you decided to take a picture for MySpace. Get your sunglasses on, you look all cool. That's good. I like it.
Oh, I look ugly.
You're not ugly. See? And it really is a good picture. But of course, I don't like it. This next one usually happens when you're taking a test, typically a standardized test. And they do that. Will you stop that, please?
Oh, sorry.
Even one video where he excitedly talks about getting a Hummer for his 16th birthday, his prized possession.
Hey guys, so a lot of you know, my birthday was August 19th, and I appreciate all the nice messages and comments and emails and everything you all sent me wishing me happy birthday. That really made it special. Also, as all of you know, if you're following me on Twitter, I got my car. It's a new Hummer H3.
Now there's one notable video around this time that we need to talk about. This video being something of an uncanny foreshadowing to Will's own demise. It was uploaded in May of 2009, entitled I Nearly Died. It was a crazy story where he talks about how he survived a very powerful thunderstorm on the way to school one day.
It's May 8th, 2009, and today I nearly died. I wake up this morning and it is storming like crazy. I can hear the hail on the roof. I look out my window. The pool is going crazy because there's so much water flowing into it. The trees are crazy. It's still pitch dark outside and it's like 7:20. So I get ready really fast and I rush to school, out the door, and then I'm leaving for school and there is just tons of rain. And it's like the street is just like one entire puddle. And I'm going and there's trees down in the road. So I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be late. I passed through 18 stoplights on my way to school. 4 of them exploded. And then I saw so many ambulances, which kind of freaked me out because I had to pull over into the big puddles and I was like, ah. Keep in mind, I drive a Hummer, so really I shouldn't have any reason to be scared. And then I turn on the main road of my town, and the wind is so crazy. You just see water. It's like horizontal rain, and all the cars are like veering. I was having trouble keeping my car on the road. I drive a Hummer. This should not be happening.
While telling the story, he details how he almost lost his life in the squall due to its intensity.
Anyway, I get there, and I turn on the road that my school is on, and there's a power plant right by it, and it explodes. Like sparks go all across the road and like hit the road. Oh my gosh, it was crazy, right in front of my car. I was freaking out. I made it safely home, and I think I'm just gonna go take a nap for the rest of my life because I didn't die. Oh my gosh, I'm
Dog,
done.
you can
I am
macro
done.
in this
I'm
game.
never driving in weather again, ever. Bye guys.
This wouldn't be Will's only encounter with violent storms, as the dark irony of this piece of content would make itself apparent many years later. Meanwhile, as Will continued to create content, it would be revealed that the young YouTuber wasn't the only one in the Norton family who had the urge to be creative online, as his sister Sarah Norton also uploaded videos to her own YouTube page. Her content mostly consisted of makeup tutorials and fashion vlogs. The two were extremely close, as she described him as the most incredible brother anyone could ask for, and she said Will was someone who truly valued happiness. Now back to Will, he continued to find success and even had some brushes with actual famous people. See, at one point Will expressed that his biggest idol in life was Kat Von D from LA Inc.
If you don't know this about me, which a lot of you do, I am obsessed with Kat Von D. Like, here's my room. This is a picture of my room. Yes. That's how obsessed I am
Oh,
with Kat
so
Von
he's
D.
gay.
I have her book. I have 5 posters of her. I think about her constantly. She's through the background on my phone and on my computers and everything. Yeah.
Apparently, the video of him discussing this got back to Kat Von D, and the artist tweeted at him. This resulted in the two connecting, and Will later going to LA to meet up with her. Will made a YouTube video talking about all of it. Increasingly successful in the online world, Will also thrived at school. In school, Norton was an
Because the auto clicker, I use an auto clicker called Auto Clicker Bipolar 2.0. Basically, you click on the screen where you want it to click, and as you can see, it's touching both sides of the. That's how.
excelling student, and as he continued to make content on his YouTube channel, his passion for filmmaking only increased, and that goal would be fulfilled near the end of his senior year of high school, when he would be accepted into Chapman University, which was a difficult program to get into. Will Norton's life seemed to be set. But sadly though, as you all know, Wildebeest is an abandoned channel. And with a dedicated creator like Will Norton, it's obvious that his absence wasn't by choice. In May of 2011, Will would have another run-in with a severe storm. This time, the young man wouldn't live to tell the tale. Will Norton was set to graduate from Joplin High School on May 22, 2011. The ceremony was held at the Missouri Southern State University campus, which was near the outskirts of Joplin, northeast of downtown. Storms were in the forecast on this day, but few in town expected what was to come. As Will's graduation ceremony wrapped up, weather conditions began to rapidly deteriorate. From what Will's sister Sarah recounts, they weren't all too concerned though, as only a tornado watch had been issued for the area that day, meaning that there was a possibility of a tornado, but an active twister hadn't been spotted. Tornado watches are common in the Midwest, especially springtime in Missouri. Many folks from Joplin likely expected nothing more than a thunderstorm. Will wasn't worried. He had survived many in his time. So at this graduation, despite the weather, there wasn't much panic. Will and company certainly weren't dilly-dallying though, and with their son officially graduated, the Norton family decided to head home. They would split up, with his sister and his mother driving together, and Will and his father driving home in Will's prized Hummer. As Sarah drove home, she noticed the sky turning an ominous black, and winds picked up. Her gut began to tell her this was no routine thunderstorm. Something big was descending upon Joplin. Driving with her mother in the passenger seat, Sarah developed a sense of urgency to get home, flooring her vehicle as fast as she could, running red lights to beat out what looked to be a developing tornado. Sarah's tornado instincts didn't fail her this day, as such a twister had just touched down near Joplin. It was a tornado that would unleash natural horrors dwarfing all that the state had seen in the past several decades. The 2011 Joplin EF5 twister had come. This massive...
Yeah, that tornado was a mile long, by the way. It's a mile long, or a mile in width. You know how fucking insane that? Alright, have a good one, Bonkula.
Nearly mile-wide tornado approached Joplin from the southwest and was killing virtually all who crossed its path. All on the roads at this point were sitting ducks for the storm. Sarah and her mother would make it home as the storm raged. Their power soon went out and debris buffeted their home. Thankfully, though, it appeared they were going to be spared from a direct hit by the tornado. But what about Will and his father? Desperate for an update, Sarah called Will on his cell phone, to which he would quickly pick up. It was difficult to make out what was going on, but Sarah says in this brief call she could hear Will's father faintly yell out, "There's a tornado, pull over!" And moments later, a gusting roar and a loud crash overtook the audio of the phone, and the call was almost immediately disconnected.
And we talked, and I was trying to talk to him. I said, "Dad, are you there? Can you just answer me, please? Are you there? Are you there?" And so, finally, I heard him say, "Will," because Will was driving, my dad was in the passenger seat of his H3. And I finally heard my dad say, "Will, pull over, pull over, pull over." He goes, "There's the tornado, pull over." And then I just heard this wind suck them up, and I could tell it was really bad. I could tell it wasn't just outside the car somewhere. I could tell that they were getting blown up in the tornado. They were getting sucked up, and I could hear glass and everything. And then finally the phone went dead, and I kept saying, "Dad, can you hear me? Just tell me you're okay. I love you. Can you hear me?"
It seemed as if Will had crossed the path of the tornado and his vehicle might have gotten sucked up into the vortex and tossed. Yes, during the tornado, Will's Hummer had found itself right in the middle of the storm. It said that when they were being sucked up by the twister, Will's father attempted to protect his son, covering him up.
Like, look at that shit. Look at that.
While the tornado overtook the car, but the force of the tornado was too strong, ripping Will not only from his father's arms, but from the entire vehicle. Will was snatched out of his seatbelt by the winds and sucked through the Hummer's sunroof. His fate was in the hands of Mother Nature at this point. The gargantuan Joplin EF5 was the deadliest tornado to occur in the United States since 1947. It killed 158 people, as well as an additional 8 indirectly. Injuries from the storm added up to 1,150. Over 8,000 buildings were damaged. Among those, 4,000 were destroyed, amounting in $2.8 billion in damages to the area. Among all of these grim statistics, it was the costliest tornado in American history. The remaining community members of Joplin were left to pick up the pieces of this freak storm, and their first task was to rescue those trapped and to find the missing. The Nortons were dealing with such an instance of missing family members. Will and his father never returned home. Sarah and Mom would drive around town for a while, and they did find Will's Hummer. It was completely ravaged, and Will and his father were nowhere to be found in the wreckage. They hoped that perhaps they were rescued and taken to a hospital, so the remaining family members would go to the local hospital, and there they would discover that Will's father was indeed there. He had had a torn bicep and several other serious injuries. When he came to, he would inform them that Will was sucked out of the car and he wasn't sure if he was alive. Over the next several days, the family would continue their searches and continue to call hospitals to see if Will had showed up. No luck. Eventually, 5 days later, the family would finally be notified that Will's body had been found. It was in a pond near the area that the tornado had destroyed his vehicle. Will was dead. As news traveled about Will the Beast's passing, many reached out to social media to express their condolences, including Kat Von D, Will's idol, who would draw a picture in memory of Will Norton. On June 9th of 2011, Sarah Norton would upload a video going over everything that had happened to their family from her perspective. She would also go on to applaud her brother and say that he had been a man of God, and he was truly blessed to have lived a miraculous life where he saw many things and had many adventures. Sarah was astonished by the love and support that he was receiving posthumously from fans and viewers. In 2013, after receiving donations, the Rotary Club at Will's school opened a handicap-accessible ballpark playground that was named after Will, called the Will Norton Miracle Field. As a result of the Joplin EF5, Will's channel remains abandoned to this day. His sister Sarah would issue another memorial for him on her channel in 2020. And I think I'll end this segment with a brief quote from that.
So what I usually try to do every year on May 22nd is try to remember Will and do things that he loved to do. So that usually means going to Starbucks and getting a white mocha, his favorite drink, or going to Sonic and getting an ocean water, which is his other favorite drink. He loved to take pictures with his tongue out colored blue from the ocean water. And I like to try to spend the day with people who I love most and who understand what I'm going through. So that usually means my husband, obviously my daughter now, and then lots of times we spend the day with my parents. Sometimes I like to go to Will's gravesite, but if we're being honest, like that's not where I feel closest to him. So I love having pictures of Will around me, especially on this day. If you'll notice, I turned my entire film room into like this wildebeest fun room, and I absolutely love looking at these pictures. It makes me so happy. I love going through all the pictures and videos on my phone that I have of Will and me. It just brings me a lot of joy and happiness, and I don't know, just reminds me of all the great memories that we've shared together.
Call the stream here for now because I'm tired as fuck. I will be in bed. I appreciate you coming out. As tomorrow.